Hi, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you. This is CA Bhaskar Magham, having teaching experience of 5 years. So here we will discuss about the CMA Inter Direct Taxation, that is in paper number 7 marathon ma. Okay. The first of all, CMA Inter paper number 7 consists of the two parts. The first is a direct taxation, second one is an indirect tax. So in this marathon, I will cover only the direct taxation ma. So I want to do the two parts of the marathon. This is an first part ma. This is an first part. So before going to that marathon, before going to the chapters, first we will analyze the question paper. So if you are observing that question paper relating to paper number 7 under new syllabus, that is in 2022 syllabus ma. So having that, yes ma, two sections. The first section is section A, second section is section B. In first section, section A, we have an only one question ma. That is in question number 1. That is a compulsory question. Yes ma, mandatory you should write this question ma. Question number 1. Compulsory question. In this question, we have an 15 MCQs. Each MCQ carries the 2 marks, totally 30 marks ma. MCQs only. No match the following questions, no fill in the blanks questions ma. Only the multiple choice questions. There is no negative marking also. Sir, in an examination, even though they are asking for an explanation or not asking also, please write the explanation. So this is my opinion. If you are writing that explanation, then only you will get that what mark 2 marks. Even though they are not asking that explanation also, please write the explanation for the MCQs. Just it is my suggestion. Okay. Section B. So in section B, that is a descriptive part ma, we have 7 questions from the section B. How many questions ma? 7 questions from the section B. So that is in question number 2 to question number 8. Out of the 7 questions, we have to write only 5 questions ma. We have to write only 5 questions. That means how many questions choice we can give ma? 2 questions. 2 questions are you can or outrightly you can ignore ma. Next, sir, this is in paper number 7 question paper. That means combinedly DT and IDT. So both the direct tax and indirect taxes paper, that is in number 7. Okay. But sir, out of that MCQs, so from your portion, how many marks ma? 7 MCQs from the direct tax ma. So out of the 15 MCQs, 7 MCQs from the direct tax. That means the 14 marks MCQ from the direct tax. And remaining 8 MCQs from the indirect tax. That means 16 marks from the ESMA indirect tax. Next, sir, out of the descriptive questions, how many questions from the direct tax portion? From the direct tax portion, we can get the question number 2, question number 3, question number 4, question number 5 from the direct tax only. Sir, how you are writing these are all the things based on the past examination trend only, ma. Based on the past examination trend only, I'm predicting. So definitely this is a standard format for the giving the question paper, ma. So can you tell me how many questions you can give it as a choice, ma? Out of the descriptive part only, you can give the 2 questions as a choice. Out of the descriptive part only, you can give these 2 questions as a choice ma. So compulsory question, mandatorily you have to attempt. Mandatorily you have to attempt. One more thing. Sir, totally question paper is for 128 marks, sir. Totally this question paper for how many marks ma? 128 marks. From the direct tax, indirect tax combinedly, you will get the question paper for 128 marks. So can you tell me descriptive, we got 1 question, etc. So that means out of that 7 questions, we got 4 questions. Within that MCQ, IDT only, we got 1 question, 1 MCQ, etc. So this is only the question paper analysis. Before going to the start any paper related revision also, please check it out the question paper. Then only you can understood how you are going to revise and how you are going to attempt the questions also, and what are the questions you can take the choice, and what are the questions you need to prepare in the in-depth manner. All the things you can analyze after checking the question paper only. Okay, so this is only the question paper analysis relating to CMA Inter paper number 7 ma. So our marathon related to the direct tax. So totally 2 parts. This is on part number 1 ma. So part B will be dealt by the another faculty ma. Part B dealt by the another faculty. Okay, are you clear ma up to now? Yes. So next, before going to the direct taxation portion, first just for 5 to 10 minutes we will discuss about the first ma overall taxation. So before going to the direct taxation portion, just within 5 to 10 minutes, we will discuss about the what ma taxation portion. Maybe you can get the some MCQs also from this portion. So the first point with respect to the taxation, tax means what is that? The fees or amount charged by the government. If any fees or amount you can term as a fees or amount that is charged by the government, then you can call this as an what tax. Can you tell me tax is a voluntary contribution or mandatory contribution? It is not a voluntary contribution. You are not giving as a charity. So this is a mandatory or obligatory contribution. You have to pay this amount at any cost. That is only called as tax. It is not a voluntary contribution. Okay. So here we are using that one word as a government. The tax is nothing but fees or amount charged by the government. Here we will discuss about the what do you mean by the government. So the government is classified into three types. The first one central government, second one state government, third one is a local authority. So I think you know the central government means and state government also. But I want to discuss about the local authority only. So the local authority means nothing but what consisting of what panchayat, municipalities, corporations. So within that village level, if any government is there, that is an panchayat. In town level, if any government is there, that is a municipality. If any city level, that is in what corporations. So definitely the local authority is nothing but what local self government, that is in less than the what state government. So definitely it isn't called as what local self government, that is in less than what state government level only. So can you tell me government means what central government. If any central government collect the fees or amount, that is a tax only. If state government collecting the fees or charge, that is a tax only. If any local authority, that means panchayat, municipalities, corporation are collecting the tax also. So they collecting that amount also, that isn't called as what tax only. Are you clear up to now? Yes. Next, sir, before going to the tax, first who are giving the power to collect the tax to the government? So yes, here the government is collecting the tax, nothing but who are giving the power to government towards the collection of tax. The first we will discuss about the Constitution of India. I think in the Constitution of India we haven't what article numbers. So in Act we have in sections like that. In Constitution of India we haven't what article numbers. So if you are observing that article number 265 says that. What is that article number 265 says that. What is that no tax shall be levied or collected except by an authority of law. If any law given the permission, then only we can collect the tax. So otherwise you can't collect the tax now. So article number 265 says that yes, if you want to collect the tax, okay, you can collect with the approval of any law. So that is only the section, sorry, article number 265 says that. So what is that article number 265? No tax shall be levied or collected except an authority of law. So if any law is authorizes that, yes, you can collect the tax. Okay. So then article number 246 is nothing but article number 265 content is on over. Then we will discuss about the article number 246. Yes, who can make the laws? So the parliament as well as what state legislature. The parliament at central level and state legislature at what state level. They can have an power to make the laws. They have an power to make the laws. So these two articles, yes, you can get an MCQ. So please remember article number 265 says that yes, no tax shall be levied or collected unless an authority of law. If you have a law permission, then you can collect the tax. Who can make the laws? Yes, parliament or central parliament at the level of central government and state legislature at the level of state government. They have a power to make the what laws. So then we will discuss about the income tax related thing. Yes, if you are observing, yes, in article number 246, in article number what 246, please make an observation. In article number 246, we have in schedules. So within that one schedule, that is a seventh schedule. So Constitution of India, in article number 246, we have in what seventh schedule. In seventh schedule, we have in three list. List 1, list 2, list 3. List 1, list 2, list 3. Can you tell me the name, another name for the list 1, union list, another name for the list 2, state list, another name for the list 3, concurrent list also. So if you are observing that Constitution of India, within that article number 246, okay, I want to highlight with a black color, Constitution of India, within that article number 246, within that seventh schedule, to that, yes, list 1. Can you tell me what is the list 1, union list? So within that union list, who can make the laws? Parliament can make the laws. Within the state list, who can make the laws? State legislature can make the laws. Yes, next concurrent list, both the state legislature and parliament can make the laws. So if you are observing, yes, we are collecting that income tax right now. Yes, How you can collect the income tax ma? You have to get a support from the law. What is that law? Income Tax Act 1961. So that already framed that having that entry number in that what ma? Entry number in that Constitution of India as an entry number what ma? 82. Entry number 82 of. Entry number 82 of. Union list to the 7th schedule to the article number 246 of Constitution of India is given the power to collect the what ma? Income tax. Is given the power to collect the what ma? Income tax. Once again I am repeating these points ma. Please listen carefully. Please listen carefully. Yes. So can you tell me all the laws which are framed by using that what ma? List 1, list 2, list 3, that all the things are stored in that entry numbers way ma? What is that our entry number related to Income Tax Act 1961 ma? Entry number 82 to Union list to the 7th schedule to the article number 246 of Constitution of India is given the power to collect the income taxes. They are already given. Yes, ma, Parliament as well as state legislature, they have an power to make the laws. Here, who are framing the income tax ma? Parliament. That means what ma? Central government is framed this law in order to collect the what ma? Income tax. Okay. Entry number is an important for an MCQ. So what is that flow ma? Entry number 82 of Income Tax Act 1961, Union list or list 1 to the 7th schedule to the article number 246 of the what ma? Constitution of India is given the power to collect the income tax except on agricultural income. Except on what ma? Agricultural income. Next one. What are the objectives or powers behind the collection of the taxes? What is the main objective or main agenda behind the collection of the taxes ma? Yes, simply if you are observing that from the public who can collect the taxes ma? Government is collecting the taxes. Okay, after collection of the taxes, what is that ma? The tax collected money is used for the public only. That means government here acting as an what ma? Just a mediator. Government is an acting as an what ma? Mediator only. So the government is collecting the taxes from the public and that is used for the public purpose only. Can you tell me if they are asking that objectives, you have to write it down the two objectives ma? Social and economical objectives. The first one, social means nothing but what ma? Yes ma, subsidies, grant and free rice as well as what ma? Free meals as well as what ma? The power to free power to the farmers, etc. That is on social objectives. That nothing but welfare objectives only. Economical objectives means nothing but the construction of the road, construction of the dams, railways, the defense, etc. So can you tell me what are the objectives behind the collection of the taxes ma? Two objectives. One is nothing but what ma? So social objectives. Second one is nothing but what ma? Economical objectives. Okay. We are already discussed that what is that power behind the collection of income tax also. Next, sir, can you tell me how many types of the taxes are there ma? We have in two types of taxes only ma. First one direct tax. Second one is called as what ma? Indirect tax. So what do you mean by the direct tax? If any tax collected on income earned by the person, if any tax collected on that what ma? Income earned by the person, that is only called as what ma? Direct tax. Give you one example of the direct tax ma. Simply that is an income tax. If any person earn the income, on that income, if you pay any tax, that is only direct tax ma. So can you tell me example ma? That is only income tax. So example, Mr. A having the salary income ma. On that salary income, he paid the tax. So that is only called as what ma? Direct tax. He having the salary income, that on that if he paid the tax, that is only called as what ma? Income tax. In another way also we are define the income, we are define the direct tax ma. If payment, can you tell me who are paying the tax ma? Mr. A. Burden, that means what ma? Ultimate impact, that means pain also in the hands of whom ma? Mr. A only. The payment of the tax and burden, that is impact, is lies in the hands of the same person, that is only called as what ma? Direct tax. In this example, who are paying the tax ma? Mr. A only. Who having that burden or impact on the payment of tax ma? Mr. A only. So that's why the payment and burden, both the things lies in the hands of the same person. That's why this is called as what ma? Direct tax. This is called as what ma? Direct tax. Second one, we have an indirect tax ma. Can you tell me if any tax is collected on supply of goods or exports and import of goods, that is only called as what ma? Indirect tax. That is only called as what ma? Indirect tax. Can you tell me some examples ma? Yes ma. Two examples are there for that indirect taxes ma. First one, goods and service tax. Next one is nothing but what ma? Customs duty. Can you tell me one example for the direct tax ma? Income tax. One example for that indirect tax ma? Goods and service tax as well as what ma? Customs duty. Next, I can explain the direct tax in another way. Direct tax definition in another way ma. Like this also we can explain the indirect tax in another way. Suppose if you are observing that, yes ma, from that Lux company, Mr. R purchasing the soap for how much amount ma? 32 rupees. So 32 rupees, that is a 30 for the Lux company, 2 rupees in the form of taxes we are paid, ma. So can you tell me who are paying the tax to that government here, ma? Lux. So who are paying that government, who are paying the tax to that government, ma? Lux only. So if you are observing who are paying that amount, ma? Lux company. But in whose hands that is a burden is there, ma? In the hands of Mr. R only we have a burden. So the payment and burden is not lies in the hands of same person. Payment is done by the, yes ma, payment is done by the Lux company and burden is in the hands of Mr. R. The payment and burden not in the lies of, not in the lies of same person is called as what ma? Indirect tax. So if the payment and burden in the hands of same person, that is indirect tax. The payment and burden is not lies in the hands of the same person, that isn't called as what ma? Indirect tax. Are you clear, ma, up to know? Yes. Next we will discuss about the differences between the direct tax and indirect tax, ma. So in the last attempt, yes ma, in the last attempt MTP they are given this question for the 7 marks. In the last attempt MTP they are given this question for the 7 marks. That's why I'm discussing this. Okay. So if you are asking the differences about the direct tax and indirect tax, yes, you can write that what my definition. So you can write the definitions also as an differences, ma. So 2 points are there. So if any tax is collected on income, that is an income tax. If any tax is collected on the supply of goods and services, export and import of goods, that is called as what ma? Indirect tax. And another way also you can explain, ma. So payment and burden is lies in the hands of the same person, that is a direct tax. If payment and burden is not lies in the hands of same person, that is what ma? Indirect tax. And next difference you can write it as an example, ma. What is a direct tax related example, ma? Income tax. What is an indirect tax related example, ma? Goods and service tax as well as what ma? Customs duty. Next, direct tax is an progressive based in nature, ma. What do you mean by the progressive, ma? If your income increases, you have to pay the tax also more. If your income is more, and automatically you have to pay the tax as and what ma? More. That means here there is a pure difference between the what ma? Rich and the poor. If you are a poor person, please pay the less tax. If you are a rich person, please pay the more tax. So that's why we have a surcharge. So that's why we have a what ma? Surcharge. So surcharge is nothing but levied by the department if total income crosses the what one certain limit. So that's why we have a clear differentiation between the rich and the poor. That is only called as what progressive based in nature. So next, can you tell me indirect tax is nothing but what regressive based. There is no difference between the rich and the poor, ma. There is no difference between the rich and poor. There is no surcharge, etc. concepts here. The regressive based, that means nothing but, okay, if Ambani purchases a soap also for 30 rupees only, if I am also purchasing 30 rupees, even beggar also purchased also, that isn't for 30 rupees only, inclusive of taxes. That means there is no difference between the rich and poor while collecting the what indirect taxes. So in direct taxes, we have to consider the age, ma. Based on that age only, we can decide that what tax rates also. Based on the age only, we can decide the tax rates also. Based on age only, we can decide that what basic exemption limits also. But in indirect taxes, there is no consideration of age, ma. There is no consideration of age here. So these are only the direct tax as well as indirect tax related differences, ma. First, you can write the meaning. Two ways of meanings you can write it down. Next one, ma, example. Third one, difference. This is in progressive nature. Direct tax is in progressive nature. Indirect tax is in what ma? Regressive based nature. So age factor is considered in direct taxes, ma. Indirect tax, there is no age factor. Even 60 years more person purchases the soap also, he needs to pay 30 rupees. Even 5 years baby also purchases the soap also, that is in for 30 rupees only. There is no differences with respect to the what ma? Age factor. So this is all only, there is a difference between the direct taxes and indirect taxes. So this is only the brief introduction related to taxation, ma. So please make an observation. This is also important, ma. And please remember that what is that entry number for our direct tax, ma? Entry number 82 to the union list to that 7th schedule to that article number 246 of Constitution of India is given the power to collect the taxes, ma. Yes, this is on over with respect to that what ma? Taxation related introduction. Directly we will start with the basic concepts chapter, ma. Yes.
Hi, let's begin our discussion with a new chapter that is in basic concepts, ma. So if you are observing in our institute material, this is in chapter number 1, very, very important. And we have certain amendments also based on Finance Act 2023. We should learn this concept, basic concept, ma. Okay, within this chapter, we have a first concept that is in what ma? Types of taxes, or we can call it as a classification of taxes also. So taxes are broadly classified into two types. The first one is nothing but direct tax. Second one is nothing but indirect tax. Direct tax and indirect tax. Okay. So what is that example of direct tax? Income tax is one example for the direct tax. If any tax collected on income earned by a person. So nothing but if you are earning that any income in the form of salaries or interest or business or any way also if you are earning that income, On that income, if any tax collected, that is only the direct tax. Example for the direct tax is income tax. Can you tell me who can levy this direct tax, ma? Central government only can levy the direct taxes. So coming to that indirect taxes, what are the examples for that indirect taxes? Ma? First one, goods and service tax, as well as what, ma? Customs duty. So we have in two types of that indirect taxes. The first one, goods and service tax, and second one is nothing but customs duty. If any tax collected on supply of goods and or services, if any person is supplying the goods or supplying the services, on that if any tax is paid, that is only called as what, ma? GST, that is in goods and service tax. Who can collect the GST, ma? Either central government or state government. So sometimes both can collect the indirect taxes, that is in GST. Customs duty. Can you tell me what do you mean by the customs duty, ma? If any tax collected on export and import of goods. So if any export and import of goods are there, so on that export and imports, if you are collected the tax, that is only called as what, ma? Customs duty. Can you tell me who can collect the customs duty, ma? Central government. So this is only the basic point, all you know already. So classification of taxes, one is a direct tax, another one is nothing but what, ma? Indirect tax. I think you know about the main discussion with related to what, ma? Direct taxes only. So shall we proceed with the first concept? Yes. So nothing but in these all marathon sessions, we want to discuss about the what, ma? Income Tax Act 1961 only provision. Nothing but we are reading the one act, that is only Income Tax Act 1961. Yes. What are the sources and components of income tax law? What are the sources or components of an income tax law? That means I want to know all the details about the income tax law. Can you tell me what are the things you have to refer and what are the things you have to read? So the five components are there with respect to the income tax law. The first component is Income Tax Act 1961. Second component is Income Tax Rules 1962. Third component is Annual Finance Act. Fourth component is notifications or circulars. The fifth component is case laws. So we can get this question as an short answer type question also. So this is an important. What are the sources or components of what, ma? Income tax law? Are you clear? Yes. So the first component, Income Tax Act 1961. What is it? Income Tax Act 1961. So the first of all, Income Tax Act 1961 is applicable for whole of India, including Jammu and Kashmir. What is that, ma? Including and Jammu and Kashmir. In this Income Tax Act 1961, we have in 298 section. Yes, sir. And 14 schedules. So always the act contains the section, subsection, clauses, subclauses, etc. And this came into the force on 1/4/1962. This is an important point you should remember. It came into force on 1/4/1962. So the many students are thinking says 1961 is there. It came into force on 1961. No, it came into force on 1/4/1962. Please remember. Next we have an Income Tax Rules 1962. So can you tell me who are framing these rules, ma? Nothing but CBDT. Full form of CBDT, Central Board of Direct Taxes are issuing the rules in order to proper administration of the act. So if you are observing that the act is having that year 1961, the rules in 1962. So Income Tax Act 1961 and Income Tax Rules 1962. After ESMA, Income Tax Act came into force, then after, what are the difficulties faced by the SSEs while implementing that act? So that all the things are clarified by using the issuing the rules by CBDT. So Income Tax Rules 1962. Can you tell me who are issuing the rules, ma? CBDT is issuing the rules for proper administration of the act. The next component, that is a third component of income tax law, is nothing but what, ma? Annual Finance Act. What is that Annual Finance Act? I will tell you. So I think can you tell me Income Tax Act 1961 is came into force in on 1/4/1962. So I think this law is framed in the year 1960s only. So in this situation, so right now we are in the 2023-24 years. Yes, definitely. So many things are changed. That's why every year we have to amend the income tax law by using the Annual Finance Act. So what is that Annual Finance Act, ma? Nothing but every year we have to amend the income tax law by using the Annual Finance Act. So for that we will discuss, ma. Every year the Union Finance Minister introduces the finance bill in the both the houses of Parliament. Can you tell me? Every year the Union Finance Minister introduces the finance bill in the both the houses of parliament. So after getting that assent from the both the houses of parliament like Rajya Sabha, Lok Sabha. So after getting that assent from the members of the both the houses of parliament, that and after that that will be sent it for that president signature, and after getting that assent from the president of India also, automatically that finance bill is changed, converted as an finance act. Automatically we can call this as an finance act. So every year we have an finance act ma. So for our examination, if you are writing the examination in June 2024 or December 2024, what is it? Finance Act is an applicable for our examination ma. Finance Act 2023. So Finance Act 2023 or every year annual Finance Act will bring the amendments for the both the direct taxes as well as indirect taxes. Can you tell me what do you mean by the amendments ma? So simply amendment means nothing but existing provisions they will remove also, and existing provisions are there in act that will be modified also, and they will insert the yes ma, some new provisions. So amendments means nothing but so amendment means nothing but already we have an existing provisions that can be removed from the act, or yes ma, that existing provisions may be modified also. That means some limits are there, that limits can be modified. Yes but new provisions can be inserted, that means only amendment. Yes, if you are observing that how many components are over ma, Income Tax Act 1961, Income Tax Rules 1962, Annual Finance Act. Can you tell me what is that Annual Finance Act for our examination ma? Finance Act 2023, and that related amendments also we will cover in this video ma. Are you clear up to now? Yes. Next, circulars or notifications. What is the next one ma? Circulars or notifications. So first I will discuss about the circulars. What do you mean by the circulars? Yes, ma'am. What do you mean by the circulars? CBDT will issue the circular in order to clarify the doubts over the provisions of Act. So example, okay, I have a doubt over whether this TDS provision is applicable for me or not. So this is a newly inserted TDS provision, ma, whether the TDS provision is applicable for me or not. So many SSCs having the doubts, ma. On the situation, CBDT will come up with the circular in order to issue the doubts over the applicability of certain provisions or not. So nothing but in this situation, SSCs has an advantages to take the circulars. Example, okay, if this circular related to TDS, if it is applicable, they can follow. Otherwise, they will ignore. But department has a mandatory to follow the circular. So SSC have an option to follow. That means if that is an advantages to SSC, they can follow. Otherwise, they will ignore. But department mandatory needs to follow that circulars. Next, notifications ma. So can you tell me who can issue the notifications? I will tell you. If any notifications related to Act, if any notifications related to Act, central government will issue the notifications ma. If any notifications related to rules, so can you tell me who can frame the rules ma? CBDT. So who can frame the rules ma? CBDT. So automatically notifications related to rules also will be issued by the CBDT. And with respect to the rules, both the department as well as SSE should be binded over. Automatically, with respect to the notification, who should bind it over ma? Both the SSE and department. While coming to the circulars, who needs to bind it over ma? Who needs to bind it over? Only department only bind it over the circulars related things. So these are all are the details about the circulars as well as notifications. If you are observing that, maybe you can expect the difference between the circulars and notifications as a short answer type question also. Important. So circulars will issued by the CBDT, as well as notifications related to Act will issued by the central government. Notification related to rules will issued by the CBDT ma. And next one, case laws. Case laws. Can you tell me what do you mean by the case laws? Or we can call these case laws as an judicial pronouncement, or nothing but judicial pronouncements also we can call. Example. Example. Rajesh is doing that business, Rajesh is doing that business. He already paid the tax 50,000, but department is issuing the notice, so you have to pay the 75,000 as a tax. So there is a dispute between the SSC and the department with respect to that particular case. So in this situation, So both the persons, that means SSC as well as what my department have an issue. That's what they're appearing before the court. Court is giving the judgment favorable to the Rajesh ma. So nothing but the court means here the High Court or Supreme Court only. Automatically, who isn't getting that favorable judgment ma? So nothing but Rajesh got the favorable judgment. Okay, no issue. So the same case will be happen in the hands of Ram. Yes, ma. The same case is happening in the hands of Ram. So can he refer that once again to that High Court or Supreme Court, ma? No. What is the reason? Because already there isn't one landmark judgment given by the High Court or Supreme Court in the name of Rajesh. The same facts you have to follow automatically. Yes, ma. Same facts we have to follow automatically. The study of case law is also important part of the what ma reading the income tax law. So here court means High Court or Supreme Courts only. So we can't refer that all ma, some landmark judgments will be given in case of what ma, certain cases. That case laws only we have to follow in order to know about the tax liability of certain SSCs. So if you are observing that how many components or sources we have ma, so Income Tax Act 1961, Income Tax Rules 1962, Annual Finance Act, circulars, notifications, as well as what ma, case laws. Can you tell me who can issue the rules ma? CBDT. Who can issue the circulars ma? Who can issue the circulars? CBDT. Notifications related to act issued by the whom? Central government. Notifications related to rules? CBDT. So these are all the things you should remember. Yes, ma'am. Next, sources or components of income tax law also over. This is a 4 mark short answer type question you can get, ma'am. Please remember you can get the question in the form of what are the sources of the income tax law, or they can ask you that what ma'am, components of income tax law also. Are you clear, ma'am, to know? Yes. Yes. Next. So if you are observing in basic concepts, what are the sections we are going to learn? What are the sections we are going to learn, ma? Simple. Section 1 is nothing but short title. Yes, what is the short title of the Act, ma? Income Tax Act 1961. This is an applicable whole of India, including Jammu and Kashmir. It is an applicable commenced from the what, ma? 1/4/1962. In section 2, we have in definitions of the Income Tax Act 1961 related things. And section 3, we have in definition of a previous year. So that we will discuss in few minutes more. What do you mean by the previous year, etc. Yes, next we have in section 4, that is in charging section. Very important thing. So that is in charging section. Okay. So we will start our discussion with the charging section. Yes, section number 4. Yes. What is the charging section? Charging section means nothing but every person whose total income of the previous year exceeds maximum amount not chargeable to tax is an SSC and chargeable to income tax at a rate specified in the Finance Act relevant to that assessment year. That is only the normal matter for the charging section, but we want to discuss the each and every word in the charging section. First, I will go with the First, I will go with the person definition. Okay, what do you mean by the person? Nothing but what, ma? So if I want to do that business, how many ways I can do the business? Yes, in the form of what, ma? Individual. Yes, I can do that business in the form of individual, that is a sole proprietorship form. And you can do that business in that form of HUF, Hindu Undivided Family, partnership form, LLP, company, AOP, BOI, local authority, artificial judicial person. That means the person definition is defined in an inclusive. So individual, HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP, local authority, form, LLP, company, all are the called as an what, persons only. So that means, so in Income Tax Act 1961, these are all are called as a person only. So I think for you, this is a new thing, ma. What do you mean by the AOP BOI? So if you are observing that AOP full form is nothing but what, ma? Association of person. Association of what, ma? Person. So that means in person definition, who are there? Any person can become the member in AOP. So can you tell me association of person means nothing but what, ma? If any one of the person can become the member in the AOP. That means what, ma? Example. One company, one partnership firm, one individual can become the members in AOP. Yes. So that is only any person in the person definition can become the members in where, ma? AOP. So simply we can call it as a joint venture also. Next, what do you mean by the body of individual? What do you mean by the body of individual? Simple, ma. Only individuals can become the member in BOI. only individuals can become the members in, yes ma, Mr. A, Mr. B, yes ma, Mr. C, or they become the members in the body of individuals. So if these three individuals are associated together in order to start any business, that is only called as what ma, body of individuals. Next, one more thing you have to know about is, I think, AJP. So these two things only new to you, ma. So here I want to tell you what do you mean by the AJP. Artificial judicial person. This is an artificial judicial person. This is a residuary. What do you mean by the residuary, sir? Yes. If any nature of business or entity is not classified under any category, HUF, AOP, BOI, company, local authority is not classified under any one of the ESMA above category of persons that having that place in artificial judicial person. Can you tell me example of AJP, ma? Yes, trust, universities, colleges, etc. are always classified under the what ma, artificial judicial person category. Always classified under the what ma, artificial judicial category. So if you are observing that every person, okay, the person definition is over. Next, we want to know about the total income. Every person whose total income. Can you tell me what do you mean by the total income, ma? I think you know. So aggregation of the five heads of income: income from salary, income from house property, income from business or profession, income from capital gain, income from other sources. If you are added, then you will get the what ma, gross total income. And from that gross total income, if you are reduced the chapter 6A deductions, if you are reduced the chapter 6A deduction, then you will get the net total income or taxable income or total income also. We can call it as a net total income or taxable income also. That means we have to know about the every person whose total income of which year ma, previous year. Next thing we have to learn about the what ma, previous year. Can you tell me what do you mean by the previous year? For that we have to discuss about the one general rule or golden rule in income tax, ma. I will tell you one general rule or golden rule in income tax definitely. So what is that? I will tell you. So for our June as well as December 2024 examination, previous year is nothing but 23-24. Previous year is nothing but what ma, 23-24. Assessment year is nothing but 24-25. So can you tell me, these all the years are expressed in the financial year point of view, ma? If during the previous year, if you are earning the any income, during the previous year, if you are earning any income, on that income you are going to pay the tax in the assessment year. You are going to pay the tax in the assessment year. So what is the general rule or golden rule in income tax act, ma? So if you are earning that any income during the previous year, on that income you are going to pay the tax in the assessment year. So that is only ma, income and during the previous year, on that income you have to pay the tax in which year, ma? Assessment year. Yes. Sir, why we are earning that income in the previous year means we have to pay the tax also in previous year, but why we are postponement of the taxes to that assessment year, that is the next financial year, ma? Simple. So nothing but your income earning details will be finalized on the 31st March 2024 only. So after that, that means evening 5 p.m. That means after closing the business hours only, you will get about the total income earned by you on that day. Will it be possible to pay the tax within that within shortest possible time available on 31st March 2024? No, not possible. So that's why they are given the chance to pay the tax in the assessment year. Yes, sir. Next, here we will know about the meaning of the previous year. That is only our main agenda, because every person whose total income of which year ma, previous year. Okay, what do you mean by the previous year here? Yes, previous year means nothing but it is in first financial year, not a calendar year. In a financial year, you and the income is called as an what ma, previous year. Present previous year for our examination is 23-24. Always we having a 12 months, ma. Always how many months for the previous year, ma? 12 months. That is started from the April 1st and ended with the 31st March, ma. So but in these few cases we may get that what ma, previous year less than 12 months. If any new source of income is earned from the this date 1/8/2023, that means nothing but what ma, we have an, yes ma, we are we got an employment. That means what ma, salary income is started from the 1/8/2023. So that means from this date to this date only called as an what ma, previous year. So normally always generally the previous year started from the 1/4/2023 to 31st March 2024. But in this situation, we are not earning that income from the first day of the previous year. So that's why whatever the date you are earning the income from that date to end of the financial year only called as what my previous year. So that means in these exceptional cases, we haven't what my previous year means nothing but what my less than 12 months. Next, if you had started the new business or new profession from this date, new business or new profession from this date, automatically your previous year also will start from that date only. Your previous year also will start from that date only, not from the first day of the previous year. Are you clear, ma, up to now? Yes. So what we are learned in this month? So previous year means nothing but income earning year. But our for our examination that is in 23-24. Always we have in 12 months. But in these two exceptional cases, our previous year may be less than 12 months. Are you clear up to now? Yes. So then immediately we have to know about the what do you mean by the assessment year? Can you tell me what do you mean by the assessment year, ma? Assessment year is in first of all, it is in financial year. You should know about it, ma. First of all, it is in financial year in which you are required to pay the tax is called as in what, ma, assessment year. Present assessment year for our examination is nothing but what, ma, 24-25. Yes. If you are observing the charging section, what are the things, ma? If any income and during the previous year, if every person, yes, ma, if every person total income of previous year, yes, every person, yes, ma, whose total income of previous year, if that is an exceeds maximum amount. Yes, next we will discuss about the what, ma'am? Basic exemption limit. That is nothing but what, ma'am? Maximum amount not chargeable to tax. So in the charging section, we have to discuss about the one thing that is a basic exemption. As ma, nothing but we can call it as an what, ma? Maximum amount not chargeable to tax. Okay. So every person, yes, ma, often every person total income during the previous year if exceeded the basic exemption limit, definitely that person is called as an what, ma, SSC. Then what is that basic exemption limit available for each and every SSC we will discuss. The first individual, if he is a non-resident irrespective of ASMA, if he is a non-resident or resident having the less than 60 years of age, resident having the less than 60 years of age. Next, can you tell me individual having the ESMA equal to or more than 60 years of age and less than how many years, ma? 80 years. Next, individual having the what, ma? More than or equal to 80 years of age. Nothing but if you are observing and human, that means a natural person, individual, irrespective of the age, non-resident is under first category. Resident having that what, ma? Less than 60 years also under first. Second category, individual more than or equal to 60 years and less than how many years, ma? 80 years. And next category, individual having that more than 80 years of age. If you are observing that in that category one, along with that individual, non-resident and having the less than 60 years of age, we have an, yes, ma, we have an HUF and AOP, BOI, AJP. For all these persons, the basic exemption limit is 2,50,000 only. Next, yes, ma. Next, if any individual having that age of 60 years or more or less than 80 years of age, that person can be termed as senior citizen and basic exemption limit is 3 lakh. And next, if any person having that age of 80 years or more, individual having the age of 80 years or more, that person is a super senior citizen or very senior citizen and having the basic exemption limit of what, ma? 5 lakh. Next, if you are observing that, next, ma, in person definition, we have an LLP, partnership firm, company, local authority, cooperative society. For all of them, the basic exemption limit will be nil. That means what, ma? They have to pay the tax even though they haven't that what, ma? Less amount also. There is no basic exemption limit for them. Next, okay. If any person having the total income during the previous year, if exceeded the maximum amount not chargeable to tax, that is only what, ma? Basic exemption limit, that person is treated as what, ma? SSC. That means you are required to pay the tax under Income Tax Act 1961. Yes, ma, you have a requirement to pay the tax under Income Tax Act 1961. Automatically, the person here termed as nothing but what, ma? SSC. So first of all, what is the first instance in Income Tax Act, ma? So you will be a person. If your total income of an previous year, if your total income of which year ma? Previous year, if exceeded the basic exemption limit, automatically you are required to pay the tax in the assessment year, and automatically you will be called as an SSC. Yes ma, you will be called as an what ma? SSC. Are you clear? Yes. Next, if you are observing that, yes, if you are observing the charging section, every person whose total income of previous year exceeded the maximum amount not chargeable to tax, then you are called as an what ma? SSC. And you are chargeable to income tax at a rate specified in, yes ma, at a rate specified in Finance Act. I think you know what do you mean by the Finance Act. In every financial year, the Union Finance Minister introduced the finance bill in both the houses of parliament. If both the houses of parliament are already given that assent, and after that getting the assent from the President of India, it will be converted as a Finance Act. Finance Act will introduce the what ma? Changes in both the direct taxes and indirect taxes every year. Present Finance Act for our examination is nothing but what ma? Finance Act 2023. And that means that Finance Act relevant to that what ma? Assessment year. So that means, I think you know what do you mean by the assessment year already. Income end year is called as in previous year. Tax paid year is called as what ma? Assessment year. So that means, yes ma, every person whose total income of previous year exceeds the maximum amount not chargeable to tax, definitely that person required to pay the tax. That person is called as an SSE. And at what rates he needs to pay the tax? Yes, that rates we will discuss ma. Here we will discuss the what ma? Rates. That rates are mentioned in the what ma? Finance Act. Finance Act also you know, and assessment year also you know, and only one thing you have to know about is nothing but what ma? Tax rates. Shall we discuss the tax rates ma? Yes. Yes, but yes ma. If you want to know the tax rate, first please make an observation here. Very, very important thing ma. If you want to calculate the total tax liability, first you have to calculate income tax liability. On that income tax liability, you have to calculate what ma? Surcharge. On that income tax liability, surcharge on both the things. Yes ma, on income tax liability, surcharge on both the things, you have to calculate what ma? Health and education cess. All together we can call it as on what ma? Tax liability of any person. So what are the things ma? Please remember, please recollect it ma. First you have to calculate income tax liability. On that income tax liability, we have to calculate what ma? Surcharge. On income tax liability surcharge, all together we have to collect the what ma? Health and education cess. Totally, if you are combined that, you will get what ma? Tax liability. You will get what ma? Tax liability. The first step we will discuss about this, or what do you mean by the income tax liability? So what do you mean by the income tax liability? For calculating the income tax liability, yes ma, calculating the income tax liability, yes, you can use the normal tax rates also, or you can use the optional tax rates also. Yes, your wish only, you can follow whatever you want. But in Income Tax Act 1961, certain incomes are always taxable at special tax rates ma. In an Income Tax Act 1961, always certain incomes are taxable at special tax rate. For that incomes, we have to apply only what ma? Special tax rate. The remaining incomes, yes, if you want to follow, you can follow the normal tax rate, or you can follow that what ma? Optional tax rates also. No issue with regarding it. So can you tell me, yes ma, starting we will discuss about the what ma? Normal tax rate. Shall we start the normal tax rates ma? Yes. If you are observing the normal tax rates, what are the normal tax rates ma? Yes, I will tell you. In first category, we have a person, yes ma, individual, irrespective of the age, non-resident, and a resident having that less than 60 years of age, HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP, yes ma, these persons having the basic exemption limit of what ma? 2,50,000. Up to 2,50,000, that is basically exempt ma, no need to pay any tax. If 2,50,000 to 5 lakh, 5%, 5 lakh to 10 lakh, 20%, above 10 lakh, 30%. That means every slab income increases, then automatically we are increasing the what ma? Tax rate also. So please let me know what is that ma? 2,50,000 exempt, 2,50,000 to 5 lakh, 5%, 5 lakh to 10 lakh, 20%, 10 lakh, 30%. Above 10 lakh, what is that ma? 30%. Next ma. So individual having that age of less, more than or equal to 60 years of age, and less than how many years ma? 80 years, that person can be termed as what ma? Senior citizen. Senior citizen. What is the basic exemption limit for the senior citizen ma? What is the basic exemption limit for the senior citizen? 3 lakhs. Up to 3 lakhs, there is no tax ma, because basically that amount is exempt. Next slab ma, 3 lakh to 5 lakh, then that is in what ma? So 3 lakh to 5 lakh, that is in 5%. Next 5 lakh to 10 lakh, 20%. Above 10 lakh, that is what ma? 30%. Next category, can you tell me what ma? Individual having that age of equal to or more than 80 years.
That person termed as an what ma? Super senior citizen or very senior citizen. Super senior citizen or very senior citizen. Can you tell me what is the basic exemption limit for him ma? Up to 5 lakh there is no tax ma. That is basically exempt. Next slab 5 to 10 lakh 20%. Here you have to make an observation. Up to 5 lakh exempt means there is no 5% slab here. So many students are doing that mistake while calculating the tax ma. So here there is no 5% slab because up to 5 lakh only we haven't what ma 5% slab. But here 5 lakh isn't basically exempt. That's why there is no 5% slab. 5 lakh basically exempt. 5 to 10 lakh 20%. Above 10 lakh that is what ma 30%. Above 10 lakh that is what ma 30%. So next, if you are observing that firm or LLP, here we have to follow the flat rates because firm or LLP, there is no basic exemption limit. Whatever that income you are earned by the partnership firm and LLP, that isn't paid the tax at the rate of what ma 30%. Next, what is the tax rate ma 30% flat. Local authority also needs to pay tax at a flat rate that isn't what ma 30%. Next, cooperative society. If you are observing that cooperative society is also not having the basic exemption limit, but they are required to follow the slab rates. Yes, there is no basic exemption limit. That's why even though they are earning that what ma up to 10,000 also they are required to pay that what ma 10%, 10,000 to 20,000 20%, above 20,000 30%. So please remember there is no basic exemption limit for the cooperative society. There is no basic exemption limit for the cooperative society, but they are following that what ma slab rates. So please remember this is an important ma. Anytime you can get that MCQ. Yes ma company. So can you tell me for imposing the tax on companies, we are classifying that companies into two ma as always domestic company and foreign company. Maybe in your law you can classify that companies into different types. As per Income Tax Act 1961, we are always classifying that company for the purpose of imposing the tax. Always that is a domestic company, foreign company. Yes ma. For foreign company always the flat 40% ma. So please check it out the domestic company. So can you observe? Yes, here we are applying that income earned during that what ma previous year, and we are required to pay the tax in that what ma assessment year. So for these years related tax liability we have to find out for domestic company. Yes ma, please apply turnover or gross receipts of an previous year 21-22 we have to check. So that means we want to find out the tax rates for this year, assessment year 24-25 or previous year 23-24. For this year, if you want to know the tax rates of domestic company, which year turnover we have to consider as an base ma previous year 21-22. Definitely in examination they will give you the previous year 21-22 turnover of a domestic company. If that does not exceed, can you tell me what ma? If that does not exceed, what is that amount ma? 400 crores. So please remember it is not a lakhs, it is in crores. 400 crores if exceeded, then what is that ma? Flat rate of 25%. Other domestic companies we have to follow 30%. Please remember, please remember, please remember. So can you tell me for the domestic company, in order to identify the tax rate of previous year 23-24, assessment year 24-25 tax rate is totally depending upon the which year turnover ma previous year 21-22 turnover is does not exceed the 400 crores, then tax rate is 25. Otherwise, what is that ma? 30%. Yes, there isn't one circular ma. I think already I gave this information to all of you. What is that ma? Circulars always what ma? Issued by the CBDT. If the circulars are advantageous to the SSC, they will follow. Otherwise, what ma? They will ignore. But department always binded over on what ma? These circulars. Are you clear ma? Yes. So I want to give you that one circular related example ma. This may be important. Yes, please check it out ma. Shall we start this circular ma? Yes. If you are observing that, if any person attained that age during the previous year 60 or 80, so that person having that advantage, they can claim that what my higher basic exemption limit. So suppose during the previous year 23-24, what is that ma? During the previous year 23-24, if any person attained that age of 60 years, can you tell me what is that basic exemption limit he can claim ma? 3 lakhs. Yes, next we will discuss the surcharge ma. Yes. So surcharge means simply we can call it as an what ma tax on tax. I think you know, I think you know one thing on income tax liability. Yes ma, on income tax liability we need to calculate the what ma surcharge. So that's why we can call this surcharge in simple words as an what ma. It's called as an what ma tax on tax. Okay. For the purpose of imposing the what ma surcharge, we can classify that persons into yes ma
individual HUF AOP BOI AJP as an 1. Can you tell me individual HUF AOP BOI AJP? So, and one more thing, yes ma, in AOP, if only companies as an members, company 1, yes ma, company 1, yes ma, company 2, or company 3. So only companies as an members, other than that companies only consisting as an members in AOP, for that also please exclude. So that means in that post point ma, we have an individual HUF AOP BOI AJP. But some AOPs are excluded ma, if only companies are only members in that AOP, that AOP is an excluded here. For that we will discuss separately ma. For that we will discuss separately AOP consisting only companies as an what ma, members. For that we will discuss the surcharge rate separately. Can you tell me in first point for whom we will discuss ma, individual HUF AOP BOI AJP. So other than companies only as in members, that means what ma, please exclude some AOPs, only companies consisting as in what ma, members, irrespective of the age and irrespective of the residential status. So nothing but while imposing that what ma surcharge, don't check it out the age and don't check it out the what ma residential status also, that is totally irrelevant. And example, if an example, that means what ma, okay, if Mr. A is there, whether he is a resident, whether he is a senior citizen, super senior citizen, these are all the things are irrelevant for the purpose of imposing the what ma surcharge. Okay, what is relevant? I will tell you. If that individual HUF AOP BOI AJP, if they are following that what ma normal tax rate, how we can impose the surcharge? I will tell you. How we can impose the surcharge? I will tell you. So surcharge is always levying depending upon the what ma total income. Yes, ma, depending upon that what ma total income. Yes, if their total income is equal to 50 lakh or less than what ma 50 lakh. Can you tell me what ma? If their total income is nothing but what ma less than or equal to what ma 50 lakh, the surcharge is nothing but nil. No need to impose the surcharge ma. If their income is more than 50 lakh and equal to or less than what ma 1 CR, then we have to impose the surcharge is in 10%. The 10% needs to be applied on what ma income tax. I already told you we have to apply the surcharge always on what ma income tax liability only. Next, if your total income, that means individual HUF AOP BOI AJP, one AOP is an exclusively excluded from here ma. So next 1 CR to 2 CR equal to or less than 2 CR ma, then 15% of income tax rate we have to apply. 15% of the rate we have to apply on income tax ma. Then 2 crores to what ma less than or equal to 5 crores, we have to apply what ma 25%. Next, more than 5 crores, then if anything is in more than 5 crores, we have to apply what ma 37% of what ma income tax. So please make an observation, surcharge is an always applied on the what ma income tax only. Surcharge is an always applied on what ma income tax only. Please remember, yes ma, tax on tax, we have to apply the surcharge rates always on income tax. So that means simply if any person having the total income, yes ma, 50 lakh or less than 50 lakh, that person considered as an poor, no need to levy the surcharge. Yes ma, 50 lakh 50 lakh more and less than or equal to 1 CR 10%, 1 CR to 2 CR less than or equal to 2 CR 15%, 2 CR to less than or equal to 5 CR, that is an 25%, more than 5 CR, whatever that amount is there, on that we have to apply the 37% of what ma income tax. Clear ma up to now? Yes. Next, we have to observe if any individual HUF AOP BOI AJP other than AOP company, AOP consisting only as an companies as an members, exclude that. So next, if they are following the normal tax rate, and you know what are the surcharge rates ma, if you are observing nil, 10%, 15%, 25%, 37%. Okay, if any individual HUF AOP BOI AJP, if they are following the ESMA 115 BSc tax rates, so then how we can apply the what ma surcharge? If their total income, so please make an observation ma, total income and surcharge. If the total income is less than or equal to what ma 50 lakh, no need to apply what ma surcharge because they are considered as an poor only. So 50 lakh to what ma less than or equal to 1 crore, 10% of what ma total income. Yes ma, 1 CR to less than or equal to 2 CR, 15% of what ma income tax. More than 2 CR, that is on what ma 25%. Please make and remember here there is no 37% of surcharge ma. If you are following that what ma, if you are following that what ma, 115 BSC tax rate by the individual HUF AOP BOI AJP. If any amount, if your total income, that is in base is nothing but what ma, total income. If your total income is more than ESMA 2 crores, then you can apply the what ma 25% only. There is no 37% surcharge rate if in any individual following the individual or HUF AOP BOI AJP following that what ma 115 BSC tax rates. So that means what ma? So here we have in 37% is also surcharge rate. Next others ma. Nothing but can you tell me what do you mean by the others? Yes, here we can say easily ma. Others means partnership firm, LLP, local authority ma. So always they have in the surcharge rate of what ma 12% only, even though they have in the total income more than 1 crore to less than or equal to 10 CR also, more than 10 CR also. Anyway, they have in the 12% only the surcharge rate ma. So 1 CR to 10 CR, that means what ma? What is that first point for that imposing the surcharge ma? If the total income exceeded the 1 CR to 10 CR, they have in the 12%, even though more than 10 CR also 12%. For domestic companies and cooperative society, what is a normal tax rate for the domestic companies and cooperative society ma? So normally 25% or 30% for the domestic company. What is it foreign company tax rate ma? 40%. Just remember, we are already imposed that what ma highest tax in case of foreign companies, highest income tax rates in case of foreign companies. So that's why we are imposing that what ma 2 and 5, that is a less amount compared to that what my domestic companies as well as cooperative society 7 and 12. So if you are observing that companies also needs to pay that surcharge if their total income exceeded the 1 CR to 10 CR one amount. If 10 CR exceeded, they have to pay what ma 12 as well as 5. So please make an observation ma, you have to remember easily. So foreign companies are already paid that income tax at an high rates. That's why they have to pay that what ma 2 and 5% as an surcharge rate. For domestic company, you have to pay that what ma 7 and 12% as an what ma surcharge. Are you clear ma up to now? Yes. Next one, I think one person is an excluded here ma. If AOP consisting only companies as an members, then we have to discuss the surcharge rate separately. If any AOP consisting only companies as an members, then we have to discuss the surcharge rate separately. If the total income is more than 50 lakh, less than or equal to 1 CR, then 10% ma. More than 1 CR, they have to pay the surcharge at the rate of what ma 15%. Please make an observation. This 15% or 10% also needs to apply always on what ma income tax. So please make an observation if you are applying that any surcharge rates also. So if you want to apply any surcharge rates also, that applied on what ma income tax only. So here what is the trigger point ma? If their total income AFOP consisting only companies as a members, if their 50 lakh exceeded here also, yes ma, initial amount is nothing but 50 lakh. So that's why if 50 lakh exceeded, yes ma, equal to 1 CR 10%. 1 CR exceeded, then always what ma 15%. Are you remember ma up to now? Yes. These are only that what ma surcharge rates we have. So if you are observing that while you are computing the tax liability of any person, first you have to calculate what my income tax liability and surcharge. In income tax liability, yes ma, we are already discussed the normal tax rate. Shall we discuss the optional tax rate ma? I think you know SSI can follow that either normal tax rates also. Yes, he can follow that what ma optional tax rates also. Shall we discuss the optional tax rate ma? Yes. Next we will discuss about the what ma optional tax rate. Next we will discuss about the what ma optional tax rate. So please check it out. So how many optional tax rates we have in our syllabus ma? Yes, 115 BAC, 115 BAA, 115 BAB, 115 BAD, 115 BAE. This is an amendment made in the Finance Act 2023 ma 115 BAE. One by one optional tax rate we will discuss in an yes ma order ma. The first optional tax rate is nothing but what ma 115 BAC. This can be yes ma taken by the individual HUF AOP BOI agent. So nothing but what ma this can be taken by the yes ma optional tax rate can be taken by the HUF individual AOP BOI. So I think you know normal tax rate for that individual HUF AOP BOI all you know ma, but right now this can be taken by the ESMA 115 BAC for that individual HUF AOP BOI ESMA. So can you tell me what is that optional tax rates we have? Yes, if you are observing that, irrespective of the age, irrespective of the residential status, 0 to 3 lakhs nil, 3 lakhs to 6 lakh 5%, 6 lakhs to 9 lakh 10%, 9 lakh to 12 lakh 15%, 12 lakh to 15 lakh 20%, above 15 lakh 30%. Here also there is no 25% ESMA rate ma. And every 3 lakhs income increases, automatically we have to increase the what ma 5% tax rate. So 0 to 3 lakh nil, 3 lakh to 6 lakhs nothing but 5%, 6 lakhs to 9 lakh 10%, 9 lakh to 12 lakh 15%, 12 lakh to 15% 20%, above 15 lakh 30%. So next step, I think you know, if an individual AOP, BOI, ESMA, all ESMA, if they are opted the 115 BAC, you know already what are the surcharge rates are applicable for them also. So that's why I'm here giving it as an what ma, please refer above. Next optional tax rate for that 115 BAA for the other domestic company. So that's why first we will discuss 115 BAB and then we will discuss the what ma 115 BAA. So please remember what is it 115 BAA and 115 BAB. So next, so if any domestic manufacturing companies, sir, optional tax rates are given for the domestic companies only, not for the foreign companies. If any domestic manufacturing company, condition 1 ma, set up and registered on or after 1/10/2019, and condition 2, commencement of an operations before the what ma 31st March 2024. So if these two conditions are satisfied by the domestic manufactured company, yes, they can take the optional tax rate under section 115 BAB. So nothing but what must set up and registered on or after 1/10/2019 and commencement of the business activities, yes, ma, before 31st March 2024, they can opt the what ma 115 BAB. What is the tax rate they can opt ma? Yes, ma, tax rate that is nothing but what ma 15% is a tax rate, surcharge irrespective of their total income 10%, education cess is nothing but what ma 4%. If you are calculated effective tax rate, that is nothing but what ma 17.16. So how to calculate the effective tax rate? I think you know. So 15%, yes ma, 15 plus 10% plus 4%. 15 plus 10% plus what ma 4%. So next thing, next thing, next thing. So please make an observation, ma. Please make an observation. So what is that, ma? If any domestic manufacturing company set up and registered after this date, and after this date means nothing but what, ma? 1/10/2019. Business of commencement of business activities before this date, before this date, then we have to apply the tax rate as an 17.16, ma. How you can apply the breakup details, ma? 15% is a tax rate, surcharge is a 10%, and health and education cess is what ma 4%. Next, 115 BAA. What is that ma? 115 BAA. So if any other domestic company, then they have to apply the tax rate at the rate of 22%, surcharge 10%, health and education says 4%. So altogether, yes ma, we can get the what ma 25.168. What is it? 25.168. Next, we have two optional tax rate ma 115 BAD and 115 BAE. These two are for the resident cooperative society. So if resident manufacturing cooperative society is there, if any resident manufacturing cooperative society is there, yes ma, if they are satisfied the two conditions. Condition number 1, they are set up and registered on or after 1/4/2023 and commences its operation on or before 31st March 2024. They have an what ma 15% tax rate and 10% surcharge rate and 4% health and education says. Totally that is on what ma 17.16%. 17 point what ma 16%. So nothing but if any other resident cooperative societies are there, nothing but domestic cooperative societies are there, so 22% and 10% surcharge, education cess is what ma 4%. Altogether totally we have an what ma 25.168. Please remember the total percentages ma, it may be yes ma, directly you can get MCQs also from these in our MCQs section ma. Directly we can get one MCQs on that what ma optional tax rates related. So how many optional tax rate we have ma? 115 BAC for an individual, 115 BA for the domestic companies, 115 BA for the manufacturing domestic companies, yes ma, 115 BAD for the cooperative societies, next 115 BAE for the resident manufacturing cooperative societies ma. Are you clear ma? These all are that what ma optional tax rate. If you are observing this optional tax rate, yes, SSC can follow the either normal tax rate also, or he can follow the optional tax rates also. But whether he is followed the normal tax rate, optional tax rate, that isn't irrelevant ma. But always certain incomes are always taxable at what ma special tax rate. Shall we discuss what are the special tax rates we have? Yes. Yes, if you are observing the special tax rates, ma, yes. The special tax rates are applicable to that all the SSCs, ma. If any SSC having these incomes, always these incomes are taxable at what ma special tax rates only. Always these incomes must be taxable at what ma special tax rate. In capital gains chapter, yes ma, we have in what ma long-term capital gain as well as what ma short-term capital gain. So long-term capital gain can classified into long-term capital gain under section 112A and long-term capital gain under section 112. So I will tell you ma, I will tell you in capital gains chapter, if any long-term capital gain under section 112A you have, yes ma, that is taxable at the rate of what ma flat 10% and basic exemption limit is what ma 1 lakh. Basic exemption limit is what ma 1 lakh. And if that isn't taxable at 112, long-term capital gain 112, that isn't taxable at what ma flat 20%. Sir, if any long-term capital gain under section 112A, if 1 lakh 20,000 is there, 1 lakh is basically exempt. That means what is the taxable ma? Only 20,000 taxable at what ma? Flat rate 10%. If any long-term capital gain 112 is there, flat 20% taxable ma. Next, if any short-term capital gain is there, short-term capital gain may be taxable under section 111A. Short-term capital gain other than 111A. Short-term capital gain under section 111A taxable at what ma? Short-term capital gain under 111A taxable at what ma 15% flat rate. Short-term capital gain other than 111A taxable at what ma normal tax rate. So if you are observing that, what are the normal tax rates taxable income in capital gain ma? This is only the remaining three are always taxable at what ma special tax rate. So please remember long-term capital gain 112A also 112 also special tax rates only. In short-term capital gain 111A only what ma special tax rate. 111 other than 111A is always taxable at what ma normal tax rate. These are the what ma special tax rates related to capital gains head ma. Next lottery income is there. The lottery income always taxable at what ma 30%. And next net winnings from the what ma online games. This is an amendment ma. Net winnings from the online games always taxable at what ma 30% only. And if you have any deemed income or block money, if you have, that is taxable at what ma flat 60%. So if you are applying that what ma surcharge rate also 60% is a tax rate, and if you are applying the surcharge, that is 25%, and if you are added the education says effective rate of the tax is nothing but what ma 78%. So these are the special tax rate ma. Please remember capital gains chapter we have in three incomes are taxable at special tax rate. Then fourth income, that is short term capital gain other than 111A taxable at what ma normal tax rate. Lottery income and net winnings from the online always taxable flat 30% ma. Deemed income or block money, that is if they are asking that only tax rate 60% ma. If they are asking that effective rate, you have to write it as what ma 78. How you can get the 78 ma? 60 plus 25% surcharge plus 4% education says, effectively you will get it of what ma 78%. If you are observing that how you can calculate the tax liability. In order to calculate the tax liability, you have to find out that income tax. In order to find out that income tax, you can use the normal tax rate or optional tax rate also, but certain incomes are always taxable at a special tax rate. Okay, on that income tax liability, please add the what ma surcharge. If you are applied that what ma surcharge, that means income tax plus surcharge. If you have any amount on that, we have to calculate what ma health and education cess. So next topic is nothing but what ma health and education cess. Yes ma, health and education cess is applicable. Next, we will discuss about the what ma rebate concept. This is an also one amended area in the Finance Act 2023. So please make an observation. This is an amended area ma rebate. What do you mean by the rebate in normal words ma? Discount only. Yes, here rebate can be given under the normal tax rates in one way ma, under optional tax rate that is in another way. So can you tell me optional tax rate means just okay, I'm written it as an optional tax rate. Can you tell me what is that ma? 115 BAC, that is nothing but what ma defaulted tax regime. Default tax regime. Yes. Next, if you are following the normal tax rates, if you are following the what ma normal tax rate, can you tell me the rebate is an applicable to resident individual whose whose total income is less than or equal to what ma 5 lakh. So if these two conditions are satisfied, that person must be resident individual and his total income is nothing but what ma less than or equal to 5 lakh, then he can get the rebate. What is that amount of rebate he can get ma? That is a tax payable or 12,500, whichever is lower. Whichever is what ma? Lower. So just we will check it out one example. Just we will check it out one example. Yes ma. Mr. P is an 35 years of age ma and he is a resident in India. He has a total income of what is that ma? 4,15,000. He has a total income of how much amount ma? 4,15,000 and compute his tax liability for the assessment year 24-25. So they will not mention you calculate the rebate. They will not mention you as and what ma calculate the rebate, etc. etc. They will ask you please compute the tax liability. By way of looking this data itself, you need to know about yes, he is an eligible for getting the rebate under section 87A. So then if he exercises the option, if he exercises the option to shift out of the default tax regime, can you tell me what is the meaning of the word ma? So what is a default tax regime ma? 115 BAC. 115 BAC. If you are an shift out from the optional tax, sorry, if you are shift out from the default tax regime, that means you are here following the what normal tax rate. That means SSC is following the normal tax rate and his total income is less than what ma 5 lakh and he is a resident individual. Then he can get the rebate. Can you tell me? So first of all, please calculate the tax liability ma up to 2,50,000 nil, 2,50,000 to 4,15,000. Yes ma 1,65,000 is there. On that 5% if you are applying 8,250 and you have to apply that what ma rebate concept. So rebate is nothing but what ma 8,250 or nothing but 12,500, whichever is lower. So nothing but you know already what is that amount of rebate you can get ma. So tax payable or 12,500, whichever is lower. Here what is that ma 82,200, sorry 8,250 is you can get it as an what ma rebate. So easily you can understood ma. So they will not mention you as an what ma please calculate rebate. They will ask you as an please compute the tax liability and by way of ESMA checking out of the total income and residential status and he is an individual. Yes, you can identify. Yes, he is an eligible for rebate. If you have calculated the tax liability without the rebate, that is a more ma. So he can get that what ma rebate. Next. Second one. If he follows the what ma default tax regime under section 115 BSC, if his total income of such individual ESMA does not exceed 7 lakh. First one ma, what is that point ma? So if his total income, yes, if his total income of such individual does not exceed the 7 lakh, then rebate is nothing but what ma tax payable or 25,000, whichever is lower. Tax payable or 25,000, whichever is what ma lower. Okay, just to check it out one more example ma. Yes, here can you tell me Mr. R is an the 36 years is a resident individual. He has a total income of what ma 6,50,000 comprising of just salary income. That means totally he has received the 6,50,000 salary income. So they are also asking please compute that what ma tax liability only and under default tax regime. That means SSC here following that what ma default tax regime. Can you tell me he is following that 115 BAC tax rate and he is a resident individual and his total income does not exceed what ma 7 lakh. So that means he having the total income does not exceed what ma 7 lakh. That means less than 7 lakh only his total income. Can he get the rebate ma? Yes, he can get the rebate. First of all, please compute the tax liability ma. So 0 to 3 lakh nil. Next one ma 3 lakh to 6 lakh we have to apply 5% on 3 lakh 15,000. Yes ma up to 6,50,000, that means 50,000 on that we have to apply 10%. Totally you will get what ma 20,000. Rebate is nothing but what ma 25,000 or tax payable, whichever is lower, that is in 20,000. Finally, you will get it as in what mark 0. Here also, if you are observing that question, they will not ask you to calculate the what mark rebate. By way of reading the total question, you have to understood that person is eligible for the rebate, because if he is followed the default tax regime and if the total income does not exceed the 7 lakh, he can get that what mark rebate. Next, next, if such a person total income exceeds the 7 lakh also, he can get the what ma rebate. So how you can calculate the rebate, I will tell you ma. So if individual total income is more than 7 lakh also, he can get the rebate. So in step 1, can you tell me total income minus what ma 7 lakh? Total income minus 7 lakh. Step 2. So that means in that problem they are given that some around 7 lakh 15,000 etc. So can you tell me what is that additional income over the 7 lakh in step 1? Step 2. Please compute only tax liability. That means what ma income tax liability. No need to add the surcharge etc etc. Please only compute the income tax liability. In step 3. So if step 2 is more than step 1, there is a rebate ma. Difference between the step 1 and step 2 only the rebate amount. Okay, just we will check it out one problem regarding the rebate under section 87A. Yes, ma. Question number 5. Mr. P. Yes, ma. What is it, ma? Mr. P. Having the days of 35 years and is a resident in India. He having the total income 7,50,000 and comprising of what ma salary income. So normally, additionally, he earned the marginal amount more than the what ma 7 lakh. So that's why he also get the rebate. So please compute the tax liability only they will give you, and he is following that what ma default tax rates under section 115 BSC. So first of all, ESMA, how you can calculate? First, please calculate the tax liability. So 0 to 3 lakh, can you tell me what is the tax liability, ma? 0 to 3 lakh, nil. Yes, ma. Next 3 lakh to 6 lakhs, that is in 3 lakhs into what is it, ma? 5%, 15,000. Next 6 lakhs to 7 lakh 15,000, 1 lakh 15,000 is there, and the 10%, 11,500, that is in 26,500, ma. So maybe you can get the rebate ma, because marginally you are earning the more than what ma 7 lakh amount. So that's why there is a chance to get the rebate here also. Please try to calculate. So can you tell me what is the step 1 ma? So please make an observation. What is the step 1 ma? Yes. Total income minus 7 lakh. Okay. What is the total income in this problem ma? That is in 7 lakh 50,000, 7 lakh 15,000. That is in minus what ma? 7 lakh. That is an addition. Yes ma. What is the step 1 output ma? 15,000. Step 2. What is the step 2 ma? Please compute that income tax liability on total income. Can you tell me what is the total income? 7 lakh 15,000. So please calculate the what ma? And please calculate the what ma? Tax liability only. Already we are calculated. That is only the tax liability. How much ma? 26,500. We are already calculated the tax liability. You know that is only 26,500. Can you tell me here step 3? What is that ma? If step 2 is more than step 1, that means your income tax liability is more than what ma differential amount. So nothing but here you are calculated the income tax liability that is a more than what ma difference of these two. So that's why yes, here indirectly we are giving that marginal relief only. Yes, here you are indirectly you can get that what ma marginal relief. Can you tell me how it will be worked out? Yes, I will tell you. So can you tell me what is that ma? Step 2 is more than step 1. Yes, the rebate is nothing but what ma step 2 minus step 1. Can you tell me 26,500 minus what ma 15,000? You will get it as an what ma rebate shall be reduced from the what ma income tax. That means what ma 26,500. Then you have to pay that what ma 15,000. For that 15,000 we have to add that what ma health and education says. This is only what ma tax liability. So please make an observation here about the steps ma. Definitely this is only your next examination question in June 2024. Please remember, yes, ma. If you are following the normal tax rate, simple. If the resident individual total income does not exceed 5 lakh, yes, you can get that what ma rebate amount. Tax payable or 12,500, whichever is lower. If you are following the default tax rates, yes, ma. If your total income does not exceed the what ma 7 lakh, yes, ma. Tax payable or 25,000, whichever is lower, you can get it as an what ma rebate. Second case, if the total income of such individual exceeds the 7 lakh. First step, please calculate the total income minus 7 lakh. Step 2, calculate the income tax liability on that total income. And if the step 2 is more than step 1, that means what ma? If you are calculated the tax liability, that income tax liability is more than the what ma difference between these two, then step 2 minus step 1 will be called as what ma rebate here. That rebate needs to be reduced from the what ma income tax. So very, very important point ma, rebate always should be reduced before adding the health and education cess. That means nothing but what ma health and education cess is a final step in the tax computation. So rebate all the things should be reduced before adding the health and education cess. That's why we are giving this ma. So health and education cess is nothing but what ma? So income tax plus surcharge minus removing the rebate. So after removing the rebate, whatever that amount is there, on that only we have to apply that what ma 4%. So that is only first point. Yes. Rebate should be reduced before adding the health and education cess. Simply remember, health and education cess is a final step in the tax computation. Are you clear, ma? So this is an all about the rebate concept, ma. It is a very, very important concept. Please listen. Yes, ma. Please revise carefully. And this is an definitely what, ma? One question asking area for in the next June 2024 examination. So that means what, ma? If you are earning that marginally over the 7 lakh, definitely you are also eligible to get that what, ma? Rebate. Sir, what if the step 1 is more than step 2? There is no rebate. Simple. If step 2 is more than what ma step 1, then only you can get the rebate. If the equation is reversed, that means what ma step 1 is more than step 2. Then there is no concept of what ma rebate. Are you clear? Yes. Then we will proceed with the next concept. What is the next concept? Please check it out, ma. Yes, rounding off. What is that, ma? Rounding off. So we have in two sections with respect to the rounding off, ma, 288A, 288B. Whatever the total income you are calculated and the tax payable you are calculated, that always should be rounded off to nearest multiples of what ma 10. I will tell you what is that ma nearest multiples of 10. Total income rounding off related section is 288A and tax payable rounding off section is 288B. So just example I want to take it down ma. So 2,96,957. So whether the total income or tax payable, both the things are should be rounded off to nearest multiples of 10. Can you tell me here 957 we have ma? Can you tell me what is the nearest multiples of 10 ma? So 2,96,960. Okay. Next we have an 2,96,932 we have. So last is nothing but 2 ma. So that should be rounded off to what ma 2,96,930. So because nothing but that is nearest. So but in an examination you have to prepare for this type of these things ma. So 2,96,000 yes ma 925 is there. You haven't doubt here. So that 5 is the nearest to next multiples or lowest multiple. Please remember, if 5 or more is there, rounded off to what ma next multiples of 10. So that's why here also we should round it off to what ma 930 only. Please remember what is the important point here. Last digit is in 5 or more. That should be rounded off to next multiples of 10. 5 or more should be rounded off to next multiples of 10. That means 4, 3, 2, 1 is there. That should be rounded off to lowest multiples of 10. 288A is nothing but rounding off of the what ma total income. 288B is nothing but rounding off of the what ma tax payable. So please remember, always rounded off to the what ma nearest multiples of what ma 10. So next we have a concept of what ma marginal relief versus what ma average rate of tax. Can you tell me what do you mean by the average rate of tax ma? Yes. So if total income is nothing but 1 lakh, on that we are collected the 30,000 tax ma. Can you tell me what is the rate of the tax we are collected? 30%. How you are arrived ma? So nothing but tax payable divided by total income into 100. That is only what ma average rate of tax. So if you are applying these or all the things as in percentages ma, so tax payable, can you tell me how much ma? 30,000 divided by what ma total income, that is what ma 1 lakh. If you are applying into 100, then you will get what ma 30%. That is only average rate of tax. So nothing but what is the rate of tax we are imposing on the total income in order to get the tax liability. That is only what ma average rate of tax. Next we have a maximum marginal tax rate. In an Income Tax Act 1961, in certain cases we have to apply the maximum marginal tax rate. Suppose in TDS chapter, if payee is not submitted the PAN, we have to apply the what ma maximum marginal tax rate in the form of what ma TDS rate. So just I am giving the what ma what is the maximum marginal tax rate for an individual here as an example. example. If SSE is following the normal tax rate, yes ma, we have to add that what ma, highest income tax rate. What is that ma? 30%. Then what is that highest surcharge rate ma? 37%. Under normal tax rate, yes ma, more than 5 crores total income is there. On that 37% of income tax we are applied as on what ma? Highest surcharge rate. Next, education cess is in common ma. If you are applying that all the things effectively, you can get that what ma? 42.744. Suppose if an individual is following that optional tax rate, that is only what ma? If he follows that under section 115 BAC, so that is only normally default tax regime ma. So what is that highest tax rate ma? 30% only. I think you know, yes ma, every 3 lakh income increases, automatically 5% slab also, 5% tax rate also increases. More than 15 lakh, what is the tax rate ma? 30%. Next discussion is nothing but what ma? Marginal relief. Okay. In order to understand the marginal relief concept, I will take in one example ma. So please check it out this example. Yes. So in case one, Mr. A having the 42 years of age. How many years of age ma? 42 years of age. And his total income is just 50 lakh ma. Only 50 lakh. SSE followed the normal tax rate. So please compute the tax liability quickly. Yes. 0 to 2.5 lakh nil. Yes ma. What is it? 0 to 2.5 lakh nil. Yes ma. 2.5 lakh to 5 lakh is in 5%. That is a 12,500. 5 lakh to 10 lakh, that is in 20%. That is in 1 lakh. Above 10 lakh, that is in 30%. That is in 12 lakh ma. So altogether, if you are calculated, that is in, yes ma, 13 lakh 12,500. So there is no need to add the surcharge here ma, because your total income isn't just 50 lakh. If your total income is more than 50 lakh, then only you have to add the surcharge at the rate of what ma? 10%. Here just 50 lakh, no need to add. So after that, considering the surcharge also, your tax liability is 13 lakh 12,500. For that, if you are added the health and education cess, that it will become as an what ma? 4% applied on what ma? 13 lakh 12,500. So then you will get the final tax liability after considering the health and education cess also, that is in 13 lakh 65,000. Okay. Just we will check it out the case 2 ma. Yes sir, in this case 2 the same SSE, but here we are changing the total income from the 50 lakh to the 51 lakh. So the same SSE follows that what ma? Normal tax rate. Shall we calculate the tax liability in case number 2 ma? Yes. 0 to 2.5 lakh, that is in what ma? Nil. 0 to 2.5 lakh nil. 2.5 lakh to 5 lakh, that is in 5%, that is 12,500. 5 lakh to 10 lakh, that is in 20%, that is in 1 lakh. Above 10 lakh, that is in what ma? 30%. So that is nothing but what ma? Totally 12 lakh 30,000. If you are considering the income tax liability, that is in 13 lakh 42,500 is there. For that, you have to add that what ma? Surcharge, because total income exceeding that what ma? 50 lakh. 50 lakh to 1 crore, we have to apply that what ma? 10% on income tax. So that means on income tax, if you are applying that what ma? 10%, you will get the 1,34,250. If you are added that after that, considering the surcharge, you have what ma? 14,76,750. If you are added the health and education says automatically, yes ma, finally you will get what ma? 15,35,820. So please make an observation. What is the difference between that case 1 and case 2 ma? We are earning an additional income of what ma? 1 lakh. If any SSE earn that additional income of 1 lakh here, yes ma, nothing but Mr. A earning the additional income of 1 lakh. But what is the additional tax he is required to pay here? So please make an calculation here. What is the additional tax he has to pay ma? 1,70,820. So this is an horrible case only. He earned the just 1 lakh in addition to that what ma? Yes ma, income. But here he is required to pay the tax 1,70,820. Will it be fair ma? No. What is the reason behind this much? Simply because of surcharge only. This is an erases because of what ma? Surcharge. So here just you are earning that additional income of 1 lakh, but you are required to pay that what ma? More than additional income. So 1 lakh, if you are asking as a tax, that's okay. But here we are required to pay the 1,70,820 as a what ma? Tax. That is a horrible thing. So only because of surcharge only we have in this problem ma. So that's why in this case, can you tell me, in this case means nothing but what ma? If an additional income, yes ma, and additional tax, if you are comparing that additional tax is more than what ma? Additional income. In this case, for this type of an SSE, yes ma, department is going to provide the what ma? Marginal relief. So marginally, that means some amount of the relief we can provide you. That is only what my concept of marginal relief. Can you tell me what is the reason behind the marginal relief? Ma? Because of the surcharge only. Because of the what ma surcharge only. We haven't what ma marginal relief concept. Okay. So just I want to tell you one example ma. In my terminology, so I will call these as an what my basic limits for surcharge. If any SSE, that means an individual or company. Yes, ma. If any SSE, that means individual or company, AOP, BOI, if they are following that what my normal tax rates. What is the basic limits, ma? 50 lakh. So basic limits means nothing but if that amount exceeded, we have to pay the surcharge 1 crore. Yes, ma. Next to 2 crore. And next to 5 crore. Next to what ma? 10 crore. So these are all are the basic limits for such as under the what my normal tax rate. So if you are observing for 10 crores is nothing but what my for company, and 1 crore is for that what my individual HUF AOP as well as for company also, there is a basic limit. If you are following that what my optional tax rate, then we have an only what my, so that is in 50 lakh, 1 crore, 2 crores, 10 crores. There is no 5 crores ma. What is that? Because if you are following that what my individual HUF AOP BOI are following that what my under section 115 BAC. Yes, ma. What is that maximum surcharge rate, ma? If 2 crores income is exceeded, then we have to apply that what ma maximum surcharge is in 25% only. So there is no 5 crores basic limit for surcharge in case of what ma optional tax rate. You have to make an observation here, ma. So just why I'm discussing this concept here, please remember if any basic limits for surcharge is there. Yes, ma. If you are earning any income marginally over these basic limits for the surcharge. So what is the basic limit for surcharge ma? Under normal tax rates, 50 lakh, 1 crore, 2 crores, 5 crores, 10 crores ma. Under optional tax rate or 115 BAC tax rates ma. So 50 lakh, 1 crore, 2 crores, 10 crores only. There is no 5 crores related basic limit in what ma? 115 BAC. Why? Because if you are observing that individual HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP, if you are observing that, yes ma, what is it maximum surcharge rate ma? 25% only. What is it maximum surcharge rate ma? 25% only. Yes ma, if they are exceeded to what ma? 2 crore. Here also there is no 5 crore limit is for that. Yes ma, optional tax rate related SSC. Okay. Why we are discussing the basic limits for surcharge ma? If you are earning any income marginally over the basic limits for surcharge. So can you tell me some example how much is in marginally ma? If you are earning that more than this 50 lakh, 1 crore, 2 crores, 5 crores, 10 crores, yes ma, 1, yes ma, additionally if you are earning the 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakhs, etc. So definitely there is a chance to get that what ma marginal relief here. We have to calculate what ma marginal relief. Okay. How they will give you that question in that examination ma? Just I will tell you. So Mr. A having that age of how many years ma? 42 years is. A having that age of how many years ma? 42 years. And having the total income of what ma? 51 lakh. Can you tell me this is an ESMA? This is an income exceeded the what ma? Marginally over the basic limits? Yes. So because for an individual, what is that basic limit ma? 50 lakh is a basic limit. In addition to that 50 lakh, marginally you are ended what ma? 1 lakh amount. Marginally you are ended what ma? 1 lakh amount. Yes, marginally we are then what ma 1 lakh amount. So they are asking directly what ma compute the tax liability. So assuming that Mr. A opted to shift out from the what ma default tax regime. That means indirectly they are giving that what ma SSC is following that what ma normal tax rates only. In order to compute the marginal relief, we have to follow the certain steps ma. What are the following steps we have to follow? What are the following steps you have to follow? What is the step one? Please compute the tax on total income including surcharge. So please compute the tax on total income including surcharge. That means what is the total income you have in your example ma 51 lakh. So while you are calculating the tax on the total income, income tax liability and surcharge only please consider. Surcharge only please consider. Okay. So please make an observation. Already we are calculated ma. So can you tell me on that 51 lakh including the surcharge how much amount you will get ma? 14 lakh 76,750. So please add the 14 lakh 76,750 here. And step 2, tax on the basic limits including surcharge. Can you tell me for that problem they are given the 51 lakh total income? What is the basic limit? 50 lakh. So next, what is that excess over that basic limits that isn't there, that should be added. So can you tell me what is that, ma? Tax on that 50 lakh and excess over that basic limits, how much amount is there, ma? 1 lakh is there, that also you should add it. So if you are observing the tax on that 50 lakh, including surcharge, you will get what, ma? 13 lakh 12,500. Including surcharge, you will get it as on how much, ma? 13 lakh 12,500. For that, add that what, ma? 1 lakh. You will get how much, ma? 14 lakh 12,500. So if you are observing that step 3 is a very, very important point, ma. What is it? Yes, please make an observation. Sir, we are already paid the tax on 50 lakh and you are already paid the excess over the 50 lakh also. So this is a surcharge basic limit. On that we are paid the tax. Whatever that income exceeds over that basic limit, we are also given that. So here we have a tax liability as an 14 lakh 12,500. That means additional income we are given only. So we are given to the government only. But even though they are asking that what more amount of the tax. So that's why here the step 1 is nothing but what more than step 2. That means government is expecting more towards as an tax. Yes, that is even more than the what 50 lakh tax, and as well as additional income if you are paying also. Here also they are expecting that what more amount. So since they will give you that step 1 minus step 2 as an what relief they will give you. Can you tell me what is the step 1 minus step 2 ma? 64,250 they will give you as an what relief. So step 4, yes, definitely we can use that what relief amount. Yes ma, normally what is that amount of the tax you have to clear at any cost ma? 14 lakh 76,750. From that 14 lakh 76,750, please reduce that marginal relief. Then you will get what step 2 answer only indirectly. So that is only we are already discussed. Yes, ma, we will pay the tax on what ma basic limit initially, and we will give the excess amount also. Please accept this as a tax liability only. Yes, that is only happened. But after that, you have to add what ma health and education says. Finally, you haven't what ma 14 lakh 69,000. 14 lakh 69,000. Please remember here only one thing you have to make an observation. Yes, ma. What is that, ma? If any income exceeds the what ma? Yes, ma, marginally over the basic limits for surcharge. That is in 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakhs, or etc. If earning that over the basic limits for surcharge, definitely there is a chance to get that what ma, there is a chance to get that what ma, marginal relief. There is a chance to get that what ma, marginal relief. How to calculate the marginal relief ma? By using these 4 steps only. What are the 4 steps ma? First, please calculate the tax on total income including surcharge. Anyhow you are going to pay that as a tax only. But step 2, tax on basic limits including surcharge, plus please add that what ma, how much amount is excess over the what ma basic limit, please add that also. If still step 1 is more than step 2, yes ma, difference between step 1 and step 2 is called as what ma marginal relief. Yes ma, we will reduce it from the what ma total tax liability, and that you will get what ma step 2 only, you will get it as an what ma answer. For that you have to add that what ma health and education says. Finally you will get what ma marginal relief. So finally you will get what ma marginal relief after reducing that marginal relief. Yes ma, if step 2 is more than step 1, there is no marginal relief. So step 1 is nothing but what ma more than step 2. Simply we are already paid the tax on 50 lakh. Additionally we are in the 1 lakh. That 1 lakh also we are paying. Since also, yes ma, after making the payment of this 1 lakh also, you are expecting that more than that what ma our payment. That's fine. Definitely they will give you the marginal relief. If step 2 is more than step 1, there is no marginal relief ma. There is no marginal relief. This is an all about the marginal relief concept ma. So please solve the questions relating to marginal relief also. We can expect that marginal relief concept in our examination ma. So please be prepared the marginal relief concept. So definitely in step 1 also including surcharge we have to calculate. Step 2 also including surcharge we have to calculate. That is an important thing. Many students are forget to calculate in step 2 as in what ma surcharge. So yes ma, and just in handed notes I gave some more examples relating to what ma marginal relief. Please try to solve these examples on your own. Are you clear ma up to know? So that's end with the first chapter, that is in basic concept ma. So we will start our next chapter, that is in what ma residential status. Are you clear? Yes. Hi, let's begin our discussion with the new chapter that is in residential status 1. What is the new chapter name? Residential status 1. If you are observing our ICMAI material, study material, so you will get the residential status only as in one chapter that contains the section 5 to section 9. Totally section 5 to section 9 only we have in this chapter. But I want to classify that residential status entire chapter into two parts. The first part is a residential status. Yes, first part is a residential status 1 and second part is a residential status 2. The right now we will discuss the residential status part 1. So in this residential status part 1, so we will get only section 5 and section 6. So that means we need to discuss only section 5 and section 6 in this session. So the remaining things we will discuss in the later chapters, that is in residential status 2, section 7, section 8 and section 9 we will discuss in the residential status 2. Are you clear? Yes. So can you tell me residential status 1 contains only two sections, what is that, section 5 and section 6. If you are observing that, yes, section 1, 2, 3, 4 already done in which chapter, basic concepts chapter. Section 1 is nothing but what, short title. Yes, section 2 is definition, section 3 is previous year, section 4 is in charging section. It's over in basic concepts. Right now we are in the section 5 and section 6. So introduction is very important for this chapter. Just listen clearly, yes. So if you are classifying one income, if you want to classify income into two types, Indian income is on one, another one is nothing but what, foreign income. So how you can classify one income as an Indian income or foreign income based on the parameters, If any one of the parameter is satisfied, definitely we can say that income is treated as what, Indian income. What is that first parameter? Income accrued or earned in India. That means income if earned in India or if income is received in India. Any one of these two things are connected to India, that income is called as what, Indian income. If any income earned in India or if any income received in India, that's said to be what, Indian income only. Yes, so suppose, okay, one example we will check it out, earning received. If that earning is in India, yes, received also in India, then we can treat that income as an what, Indian income. Suppose if earning in India, received outside India, then we can treat it as an what, Indian income. Because any one of these two things are connected, because earning totally in India. So earning outside India, but received in India, then we can treat it as a what, Indian income. Then we can treat it as a what, Indian income. So earning outside India and received also outside India, that means both the things are outside India only. That's why this is treated as what, foreign income. So please remember one thing, if any income earned in India or if any income received in India, that is treated as what, Indian income. Other than Indian income, always that is in what, foreign income only. Other than that Indian income, always that is treated as what, foreign income only. So the basic point and very important point, so what is the tax treatment in India for the resident and ordinary resident? So in the after that few minutes, I will tell you the what do you mean by the resident and ordinary resident, Yes, if you are in resident and ordinary resident, yes, for you global income is taxable. For you, which income is taxable, global income. That means Indian income also taxable and foreign income also taxable in where, India. So how India in Income Tax Act 1961 levies the tax on the resident and ordinary resident, global income is taxable. That means in your hands, Indian income also taxable as well as the foreign income also taxable. If you are a non-resident, can you tell me? If you are a non-resident in India, what is that income is taxable, Only. Yes, only. What is that income is taxable, Only Indian income taxable. Only Indian income is nothing but what, taxable. So that means if you are a resident and ordinary resident, you have to pay the tax on global income in India. If you are a non-resident, you have to pay the tax only on what, Indian income. So just I want to take one example. Yes. Suppose, so one person having that Indian income of how much, 100 lakh and foreign income of how much, 60 lakh. Suppose just we will take example, So how much Indian income, 100 lakh, how much foreign income, 60 lakh. If that person is a resident and ordinary resident, so if that Mr. E in case 1, we can treat that person as an what, resident and ordinary resident.
Can you tell me what is that incomes are taxable for the resident and ordinary resident ma? Indian income also taxable, foreign income also taxable. So that's why this is also taxable, and next foreign income is also taxable. Yes ma, this is also taxable, foreign income also taxable. Can you tell me what is your total income ma? So your total income in India, because you are a resident and ordinary resident, the global income is taxable. That's why on 160 lakh you have to pay the tax. On 160 lakh you have to pay the tax. So if you are a non-resident, if you are in what ma? Non-resident. Can you tell me what is that ma? If you are a non-resident, definitely on 100 lakh you have to pay the tax. Yes ma, 60 lakhs is not taxable, because for the non-resident only Indian income only taxable. Here Indian income is nothing but what ma? 100 lakh, that isn't taxable. Remaining foreign income is not taxable in India, because you are in what ma? Non-resident. Because you are in what ma? Non-resident. Can you tell me what is our total income here ma? 100 lakh. Sir, if you are observing here one thing, yes ma, our total income is depending upon the what ma? Residential status of an SSE. If you are observing, what is the total income? What is the total income? The scope of total income. What are the things are included in the total income? What are the things are excluded in the total income? That is always depends upon the what ma? Residential status. That one always depends upon the what ma? Residential status. Once again I am saying ma, whether what is the total income is taxable in your hands, whether what is the total income included and excluded, that means called as an what ma? Scope. The scope of total income is on always depends upon the what ma? Residential status. Because if you are a resident and ordinary resident, yes ma, your total income is 160 lakh, and if you are a non-resident, your total income is what ma? 100 lakh. So that is only the point here I mentioned ma. Scope of total income, that we will discuss in section 5 ma. What is the scope of total income, that we will discuss in section 5. The scope of total income always depends upon the what ma? Always depends upon the what ma? Residential status of any SSE. The residential status we will discuss under section 6. These are only two sections we want to discuss in this chapter ma. What are the two sections ma? Section 5 and section 6. What are the two sections ma? Section 5 and section 6. Section 5 is nothing but scope of total income. Scope of total income is on always depends upon section 6, that is on residential status. Yes, next one ma. So citizenship as well as what ma? Residential status are both are different concepts only. Maybe I'm an Indian citizen, yes ma, for that some years, maybe I'm a non-resident also. So if you are observing these two concepts, these two are the different concept ma. Yes ma, if you are an Indian citizen, you can't be treated always as a resident ma. Yes ma, you can't be treated always as a resident. These are the two are the different concepts. Citizenship is different, residential status is different ma. So residential status, how you can determine ma? For every previous year we have to determine the residential status separately. So that means many persons are thinking once you are calculated the residential status, that isn't fixed forever. No, 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 no. If you have calculated the residential status for every previous year, you want to calculate ma. So every previous year we need to calculate the residential status. Depends upon the residential status only we can identify what is the total income of the SSE. Yes, can you tell me in person definition, you know many things ma. So for that persons we have to find out the residential status, because in section 4 if you are observing every person whose total income of the previous year, we want to calculate the total income for the previous year. If you want to calculate the total income of the previous year, for that previous year you want to know about the what my residential status also. If you have calculated that what my residential status, then only you can calculate the what is the total income. So that's why in person definition who are involved for that, we want to find out the residential status first ma. The first one, individual ma. So first we will calculate the residential status of an individual. If you have calculated the residential status of an individual, you may get how many outputs ma? 3 outputs: resident, non-resident, deemed resident. So once if any individual said to be resident, then automatically we want to find out the ordinary status ma. The resident and ordinary resident, resident but not ordinary resident, resident and ordinary resident, resident but not ordinary resident. Next, if you want to find out the residential status of an HUF, if you find out the residential status of an HUF, yes ma, then you will get the two outputs ma, resident as well as what ma? Non-resident. Once HUF is and resident, then we have to find out the what ma? Ordinary status, whether resident and ordinary, resident but not ordinary we want to find out. Next, for that company, if you want to find out the residential status of a company ma, sir, yes, you will get the two outputs ma, two answers, maybe resident or non-resident ma.
But here please make an observation, for the company there is no ordinary status. Once a company is a resident, then matter is on over, ma. No need to find out the ordinary status for the company. Next one, ma. If you want to find out the residential status of others, you have to find out that what, ma, whether that person is a resident or whether that person is a non-resident, ma. That's enough. No need to find out that what, ma, ordinary status here also. No need to find out that what, ma, ordinary status here also. So within our syllabus, we want to find out the residential status of the following persons only, ma. First, individual, HUF, company, others. Other means nothing but what, ma, partnership firm, AOP, BOI, LLP, local authority, etc. persons only. So this is only that what, ma, total chart of the chapter, ma. So first we will discuss the residential status of what, ma, individual. So that means many persons are not aware about the what do you mean by the ROR, ma, resident and ordinary resident. Resident but not ordinary resident, ma, RBNOR means. Are you clear, ma, up to now? So if you are observing the residential status chapter, it is a very, very easy, and always we are getting that what, ma, 6 to 7 marks from this chapter alone, ma. So the residential status 1, it will give you that how many marks, ma, nearly? You will get the nearly 6 to 7 marks. MCQ or question also. So if an MCQ plus question is came, definitely 10 marks weightage from this chapter itself, ma. Very, very important. Okay. So shall we start the residential status of an individual, ma? The residential status of individual, shall we start, ma? Yes, we will start the residential status of an individual. Sir, for an individual, there is an ordinary status or not, ma? Yes, for an individual, ordinary status is there. For HUF also, ordinary status is there. For company, no. For that others, no. So please remember, for whom we want to find out the ordinary status. That means resident and ordinary, resident but not ordinary. Only for that what, ma? Individual and HUF. For company, for others, there is no ordinary status, ma. Are you clear up to now? Yes, we will start the what, ma? Residential status of an individual. Yes. Yes. The residential status of an individual, it depends upon the what, ma? Total number of days stay in India. So please remember, the residential status of an individual is depending upon the what, ma? Number of days in stay in India. So what is the base for calculating the residential status of an individual, ma? Based on number of days stay in India. The first I will give you the structure, how you can calculate the residential status. After that we will discuss the what, ma, remaining things. Okay. So in order to classify one person as a resident or non-resident, in order to classify one individual as a resident or non-resident, we want to use the basic conditions, ma. Basic condition 1 or basic condition 2. What is the conjunction between the basic conditions, ma? Or. That means if any one of the basic condition is satisfied also, then we can say that person as an what, ma, resident. Suppose you can take that, ma, Mr. X, ma. You can take that what, ma, Mr. X. Can you tell me satisfies the what, ma, both the basic condition, then output is what, ma, resident. Sir, I will tell you what is at B1 and what is at B2. First, you need to know about the what is the structure. Okay. Yes. Mr. Y satisfies the what, ma, B2. Even though no issue, any one of the basic conditions are satisfied. Any one of the basic conditions satisfied also, that person said to be what, ma, resident only. Z, ma, only satisfies the basic condition 1, ma, no issue, resident. X, ma, satisfies the what, ma, basic condition 2, resident only. B satisfies the only that B1, ma, okay, no issue, resident only. But C not satisfied the what, ma, both the basic conditions. That's why that person said to be what, ma, non-resident. Are you clear? That means what is the use of basic conditions, ma? We can use the basic condition 1 or basic condition 2. Conjunction is a very, very important, ma. Or basic condition 2 in order to classify the one person as an resident or non-resident. Person means here whom, individual. If you want to classify that one individual as a resident or non-resident, we have to use that what, ma, basic conditions only. How many basic conditions we have? 2. One is in basic condition 1, another one is in basic condition 2. Okay. Once the basic conditions applicability is over, then we have to use that what, ma, additional conditions. Can you tell me what are the additional conditions we have, ma? So that is an additional condition 1 and additional condition 2. And we have an what, ma, additional condition 2. We have an additional condition 1 as well as what, ma, additional condition 2. So if you are observing that both the additional conditions are satisfied, ma. Both the additional conditions are satisfied. Can you tell me what is your answer, ma? Both the additional conditions are satisfied. The answer is resident and ordinary resident. Both the additional conditions are satisfied. Okay. Mr. Y also, both the additional conditions are satisfied. The answer is what, ma? Resident and ordinary resident. Only one additional condition is satisfied, ma. That is also additional condition 1. The answer is what, ma? Resident but not ordinary resident. Yes, ma. Here, additional condition 2 satisfied, ma. Then answer is what, ma? Resident but not ordinary resident. So please remember, while checking that additional condition, we have to satisfy the both the additional condition, because the conjunction is what, ma? And. If you satisfy the both the additional condition, then answer will be that what, ma? Ordinary. If any one is satisfied also, then answer is what, ma? Resident but not ordinary. So next one, ma, only additional condition 2 satisfied, then answer is what, ma? Resident but not ordinary resident. So next, in last case, in case of Mr. C, we are not applying that additional condition. Why, ma? If resident, then we can make an application of what, ma? A1 and A2. If that person is a non-resident matter, it's over, ma. We know no need to find out that what, ma? Ordinary status. So are you clear, ma, up to now? How many conditions we have for that classification of residential status of an individual, ma? Simply 4 conditions. 2 conditions are what, ma? Basic conditions. Basic condition 1, basic condition 2. Yes, ma. What is that conjunction between, ma? Are. Additional condition 1 and additional condition 2. What is that conjunction, ma? And. What is that use of the basic condition 1 and basic condition 2, ma? In order to classify one person as an what, ma? Resident or non-resident. Once one person said to be resident, then by using that additional condition 1 and additional condition 2, we can classify that what, ma? Whether that person is an ordinary resident or not ordinary resident. Are you clear? Yes. Next. Yes, ma, can you tell me for the relevant previous year, every previous year, we want to find out the residential status of an SSE? Yes, ma. Why? Because we want to find out the total income of a person for that every previous year. If you want to find out the total income of a person, automatically the total income will depends upon the what, ma? Residential status. That means what, ma? So this is only the section 5, ma. Scope of total income will always depends upon the what, ma? Section 6. Can you tell me section 6 is nothing but what, ma? Residential status. That's why if you want to find out the total income of an every person during the previous year, automatically you need to know about the residential status also for that previous year only. Residential status also for that previous year only. So can you tell me for our examination, sir, we want to go to that examinations. We want to write that examination in which month, ma? June 2024 month, as well as June, as well as December 2024. This is an what, ma? Relevant previous year. This is an relevant previous year, that is in 23-24. We want to find out for that previous year only residential status, ma? Yes. So we know that what is the structure of the what, ma? Residential status of an individual. Just we will discuss the what is it B1, what is it B2, what is it A1, and what is it A2. Basic conditions are what are that, and additional conditions also we will discuss. So if you are observing that basic conditions are described in section 6 subsection 1, ma. In section 6 subsection 1, we will get that what, ma? Basic conditions. Can you tell me what is that basic condition 1, ma? Please observe. Stay in India for 182 days or more in relevant previous year. Stay in India for 182 days or more in where, ma? Relevant previous year. Sir, if you are stay in India 182 days or more during the relevant previous year, that means relevant previous year is what, ma? 23-24. In that year, if you are stayed in India for 182 days or more, then B1 is satisfied, ma. Then what is that B2? Yes, what is that B2? Shall we start, ma? Yes. B2 is nothing but stay in India for how many days, ma? 60 days or more in a relevant previous year. So, okay. But in B2, we have to satisfy one more thing, ma. What is that, ma? Stay in India for 365 days or more during the 4 immediately preceding to the relevant previous year. That means what, ma? For the relevant previous year, please check it out that immediately preceding 4 years. Within that 4 years, if you are stayed for the 365 days or more, then B2 is satisfied. So in B2, we have to check the 2 conditions, ma. One is nothing but relevant previous year stay, as well as what, ma? Preceding to the relevant previous year 4 years stay also you need to check. If both the things are satisfied, then only B2 is satisfied. Yes. That means nothing but in order to check that B1, we have to, we need to get in data for only for that what, ma? 1 year. That is a relevant previous year. If you want to check it out the B2, can you tell me relevant previous year data you need to have?
Relevant previous year data you need to hold. Yes, ma. Relevant previous year data we need to hold. And next one, ma. Before the relevant previous year, how many years data we need to hold, ma? 4 years. Before that, ma. Relevant previous year, how many years, ma? 4 years. So please check it out. Please check it out. Yes. That means relevant previous year is 23, 24, ma. Immediately preceding to the relevant previous year. That means what are the 4 years, ma? 23, 22, 23, 21, 22, 20, 21, 19, 20. These only called as what, ma? 4 years immediately preceding to the relevant previous year. If you are conforming the basic condition 1 or basic condition 2, can you tell me what is that conjunction, ma? Or. Then automatically that person said to be what, ma? Resident. If any one of the basic conditions satisfied, also that person said to be what, ma? Resident only. Please repeat that B1, ma. 182 days or more during that what, ma? Relevant previous year. What is that B2, ma? 60 days or more during the relevant previous year, immediately preceding to the relevant previous year, 4 years. In that 365 days or more, then that person said to be what, ma? Resident. If any one of the B1 or B2, if any one of the B1 or B2 is satisfied, that person said to be what, ma? Resident. Then we will discuss about the additional conditions here. We will discuss about the what, ma? Additional conditions. Sir, basic conditions having the section number 6 subsection 1, ma. Yes, ma. What is that, ma? 6 subsection 1. Additional conditions contains the, yes, ma, in section 6 subsection 6. Shall we start the additional conditions discussion, ma? Yes, we will start the additional conditions. Yes. How many additional conditions we have? 2. Next, additional condition 1. What is it? Additional condition 1. What is the use of additional conditions, ma? In order to classify resident into ordinary or not ordinary. Yes, ma. What is the conjunction between that additional conditions, ma? And. Okay. Additional condition 1 and additional condition 2 we have, and in between the two conditions we have, and conjunction is nothing but what, ma? And. So if you are verifying that, yes, ma, residential status for the last 10 immediately previous years preceding to the relevant previous year, 10 years immediately preceding to the relevant previous year, out of the 10 years, if for 2 years, yes, ma, at least for the 2 years, if he is a resident, then A1 is satisfied. So that means immediately preceding to the relevant previous year. Please check it out. How many years, ma? 10 years. Immediately preceding to the relevant previous year. Please check it out that for how many years, ma? 10 years. If for the 10 years, any one of the 2 years, at least if you are a resident, then A1 is satisfied. Next. Yes, ma. Immediately preceding to the relevant previous year. How many years, ma? 7 years. Immediately preceding to the relevant previous year, how many years, ma? 7 years. If you are present in India for 730 days or more, then automatically what, ma? A2 also satisfied. So if you are observing that what, ma? A1, we have to check that what, ma? Last 10 years residential status. Out of the 10 years, if he is a resident for that how many years, ma? 2 years, also A1 satisfied. A2, can you tell me what is that A2, ma? Out of the last 7 years immediately preceding to the relevant previous year, within that 7 years, if you stay in India for 730 days or more, then A2 also satisfied. So that means if you want to verify that A1, how many years data we need to have, ma? We need to hold the data for the last 10 years, ma. So that means relevant previous year immediately preceding 10 years data we need to hold. So that means A2 verification purpose, how many years data we need to hold, ma? Last 7 years data we need to hold. We need to hold that what, ma? Last 7 years data. Are you clear, ma, up to now? Yes, ma. Are you clear, ma, up to now? Yes. We discussed the residential status of individual as of now, ma. How many conditions we have to use for the determination of residential status of individual? We need to use 2 basic conditions, 2 additional condition for determination of residential status of individual, ma. Okay. So this is a general procedure for determination of residential status of individual, ma. So B1, B2, A1, A2. This is a general procedure. But we have in some exceptional cases, ma. In these exceptional cases, how we are going to compute the residential status of individual? On these exceptional cases itself, we can get the questions, ma. Shall we start the exceptions, ma? How many exceptions we have, ma? 2 exceptions, ma. This is an exception number 1. Yes, ma. This is an exception number 1. And next we will discuss the exception number 2, ma. First we will concentrate on the exception number 1. Shall we start, ma? Yes. So this exception is an applicable for that Indian citizen, ma, who leaves India, who left India during the relevant previous year. So can you tell me, this exception is an applicable for whom, ma? An Indian citizen who left India during the relevant previous year. If any person left during the last previous year, this provision, this exception is not applicable, ma. Can you tell me, Indian citizen who leaves India during the relevant previous year for the purpose of employment outside India? Can you tell me for what purpose he needs to left India, ma? For the purpose of employment outside India. Second one, ma, as a crew member of an Indian ship. That means he needs to, yes, ma, left India for the purpose of doing a job in Indian ship. In this situation, while computing the residential status of this Indian citizen, Esma, who left India during the relevant previous year, for these two purposes, we want to apply only B1, ma. No need to apply B2. If B1 satisfies, then itself we can call it as a person, as an what, ma? Resident. B2 is not applicable. Are you clear, ma? Indian citizen who left India for these two purposes. What are the two purposes, ma? Employment outside India and as a crew member of Indian ship, he left India, then we have to apply only B1. B2 is not applicable. Okay. Summary I will tell you here. Summary I will tell you. The result, if B1 satisfied, then resident, ma. In order to find out the ordinary status, whether he is a resident and ordinary, resident but not ordinary, we have to check the, yes, ma, A1 and A2. If A1 and A2, both the additional conditions are satisfied, resident and ordinary resident, A1 and A2, that means what, ma? Both the additional conditions or one of the additional conditions are not satisfied, then resident but not ordinary resident, ma. So no need to check that B2 here. If any question in this residential status, determination of an individual residential status, we have to check first of all whether it is and falls under general cases or exceptional cases. If this is and falls under exceptional cases, we have to check the only B1. If that is and falls under exception 1, always we have to check only B1. Sir, if B1 is not satisfied, yes, ma, then directly we said that person as an what, ma? Non-resident. Are you clear, ma? Exception number 1. Can you repeat that exception number 1 is unapplicable for whom, ma? Indian citizen who left India during the relevant previous year for the purpose of employment outside India or as a crew member of an Indian ship. That person, for him, we want to apply only B1. B2 is not applicable. Are you clear with the exception number 1, ma? Shall we start that exception number 2? Yes, we will start the exception number 2, ma. Yes. Exception number 2. Indian citizen, person of Indian origin. So that means these two persons are covered under exception 2, ma. But in exception 1, only Indian citizen covered. Here, Indian citizen or person of Indian origin. Can you tell me what do you mean by the person of Indian origin, ma? Yes, if his parents or grandparents are born in undivided India, that means the before 1947. If his parents or grandparents, grandparents means maternal side as well as paternal side, ma, born in undivided India, that means before independence, that person said to be a person of Indian origin. Yes, ma, an Indian citizen and person of Indian origin comes to India. Exception number 1 is left India. Here exception number 2 is nothing but what, ma? Comes to India during the relevant previous year. Here also during the relevant previous year, if Indian citizen or person of Indian origin comes to India for what purpose, ma? Visit purpose. So nothing but for the purpose of what, ma? Visit, not for the purpose of doing employment, job or etc. Just for visiting purpose he comes to India. So in this situation, that person can be classified into 2, ma. That person, that means exceptional cases 2. That is an exception case 2. Covered person classified into 2, ma. A, B. Can you tell me what is that A, ma? Yes. His total income other than income from foreign sources. His total income other than income from foreign sources. That means what, ma? Excluding the foreign sources income. That means we are concentrating only on Indian income here, ma. If that, yes, ma, total income other than foreign sources, that means an Indian sources related income, if that does not exceed 15 lakh during the relevant previous year. Yes, ma. What is that? Case A under exception to ma is total income. That means Indian citizen, person of Indian origin comes to India for the purpose of visit during the relevant previous year. In this situation, that person total income other than foreign sources does not exceed the 15 lakh. That means his income from that Indian sources, if that does not exceed the 15 lakh, then we have to apply the only B1. No need to apply that what ma B2. Yes, ma. Only we have to apply B1. B2 is not applicable here. So, can you tell me what is that B, ma? Yes, total income other than income from the foreign sources. That means we are concentrating only on what, ma? Indian sources related total income. If that exceeds the what, ma? 15 lakh. If that exceeds the what, ma? 15 lakh. Here, we have to apply the first one, ma? B1 only. If B1 satisfied, matter over, ma. If B1 satisfied resident, then you have to check the ordinary status by using that A1 and A2. That is an additional condition 1 and additional condition 2. If that B1 is not satisfied, then you can go for that B2 checking. Not B2, modified B2 here. So what is that basic condition 2, ma? Normally, what is that basic condition 2? Yes, ma. 60 plus how many days, ma? Basic condition 2 is nothing but 60 plus 365 days during the last 4 years immediately preceding to the relevant previous year. Here we are modifying the basic condition 2. What is that modified basic condition 2, ma? Instead of 60 days, please replace the 120 days. 120 days during the relevant previous year and 365 days or more during that what, ma? Immediately preceding to the relevant previous year. How many years, ma? 4 years. Sir, first apply only B1. If B1 satisfied, matter over. If B1 not satisfied, then go to that modified B2. Yes, ma. Shall we check it out the note point relating to this, ma? Yes. Can you tell me what is that case, ma? The total income other than income from foreign sources exceeds the 15 lakh. Yes. First, if you are applied that B1, if B1 satisfied, then answer is resident, ma. Basic condition 1 is satisfied, then answer is what, ma? Resident. If that, yes, ma, once a resident is an answer, then you have to check A1 and A2. Both the conditions are satisfied. Ordinary resident. None of the condition or one condition is satisfied. So, yes, ma, that is what, ma? Resident but not ordinary resident. Sir, if B1 not satisfied, then you need to check that what, ma? Modified B2. Sir, if B1 satisfied, then matter over, ma. No need to check that B2 also. If B1 basic condition 1 not satisfied, then go to check for that what, ma? B2. That is a modified B2. If modified B2 satisfied, then answer is what, ma? Resident. In order to find out the ordinary status, no need to check the A1 and A2. Additional condition checking is not required here. Directly we can say that person as a resident but not ordinary resident, ma. Resident but not ordinary resident. It is a very, very important exception, ma. In this exception, we are covering the two persons. Yes, ma. The first person is an Indian citizen. Second person is a person of Indian origin. Indian citizen. Second person is a person of Indian origin. He comes to India for the purpose of visit during the relevant previous year. We are classifying that person into two cases. First case, his total income other than income from the foreign sources does not exceed 15 lakh. Does not exceed 15 lakh. We have to apply only B1. B2 is not applicable. His total income other than income from foreign sources exceeds the 15 lakh. Exceeds the what, ma? 15 lakh. Then please apply B1. If B1 satisfied, please check that additional condition 1 and additional condition 2 in order to find out the ordinary status. If basic condition 1 not satisfied, then please check it out the modified basic condition 2. What is that modified basic condition 2, ma? 120 days during the relevant previous year and 365 days during that 4 years immediately preceding to that relevant previous year. In this situation, if suppose modified B2 satisfied, answer is resident. No need to check that A1 and A2. Directly we can classify this person as an what, ma? Resident but not ordinary resident, ma. So if you are observing that, yes, ma, we are discussing the residential status of an individual. Yes, ma, how one person can become the resident. If he becomes a resident, how we need to identify the resident and ordinary status and resident but not ordinary status and non-resident discussion is also over. I think we have to discuss the one more concept in the residential status of an individual, that is only called as what ma deemed resident. Shall we start the deemed resident concept under section 6 subsection 1A ma? What is that ma? Deemed resident concept under section 6 subsection 1A. What do you mean by the deemed resident ma? Please check it out. Simple. He is not a resident, but we are treated as an that person as a resident. That person is not a resident under Income Tax Act 1961 ma. So because maybe yes ma, any other reason he is not a resident, but we are treated as an that person as a resident under section 6 subsection 1A. That is only the concept of what ma deemed resident. We will discuss the deemed resident concept in a detailed way. Are you clear ma up to now? Yes. Deemed resident under section 6 subsection 1A. Yes sir, if the following conditions are satisfied, then we can say that individual is treated as an what ma? Deemed resident. So if the following conditions are satisfied, automatically that individual said to be treated as an what ma? Deemed resident. What is that first condition ma? Yes, please check it out. He is an Indian citizen. He is an Indian citizen. Second one, his total income other than income from the foreign sources exceeds 15 lakhs. Sir, first of all, he is an Indian citizen. Having that income from the Indian sources exceeds what ma 15 lakh. That means total income other than income from foreign sources means that is a total income from Indian sources is an exceeds what ma 15 lakh during the previous year. Next one ma, he satisfied the he's not satisfied the B1 or B2. Sir, if he satisfies B1 or B2, directly we can said to be that person as an what ma resident. So he is an Indian citizen first. He having that what ma Indian sources related income, that is a nothing but what ma 15 lakh more, and he not satisfied B1 or B2 also. So that's why, and he's not liable to pay the tax in any country. He's not at all paying the tax in any country by way of reason of doing that business or domicile. That means what ma residence or any other criteria, he's not at all paid the tax. So suppose yes ma, Mr. A is nothing but situated in Malaysia ma, he is an Indian citizen. Yes ma, Indian citizen. During the previous year, so nothing but from the 2000 yes ma, from 2010 onwards, yes ma, he situated in Malaysia only. He situated in where ma? Malaysia only. So having the total income from that what ma? Indian sources is nothing but 20 lakh ma. He having the total income from that Indian sources, how much amount ma? 20 lakh. What is the year ma? During the previous year 23-24. So please check it out ma. First of all, he is an Indian citizen. Yes. His total income from that Indian sources exceeds what ma? 15 lakh. So since 2010 he is situated in Malaysia means nothing but B1 and B2 also not satisfied. Okay, next one ma. He's not at all paid the tax in that country. That means in Malaysia, that means nothing but what ma in that country. Yes ma, he's not at all paid that any tax. So where he is situated ma, nothing but in Malaysia is situated in that country. He's not at all paid that any tax. That's why automatically all the conditions are satisfied cumulatively. So please remember ma, all the conditions are satisfied cumulatively. Then automatically we can treat that person as what ma? Deemed resident, because he is not at all paid the tax on this 20 lakh in any country ma. He's not at all paid the tax on the 20 lakh in any other country. That's why even though he's a not a resident in India also, but we are treated that person as an what ma? Deemed resident, because he's not paid the tax in any country on the total income of 20 lakh, that is exclusively from the Indian sources ma. So that's why yes ma, always we are treat that person as an what ma? Deemed resident. Yes ma. Okay, if one person isn't satisfied the conditions under 6 subsection 1A, that person said to be what ma? Deemed resident. So that isn't just a residential status. Then what about the ordinary status ma? Directly we can classify that person as an resident but not ordinary resident. So in the two cases ma, in two cases without checking that A1 and A2, without checking that A1 and A2, we can classify that one person as an what ma? Resident but not ordinary resident. Can you tell me what are that cases ma? The first one, deemed resident case ma. What is that ma? Deemed resident case. Yes ma, deemed resident case. Second one ma, exception number 2. Exception number 2. That means the B point, his total income other than income from foreign sources exceeds what ma 15 lakh. If he satisfies the modified B2, then automatically that person said to be what ma, if a person satisfies the modified B2, automatically we can classify that person as an what ma resident, but not ordinary resident. Always we have to check that A1 and A2 for the purpose of knowing about that what ma ordinary status. But in these two cases, that is an exception to B. Yes ma, if he satisfies the modified B2 and if he is a deemed resident, then automatically we can classify that person as a resident but not ordinary resident without checking that what ma all additional conditions. Without checking the all additional condition, we can expect one theory question also or anything also. We can from this deemed resident concept ma, please make an observation. All the conditions cumulatively satisfied, because he's not at all paid the tax on that what ma Indian sources amount, that is also exceeding that what ma 15 lakh. That's why in India, even though you are not a resident, we are treated you as a resident. Even though you are not a resident in India, but you are treated as an deemed to be treated as a resident in India. Are you clear ma up to now? So this is only the concept of what ma deemed resident. Are you clear? Yes. As of now, we are done with the residential status of individual. How we can identify one individual as a resident, ordinary resident, not ordinary resident, non-resident, as well as deemed resident ma. Shall we make a move on towards the residential status of an HUF ma? Yes. So how to determine the residential status of an HUF? We will discuss ma. So residential status of HUF. In order to identify the residential status of an HUF, we have to check always whether yes ma, control and management is in India or not. So how we are identified the residential status of individual ma depends upon the number of days stay in India. Residential status of an individual is nothing but depending upon the what ma number of days stay in India. I think if you are observing that. Yes ma, but residential status of HUF is depending upon the what ma control and management. Yes ma, residential status of an HUF is depending upon the what ma control and management. Okay, if the control and management is wholly India or partly in India, partly outside India, that means control and management partly or wholly also connected to India, then we can say that HUF as an what ma resident. And if the control and the management wholly outside India, as of now, we don't know anything about what do you mean by the control and management, ma. I will tell you. Yes, ma. I will tell you detailedly what do you mean by the control and management. But first, we will know about the structure of the residential status, ma. If the control and management wholly in India or partly in India, then resident. Wholly outside India, non-resident. Okay. So I think if you are observing for the HUF, we have to find out that ordinary status also. We have to find out the what ma ordinary status also. Yes, how we can identify the ordinary status ma? Any case, ordinary status needs to be identified by using that what ma additional condition 1 and additional condition 2 that mentioned under section 6 subsection 6. But what are the additional conditions are mentioned under 6 subsection 6? This is for an individual only. So nothing but what is that additional condition 1 ma? So at least he must be a resident for the 2 years out of the last 10 years immediately preceding to the relevant previous year. What is it? Additional condition 2 ma? Present in India for 730 days or more. Yes ma? During that what ma 7 years immediately preceding to the relevant previous year. This needs to be applied only for that individual. But right now we are identifying the residential status of an HUF only. No issue ma. For that, yes ma, karta we have to check that what ma additional condition. If karta satisfy that both the additional condition, that is a resident and ordinary resident. If karta not satisfied anyone or both the additional conditions are not satisfied, then answer is resident but not ordinary resident. Please check it out here. This is an important point ma. In order to identify the HUF ordinary status, in order to identify the what ma HUF ordinary status, we want to apply these additional conditions for ma karta. What is the reason? Because anyway, if you want to if you want to identify the ordinary status, we have to check the additional conditions only under section 6 subsection 6. That 6 subsection 6 additional conditions are used for that only individual. That's why here we are checking for that what ma individual only. Are you clear ma? What is that base we are calculated ma? Control and management. Yes, I will tell you the meaning of control and management ma. Simply the control and management means nothing but what ma central control and management ma. That means what ma, this is the meaning of the control and management. It is a central control and management, not a day-to-day decision making activities ma. Not a day-to-day business activities or not day-to-day business activities carried on by the employees or its agents ma. Example I will tell you. Who are the key decision makers, where they are locating, that is only called as what ma, control and management. Yes, example I will tell you ma. One HUF is there, that is located in Hyderabad, that is selling of the goods in Hyderabad only. So nothing but they are doing that business in Hyderabad only ma. But who are the members ma? HUF members are located in USA. All the decisions are taken in USA ma. Then control and management is located in wholly in USA. So if the control and management is wholly in USA, that isn't what ma, non-resident. Some of the members are located in USA, some of the members are located in India. Some of the members are located in USA, some of the members are located in USA. So in this situation, can you tell me any part also connected to India, that isn't what ma, resident? That's why answer is what ma, resident. Next one ma, total members, all the members are situated in India, then cost control and management is situated in where ma, India only, then answer is what ma, resident. So please make an observation ma, HUF residential status identification is very easy. Based on the control and management only we can decide whether that HUF is a resident or ordinary resident. Control and management wholly or partly, anything isn't connected to India, then answer is what ma, resident. Not connected to India wholly, that is an answer is what ma, non-resident. That's end with the residential status of HUF ma. We have to start with the residential status of a company. Can you tell me? In Income Tax Act 1961, we are classifying the company into two types. First one is an Indian company, second one is a foreign company. No need to check the residential status of Indian company or domestic company. Always we can treat as a resident. So while coming to that foreign company, we have to identify the residential status of foreign company depends upon the POEM, place of effective management. Place of effective management. If the place of effective management is in India, then resident. Place of effective management in outside India, that isn't what ma, non-resident. Sir, what do you mean by the place of effective management? Yes ma, where the company key management as well as the commercial decisions are taken place, that is only called as what ma, POEM. So nothing but place of effective management. Can you tell me what do you mean by the management in terms of the company ma, board of directors only? So where the board of directors meeting are held, that place only called as what ma, POEM. So the place where the key decision makings or key management decisions or commercial decisions are taken place, that is only called as on what ma, place of effective management. That may be taken for the business whole or in substance met. The decisions are taken for that whole the business are substantially, or that is nothing but the part of the decisions are taken place also called as on what ma, POEM only. So please make an observation. Place of effective management is used for the foreign company while determining that what ma, residential status of a foreign company. Are you clear ma, up to now? So this is an all about the residential status of a company ma. Please make an observation here, very important. Place of effective management meaning that key decisions and commercial decisions, key decisions as well as the commercial decisions are taken place. That is only called as what ma, POEM. That is only called as what ma, POEM. Where the place of effective management is in India, then that's said to be what ma, resident. That foreign company is resident. If the place of effective management is an outside India, then answer is what ma, non-resident. So next we have to identify the residential status of others ma. Residential status of others, that means partnership firm partnership firm AOP, BOI, AJP. Already individual residential status is over, HUF residential status also over, company residential status also over. Next we have to identify the residential status of others, that is partnership firm AOP, BOI, AJP, local authority. So local authorities residential status is an always resident ma. Local authorities residential status, if you are observing the local authority, that means the local governments ma, municipalities, panchayat, corporations are treated always as an what ma, resident. The remaining residential status is determined based on the control and management ma. If the control and management is connected to India, then answer is resident. If the control and management is wholly outside India, then answer is what ma, non-resident. Then what do you mean by the control and management ma? In HUF we are already discussed ma. Control and management means central control and management, not a day-to-day business activities carried on place ma. Not a day-to-day business activities carried on place. Make an observation here. Residential status of a company, okay, and residential status of others, resident or non-resident, matter is over. No need to identify that what ma, ordinary status. There is no ordinary status for the company, there is no ordinary status for these persons also. Only answer resident or non-resident, that's enough ma. Already we have discussed this point in intro itself, ma. So while we are identifying the residential status of an individual as well as HUF only, we haven't what ma ordinary status. While we are determining the residential status of a company as well as what ma others, there is no ordinary status. Company, there is no ordinary status. Others also, there is no ordinary status. Are you clear, ma, up to now? Yes. These are all the things are required to yes, ma, know while determining the residential status, ma. Next, very, very important point. Based on this, we can get in one question also. How to determine the period of stay in India for an Indian citizen being a crew member of an Indian ship? I think if you are observing that, it is in cover under exception 1, ma. So this person is covered under exception number 1. Can you tell me what is that exception number 1, ma? Any Indian citizen left India during the relevant previous year for the purpose of what, ma? Employment in a crew member of an Indian ship. Employment in what, ma? Indian ship. So that means nothing but definitely if you are observing one example, if you are taken, that is in port is nothing but Chennai, ma. The ship is started from the Chennai. Okay. Ship is started from the where, ma? Chennai. Next, the ship is traveling to the where, ma? From the Chennai to Australia. I think you know India definition in GST also. India includes Indian territorial waters, etc., etc. Up to this place, that is an India only, ma. Up to this place, definitely that is an India only. That means in territorial water also, that is included in India. So definitely he has to cross the territorial waters in order to reach the Australia. From that Australia, definitely he travel back to the Verma, India. So in this situation also, he will cross over the Vatma territorial water. So how you can determine how many days he stay in India? So that means yes, ma, we can't determine definitely this is a nothing but what ma danger area. We can't identify when the ship is crosses the territorial area and when ship is entered into the territorial area also we can't identify, ma. So then how you can identify the period of stay in India by that Indian citizen who left India during the relevant previous year for the purpose of an employment in an Indian ship? While calculating the residential status of an individual, yes, ma, being a citizen of an India, being in what, ma? Citizen of India, as a crew member of Indian ship, and he is a crew member of an Indian ship, while calculating the number of days stay in India, yes, ma, while calculating the number of days stay in India, in respect of what, ma, nothing but he is unemployed in eligible voyage. What do you mean by the eligible voyage, ma? This is an eligible ship. Yes, ma, is nothing but what, ma, traveling in international traffic. That means nothing but what, ma, from Chennai to Australia. Can you tell me this is an international traffic? Yes. Eligible voyage means that is a ship is a travel in an what, ma? International traffic. So while calculating the residential status of an individual who is an Indian citizen and being an what, ma? Employee in an Indian ship, that is an eligible voyage. Exclude the below mentioned period. Please remember what they are saying, ma. Exclude the below mentioned period. What is that below mentioned period, ma? That period is starting from this date and ended with this date. The period commencing from, what is that, ma? The period commencing from date entered into the continuous discharge certificate. So nothing but where the that means ship is started from the Chennai, we have to sign in that what, ma, one certificate, that is a continuous discharge certificate with respect of what, ma, joining the ship from that date to, yes, ma, the period ending on entered into that continuous discharge certificate. That means what, ma? Yes, ma, that means at the time of what, ma? Signing off. That means nothing but definitely, yes, ma, he is traveling from the India to Australia, from that Australia to India, definitely, yes, ma, at the time of starting he has to sign with respect to the joining of the ship. At the time of exit from the ship also he has to signing off. So this period we have to exclude from the what, ma, total number of days. So total number of days during the relevant previous year, nothing but what, ma? 366 days. Please make an observation. So previous year 23-24 is a leap year, ma. If you are taken the 365 days also, here that calculation will be wrong. Previous year 23-24 having the 366 days, ma, it is a leap year. In February 24 we have in 29 days, ma. Please make an observation. We have to take the 366 days here. And we have to mention the what, ma? Above mentioned period. What is that above mentioned period, ma? So signing to signing off. So joining date to, yes, ma, discharge date. So whatever that period, suppose 135 days is there, ma, please reduce that 135 days, ma. This 135 days is not in India, is not stayed in India. That means nothing but what, ma? Whatever that output is there after reducing this period, that many days only is stay in India. So based on this, we can expect one problem also, ma. How to determine the number of days stay in India for an Indian citizen who left India during the relevant previous year for the purpose of job in what, ma? Indian ship. While calculating the residential status of an individual, he is a citizen and he is a member of what ma Indian ship, and in eligible voyage shall be excluded the what ma following period. What is that following period ma? From the total number of days, yes ma, the period started from the what ma joining in the ship to that what ma exit of the ship. So that means exit date of the ship. This period we should exclude from the what ma total number of days. This period should be excluded from the what ma total number of days. So please make an observation here. We have to take that what ma 366 days. This is nothing but related to what my residential status of individual only, but I'm discussing the separately ma. Are you clear? That is nothing but in exception one, nothing but if you are observing in exception number one, yes ma, definitely as a crew member of an Indian ship, if you are left India during the relevant previous year, we have to apply B1. B1 means nothing but what ma, during the relevant previous year, he stay how many days? So the number of days stay in India is difficult to calculate ma. How you can calculate ma? Total number of days minus, yes ma, how many days ma? The period starting from that what ma? Continuous discharge certificate and ending with the what ma? Continuous discharge certificate. That means joining to discharge. That period you should exclude. The remaining days only, that is stay in India. Are you clear ma up to now? Yes. So as of now, we are done with the residential status, each and everything ma. We are detailedly discussed the residential status section 6 ma. If you are observing that section 6 is nothing but saying the residential status, we are already discussed the residential status of an individual, residential status of an HUF, residential status of a company, residential status of others also we are discussed ma. I think based on the residential status, can you tell me what depends ma? Scope of total income. So that means if you are discussing the residential status, okay, if you know the residential status of every person, then automatically we can calculate that scope of total income also. Are you clear ma up to now? Yes. So that means our next concept is nothing but what ma? Scope of total income. Sir, without knowing the residential status, can you calculate the total income ma? No. After that calculation of the residential status only, we need to discuss about the what ma? Scope of total income. Shall we discuss the scope of total income concept ma? Yes. Shall we discuss the scope of total income concept ma? Yes. Next, scope of total income. Yes ma. I think you know one sentence. What is it? Always the total income is depends upon the what ma? Residential status only. We are already discussed the section 6, that is an residential status ma. Depends upon the residential status only, we can determine what is the total income of that every person. Okay. Just I will tell you that yes ma, in a detailed way regarding that what ma? Scope of total income. But please make an observation based on the section 5. Definitely you will get a question. CMA enter, yes ma, definitely you will get one question from the scope of total income ma. They will give you the some transactions, whether the transactions will be taxable in the resident and ordinary resident hands, or resident but not ordinary resident hands, and the non-resident hands. We have to check the detailed way ma. So definitely the first thing I will give you that one, income received in India or income deemed to receive. That means the received is in connection with an India. Whether that is an accrued in India or outside India, that is an totally irrelevant ma. If you are observing that what ma, income received in India are deemed to be treated as received in India only. So received is connected to India. Whether that earning is in India or outside India, that is an irrelevant ma. So finally we can say directly it is an what ma? Indian income only. Why? Because the received in India or deemed to received in India, that's why that isn't treated as what ma? Indian income. I think you know Indian income isn't taxable in the hands of all the SSEs ma, whether he is a resident and ordinary resident, whether he is a resident but not ordinary resident, or whether he is a non-resident. That isn't irrelevant ma. Indian income isn't taxable in the hands of all the persons. Second one ma, income accrued in India are deemed to accrue in India. That means income earned in India are deemed to be treated as earned in India. So that means earning isn't connected to India. Earning isn't connected to where ma? India. If that earning connected to India, we don't want to check about the received also, whether it isn't received in India or not received in India also, that isn't treated as what ma? Indian income, because that is an earned in India or deemed to be treated as earned in India. So if that isn't treated as an Indian income, can you tell me tax treatment of an Indian income ma? Indian income isn't taxable in all SSEs ma, whether he is a resident and ordinary resident, resident but not ordinary resident, and a resident but not ordinary resident, last one ma, non-resident also. If any income is an Indian income, on that Indian income all the persons are liable to pay the tax. That's why that amount is included in our total income. So if any income is included in our total income, on that we are required to pay the tax ma. That's why always Indian income is a taxable in the hands of all the SSCs ma. Clear ma? Next, third one. Shall we discuss the third one ma? Yes. Income accrued. That means what ma? Earning and received. Both the things are done outside India. Sir, earning also outside India, received also outside India. Can you tell me that isn't what ma? Foreign income. Generally, we can say it isn't what ma? Foreign income. Okay, because earning also in outside India, received also done in where ma? Outside India. So that's why this isn't treated as what ma? Foreign income. Okay, but from a business, that business isn't controlled in India ma. Sir, we are earning and receiving the one income that is outside India only. But that income received from a business ma, but that business is controlled in India. Okay. So we are earning that income and receiving that income from a profession in outside India only, but that profession set up in India. So one CA firm set up in India ma, but that chartered accountant is giving the services in foreign and he's receiving that amount also from the foreign only. So that's why there is a foreign income. But profession is set up is where ma? In India. The profession set up in India. So that's why even though there is a foreign income, but there is a connection with the India. So definitely there is a connection with India. So definitely there is a connection within India. Yes, that's why that is a foreign income. That's why there is a connection with India. So that's why please give the tax treatment in the hands of. Please give the tax treatment in the hands of resident and ordinary resident. Resident but not ordinary resident. But this is not taxable for the non-resident. So please make an observation. This is an exclusively not treated as a foreign income. There is a connection within India. That's why, yes, ma, please tax in the hands of the resident category persons. Please tax in the hands of the resident category person and not taxable in the hands of non-resident. Ma. For non-resident, only one income only taxable. That is what ma? Indian income. Yes, ma. For non-resident, only one income is taxable in India. That is what ma? Indian income. Are you clear ma up to now? Yes. Next point ma. Fourth point, please make an observation ma here. Income accrue and received outside India. Income earning also outside India. Income received also outside India. Can I call this as an what ma? Foreign income? Can I call this as an what ma? Foreign income? Yes. But that is an income earned and received, both the things, and from business, but that business is controlled from outside India. And yes ma, that income earned and received from a profession, that profession also set up outside India. Can you tell me here there is any connection with India ma? Here there is any connection with India? No. No connection with India. So that's why purely this is in what ma? No connection with India. Purely this is in what ma? Foreign income. Purely this is in foreign income. For the resident and ordinary resident. For the resident and ordinary resident, what is that income is taxable ma? Global income. For the resident and ordinary resident, global income is taxable. Yes ma. But resident, not ordinary resident, and non-resident, not taxable here because that is in foreign income ma. So simply, yes ma, simply remember the things ma. Yes ma. For resident and ordinary resident, what is that income is taxable ma? Foreign income is also taxable. Yes ma. As well as what ma? Indian income is also taxable because that is a global income is taxable. For the non-resident only, what is that income is taxable ma? For the non-resident only, what is that income is taxable ma? Indian income only taxable. So if you are observing that, yes ma, if you are observing that, next, resident but not ordinary resident also needs to pay the tax on what ma? Indian income. Also needs to pay the tax on what ma? Indian income. If you are observing that, if that income is an Indian income is taxable in that all the hands ma. If that is an income is an Indian income, taxable in all hands ma. If that is an foreign income, can you tell me who needs to pay the tax ma? Only resident and ordinary resident needs to pay the tax. And can you tell me what do you mean by the global income ma? These two incomes are combined. That is only called as what ma? Global income. On that global income, who needs to pay the tax ma? Resident and ordinary resident. Please remember these three things ma. But please remember here some amount of an, even though this is a foreign income, but that some amount of that income is connected to India. That's why we are giving the tax treatment for that what ma resident category persons here. Resident category persons, that is a foreign income. Foreign income, that means only taxable to whom foreign income. Foreign income is taxable only to whom resident and ordinary residents ma. Are you clear up to now? So we are done with the what ma 4 points ma in scope of total income. Very important question ma. So if that income is an Indian income, yes. If that income is an Indian income, yes ma, taxable in all the hands. If that income is an Indian income, that isn't taxable in all the SSE's hands. Yes, ma. If that income is a foreign income, yes, but that is generated from the business, that business is controlling in India, that is generated from a profession, that profession set up India. So that's why there is a connection with the India. There is a connection with the India. So that's why taxable in whose hands, ma? Taxable in whose hands, ma? Resident category hands. For non-resident, only one income taxable, ma. That is an Indian income because this is not treated as an Indian income here. Next one ma, this is a foreign income, but there is no connection with the India ma. Business also controlled from outside India. Profession is also set up outside India. This is an exclusively treated as a foreign income. And that foreign income, who can pay the tax ma? Only residents can, resident and ordinary resident can pay the tax ma. Are you clear ma up to now? Next point. Very important points ma. Just listen carefully. Income and received outside India. Can I call this as an what ma? Foreign income ma? Income and received outside India during the previous year. Suppose previous year 23-24 we haven't what ma foreign income, that isn't remitted to what ma India. You are earned the foreign income and you are remitted that amount to that what ma India. You are remitted that amount to where ma India. So you are earning that one income and receiving that one income in the USA. Suppose in that USA you are earned that foreign income during the previous year. You are sended that amount to India. Can you tell me, here we are giving the tax treatment for the purpose of earning the foreign income and receiving the foreign income, not for the remittance. What is that income of foreign income? Can you tell me on that foreign income who only required to pay the tax ma? Please check it out and tell me. Resident and ordinary resident is required to pay the tax ma. So that's why resident and ordinary resident hands taxable. The remaining two SSEs, that is but not ordinary resident or non-resident, not taxable ma. Sir, can you tell me, here we are giving the tax treatment for that foreign income related treatment or remittance treatment ma? You are earning the foreign income. You are earning the foreign income. In your hands, you have a foreign income. So that's why we are given the tax treatment ma, not for the remittance. During the previous year, you are earned the foreign income and you are, in your hands, you have a foreign income. That's why we are giving the tax treatment ma, not for the remittance. Not for the remittance. Are you clear? This is the fifth case. And the sixth case also you should know ma. Sixth case also you should know. Shall we start ma? Yes. Income and received outside India in earlier years. That means what ma? Suppose in 15-16 you have earned the what ma? Foreign income. Later on that is remitted to India. Can you tell me, later on means nothing but what ma? Previous year 23-24 you are remitted. What is an event happened during the relevant previous year remittance? Can you tell me there is any treatment for the remittance ma? No. So because if you are earned the any foreign income in 15-16, in 15-16 year itself, we are already given the tax treatment. In your hands, if you haven't foreign income during the 15-16, on the year, we are already given that what ma tax treatment. No need to give the tax treatment while you are remitting that amount. Sir, here we are given, but not for the remittance ma, because in this year only you have an foreign income. During the current previous year, you have an foreign income. That's why we are giving the tax treatment ma. Here in previous year 15-16 you have a foreign income. That means we are already given the tax treatment in the previous year 15-16 itself. That amount already attracted the tax in previous year 15-16 only. That amount is nothing but remitted to India during the previous year 23-24. So that's why no tax treatment is required. So please make an observation here. What is that important thing ma? What is that important thing ma? What is that important thing? Income and received during the current previous year, that is remitted to India. We want to give the tax treatment for that foreign income and during the previous year. Here you are earned the income as a foreign income during the last previous years. That means what ma earlier years you are earned the current that means foreign income that is remitted to India. No need to give any treatment because already we paid the tax on that in earlier years itself. Are you clear ma? If any past untaxed profits is there, also same treatment ma, not taxable. If any past untaxed profits also not taxable in any one of the SSE's hands ma. In any SSE also, if you are verified, not taxable. Exempted incomes ma. Exempted incomes also not taxable in all the SSE's hands ma. So very important concept that is in section 5. On this we can expect easily one question ma. Easily we can expect one question. So what is that ma? If Indian income is there, can you tell me? So for the total things I will tell you ma. If Indian income is there, can you tell me Indian income is taxable in the hands of all the SSEs? Global income is taxable in whose hands ma? Resident and ordinary resident. Indian income is taxable in the hands of whom? All the persons' hands. Global income is taxable in the hands of whom? Resident and ordinary resident. Next. Yes ma. Foreign income only, but connected to India. Foreign income only, but there isn't some connection with the India. So I think that isn't what ma? Case number 3. Can you tell me this is taxable in whose hands ma? Resident and ordinary resident, and a resident but not ordinary resident. Yes, my foreign income, but that isn't connected to India because the business isn't controlled from India. The profession was set up in India. Yes, ma, are you clear? This is scope of total income, ma. Yes, very important note point for that entire chapter. While you are calculating the number of days stay in India, in case of an individual residential status, ma, both the date of departure and both the date of arrival, that means both the departure date as well as what my arrival date, all the things shall be considered as stay in India only. Yes, ma. That means if you are departing from India on this day, yes, ma, no issue. This is also considered as a stay in India only. If your arrival, yes, ma, if any arrival date is there, that arrival date also considered for that what ma number of days stay in India. So that means both the date of arrival, date of departure, both the things shall be considered for the purpose of determining the residential status of individual. How we are using these dates, ma? The days are considered as in stay in India. The number of days are considered as an what ma? Stay in India only. Sir, I will give you that. I'm already presented some example questions in your ma handwritten notes. You can refer these handwritten notes for better understanding of the concepts ma. So some examples I am given. Okay, easy presentation. So if you are presenting all the examination questions in this way, definitely you will get full marks, sir. So just you can refer ma, no issue. So I think I'm given that 4 or 5 questions in this ma. 4 or 5 questions in this. Definitely you can use these 4 or 5 questions in that. Yes ma. For the better presentation ma. And you can understand that all the concepts also in a better way if you are solving these questions ma. I think I given that 4 questions only. So please refer these 4 questions properly ma. Please refer these 4 questions properly. I will provide you workbook also. In that workbook also you can use ma. Workbook also you can solve the what ma questions. Are you clear ma up to now? So that means if you are observing the section 5 and section 6 only contents or sections in the what ma residential status 1, and we are done with the what ma residential status 1 chapter. And very important, every attempt you are getting the 7 marks from this chapter only. Every attempt we are getting the 7 marks from this chapter only. Please make an observation ma clearly. Are you clear ma up to now? Yes, we will start with the new chapter ma. Thank you. So hi, let's begin our discussion with the new chapter. New chapter name is what ma? Clubbing provisions. What is the new chapter name? Clubbing provisions. If you are verifying that institute material, our ICMA institute material, so maybe we can get the chapter name as an income of other person included in the SSC total income. So okay, I will give you the justification about the name also. So just we will take one example in order to understand the concept ma. So if you are observing background of the chapter, why they are introduced this chapter, all the things we will discuss in a detailed manner ma. Before going to the discussion, what is it weightage? So on an average, we can get the 4-mark question or MCQs along with the total we have in 4 marks weightage from this chapter, and important for conceptual point of view. Okay. Yes. So if you are observing that, yes, we can take that example. Yes, ma. Mr. X having that age of 45 years, ma. He having the total income 13 lakh. So please compute the tax liability if an SSC followed that what ma normal tax rates. So up to 2.5 lakh, what is the tax liability? 0. 2.5 lakh to 5 lakh, 5%, 12,500. 5 lakh to 10 lakh, we have to apply 20%, that is in 1 lakh. Yes, ma. If amount exceeding the 10 lakh, on that amount, we have to pay the 30% tax, ma. So that means if you are earning any income, on that you have to pay the 30% if that income exceeding that how much, ma? 10 lakh. So here he has to pay nearly 90,000 in the form of taxes. So Mr. X having mindset. What is that mindset? Mr. X having that, ma? So nothing but if he diverted the 3 lakhs to his wife. So she is a housewife, ma, having the days of 35 years. She don't have any income. So if Mr. X diverted the 3 lakhs, can you calculate the tax liability up to 2.5 lakh? Zero. Up to 2.5 lakh, what is that amount, ma? Zero. After the 2.5 lakh to 3 lakh, can you tell me what is that amount, ma? So 5%. That means 50,000. And that if you are applying that 5%, 2,500 is there. I think you know if any SSE followed the normal tax rate, yes, ma, definitely they can get the rebate under section 87A if the total income does not exceed 5 lakh. So 87A relief, sorry, rebate if you are taken, then final tax liability is nothing but what, ma? Zero. So if you are observing what is that amount diverted, ma? 3 lakhs isn't diverted. So in this situation, this isn't called as a tax avoidance, ma. So in order to prevent the tax avoidance, so we have in clubbing provisions. Can you tell me what is the total income of Mr. X, ma? Here we have to take the 13 lakh only after clubbing provisions. So that means even though, okay, you can credit that amount into your wife account, no issue. She can utilize for that any purpose also, but you have to pay the tax. If any income is diverted from you with any other person also, that should be included in your total income only. That is included in your total income only. So, okay, income of other person. Can you tell me in our example, nothing but whom, wife? Included in the SSC total income. Can you tell me here who is in our SSC, ma? Husband. Yes, ma. That means nothing but clubbing means we can say it as an adding. That means what, ma? Other person's income also is an included in the income of an SSC. Are you clear with this, ma, up to know? Yes. Can you tell me what is the main intention of the clubbing provisions, ma? In order to prevent the tax avoidances, they are created the clubbing provisions, ma. So definitely if you are observing that clubbing provisions are always that favorable to the department only. Yes, ma, favorable to the department only. Yes, because always if you want to divert any amount to any other person in order to avoid the tax, you can't do that thing, ma. Even though you are diverted also, that should be included in the SSE's total income. Are you understood the background of the chapter, ma? Yes. Within this chapter, what are the sections we have to discuss? The first we will maintain that what, ma? List of the sections, ma. So these are only the sections we want to discuss in this chapter. So don't think about this many sections. No, very, very easy chapter. Along with the sections we can remember, no issue, ma. Yes, the first section, section 60, ma. What is that, ma? Transfer of income without a transfer of asset. So just that we will discuss, ma. Section 60 is nothing but what, ma? Transfer of income without a transfer of what, ma? Asset. Transfer of income without a transfer of what, ma? Asset. Just check it out the example, ma. Mr. A having that one house property. Mr. A having one house property. From that house property, he able to generate the 12 months rental income, but 9 months rental income only taken by the Mr. A. The remaining 3 months rental income diverted to his friend. Yes, ma, 3 months rental income, 1 lakh per month is a rental income, ma. So 3 months rental income is taken by the Mr. B. So here definitely that house registration and all the things are in the name of Mr. A only. Yes, it is and remains within the name of Mr. A, but here without transferring that asset, we are transferring that what, ma? 3 months just rental income we are transfer. Why? What is the intention behind the transferring of 3 months rental income? Are simple. We want to pay the tax on only 9 lakh. We want to avoid the tax on 3 lakhs. That is only the background intention in his mind.
So whatever it may be there, if you are transfer that only income without a transfer of asset, can you tell me who are transferring the amount ma? Mr. A, that's why he can call as a transferor. Who is a transferee here? Mr. B is a transferee. Here clubbing provisions will apply under section 60. Yes ma, even though you are transferring that income without transferring that asset, that's why clubbing provisions under section 60 will be applicable. After applying that clubbing provisions, can you tell me what is the taxable income in the hands of Mr. Yema? 12 lakh. Even though you are transferred also, no issue. Yes, ma. Can you tell me this 3 lakhs can be utilized by Mr. B only for any purpose also? That is an irrelevant. Whatever that amount you are diverted without transferring that asset, that income is taxable in the hands of transferor. Are you clear? Yes, this is only section 60, ma. Section 60 is an over. Yes, ma. Example. One more example I will tell you. I have an, yes, ma, 50 lakhs in my savings bank account and that interest, yes, ma, yes, example, 50 lakh is a savings bank account balance, ma. On that 50 lakh, I received the 2 lakhs savings bank account related interest. I am giving the direction to that banker. Please credit this amount into my wife account. Savings account balance is an asset. I am not transferring the savings bank account balance. I am transferring on that whatever that income is generated, that is only transferred to my wife account. Here, can you tell me what happened, ma? Transferring that interest income without a transfer of that what ma amount. One more example. I haven't debentures in my ESMA investment side. I haven't debentures in one company. I haven't debentures, but debenture interest is credited to ESMA my children's bank account. Can you tell me here? Debentures is an asset. You are not transferring the debentures. Debentures are still in your name only, but you are transferring the debentures related income to your children account. Whatever that amount you are diverted, that should be clubbed in the hands of you only because you are a transferor. Sir, can I transfer the asset along with that income? Then there is no provision for that club, no provision for clubbing under section 60. If you are transferring that asset along with that income also, no issue. There is no clubbing provision. There is no clubbing provision. Yes, ma. If you are transferring the income without the transfer of asset, then only this clubbing provision will be applicable. If I am transferring the debentures along with the debentures interest, no issue. Okay. There is no clubbing provision on that situation. Can you tell me what is that, ma? Provision number 2. That means 60 over 61, 62, 63. These three sections we will discuss combinedly, ma. Can you tell me what is that, ma? Revocable transfer. Section 61, 62, 63. These three we will discuss in combined manner, ma. What is that, ma? Revocable transfer. Are you clear? Yes. First, I will tell you what do you mean by the revocable transfer under section 63, ma. Meaning of revocable transfer. Simply, we can call the revocable transfer as an what, ma? Conditional transfer. We can call the revocable transfer as an what, ma? Simply, we can call it as an conditional transfer. Okay. If suppose example Mr. A having that house property, ma, he wants to transfer this house property to Mr. B. Can you tell me who is in transferor, ma? Mr. A is in transferor, Mr. B is in transferee. Mr. B is nothing but whom, a transferee. So please check it out that conditions. At the time of transferring that property, I am not transferring that property, yes, ma, fully. That means I put some conditions, ma. What are the conditions? Yes. So I can take back the property after the specified period of time. Okay, you can take the property after 5 years. I want to take property back. Or any other condition, that means yes, if you are generating any income on this asset, please give me certain percentage of income to me. Like that. That means what, ma? Any one of the condition or both the conditions, if you are inserted at the time of transferring the property to transferee, the type of transfer only called as what, ma? Conditional transfer. You are not freely transferring that property to other person, ma. You are inserted some conditions. What are the conditions, ma? You have you are putting that conditions after some period we want to take back the property, or please transfer the certain percentage of income is generated on that property. Any one of the conditions, if you are, yes, ma, if you are inserted at the time of transfer, whatever that income is generated on the transferred asset, that should be clubbed in the hands of transferor only. Yes, ma. Meaning explained under section 63. Meaning explained under section 63. So if any conditional transfer is there, on that conditional transfer, if any income generated, that income is needs to be clubbed in the hands of transferor. That only the content of section 61. If you are observing that, meaning explained in 63 ma, and a clubbing provision with respect to that conditional transfer explained in 61. Then what about the 62? Yes, we will discuss. 62 is an exception to the 61. Can you tell me? Yes, ma, 61 is nothing but what, ma? In case of if any conditional transfer, that income should be clubbed in the hands of transferor. That is only section 61. Can you tell me exceptions means? Yes, ma, 62. Exception means in the following cases, clubbing provision under section 61 is not applicable. What is the 62 content, ma? In the following cases, clubbing provisions will not applicable. Yes, example. Example. Yes, ma. Mr. A is an son, ma. He given one property to his mother. Yes, ma. He put one condition after expiry of the life of the mother. He wants to take back the property. Can you tell me who can say that lifespan, etc.? So we don't know whether mother having the time or limited time or son having the limited time. We don't know. That's why this is totally uncertain. So if you want to put a condition, that must be having that what must certain time. So the period must be specified period. The specified means you have to put all the things certainly. But in this situation, please make an observation. We want to take back the property after the expiry of mother. That is an uncertain. Whatever that income is generated on this property, that should be taxable in the hands of mother only. There is no clubbing provisions, ma. There is no clubbing provision. That is only exception to the 61. If there is any conditional transfer, that should be clubbed under section 61. Here there is no clubbing provisions under section 62. Whatever that exception to the 61 that mentioned under 62. Yes, that means 61 and 62 are opposite provision. So 61 says to be clubbed, 62 says not to be clubbed. Yes. Next one more, ma. Second case, in this also clubbing provision will not attracted if any transfer happened before 9/1/4/1961. If any transfer happened before 1/4/1961 and transfer for the period of what, ma, exceeding 6 years. So nothing but in 1950 I transferred that one property to any other person. Yes, ma. So I put a one condition. What is that condition, ma? What is that condition? I want to take back the property after that expiry of 10 years. Can you tell me? So in 1950, that means before this date only. Can you tell me what is the period I imposed in this, ma? 10 years. Can you tell me both the things are satisfied? Yes. In this case, there is no clubbing provision under section 61. So how you know, sir? Because these 2 points are mentioned under section 62, exceptions to that what, ma? 61. Are you clear, ma, up to now? Yes, I'm repeating that exceptions once again, ma. So if you are given the property, you are already restricted with the one condition. What is that? You are put one restriction with the one condition. What is that, ma? So after that certain time, if you are putting the certain time, yes, then clubbing provisions will be applicable. Yes, ma. If you have put any uncertain time period, then there is no clubbing provisions, ma. And transfer after this period, sorry, transfer before this period 1/4/1961 and period, yes, ma, exceeding 6 years, then in this situation there is no clubbing provision under section 62. Yes, as of now we are done with the two provisions, ma. This is a very easy chapter. Yes, next we will start the section 64 subsection 1 class 2. Please remember, ma, section 64 subsection 1 class 2 is talking about the remuneration to spouse. Shall we start this section, ma? Yes. Remuneration to spouse. Please check it out, ma. Yes. Section 64 subsection 1 class 2 is talking about the remuneration given to spouse in any concern. So concern means we can take it as an entity. So that means any entity, ma. So partnership firm, company, yes, ma, LLP, AOP, BOI, or any entity in that husband having the substantial interest. What do you mean by the substantial interest, ma? So please make an observation. Substantial interest means at least if you having the, so if you are taking that company, okay, yes, ma, if you are taking the company, if any person at least having the 20 percentage of voting rights. Can you tell me how much, ma? At least having 20 percentage of what, ma? Voting rights. at any time during the previous year. At any time during previous year. Can you tell me, yes, if I am having the at least 20% of voting rights for 1 day or 2 days also, then yes, ma, said you are a substantial interest holder for that company. So other than company, can you tell me what do you mean by the substantial interest, ma? Yes. So that means other than company. So like partnership firm, etc., etc. Ma. Yes, ma. Other than company, simply at least at least 20% of profit sharing ratio at any time during the previous year. At any time during what, ma? Previous year. So that means other than company, if you are verified like partnership firm, etc. If you haven't at least 20% of voting, sorry, 20% of what, ma? Profit sharing ratio. Here we have to check that what, ma? Voting rights. So in this partnership firm, husband having the maybe 30% profit sharing ratio. So that's why husband having the substantial interest in that concern. That means he can take that what, ma? Decisions also in this concern, ma, because he having the substantial interest, he can create influence in that partnership firm also. By way of creating that influence only, yes, ma, remuneration received by the yes, ma, wife without having any qualification. Without having any qualification, yes, ma, remuneration received by the wife. Can you tell me, if you want to receive the remuneration, definitely you have a qualification or maybe as a work experience also, but you don't have that thing. So what is the reason behind the receiving the salary by the wife? Because of an substantial interest in that concern only. So that's why whatever that amount received by the wife, that should be clubbed in the hands of husband under section 64 subsection 1 class 2, that is a remuneration to spouse. So we can take that provision in a reverse way also, ma. So if any in any concern, husband having, sorry, wife having the substantial interest, husband is receiving the remuneration without qualification. Yes, ma. In earlier example, we can give the names in a short. Okay, just a common vibe, common sense only. So husband having the substantial interest means good. Wife without a qualification, she is receiving the remuneration, bad. So whatever that bad person, that means the wife receiving the remuneration, that should be clubbed in the hands of good. Here the worst or best cases will be changed, because here husband having the remuneration, ma, without qualification, wife having the substantial interest. That's why whatever that worst case remuneration is clubbed in the hands of the best person, that is a wife. Yes, this is a very very interesting. On this we have a nearly 3 to 4 questions in our study material, ma. Please refer. In any concern partnership firm, that is an example. Husband also having the substantial interest, wife also. Husband having the 25% profit sharing ratio, wife 33%. Just example, okay. Remuneration received by the husband 4 lakh without qualification. Remuneration received by the wife without qualification 7 lakh. Okay. In this situation, can you tell me who is in worst and who is in best? Ma, both are worst only. Within whose hands we want to create the clubbing, ma? Simple. Before adding this remuneration, whatever the remuneration is received, before adding the remuneration, please check it out the total income. Before considering the remuneration, please check it out the total income. Can you tell me whose total income is higher, ma? Husband. Whose total income is higher? Husband. So that's why whatever the remuneration received by the wife, that should be clubbed in the hands of whom? Husband only. Husband only. Whose total income is higher? Whose total income is higher? Before adding the remuneration, in that hands only clubbing provisions will apply. So definitely it will be very very important section, ma. So definitely both the persons having the substantial interest and both the persons are receiving the remuneration without qualification, in whose hands we want to create the clubbing, ma? Simple. Whose total income is higher, before adding that what, ma? Remuneration. Before remuneration, whose total income is higher, ma? 30 lakhs, that is an husband. That's why within the hands of husband we are creating the clubbing provision, that 7 lakh is taxable in the hands of husband only. Yes, here one more important point, ma. Substantial interest, while you are calculating the substantial interest, you have to include your relatives interest also.
That means, okay, I haven't 20%, I haven't 15% only voting rights in one company, but my wife as well as my children holding certain percentage. If you want to calculate the substantial interest of me in a company, automatically you want to include that what my relatives interest also. What do you mean by the relative here? For that SSC, first relative spouse only. After that spouse, who is a relative ma? Lineal ascendants and lineal descendants. Can you tell me lineal ascendants means nothing but up to 3 generations ma? Yes ma. Father, grandfather, great grandfather and their spouses. And the lineal descendants means nothing but what ma? Children, grandchildren, great grandchildren and their spouses. Next, your brother as well as your sister also relatives to you as per section 64 subsection 1 class 2. I am explaining the relative definition with respect to the section 64 subsection 1 class 2, that is a remuneration to spouse. With respect to this section only, I am giving an explanation related to relative. So just example ma, just example, ABC Limited is there. What is that company name ma? ABC Limited is there. In that, Mr. X holding the 10%, Mr. X father holding 5%, and Mr. X brother holding that what ma 9%, and Mrs. X 6%, Mrs. X mother, Mrs. X sister holding the percentages ma. So please calculate the what is the substantial interest holding of Mr. X if I am asking. So can you calculate easily ma? Yes, you can calculate easily. First, you need to find out the who are the relatives to that Mr. X. Their holding needs to be added. Finally, that is only what ma substantial interest. Yes, please verify that. For Mr. X, can you tell me first of all who is a relative to the Mr. X ma? So himself he is a relative first. So his wife, his father, yes ma, his father, yes ma, his father. Next one ma, his brother. Can you add these or all the percentages ma? You will get 30% ma. You will get what ma? 30%. So next one ma, next one. Wait, just I'm removing these that means circles. Okay, next. Please calculate the substantial interest of Mrs. X ma. It's very easy. First of all, who is a relative ma? Who is a relative? First, herself is a relative. Her husband, yes ma. Her mother, her sister only relative. So you have to check the relative definition from the clear side ma. So for that spouse in the SSE's place ma here. Can you tell me who is a relative ma? Her mother is a relative, her sister also relative, her husband also relative. If you are added, then you will get what ma 28%. This is only that very important for that entire problem solving ma. What is the substantial interest means? You have to calculate the relatives interest also. Total, yes ma, you and your relatives holding we have to calculate totally for the purpose of knowing about whether that SSC having the substantial interest in any entity or not. So this is only all about section 64 subsection 1 class 2, that is in remuneration to spouse ma. So remuneration to spouse, you know already, if any, yes ma, if any person having the substantial interest in that concern and opposite spouse if receiving that any remuneration without qualification, that should be clubbed. Both the persons having the substantial interest, both the persons are receiving the remuneration without qualification, no issue. Whose total income is higher, before adding the remuneration within that person hands only, we want to create that what ma clubbing provision. Clear? Next, always at the time of calculating that substantial interest percentage, we want to include that what ma relatives holding also. We want to include that what ma relatives holding also. Sorry for this. Yes, we have to, yes ma, start the new section, that is in what ma section 64 subsection 1 class 4, that is in gift to spouse. Shall we start the gift to spouse section ma? So if you are observing, after the 2 we have an 4 ma, there is no class 3. Section 64 subsection 1 class 2 is a remuneration to spouse. Section 64 subsection 1, sorry, class 2 is a remuneration to spouse, class 4 is a gift to spouse. There is no class 3 ma. So always we are referring these sections from the section 64 subsection 1 class 2, section 64 subsection 1 class 4. What is that ma? Gift to spouse. Shall we discuss that gift to spouse ma? Yes. Section 64 subsection 1 class 4 ma, gift to spouse. Very important. Very important. Shall we start our discussion ma? Yes.
Yes. So please check it out the provision, ma. If, yes, ma, just we will take an example. If an husband given the gift to wife or wife given the gift to that husband, the same provision will be there, ma. But we will discuss the provision from one side. So in our example, if husband is giving the gift to wife, can you tell me who is in transferor here? Husband is in transferor. Who is in transferee, ma? Wife is in transferee. Wife is in transferring. So what is that asset here we are gifting, ma? So gift of any asset other than house property. Any one of you, can you tell me what is the reason behind this? Yes, ma. Why we are excluding the house property? Because in house property chapter, we have in section 27, that is in what, ma, deemed owner. If husband is giving the any house as a gift to that whom wife, whatever that income is generated, whatever that income is generated on this house, yes, ma, on that he needs to pay the tax. Who needs to pay the tax, ma? Transferor needs to pay the tax, because under section 27 husband will be treated as what, ma? Deemed owner. Already house property related, ESMA, whatever that income is generated in the hands of the wife on that house, on that who needs to pay the tax, ma? Husband only. That means transferor needs to pay the tax with respect to that house given as a gift to wife, ma. So that's why already we have in section 27 in house property chapter. So that's why we are excluded here, ma. Yes. Can you tell me how you can give that gift, ma, simply without consideration or without consideration and inadequate consideration? That means what, ma? If you are the given that 50 lakh house for that 50 lakh to that wife, can you tell me that is a gift, ma? No. So we are giving it for free of cost, or we are giving it for the what, ma, less than its consideration. That is only inadequate consideration, ma. Or directly you can transfer the property, or by using the third party mechanisms also you can transfer. Then maybe you can do directly, or what, ma, indirectly also. This can be termed as an what, ma, gift only. This can be termed as an what, ma, gift only. Clear, ma? Whatever that income generated on that gifted asset, very very important, ma. Can you tell me what is that gifted asset here? Just example. Yes, ma, we are giving the cash. So on that cash, whatever that income generated on that gifted asset, can you tell me what is that, ma? Gifted asset related, whatever that income generated, that income should be clubbed in the hands of whom, are transferor only. That is only section 64 subsection 1 class 4, gift to spouse. So please remember, ma, here you have to remember one point: any property or any asset you can give it as a gift other than what, my house property, because house property related gift provision is covered under section 27, ma. So here total income of the wife should be clubbed, or income generated on that gifted asset only we have to club. Income generated on that gifted asset only we have to club. Okay. But in order to apply this section, we have to satisfy the one essential condition, ma. What is that condition? At the time of giving the gift, that means what, ma? Yes. And at the time of earning that income, in these two situations, yes, ma, there must be an husband and wife relationship, ma. There must be an what, ma? Husband and wife relationship must be in existence. Can you tell me at what times, ma? At the time of giving the gift and at the time of earning that income. In both the cases, husband and wife relationship must be in existence. Next, exceptions to the section 64 subsection 1 class 4. Class 4 says that if any income is generated on that gifted asset, that's to be clubbed. And exception means what, ma? Here clubbing provisions are not applicable. So first, ma, simple point: if any transfer is if any asset isn't given as a gift, means nothing but without consideration, inadequate consideration, you should given it as a gift, ma. But here you are transferring it for that adequate consideration, that is not treated as a gift. 50 lakh house property you are transferred to your wife for the 50 lakh, that is not considered as a gift, ma. If any transfer is happened before marriage, I think you know, at the time of giving the gift there is no husband and wife relationship, ma, if transferred before that marriage. If any thing is an agreement to live apart, if any asset isn't given to wife at the time of what, ma, sorry, agreement to live apart means after the taking a divorce there is no husband and wife relationship. So that's why in this case also, ESMA clubbing provisions will not be applicable. That means one of the essential condition at the time of giving the gift, at the time of what, ma, earning that income,
In these two cases, we have to maintain that what my husband and wife relationship in order to apply this provision. But in this case, can you tell me what my agreement to live apart means? After taking the divorce, at the time of earning that income, there is no what my husband and wife relationship. That's why clubbing provisions are not applicable. In every Indian family, so there isn't one tradition. Husband wants to give that family maintenance related money to that wife. So once if you are the given that money to your wife, that is an wife money only, and owner of that money also whom wife only. If any that a money only called as on what ma pin money. If any asset is an acquired out of the pin money, the owner of the asset is nothing but wife only. Yes ma, there is no clubbing provision with respect to that what ma asset. So can you tell me what is that ma? If an husband is given the pin money, yes ma, wife, by using that pin money she purchased one house, example. So that is not possible with the help of pin money, just example. Whatever that income is generated on that house, can you tell me that isn't taxable or clubbed ma? Taxable in the hands of wife only, because once if you are given the pin money, who is an owner of that pin money ma? Wife only. If any asset is acquired out of that pin money, on that asset also, yes ma, who is an owner ma? Wife only owner. There is no ESMA relation with this husband with respect of this asset ma. So that's why there is no clubbing provision. So exceptions to the section 64 subsection 1 class 4, very very important. If any asset is transferred for adequate consideration, if any asset is transferred before the marriage, if any asset isn't given as an agreement to live apart, that means at the time of earning of income we don't have any relationship related to ESMA, wife and husband related. Next, ESMA, if any asset acquired out of that what ma pin money, in all these four cases, clubbing provision under section 64, subsection 1, class 4 will not applicable. Are you clear ma? The similar provision we have, what is that ma? Similar provision we have, section 64, subsection 1, class 6 ma. So if you are following, there is a trend of what ma even numbers 2, 4, 6. So gift to whom ma? Son, wife. So that means gift to son's wife. Shall we discuss the gift to son's wife provision? Yes, easy only. Just discuss. We will discuss. What is that ma? Gift to son's wife. So that means gift given to the son's wife means son's wife is here daughter-in-law. Who can given the gift in this provision ma? Father-in-law as well as mother-in-law. So that's why both the persons are called as a transferor. Who is a transferee ma? Daughter-in-law. Here, the gift of any asset including house property, because there is no specific provision in the house property chapter with respect to the gift given to son's wife ma. Only husband given the gift to wife or wife given the gift to husband only covered under section 27. So that's why here we are including the what ma? House property. Yes. So you can give that property as a gift to whom ma? Your daughter-in-law. That means father-in-law or mother-in-law given the gift to daughter-in-law for without consideration or inadequate consideration, directly if you are the given or indirectly if you are the given, also no issue. Whatever that income generated on that what ma gifted asset, please remember, not total income ma, whatever that income generated on that gifted asset, that only to be clubbed in the hands of father-in-law or mother-in-law. So father-in-law mother-in-law is nothing but here transferor. That's why within their hands only that income to be what ma clubbed. Clear? That income to be what ma clubbed. Next, so here also we have to satisfy the one essential condition ma at the time of giving the gift. Second one, at the time of earning that income. In both the cases, we have to maintain that what ma? Daughter-in-law, ESMA, as well as father-in-law or mother-in-law relationship we have to maintain. And exceptions to the section 64 subsection 1 class 6 ma. That means here clubbing provisions are not applicable. The first case is very very easy, adequate consideration. Second one, that is in before marriage, if you are the given the gift, she is not in our daughter-in-law. And agreement to live apart. That means if any asset is given to the daughter-in-law at the time of taking the divorce, after that earning the after that she can earn the some income on that gifted asset also. On that definitely there is no daughter-in-law as well as father-in-law as well as daughter-in-law as well as mother-in-law relationship. That's why there is no clubbing provision. Please don't write the pin money point here. What is that ma? Pin money can be given by the husband to wife ma. So if any person isn't given, that is not treated as pin money. If that amount isn't given by the husband only to that wife, that is only treated as pin money. Here if any pin money given by the if any money given by the father-in-law or mother-in-law for the purpose of family maintenance, that is not treated as a pin money. Are you clear ma? Yes, if you are observing that what are the provisions we have done ma?
Section 64 subsection 1 class 2, that means remuneration to spouse. Section 64 subsection 1 class 4, gift to spouse. Section 64 subsection ESMA class 6. Section 64 subsection 1 class 6, that is a gift to son's wife also over. Yes, ma'am. Next, we will start the provision relating to section 64 subsection 1 class 7. After that 6 we have in what, ma? Class 7, ma, please remember. Yes, ma. Gift here given to third party, but we are giving this gift for the benefit of what, ma? Spouse. So 2, 4, 6, next one, ma, 7. That is a gift to third party for the benefit of spouse. We will take an example and we will understand the provision in a detailed way. Yes, ma. Section 64, subsection 1, class 7, gift to third party, but we are giving the gift to third party for what purpose, ma? For the benefit of what, ma? Spouse. Suppose if Mr. X is there, ma, he giving the all his assets to the trust only as a gift, ma. All his assets as a gift to whom, ma? Trust. He is a transferor here. Who is a transferee, ma? Nothing but trust. Remember. So one condition he inserted at the time of giving the gift of all assets to the trust, ma, out of the generated income on such asset by the trust, the 50% of the income transferred to his wife only. That is one essence, one condition he inserted at the time of giving the gift, ma. So whatever that income generated means here, what is that income generated from the assets, ma? 2,50,000. The 50% can be taken by the trust only, but remaining 50% as per that agreement or as per the restriction imposed by the transferor, we want to transfer. That means 1,25,000 is in 50%, another 1,25,000. Whatever that amount isn't given, can you tell me that should be given to his wife? Whatever that asset isn't transferred to the third party for the benefit of spouse, can you tell me what is that benefit received by the spouse here, ma? What is that benefit received by the spouse here, ma? 1,25,000, that is a benefit received by the spouse. That amount should be clubbed in the hands of whom, ma? Transferor only. The remaining 50%, whatever that amount is an ESMA included in the trust hands, that is taxable in and the hands of trust only. Whatever the benefit is received by the spouse, that amount is clubbed in the hands of whom? Transferor. The same provision we have, ma, section 64 subsection 1 class 8. Section 64 subsection 1 class 8. If any gift given to third party for the benefit of what, ma? Son's wife. That means in the place of husband here, who are transferor, ma? Father-in-law or mother-in-law giving the gift to example trust. Yes, ma, whatever that benefit is generated by the trusted to that son's wife, that amount should be clubbed in the hands of father-in-law as well as what, ma? Mother-in-law. That is only section 64 subsection 1 what, ma? Clause 8. Yes, ma. Please check it out. Section 64 subsection 1 class 8, gift to third party for the benefit of what, ma? Son's wife. For the benefit of what, ma? Son's wife. So instead of writing all those things, just I'm recorded it as an what, ma? Same as above. Same as above. That is in section 64 subsection 1 what, ma? Clause 7. So if you are observing that, these are the points we can already completed, ma. Section 60, that is a transfer of income without transfer of assets. Section 61, 62, 63, that is a revocable transfer. Section 64 subsection 1 class 2, remuneration to spouse. Section 64 subsection 1 class 4, gift to spouse. Section 64 subsection 1 class 6, that is a gift to son's wife. Section 64 subsection 1 class 7, gift to third party for the benefit of spouse, ma. Section 64 subsection 1 class 8, gift to third party for the benefit of son's wife. Are you clear, ma, up to now? Yes. We will start the one of the main discussion in this chapter, ma. Main and very important discussion. Section 64 subsection 1a, that is an income of whom? Minor children. Shall we start this section, ma? Yes, we will start the discussion. What is it, ma? Section 64 subsection 1, not small a, capital A. So income of minor child. Shall we? Yes. Next section in the clubbing provisions, we will discuss about the what, ma? Section 64 subsection 1a, that is an income of minor child. Very important, ma. We can expect nearly 5 or 4 mark question directly from this section also. Income of minor child, that is in section 64 subsection 1a. Shall we start, ma? Yes. Yes. So please check it out, ma. Minor child is having that income, that is in what, ma? 12 lakh. Minor child having income, that is in what, ma? 12 lakh.
minor child have an income that is what ma 12 lakh. So if any income earned by the minor, that should be clubbed in the hands of the parents whose total income is higher. In this example, can you tell me what is the total income of the Yasma father? 25 lakh. What is the total income of the mother? 20 lakh. What is that, ma? Total income of the father? 25 lakh. Total income of the mother? 20 lakh. Can you tell me whose total income is higher? Father total income only higher. So that's why whatever that income of the minor is there, that should be clubbed as per section 64 subsection what ma 1A. As per section 64 subsection 1A. At the time of clubbing of minor's income in the hands of the parent, there is an exemption under section 10 subsection 32 is there ma 1500 per annum per children is exempt. What is that ma? 1500 per annum per children is what ma? Exempt. So can you tell me how much amount is there here ma? 12 lakh is there. Out of the 12 lakh, yes ma, 1500 is an exempt. Yes ma, the remaining 11 lakh 98,500 is clubbed in the hands of the parent. Yes ma, finally what is the parent father total income ma? 36 lakh 98,500. What is that ma? 36 lakh 98,500. Are you clear ma up to now? Yes. So what is that basic point ma? Minor cannot obtain the PAN independently. With the help of father or mother, he can obtain ma, no issue. But in this situation, what is the section 64 subsection 1A says ma? So minor cannot obtain that PAN. Okay, minor have not having that what ma PAN, whatever it may be the issues. Yes ma, whatever that income having in the hands of the minor, that should be clubbed in the hands of the parent whose total income is higher. In this example, father total income is higher. So that's why whatever that income is there, that should be clubbed in the hands of the father. But at the time of clubbing of a minor income in the hands of the parent, there is an exemption 1500 per annum per children. There is no restriction on the number of children here ma. Even though you have in that 5 or 6 minor children also, for every children you can take the 1500 per annum as an exemption. So can you tell me minor includes, can you tell me who ma? Minor includes stepchildren, adopted children, as well as what ma? Minor married daughter. So nothing but minor married daughter is there. Yes, definitely. So even though marriage happen also, but she is a minor married minor daughter to you. That's why clubbing provisions will be applicable in your hands only. Yes, very important point ma. Exceptions in the following three cases, clubbing provisions will not attract it. In the following three cases, clubbing provisions will not attract it. If you are earning that any income by way of doing that manual work or hard work, or if you are doing, if you are earning that any income by using the skill and talent, or if any minor children suffered with the what disabilities under section 80U. Example, the manual work means nothing but you are doing that some physical work ma, and you are earning that income. That income should not be clubbed in the hands of parents ma, and you are earning that income by way of skill and talent like singing on stage artist or under 19 players etc. If they have in that income should not be clubbed. If any minor child suffered with the what ma disability under section 80U also, there is no clubbing provisions ma. There is no clubbing provisions. Are you clear ma up to now? Yes. Next one example I want to take it down ma. So previous year starting date and ending date if you are taken, previous year starting date and ending date if you are taken, yes ma. So previous year 23-24, previous year 23-24, yes, ending date and starting date. So that means the person birthday that is on 14/12/2023 ma 18th birthday. So that means before this birthday he is a minor. Whatever that income is generated till that date, that should be clubbed in the hands of parent whose total income is higher. Whose total income is higher. Yes ma, after that birthday, whatever that income is generated by him by that person, that should be taxable in his hands or her hands only. So till that majority, that should be clubbed. After that majority, that should be taxable in his own hands or in her own hands only. Are you clear ma up to know? So just the first point, minus income should be clubbed in the hands of parents whose total income is higher. At the time of clubbing of minus income in the hands of parents, we will get that exemption under section 10 subsection 13 to 1500
per annum per children ma. Minor child includes stepchildren, adopted children, minor married daughter. What are the exceptions ma? In the following three cases, clubbing provisions under section 64 subsection 1A is not applicable. That is a manual work, skill and talent. Minor child who are suffered with a what ma disability under section 80U. So if any 80th birthday is during the previous year, before that birthday he is a minor, minus income should be clubbed. After that birthday, major income taxable in his hands or her hands only. Clear? Yes, very very important point ma. This is only just discuss. Yes, so nothing but what ma, we have an manual work related 1 lakh we earned ma. We earn the manual work income, that means 1 lakh we earn. Can you tell me clubbing provisions are applicable for that 1 lakh ma? No. But we are invested that 1 lakh in bank ma. We are received that interest amount, that is in what ma, 10,000. Can you tell me if any income on income to that minor child? Can you tell me? So the first one is nothing but what ma, income. That isn't by way of doing that manual work we are receiving that income. Then there is no clubbing provisions on that case. But yes ma, if you are invested that amount in that bank is giving the interest of 10,000. Can you tell me this 10,000 is an earned by the yes ma minor by way of doing manual work? No. Skill and talent? No. He is an ADU disabled SC? No. That's why income on income always clubbed in the hands of parent only. If any minor earning the income on income. So please check it out the three reasons ma. Whether this interest is an arises because of manual work? No. Whether this interest is an arises because of what ma, skill and talent? No. Whether that person is suffered with the ATU disability? No. So that's why income on income is always clubbed in the hands of parent. Next, by way of performing that manual work ma, by way of performing the manual work, here you are received the 1 lakh. Yes. Next example ma, by way of skill and talent I received the 10 lakh amount ma. If I am invested in that bank account, yes ma, if I am invested in that bank account, and that I am received that what ma, some 1 lakh interest I received. So here, whatever that 1 lakh you are received, that is only called as here income on income. If any income on income to that minor children is there, that income on income is clubbed in the hands of whom? Income on income is clubbed in the hands of whom? Parents only. Next, this provision, whatever that above provision we are discussed, that is not applicable for the minor child who are suffered with the ATU disability. So that means if any minor children who are suffered with the ATU disability, income is also not to be clubbed. Income on income is also not to be clubbed. That means what ma? Clubbing provisions are not at all applicable if any minor children is suffered with the ATU disability. So in earlier case also that is not to be clubbed. That means what ma? That is taxable in the hands of minor only. Income on income also in this case taxable in the hands of whom? Minor only. Clear? Note for section 32, 10 subsection 32 ma. This is a very very important. Yes. If parents follows the normal tax rates, I think you know, if parent follows the what ma, normal tax rate, 1500 per children is an exempt. 1500 per children per annum is nothing but you can take exempt. If the parent follows the 115 BAC, exemption under section 10 subsection 32 is not available. Exemption under section 10 subsection 32 is not available. So that means if you have followed the normal tax rate, then only you can take the section 10 subsection 32 ma. If you have followed that what ma? If you have followed that what ma? Default tax regime under section 115 BAC 10 subsection 32, that is in 1500 per annum per minor child is not available. That's enough with the discussion relating to section 64 subsection 1A ma. In the following three cases, clubbing provisions will not applicable. And income on income to that minor children arises because of these two incomes, that is clubbed in the hands of parent only. And ESMA, if any person is suffered with the ATU disability, income is also not to be clubbed, and income on income is also not to be clubbed. Not to be clubbed means that isn't taxable in the hands of minor only. Yes. Are you clear ma up to now? Yes. So after the completion of income of minor child, we have to discuss the next section ma. Section 64 subsection 2, that is a conversion of self-acquired property into joint property. What is it? Section 64 subsection 2 is nothing but conversion of self-acquired property into joint property. Shall we discuss ma? Yes. So normally if you are taking that HUF as an example, we have 5 brothers ma. So in this example, there are the 3 brothers. Yes. So Mr. A is an elder person. He self-acquired. That means what ma? Out of his own earnings, he acquired that property ma. But he converted the self-acquired property into joint property. That means he is only earning that income. Out of that earned income, he purchased one house. But here, who are using this house ma? HUF only. That means he converted the self-acquired property into joint property. So can you tell me whatever that income is arises from that house property, that will be received in the hands of HUF only, but income should be clubbed in the hands of the transferor, because you are only acquiring that property and you are only that owner of that property, but you are converted that as an self acquired to what my joint property. So whatever that amount of income is generated, that income should be clubbed in the hands of the transferor. This will be happen in case of ESMA self acquired property into joint property related tax treatment before partition. Next, what do you mean by the after partition? Nothing but what ma? So Mr. A, Esma, and nothing but he married and his wife, and Mr. B and his wife, Mr. C and his wife. So automatically, if heroines are entered into that what ma picture, definitely the family will get what ma partition. That means that entire HUF is nothing but what ma separated. So in this situation, yes, ma. Mr. A is liable for the whose amount, ma. So Mr. A needs to pay the tax on his wife portion as well as the minor child portion also. If any major children having that, sorry, major son having that income that isn't taxable in his own hands, that means in the hands of major only, that isn't taxable. Before partition, an entire income, who required to pay the tax, ma? So whatever that house is there, from that house, whatever that income generated, that is untaxable in the hands of Mr. A entirely. But after that partition, Mr. A, that means the transferor is liable to pay the tax, whatever that income and on okay by himself, as well as what ma, whatever that income is generated with respect to his wife portion as well as minor children portion ma. So that means wife amount as well as the minor children amount needs to be clubbed, and if any share received by the major son, and major son related income is taxable in the hands of major son only. This is only what ma conversion of self acquired property into what ma joint property. Conversion of what ma self acquired property into what ma joint property. So next, after that completion of these clubbing provisions, we have to discuss. That means if you are observing that what ma, so all the clubbing provisions are over. So one concept only pending ma, that is in cross transfers. That also we will discuss. But before the going to the clubbing, yes ma, cross transfers concept, we will discuss some issues in the clubbing provisions ma. Some issues, that means these are important points for doing that problems ma. Example, the first issue. So husband giving the cash gift to wife ma. Husband giving the cash gift to wife. Wife converted that cash into the debentures. That means nothing but she purchased with the help of that cash debentures in A Limited. Can you tell me, that is ABC Limited? Can you tell me whatever that interest is received? Can you tell me that interest is clubbed in the hands of the transferor? Yes. Under section 64 subsection 1 class 4, that is a gift to spouse. Sir, actually husband giving the what ma cash gift, but that isn't converted it as a debenture. That means what my identity of gifted asset is changed here. Even though if any identity of gifted asset is changed also, yes ma, on that whatever that income is generated on that asset, that income should be clubbed in the hands of transferor. What is that heading ma? If any identity of gifted asset changed also, clubbing provisions will applicable. Yes. Next ma, income on income. What is that ma? Income on income. Sir, while you are reading this income on income related point, please remember, yes ma, minus income on income is a different, that isn't closed. So minus income on income, can you tell me skill and talent as well as what ma? Yes ma, manual work related income on income always clubbed in the hands of parent. And the ATU disabilities income also, and income on income is also not to be clubbed. So that issue is over. Don't mix that concept along with this ma. So simply husband is giving the cash gift of 1 lakh ma.
that cash is deposited in a bank. First year we are receiving the 10,000 mark. Can you tell me this 10,000 interest is generated on that gifted asset? Yes. Whatever that interest you are generated on that gifted asset, that is clubbed under section 64 subsection 1 class 4. What is that ma? Section 64 subsection 1 class 4. Next one ma. Second year we have an already 1 lakh. On that 1 lakh 10,000 interest generated. Yes ma, that interest is also reinvested. That means first year whatever that amount of 10,000 we are received, that is also reinvested. On that we are received that what ma, 1,000. On that we are received that what ma, 1,000. Can you tell me what is a gifted asset here ma? Always every year gifted asset is nothing but 1 lakh only. On that 1 lakh, whatever that interest is generated, again we are generated that what ma, 10,000. That is an always clubbed under section 64 subsection 1 class 4. Can you tell me here, yes ma, whatever the 1,000 is generated, that is an what ma, income on income. So nothing but what is that ma, here the first year you are received that income. On that income we are received that what ma, income on income. So can you tell me income on income is not eligible for clubbing, because section 64 subsection 1 class 4 says if any income generated on that gifted asset, that is only eligible for clubbing. Can you tell me this 1,000 is generated on gifted asset? No, gifted asset is 1 lakh only. On that 1 lakh, whatever the 10,000 is generated, every year the 10,000 should be clubbed only in the hands of husband, because the husband given the 1 lakh cash gift. So next, income on income, if anything arises, that is not eligible for clubbing. I will show you the proof also. Yes ma, what is that income is eligible for clubbing ma? Please remember, what is that income is an eligible for clubbing ma? Income generated on that what ma, gifted asset, gifted asset, gifted asset, gifted asset, gifted asset related income only eligible for clubbing ma. Income on incomes that etc, all the things are not eligible for clubbing. Next one, third point ma. Third point, a part of consideration paid. That means what ma, example if you are taken, Mr. A is giving the gold to that Mrs. A ma. So but he is not giving free of cost ma, he charged 50,000 from his wife. Fair market value is nothing but 1 lakh ma. So that means nothing but out of this gold, yes ma, 50% held by the Mr. A, 50% held by the Mrs. A. So she converted that gold into cash, that deposited in a bank ma. She generated 10,000 amount ma. Can you tell me this 10,000 is generated on total gifted asset? No, no, no. So out of this gifted asset, 50% only. Can you tell me 50% is in wife money only, 50% is in husband money only. That's why, yes ma, we want to, yes ma, club the amount attributable to that inadequate consideration. Can you tell me what is that inadequate consideration ma? 50%. That 50% amount needs to be clubbed. Remaining amount taxable in the hands of whom ma? Wife only. So that means if you are the given without consideration ma, yes, if you are observing this is an without consideration, the total amount is clubbed. This is an inadequate consideration. Whatever the inadequate portion is there, that inadequate portion only gift ma. So that should be clubbed. Clear, clear. Yes ma. Next. Yes ma. Mr. A is given the one land to that Mrs. A ma. So she is not at all using that land. She is sold that land to that Mr. X ma. So definitely capital asset, that is a transferred capital gain, will arise in the hands of Mrs. A. So capital gain also needs to be clubbed ma. So if any income generated, income may be revenue income as well as what ma, capital also. That may be revenue receipt also, capital receipt also. That capital gain on the transferred asset is also eligible for clubbing. Please make a note point here. The gains always includes the what ma, losses also. So don't think always we will get the incomes as well as etc ma. Maybe you can get the loss also. That loss also eligible for clubbing ma. Next, any income on accretion of transferred assets. Sir, just I am giving the yes ma, first floor, that means ground floor house to that wife ma. So she constructed that first floor with the help of her own money only. So that means I am given only one floor ma. So she constructed one more floor ma. That is nothing but what ma, gift is nothing but this is only. So first ground floor related income is an always eligible for clubbing ma. But this is a not eligible for clubbing. That is only called as what ma, accretion or addition to that gifted asset is there. That is not eligible for clubbing. You are giving the gift of what ma, ground floor. Whatever that income generated on that gifted asset, yes, you can club. and you can apply the clubbing provision. So if anything is an additionally constructed by the SSC, that means accretion, yes ma, that is not eligible for what ma, clubbing. Next, if any income is an exempt, that is not eligible for clubbing. So in the hands of minor children, we haven't one agricultural income. Agricultural income is exempt in the hands of minor. So that's why that is not at all eligible for clubbing. If any exempted income is there, that is not eligible for clubbing. So within the hands of wife, agricultural income is there. That agricultural income no need to club in the hands of husband also. Next, one more point if you are calculating the gross total income, can you tell me what do you mean by the gross total income Income from salaries, income from house property, PCBP, capital gain, income from other sources, that is on totally 1 lakh is there and we are added this some others person income in our SSC's total income by way of using the clubbing provision. Totally our gross total income is how much 3 lakh. Can you tell me out of this 3 lakh how much chapter 6A reductions you can claim please remember, you can claim the chapter 6A reduction on our income also, on clubbed income also. So please remember, once income is clubbed in your hands, that is your income only, and that you can claim the chapter 6A deductions also. That means chapter 6A deductions also can be claimed on what clubbing income. Chapter 6A deductions also you can claim on what clubbing incomes. Are you clear up to now? Yes, these are only that issues in that what clubbing provisions. That means issues means the main points So can you tell me, can you revise that last to first Yes, chapter 6A deductions can be claimed on that what clubbing income also. Exempted incomes are not eligible for clubbing. If any asset is an accreted ESMA, then accretion related portion related income is not eligible for clubbing. ESMA capital gain also needs to be clubbed, and capital losses also needs to be clubbed. And inadequate portion related amount, inadequate portion related income only eligible for clubbing if part of the consideration paid. So without consideration, full amount needs to be clubbed. Next, can you tell me income on income is eligible for clubbing? Not eligible for clubbing. What is the reason? Income generated on gifted asset only eligible for clubbing. If any income generated on that already earned income, there is no need to club. Next, if any identity of gifted asset changed, also no issue. Yes, that needs to be clubbed. Are you clear? Yes, before going to that cross transfers concept, I want to tell you most important concept in this discussion So I think we know section 64 subsection 1 class 4 we are already discussed what is that gift to spouse. What we are already discussed gift to spouse. Within the two important points I want to convey so that's why we will discuss this also. Shall we start So in gift to spouse concept we have two important concept that we will discuss here. Shall we start? Yes. Yes. Gift given to spouse. But the gifted amount is invested in where proprietary business. Please listen carefully. Gift given by the spouse, but that amount given in a gift that is an invested in where sole proprietary business. Just we will take one example here. Mr. Rahul started the business on 1/4/2022. What is it? On 1/4/2022 with the help of capital 6 lakhs with the help of capital of how much amount 6 lakh during the previous year 20 to 23. That means nothing but the year of starting. So year of commencement of the business, nothing but year of starting. So starting year he got the 3 lakh loss. What is that amount of loss 3 lakh. So that's why in next year, that is in previous year 23-24 starting date, yes wife given the 7 lakh gift to that husband. Yes then Rahul invested the total amount of the 7 lakh on that first day. That means date of given the gift itself. That is an invested in where proprietary business. Can you tell me what is that amount is generated on that gifted asset So that means here the proprietary business and any profits. Out of that profits, definitely that is nothing but income generated on this gift only. So here, what is that amount of an profit earned by the Rahul in his business 5 lakh. So out of that 5 lakh, what is that income related to whom wife, and what is that amount needs to be clubbed in the hands of wife, we have to find out. So if you are observing that particulars and husband and wife and total, these columns we have to maintain capital as on 1/4/2022. So that means initial, that is a starting year, husband only having the 3 lakh there is no wife contribution in that year. Totally, total that is 6 lakhs on. Loss, can you tell me what ma? Previous year 20 to 23, what is the loss ma? 3 lakh. Can you tell me what is the loss ma? 3 lakh. The 3 lakhs is reduced from his capital definitely. So capital as on 1/4/2023. That means what ma? Next year starting day, what is that capital ma? So 3 lakhs husband and 7 lakh isn't given as a gift by the wife to the Rahul. Rahul invested in that business ma. Can you tell me what is the total amount? 10 lakh. What is the total amount? 10 lakh. Can you tell me what is the profit earned by the Rahul during the year ma? 5 lakh. So out of this 5 lakh, definitely some amount related to his own investment 3 lakh and 7 lakh given as a gift to the husband ma. So we have to apportion all the things in a opening capital ratio ma. So please remember this is a shortcut. So what is that opening capital ratio for the previous year 23-24 ma? 3:7. So please allocate that 5 lakh in a ratio of an 3:7 ma. So 1,50,000 is there within that hands of husband. That is taxable in his own hands only. Yes ma, that is taxable in his own hands only. Next, please make an observation ma. 3,50,000 is came. That 3,50,000 is clubbed in the hands of wife under section 64 subsection 1 clause 4. Because Esma, she given a gift to the Rahul. Esma, that is nothing but the gift given by the spouse. Esma, by using that gift or of 7 lakh, he earned the how much amount ma? 3,50,000 amount. This is a nothing but income generated on that what ma? Gifted asset. This is a nothing but what ma? Income generated on that gifted asset. So that the generated on what ma? Gifted asset, that needs to be what ma? Clubbed. And please make an observation here. Please make an observation here. By using which ratio we have to identify ma? By using the opening capital ratio. Are you clear? This is an first case ma. If any ESMA gift given by the spouse and that amount is an invested in where ma? Sole proprietary business we are discussed. Next, if any gift given by the spouse, if that is an invested in partnership form, what is that consequence we will discuss. This is the second thing ma. This is the second thing. Shall we start ma? If any gift given by the Esma, if any gift given by the spouse, that is an invested in where ma? Partnership form. Example, husband given the cash gift to that wife ma. Wife invested in that partnership firm. Can you tell me from that partnership firm what are the benefits we can receive ma? Share of profit, remuneration and interest. Can you tell me share of profit is an exempt ma? If anything is an exempt in the hands of the wife, that is not eligible for clubbing ma. I think you know in issues exempted incomes are what ma? Not eligible for clubbing. Next, remuneration received by the wife ma here from the partnership firm. Can you tell me the remuneration received by the wife from the partnership firm? The remuneration is given to that wife because she isn't working, not with respect to that investment ma. Because of investment, she get only what ma? Interest on that capital. So because of investment, she get only that interest from the partnership firm. That interest amount isn't clubbed in the hands of husband because yes ma, because of an husband investment only. Yes ma, because of an husband investment only, she able to invest in that partnership firm. Based on that investment only, she receives what ma? Interest on capital. So interest on capital, how much amount received by the wife, that is an always taxable. That means always clubbed in the hands of husband ma. Share of profit, what is the reason for not clubbing ma? So eligible, exempted incomes are not eligible for clubbing. Next one ma, the remuneration reason, nothing but the remuneration given by the partnership firm to that wife or partnership firm to their partners because they are working ma, not based on that what ma? Investments of. So that's why that isn't taxable in the hands of wife only, that is not eligible for clubbing. And this is a nothing but solution for that what ma? Our workbook related question ma. So you can use that question as an what ma? Present answer as an presentation also. Yes ma, answer as an what ma? Presentation. This is an I think question number 7 I think. Okay, in our workbook we haven't one question that is related answer ma. So just I'm presenting in the regular class, that's why.
No, yes, ma. Next. So gift given to the spouse, that is an invested in the sole proprietorship firm, what is the tax treatment? And if any gift given by the spouse, that is an invested in the partnership firm, what is it? Tax consequence. Yes, you have to learn these three incomes only will be given by the partnership firm to their partners. Ma. Share of profit is an exempt, remuneration is taxable in the wife hands only, and interest is an always what ma clubbed in the hands of husband based on that investments only, based on capital only, they are able to give that what ma interest that is an eligible for clubbing. Are you clear ma up to now? Yes. We will discuss the one last concept in this chapter, that is an what ma cross transfer. Shall we start the cross transfers concept ma? Along with that one example, we will close the cross transfers concept also. Are you clear ma up to now? Yes. Next concept, that is in cross transfers concept. Huh? So listen carefully. This isn't practically happen in one case law. That is in case housey morarzi case law. Ma. So based on that facts, we will take one example and we can conclude this concept also. So just we will take that example, Mr. Rajesh and his wife. Ma. If the Rajesh isn't given the gift to his wife, automatically clubbing provisions will be applicable under section 64 subsection 1 class 4. In order to avoid the clubbing provisions, he created the one structure. Just we will discuss that structure. Ma. So we can take that few more parties into this ESMA example, Rajesh brother and Rajesh brother minor child. If you are observing, this is an Rajesh family, Rajesh and Rajesh wife ma, and this is an Rajesh brother family, Rajesh brother and Rajesh brother's minor child. Yes, if he isn't given the gift to his wife, automatically this clubbing provision is unapplicable. In order to avoid that clubbing provisions, he created these things ma. Just example. The Rajesh isn't given the 5 lakh amount of the cash gift to his brother's son ma. So that isn't 5 lakh. So if he invested that 5 lakh, that means Rajesh brother's minor child invested in that bank, he will get it how much interest ma? 45,000 interest he will get. So can you tell me, if any income is an hands of the minor children is there, automatically that minor children income is clubbed in the hands of the parent by using the section 64 subsection 1a. While clubbing the minor income in the hands of parents, I think you know there is an exemption of 1500 per annum per minor child. So that means whatever that income is generated in the hand of minor child, that isn't clubbed in the hands of the Rajesh brother, because he is only what my parent. Okay. Next, I think you know the structure. Yes, ma. From your family, you are the given the 5 lakh gift. Automatically, from their family also, you are expecting that one gift. That means Rajesh brother is a giving the gift of an 6 lakhs debentures to Rajesh wife. Can you tell me what is that, ma? You are given 5 lakh 5 lakh cash, and your brother isn't giving the 6 lakhs debentures to your wife. Okay. Can you tell me? Can you tell me? Yes, ma. Here, yes, ma. Here, yes, ma. Whichever is lower, you can take, ma. That isn't what, ma. 5 lakh only. So on these debentures, what is that interest you can get, ma? 45,000 interest you can get. Sir, you can think in other way also. Sir, if you are observing that gifts amount may not be matched, but income arises on that gift isn't same only. And this 5 lakh also they are getting that 45,000 interest, and debentures also yearly, yes ma, you will get 45,000. That means income generated on that gifted asset is same. Maybe that assets gifted assets values are different, but income generated on that gifted asset is what ma same. So if you are observing whichever is lower, that means nothing but from Rajesh size, what is that gifted asset ma? 5 lakh. That 5 lakh alone interest please calculate. That means what ma? 6 lakhs is nothing but what ma? Debentures related interest 45,000. Out of that 45,000, 5 lakh debenture interest is what ma? 37,500. That is an eligible for what ma? Clubbing. So that means nothing but you are the given as a gift of 5 lakh only from your side. So that's why whichever is lower or any other thing also, by using this 5 lakh, whatever that interest related to the debentures is club. Can you tell me 1 lakh that is a nothing but what ma? 1 lakh nothing but that is taxable in the hands of the Mrs. Rajesh. That is nothing but what ma? Rajesh wife only. So please think in that way ma. So these two transfers are
Yes ma, crossing at what point, that's why we are created that cross transfers concept ma. So here that SSC have an intention to avoid this thing. Yes ma, SSC, that means Rajesh, yes ma, wants to give that 5 lakh gift to that his wife. He's intentionally not giving the wife directly ma, but indirectly wife receiving that amount only. So nothing but you are the given to your brothers minor son. From brothers minor son is giving the gift to your wife indirectly. If you want to avoid this provision, but automatically this provision will be applicable. Yes ma, this 5 lakh deemed to be you are the given the gift to your wife only, so on that clubbing provisions will be applicable. Yes, then what about the 5 lakh portion mark clubbed? Then what about the 1 lakh portion mark that not to be clubbed? So we can expect this cross transfers also as a question mark, just to prepare this concept. So this will be only they will frame you as a question mark or MCQ also. So how they can frame you MCQs? Yes. So here what is that amount to be clubbed in the hands of parent? And in this situation, so how much interest to be clubbed in the hands of the husband, and what is that amount to be taxable in the hands of wife? They can ask you in any way also questions ma. Please prepare the cross transfers concept. You want to avoid the clubbing provision under section 64 subsection 1 class 4, but yes ma, they are applied this provision only. If you want to avoid, if you are following that what my any tax avoidance related techniques or etc, but yes ma, finally yes ma, you want to avoid the 5 lakh related income clubbed in the hands of you only, but automatically that 5 lakh related income 37,500 whatever it may be there, that is an automatically clubbed in your hands only. Are you clear ma up to now? Yes, that's end with the clubbing provisions ma. We will start with the new chapter. Thank you. Next chapter in our discussion, that is on set off and the carry forward of losses ma. What is the next chapter? Set off and the carry forward of what ma? Losses. So I think we haven't 5 heads of incomes ma. What are the 5 heads of incomes if you are observing? Income from salaries, income from house property, PGBP, capital gain, income from other sources. Sir, you can get the loss in these 4 heads of incomes ma. So always SSCs cannot get that what ma incomes. Maybe SSCs can get that what ma losses also. But you can't get the loss from the salaries head ma. That important point. So any income may be there or zero income also. So no loss in the salaries head of income. So income from house property, PGBP, capital gains, income from other sources, SSC may get that income or loss also. But under the salaries head, always income only. Yes ma, there is no concept of what ma? Loss. Okay. Okay. So next, sir, what if loss is there in relevant heads of income ma? So we can do set off. We can do what ma? Set off. What do you mean by the set off ma? So that means loss can be set off against the income. So always set off happened during the previous year ma. So that means nothing but what ma, if you having the loss in income from house property, you haven't the what ma? 2 houses, house 1, house 2. So house 2 you have a house 1 you haven't lost ma. You can set off against the what ma? House 2 also. Still if you haven't loss from the house property can be set off against what ma? PGBP also. So that means set off is an always can be done during the previous year only. Sir, if you having that loss in house 1 ma, you can set off against the house 2. Still you haven't loss in house property ma, then you can set off against any other head also. That is called as what ma? Set off. Sir, after setting off of the loss from the house property against the all heads of income, still I haven't lost ma. Then what you can do ma? Yes, you can carry forward that loss to the next years. So set off always happened during the previous year ma. Carry forward and a set off. That means carry forward of the loss and the set off of that loss against the next year's profits ma. That is only what ma? Carry forward. So if you are observing the chapter name itself, yes, you can do set off first. If any unabsorbed loss is there, that you can do what ma? Carry forward. That you can do what ma? Carry forward. So in order to understand this chapter, first we will learn the section 70 ma. So what is the section 70? Yes, I want to give you the detailed names for the section 70 ma. Inter source set off. Can you tell me what do you mean by the interma? Between. What do you mean by the interma? Between. What do you mean by the interma? Between. Between the two sources, yes, you can do set off. Or this is only can be termed as what ma intra head set off. That means within that one head of income, yes, you can do set off. The first of all, between the two sources or within the one head of income, you can do what ma set off. So I will give you one example in order to understand the what ma section 70 in a better manner. Okay. Mr. X having the one source of income, that means he can generate the income from this source, that is a house property 1. And he having that another source of income, that is a house property 2. What do you mean by the source of income from which you are generating that income? That is only called as what source of income. So house property 1 is a self-occupied and that you are getting that what loss of 1,50,000, and house property 2 you have a profit of what 50,000. Profit of what 50,000. Sorry, 5 lakh. So in this situation, you have two sources of incomes. Yes, the two sources also taxable under the same head of income. You have two sources of incomes and the two sources also what taxable in the same head of income. So between the two sources, yes, you can do what set off. Whatever the loss is there, that loss can be set off against the what profit of any other source. After doing the set off, can you tell me what is the total income from house property 3,50,000 only. This is only called as what section 70. Yes, that is an inter source set off. Between the two sources we are doing the set off, and we can call it as an intra head. What do you mean by the intra head within the head? Within that income from house property only we are doing set off. Yes, you can call anyway between the two sources set off also, or within the one head you can do what set off. That is only called as what section 70. So first you should do the set off under section 70. So provision, what they are the given Yes, provision we will read First thing, section 70 says that if any SSE having the loss in one source of income, can you tell me what is that house 1? If any SSE having the profit in another source of income, that is what house 2. These two sources are taxable under the same head of income. Can you tell me what income from house property? Then what you can do this loss can be set off against the profit. Whatever the loss you have, that loss can be set off against the what profit. That is only section 70 provision. Are you clear up to now? Yes. So what is that provision Inter source between the two sources, yes, you can do set off if the two sources related income taxable under the head same head. Taxable under the same head. Next, yes, we can call it as an what within the head setup. That is an what intra head setup also. Yes, but we have an exceptions also. Sir, between the two sources we can do set off if these two are taxable under same head. Yes, within that same head of income can we do set off Yes, but there is some exceptions. That means in these situations you can't apply the section 70. In this situation, you can't apply the what section 70. Shall we discuss the what are the exceptions Yes, these are the exceptions are very, 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 very important. If you know these exceptions, you can solve any problem also. First exception. First exceptions. Sir, if you haven't the loss from specified business under section 35 AD. So in PCBP chapter, we will discuss it if any loss from the specified business. I think we have how many specified business 14 specified businesses. If you having the loss in these 14 specified businesses, yes, that loss can be set up only against what another specified business income only. Yes, example cold storage is a specified business in that we have a loss that is in 10 lakh. And you have an educational institution that is a non-specified business in that we have a profit. And honey beekeeping that is a beekeeping, that is a nothing but production of honey, that is also specified business Yes, in specified business we have a loss. One specified business we have a what loss. Another specified business we have a profit. Yes, you can do set off against these two only You can't do the set off against what normal business or non-specified business. Because that exception says, sir, if you are observing that, yes these are all are taxable under the head what PCBP only. These are all are taxable under the head what ma? PCBP only. If you are following the section 70, what they are saying ma? If you have in the loss in one source of income and if you have in the profit in another source of income, if these two are taxable in the same head of income, that loss can be set off against the profit, but this is an exception to 70. If you have in the loss from specified business, you can be set off only against the specified business income only. Are you understood the exception number 1 ma? Yes, next we will discuss the exception number 2. To which section ma? 70. What is the 70 ma? Inter source set off, intra head set off. Yes ma. If you have in the loss from speculation business, if you have in the loss from the what ma? Speculation business. So that is nothing but what ma? The distant business from the normal business, that is nothing but what ma? Trading of the shares or trading of the derivatives, etc. If you have in the loss from that speculative business, that can be set up only against the speculative business. That can be only set up against the what ma? Speculative business. Yes. So from the speculative business A, yes ma, from the speculative business A, you have in loss ma. And another speculative business, you have in profit ma, 20 lakh. And you have a normal, non-specific, non-speculative, that is a normal business ma, food business, 18 lakh. You have an income. Can I do these two things as a set off ma? No. Because if you have in the loss from speculative business, that can be set off only against what ma? Speculative business income only. You can't set off against the what ma? Normal business. So if you are observing that, these are all the things are taxable under the head PCBP only. So what is the section 70 says ma? Sir, if you have in the loss in one source of income and if you have in the profit in another source of income, if you have in the loss in one source of income, if you have in the profit in another source of income, if these two are taxable under the same head of income, yes, section 70 is giving the for what ma? Allowing the set off, but here it is in falls under exception. That's why you can't do the set off ma. If you have in the speculation losses, yes, that can be set off against the what ma? Speculative business income only. Speculative business income only. How many exceptions are over ma? 2. So please remember how many exceptions are over? 2 exceptions are over ma. Specified business loss can be set up only against the specified business income only. Speculative business loss can be set up against only against the what ma? Speculative business only. Are you clear ma up to now? Yes. Next exception, that is in 3. Losses from owning and maintaining of the what ma? Horse races or race horses? Race horses. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. There is a huge difference between the horse races as well as race horses ma. Winnings from horse races, if anything is given like this. Winnings from the what ma? Horse races. This is purely gambling and that is a casual income taxable under the head income from other sources at the rate of 30% ma. Here there is a difference between these two words ma. Owning and maintaining of race horses means just you are purchasing the horses and you are maintaining and giving the food and the training, that is preparing the what ma? Races. This is just like one activity, not a casual activity, taxable under the head income from other sources ma. So if you are observing that horse races, that is purely you are putting a bet on the what ma? One horse in that race. So if you are observing that owning and maintaining of the race horses, that means you are purchasing that horses, giving the free food and giving the training and preparing that what more races. That nothing but you are, yes, I'm doing that one business activity like that only, and that is an taxable under the head income from other sources. This is an ancillary to the betting. Yes, I will agree with you. This is an ancillary or supporting activity to the betting only. Yes. If you have any losses from these thing, that can be set up only against such activity income. Sir, if you are observing it isn't taxable under income from other sources, no. Okay, if any loss is there, can I set off against any other activity income from other sources? No. You can set off that loss can be against the such activity income only. Example, I will tell you. Yes, ma. Owning and maintaining of the race horses, that is at Hyderabad. Owning and maintaining of what ma? Race horses, that is at Hyderabad. In that we have a loss of 10 lakh ma. In that we have a loss of what ma? 10 lakh. Next, owning and maintaining of what ma? Race horses, that is nothing but what ma? In Kolkata. You have another premises also. So in that you have a profit ma? 15 lakh. So in the income from other sources, you have an interest income also ma. Can I set up these owning and maintaining of horse races related, sorry, race horses related loss against the interest income, no. Because if you have in the loss against these, you can set off against such income only, such activity income only. That means if you have in loss, so same activity you need to check, and against that only you can do the set off. So how many exceptions are over? 3. Loss from specified business, loss from speculative business, loss from owning and maintaining of race horses. Owning and maintaining of what, ma? Race horses. Next, exception number 4. Shall we start that exception number 4, ma? Yes. If you have in the short-term capital loss, that short-term capital loss can be set off against the short-term capital gain as well as what, ma? Long-term capital gain also. So nothing but if you haven't any short-term capital loss, ma, so that is nothing but if you are selling the gold, on that you haven't short-term capital loss, ma. You haven't short-term capital gain on selling of house as well as long-term capital gain on selling of land, ma. Yes, if any short-term capital loss is there, yes, ma, there is no restriction for set off, ma. Yes, you can set off against the short-term capital gain as well as long-term capital gain also. But there is a restriction with respect to the long-term capital loss, ma. Long-term capital loss, if anything is there, that can be set off only against the long-term capital gain, ma. And you can't set off against the what, ma? Short-term capital gain. This is only that what, ma? Exception. This is only that what, ma? Exception. Sir, if you have a short-term capital loss, you can set off against a short-term capital gain or long-term capital gain. There is no restriction within the head of income. So in capital gains head, if you have in short-term capital loss, that can be set off against the short-term capital gain, long-term capital gain also. But if you have in the long-term capital loss, yes, but long-term capital loss can be set off only against the what, ma? Long-term capital gain, and the next one, ma? Short-term capital gain. Sir, if you are observing the critically, yes, ma, if you are set off the long-term capital loss against the long-term capital gain, that is beneficial to the government, ma. If you are doing the set off of the long-term capital loss against the short-term capital gain, this is an unfavorable to the department. Generally, we are levying the tax on the short-term capital gain is nothing but what, ma? High. So, high taxable income is a short-term capital gain. If you are setting off, the taxable income will be reduced. That's why they are not allowing the set off, ma. They are not allowing the set off. So how they are making the law, ma? Simply, so short-term capital gain is nothing but taxable at high rates compared to the long-term capital gain, ma. So if you are doing the set off, definitely this will be low, yes, ma. That's why they are not allowing the set off. Are you clear, ma? How many exceptions? First of all, specified business loss. Next one, speculative business loss. Speculative business loss. Third one, losses from owning and maintaining of horse races. Sorry, race horses. Sorry. Race horses. Next, long-term capital loss can be set up only against the long-term capital gain, not against the what, ma? Short-term capital gain. Next one, ma? If you have in the losses from the casual activities. So casual activities losses means nothing but what, ma? Winnings from the lotteries, etc. Casual activities means nothing but what, ma? Casual incomes, winning from lotteries, crossword puzzles, bettings, gamblings, etc. That loss is not allowed to set up against any other income, ma. So if you are playing the rummy, yes, you are getting the loss of what, ma? 1,50,000. Yes, ma. In cricket betting, I haven't 2 lakh. Can I do set off of these two things, ma? No. Yes, ma. If any income is nothing but what, ma? There as an casual income, that is a taxable flat 30%, ma. No expenses shall be allowed for the deduction against these casual income, ma. If you have the losses from the casual activity, it is not allowed to set up against the what, ma? Any income. It is not allowed to set up against the what, ma? Any income. Next one, ma? Losses from a source which is an exempt from the tax. Last exception, ma? Losses from a source which is an exempt from the tax. Can you tell me? You have a business income, ma? And as well as you have an agricultural activity related loss. Sir, if you have an agricultural income, definitely that agricultural income is what, ma? Exempt. So in this situation, right now you have an agriculture loss, ma. Can I set up this agriculture loss against any business activity related income, ma? No. So that means simply if you are observing that these are the 6 exceptions for the what, ma? Section 70. What is the 70, ma? Enter source setup. Between the two sources we can do set off if these two sources are taxable under the same head of income. And between that what, ma? Between the two sources, if these two sources are taxable under the same head of income, yes, we can do set off. And within the head, that means under income from house property, under house property, under under the PCBP, under capital gains, under income from other sources, yes, you can do set off. But exceptions are there. What are the exceptions, ma? Exceptions are one. Exception one is nothing but specified business loss can be set off against the specified business income only. Speculative business loss can be set off against the speculative business loss, business income only. Losses from owning and maintaining of race horses and can be set off against the such activity income only. Next one, ma, short-term capital loss can be set off against the short-term capital gain, long-term capital gain. But long-term capital loss can be set off only against what, ma? Long-term capital gain only. It is not set off against the what, ma? Short-term capital gain. And losses from the casual activities is not allowed to set off against any income, ma. Next, yes, ma, loss from a source which is an exempt from the tax, that is also cannot be allowed to set off. Are you clear, ma, up to now? This is only the section 70, ma. What is the section 70 heading? You should remember. While doing the setup, first you should do section 70 only. Can you tell me what is the section 70, ma? Between the two sources setup, within the one head setup. Clear? Yes. After completion of section 70, we have to check the section 71, ma. First we will do adjustment or setup in accordance with the section 70. After that, we should follow that what, ma? 71. What is the 71, ma? Interhead. That means between the two heads right now we are doing the setup. Between the two heads. So previous section, between the two sources are taxable in the same head of income. Here right now we are doing the setup of what, ma? Between the two heads of income. Example. Yes, so with the help of example, you can understand this concept, ma, easily. Sir, you have two houses, ma. That is an house property 1, house property 2. In house property 1, you have an loss, ma. In house property 2, you have an income. So can I do the section 70 setup? Because between the two sources right now we are doing setup. Because these are all the things are taxable under the head what, ma? Same head of income, that is an income from house property. So that's why here we are doing the setup under section 70. Can you tell me after doing the section 70 setup, that means within that one head we are doing the setup, between the two sources we are doing the setup. Yes, ma, that's why total income from house property, can you tell me loss or profit, ma? Loss. Why? So we have in 75,000 loss and 20,000 only income. That's why we have a loss of what, ma? 55,000. So next, you have another head of income, ma, PCBP. Between these two heads of income, right now we are doing setup. Between these two heads of income, this is an income from house property and this is an what, ma? PCBP. If you having the loss in one head of income and profit in another head of income, yes, you can do the set off, ma, under section 71. Between the two head set off is determined under section 71 only. After that, yes, ma, what is your gross total income, ma? Please let me know. What is that gross total income, ma? 1 lakh minus 55,000, that is an 45,000 only your gross total income. What is that provision says, ma? Yes, we are discussing that example, but provision says section 71. If an SSE having the loss in one head of income and profit in another head of income, loss in one head of income and profit in another head of income, these two are taxable in the same year. So that means income from house property also during the previous year. That means loss from house property also during the same previous year. And the PCBP also in the same previous year. Yes, you can do these two things for the setup. Yes, ma, that loss under the house property can be set off against the profits of the PCBP. Yes, ma. Then finally you are getting your gross total income as an 45,000. First, within the head you can do adjustment. After that, between the heads you can do that what, ma? Adjustment. So that's why 70 is in first, 71 is in next. Clear? Yes, but 71 section also having some exceptions, ma. 71 section also having what, ma? Some exceptions. What are the exceptions under section 71? Sir, please. So here one relief for you, ma. Whatever the exceptions under section 70, that is unspecified business loss, speculative business loss, yes, ma, losses from owning and maintaining of race horses, loss from a source which is an exempt from the tax, and a long-term capital loss can be set off only against the long-term capital gain, and nothing but what, ma? Loss from a source which is an exempt from the tax. And next one, ma, loss from casual activities is not allowed to set up. Whatever the exceptions we are dealt in the section 70, that exceptions are applicable for the 71 also. The reason is simple. Within the head itself we are not allowing to set off. Within the same head itself we are not allowing to set off. So if you are observing, these are all the things are taxable under the PCBP only, but we are not allowing the set off within the same head only. That's why we are not allowing to set off between the heads also. What are the exceptions, ma? Please remember what are the exceptions. If you are observing that section 70 exceptions are applicable as an exceptions to the section 71 also. As it is, ma, there is no change. What are the exceptions, ma? Loss from specified business can be set off against the, yes, ma, specified business income only. Speculative business loss can be set off against the speculative business income only. Yes, ma. Next, loss from a source which is an exempt from the tax. Next one, ma. Losses from owning and maintaining of or race horses can be set off against such activity income only. Next one, ma. Losses from a casual activities which is not allowed to set off against any other income. Long-term capital loss, if any there, that can be set off only against the long-term capital gain. Yes, ma. Long-term capital gain only. In addition to that, we will discuss the two exceptions, ma. Two more exceptions we will discuss, ma. What are the two more exceptions, ma? 7. So 6 are already over. The 7th one, ma. Loss under the head PCBP if you have. Loss under the head if you haven't. Loss under the head PCBP if you have. That cannot be set off against the salary income, ma, but it can be set off against any other income. Loss under the head PCBP, it cannot be set up against the salary income. If you are doing this setup, definitely the many fake businesses can be incorporated and the salary income will be used for the setup of what ma fake business losses. That's why in order to prevent that all the things, they are giving this what ma restriction to the 71. Yes, if I am having the loss from the PCBP, yes, genuine business, even though you can't set up against the what ma salaries income. So, and one more thing, if any person is a regular employee, how he can do the business, ma? That is also logic. Yes, second one. A last exception under section 71, ma. Sir, if you having the loss from house property, what is that maximum loss of house property can be set up against the any other head of income, ma? 2 lakh. Sir, if you having the loss from house property, the maximum 2 lakhs house property loss only can be set off against the any other head of income. So can you tell me here in this example also, we are setting off the 55,000 loss only against the PCBP because I know this point before itself. So that's why I framed that example with the 55,000 only. Can I set up the 2 lakh, more than 2 lakh against any other head of income? No. So if you want to set up the house property related loss, it can be set up against any other income. Maximum how much, ma? 2 lakh. If any SSE opted, very very important point, ma. If any SSE opted section 115 BAC, that is nothing but what, ma? Default tax regime for that individual HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP. Then loss under the house property shall not be allowed to set off from any other head of income. That means during the current previous year, you can't do the set off of what, ma? House property loss against any other head of income, ma. You can't do the set off. You can't do the set off. But for the next years, you can do what, ma? Carry forward. This is only logic here. Sir, if I am following the normal tax rate, ma, how much loss I can carry forward from the house property to that other heads, ma? 2 lakhs. That is a maximum. If you are following the default tax regime under section 115 BSE, you can't set off that any loss to that what, ma? Other heads, but you can do what, ma? Set off. This is the difference in this chapter. You should remember, ma. We can expose this question in an examination directly. Yes, what are that? Yes, ma. What are the exceptions to the 71, ma? Same exceptions as 70. And we haven't two more exceptions, ma. What is the first exceptions, ma? Additional exceptions. Loss under the house property is there. Maximum loss of house property can be set off against the other incomes only how much, ma? 2 lakhs. If you are following the normal tax rate. If you are following the default tax regime under section 115 BSE, whatever the loss you have under the house property, you can't set off against the any other income. You can't set off, but you can carry forward to what, ma? Next years. And if you have in the PCBP loss, you can't set off against the what, ma? Salaries. Are you clear, ma? Yes, next concept. After doing 70, after doing 71 also, if you have any excess loss, yes, you can do that loss can be carried forward to the what, ma? Next assessment years. If you are hearing that word happen carry forward, definitely you should remember, yes, ma, that will be carry forward to what, ma? Next assessment years only. Just we will take example, ma. So you have in house property 1 and house property 2, ma. Loss in house property is there and profit in one more house property. Here we are applying between the two sources or within the one head, that by 70. After 70, what is that income from house property, ma? 1,50,000 loss. And you haven't PCBP income also. What is the maximum loss of house property can be set off against the PCBP? If you are following the normal tax rate, ma, 71 section you can follow. Maximum 2 lakhs only. But here we have in 1,50,000. Yes, you can set off. Yes, ma, can you tell me still how much loss you have? How much loss you have? That is in 50,000 house property loss still you have. So gross total income shall not become negative, ma. Gross total income shall be what, ma? Always zero here. Here you have an excess loss. That excess loss is in carry forward to what, ma? Next assessment year. That is in what, ma? Assessment year 15, 16. Right now we are in that previous year 23, 24. Assessment year 24, 25. What is the next assessment year, ma? 25, 26. You can carry forward that unabsorbed loss. Unabsorbed loss. How much, ma? 50,000. If any loss is still unabsorbed, if any loss is still unabsorbed, even after section 70, that means intra-head setup, within the head setup after that, and between the heads also 71, if any loss is still unabsorbed, what we will do with this unabsorbed loss, ma? That can be carried forward to the next years and set up against the what, ma? Subsequent years profits. Are you clear? This is only that carry forward, ma. Always you should remember there is a priority. There is a priority. First you should do section 70. Next you should do section 71. After this also, if any loss still unabsorbed, then you have to do that what, ma? Carry forward to the next years, and that can be set up against the next years or subsequent years profits, ma. Are you clear with this up to now, ma? Yes, ma. Are you clear with this, ma, up to now? Yes. After discussing the 70 and 71, we will discuss the summary, ma. So after listening these entire exceptions and all the things, this summary is definitely very, very useful for you, ma. So what is the summary, ma? First we will discuss the summary relating to section 70 and 71, ma. 70 and 71 is talking only about the set off, ma. So can you tell me 70 is nothing but what, ma? Within the head set off, and 71 is nothing but what, ma? Between the head set off is talking. Yes. So can you tell me, if you have in the losses, then how you can do the setup? That is only the summary we will write it on, ma. So can you tell me, is there any chance to get the loss from the salary said, ma? No, not possible. In initial, that means at the time of starting of this chapter itself, we are discussing loss from salaries, you can't get it out, ma. So if you haven't lost from house property, can you tell me what is the treatment, ma? First, you have to do the within the head set off, ma. Within the head set off, that means intra head. After that, if you have any loss, yes, you can go for that what, ma? Other heads, but maximum you can set off how much, ma? 2 lakh. If that SSC follows the default tax regime under section 115B AC, there is no set off also. But you can do what, ma? Carry forward. Yes. If you have in the PGBP head, yes, ma. Within that PGBP head, can you tell me how many losses you can get, ma? Loss from the normal business, ma. If you haven't the loss from normal business, please make an observation here clearly. If you haven't lost from the normal business, yes, you can do the section 70. Within the head, you can do set off, ma. From all the things. Specified business income also you can use for the setup of what, ma? Normal business loss. Speculative business income also you can use for the what, ma? Normal business loss. And after that, if you have any excess loss after setting up within the PCBP head, you can go for that what, ma? Other heads, but except salary, because the PCBP loss cannot be set up against the what, ma? Salary income. Okay, I will tell you the simple thing, ma. Yes, important note like this. Sir, if you having the speculative business loss, what you can do, ma? Speculative business loss can be set off only against the speculative business income only. So that's why you can't set off against the what, ma? Normal business income. If you have a normal business loss, the normal business loss can do what, ma? Section 71 set off. Sorry, 70 set off. That means what, ma? Within the head of income, you can set off against any income. Normal business loss is there. If you have, that can do what, ma? Section 70 set off. Within that PCBP, whatever that income is there, that can be utilized for that loss set off, ma. So that's why if you have in that what, ma? Normal business loss, that can be set off against the speculative income also. This is very, very important. This will be useful for doing the some problems also, ma. If you having the speculative business loss, that can be set off only against the normal business income only. Sorry, if you have in that what, ma? Sorry. Yes, if you have in the, yes, ma. If you having the speculative business loss, that can be set off against the what, ma? Speculative income only. That's why you can't set off against the what, ma? Normal business income. You can't set off against the what, ma? Normal business income. But if you having the what, ma? Normal business loss, yes, you can set off against the what, ma? Any income in the PCBP head. So that's why section 70, if you are applying here, yes, you can do this what, ma? Set off against the speculative business income also. So that's why here we are written that what ma, if you having the PGBP loss, that is also normal business loss. Can you tell me? Here you can do the 70. That means if any income is charged to tax under the head PGBP, against that income you can do set off ma. After that, if any excessive loss is there, that can be set off against any other head of income also except salaries. If you having the speculative business loss as well as specified business loss, that can be set off against the respective business incomes only. Specified business loss against the specified business income only. Speculative business loss against the speculative business income only. Next one ma, if you have in the short term capital loss ma, can be set off against the short term capital gain, can be set off against the long term capital gain also. If you have a long term capital loss, can be set up only against what ma, long term capital gain. Can be set up only against what ma, long term capital gain. Next, income from what ma, other sources. So under income from other sources, if you have in the losses from casual activities, can I do set off against any income? No, it is not allowed to set off, because if you have in that what ma, casual activity losses, it is not allowed to set off. If any casual activities income, that is taxable at the rate of plot 30% ma, no need to set off of the casual activity related losses against any other head of income. If you have in that losses from owning and maintaining of race horses, yes, you can do the setup against such activity income only. This is only section 70 and 71 summary. Sir, without referring the previous things also, yes, you can refer and you can do these problems ma, along with the summary. But how you can know about this summary ma, if you know that main provisions only. If you have in the salary loss, that is not at all possible ma. You will not get the salaries loss ma. And if you having that loss from house property, yes, you can do 70 and 71. Under 71, yes, you how much loss you can set up against the any other head ma, maximum 2 lakhs. If you are following the default tax regime under section 115 BSE, you can't set up the loss against any income also, any other head income also, but you can do carry forward. If you're having the loss from the normal business, yes, you can do that again. You can do set off against any income under the PCBP. Yes, next, yes, if any excessive loss is there, yes, you can do the set off against another head also, but except what my salary. Specified business loss against only specified business income. Speculative business income against only speculative business income. Long term capital loss against only long term capital gain, but short term capital loss against short term capital gain and long term capital gain also. Losses from casual activities is not allowed to set off ma. Next, losses from owning and maintaining of resources, yes, that can be set off against such activity income only. Yes ma, this is in section 70 and 71 summary ma. Next we will discuss the section, yes ma, section relating to carry forward and set off summary ma. Shall we discuss the carry forward and set off related summary ma? Yes. Next we will discuss the carry forward and set off related summary ma. Yes, the first we will discuss the section along with the what ma, what is the concept. Section number 71b. Sir, if you have an unabsorbed loss from house property, if you have an what ma, unabsorbed loss from house property, so what you can do ma, you can carry forward. Yes, next year what will happen ma, brought forward to the next years, and that can be set up against income from house property only. So if anything, any loss is and carry forward, and that loss should be brought forward and set up against such activity related head only ma. So here you are carry forward the what ma, loss from house property, so that can be set off only against the what ma, income from house property. Sir, how many years you can carry forward like this ma? Yes, you can carry forward like this for 8 assessment years ma. You can carry forward for how many assessment years ma? 8 assessment years. Yes. Yes. Right now, just one example ma. Just one example. During the previous year 23-24, you haven't what ma, loss that you are carry forward to the next years, and that means the next year means that is in previous year. So okay, just we are talking in that assessment years point of view, that will be very very easy ma. The assessment year 24-25 you haven't lost ma, so that's why you are carry forward to the next assessment years, that is an assessment year 25-26, and we are doing the set off also. Sir, okay, if that loss is not at all, yes sir, set off in this year, the loss is not at all set off that fully. That's why you can carry forward for that how many assessment years ma? 8 assessment years continuously you can carry forward and set off, no issue. Yes, in order to carry forward this loss from this year to the next years, in order to carry forward of this loss to that what ma, next years, it is a mandatory to file the return of income within the due date ma. Yes. So please remember, if you want to carry forward that any loss to the next years, definitely you have to file the loss return ma. Loss return of income you must file, but within the due date is required or not only the discussion. Mandatory to file the return of income within the due date under section 139(1). Yes, this point isn't given under section 80 ma. Section 80 is talking about, yes, if you want to carry forward the losses to the what ma next years, whether we are required to file the return of income within the due date. Return of filing isn't mandatory ma, but we need to file within the due date, not required. Even after the due date, if you filed also, no issue, but loss return filing is a mandatory ma. So within the due date is not required here, but you have to file that what ma return of income in order to carry forward. Okay. Next, if you are observing that we are discussing about 72 ma. If you have in the normal business loss, yes, you can carry forward to the what ma next years. Next year that can be brought forward and set off against the what ma PCBP only. The same nature of loss is an set off against the same income ma. Yes, you can carry forward and you can set off against the BGBB. How many years you can set off ma? Like the 80 years you can carry forward and set off. Can you tell me, is return of income is required to file within the time ma? Yes, if you want to carry forward the business losses to that what ma next year, yes, you have to file the yes ma return of income, yes ma, within the time. Can you tell me in this year, if you have filed the return of income within the time, then only you can carry forward the losses to that what ma next years. Are you clear ma? Yes. 73 ma. 73 is nothing but losses from speculative business ma. Yes, you can carry forward. If any unabsorbed loss from speculative business is there, that can be carry forward to the next years, and that can be set off only against the what ma speculative business. That means once one is an exception for the 70, there is an exception for 70 also. There is an exception for that what ma carry forward and set off also. Loss from speculative business is there, yes, next year also if any speculative business income is there, against that only that can be set off and carry forward. Can you tell me how many years you can do that carry forward the speculative business loss ma? 4 years. Maybe you can get the bumper losses and bumper profits, that's why they are giving that only 4 years carry forward time ma. Yes sir. If you are filing the loss return within the due date, then only you can carry forward the loss to the what ma next years. Next, the same you can expect ma. 73A is nothing but what ma loss from specified business. Yes, if you want, if you haven't loss from specified business, if any unabsorbed is there, yes, you can carry forward to the next assessment years ma. Yes, you can carry forward to the next assessment year, but next assessment year we can set off only against the specified business income only. Can you tell me how many years you can do the set off ma? You can carry forward and set up for how many years ma? Unlimited, because in the specified business 100% of the capital expenditure you can get it as an what ma deduction. The loss may be become huge, so that's why that is a benefit given by the government or department in order to carry forward the losses to the what ma unlimited years. In order to carry forward these losses to the what ma next years, we have to file the loss return within the due date only. Yes, we have to file the loss return, but that too we have to file within the due date ma. Next, if you have in the long-term capital loss ma, yes, you can set off against the long-term capital gain only in next year. Yes, you can carry forward ma. Yes, how many years you can carry forward and set off ma? Here 8 years ma. Loss return is required to file within the due date ma. Yes, we have to file the loss return within the due date only. Next, if you have in the short-term capital loss, yes, you can carry forward the short-term capital loss to the next years, and you can set off against the what ma short-term capital gain or long-term capital gain ma. How many years you can do this carry forward and set off ma? 8 assessment years you can do. Can you tell me the loss return is required to file within the due date ma? Yes, that is contained in section 74 ma. 74 is talking about the short-term capital loss and long-term capital loss related carry forward and set off ma. Next, losses from owning and maintaining of race horses is there. Yes, that can be set off only against such activity income only in the next year also. Yes, you can do that what ma carry forward first. Yes, you can do that what ma carry forward first. Yes, how many assessment years ma? 4 assessment year, because this is an ancillary to that betting or ancillary to that casual income. That's why they are given only 4 years time period of that carry forward and set off ma. Yes, whether return is required to file within the due date ma. Yes, that isn't required to file within the due date. So next others ma. So maybe what ma unabsorbed depreciation, maybe what ma unabsorbed depreciation, unabsorbed scientific research capital expenditure, unabsorbed family planning expenditures ma. These are all are generated under the PCBP head. Yes, if any losses are unabsorbed, that may be losses means what ma unabsorbed depreciation, unabsorbed scientific research capital expenditure, unabsorbed family planning expenditure, that can be set off against the, yes, you can carry forward and that can be set off against the any other head of income except what ma salary. How many years you can do the set off ma? Unlimited years. Return of income is required to be filed within the due date ma? No, not required to file within the due date. But return of income required to be filed, but not within the due date ma. After the due date, if you are filing also, okay. So these are only the summary ma. If you are observing that, I will tell you the summary ma. Final conclusion. Sir, house property loss, even though if you have filed the loss return after the due date also, okay. So like this only, ESMA last unabsorbed categories related, yes, you can carry forward even though loss return filed after the due date. How many unlimited years carry forward options are there, ma? That means unabsorbed related as well as specified business having that unlimited time period for carry forward and set off, ma. And 4 years time period for speculative business loss as well as what, ma? Owning and maintaining of race horses related. We have an only what, ma? 4 years time of carry forward and set off, ma. This is only the summary of what, ma? Carry forward and set off, ma. Can you tell me if you are carry forward any loss that can be brought forward set up against the same income only? Yes, here house property loss against house property, business loss, PCBP. Because these are the exception, that exceptional related points are same, ma. Next, these are also exception, same point. These are also exception, same point. Next one, ma. Business related, ma. These are all are the business head related, unabsorbed business loss, sorry, unabsorbed depreciation, unabsorbed what, ma? Scientific research capital expenditure, unabsorbed family planning. These are the related to PCBP. That's why it can be carry forward set up against what, ma? Any income except what, ma? Salaries. Are you clear with the set off and carry forward of the losses related summary, ma? Are you clear up to now? Yes. After discussing the set off and the carry forward of losses related provisions as well as summary, we have to discuss about these things also. Important for an MCQ purpose, ma? Listen. If any amalgamation isn't happened, if any amalgamation isn't happened, so can you tell me amalgamating company having the losses, ma? Having the what, ma? Losses. That amalgamating company losses can be set off against the what, ma? Amalgamated company. Example, so Sachem company in the losses, ma. So the Sachem company is an amalgamated with the Tech Mahindra. Tech Mahindra company having the profits. So if the some conditions are satisfied, yes, we can set up the business losses of. We can set up the what, ma? Business losses of amalgamating company against the what, ma? Profits of an amalgamated company. So how many years you can carry forward and set up of that business losses of the what, ma? Amalgamating company in the hands of amalgamated company, ma? A fresh period of 8 years, not remaining period, ma. So you can generate the fresh period of 8 years. So that means normally, yes, ma, 4 years already is over in the hands of the what, ma? So suppose nothing but I want to take the 5 years. The 5 years already 5 years back loss we have, ma, that is still unabsorbed. And yes, ma, how many years you can do the set off of the losses against the what, ma? Amalgamated company. There is no need to calculate the remaining number of years. What is that period, ma? A fresh period of 5 years. Sorry, fresh period of how many years, ma? 8 years will be available in the hands of the amalgamated company. If any demerger isn't happened, can you tell me demerger means? I think you know. Yes, ma. Existing company, yes, ma, is demerging into the two companies, ma. One company is nothing but continuing with the old name, that is a demerged company. Another company is a new company, that is a resulting company, ma. If demerged company having the business loss, ma, if demerged company having the business loss, that is an A limited here, the demerged company, ma, that is having the business loss, if the conditions are satisfied, that can be set off against the what, ma? Resulting company also. Yes, ma, if the resulting company having the profits, ma. Yeah, the resulting company having the business profits, and if they're having the what, ma? Business loss, that business loss can be set off against the what, ma? Resulting company profits for the remaining period of 8 years. Here, there is no fresh period of 8 years, ma. Already 5 years they are already enjoyed that what, ma? Losses carry forward and set off. Can you tell me how many years period is available in the hands of resulting company, ma? 3 years only. In case of amalgamation, yes, ma, in case of amalgamation, fresh period of 8 years, ma. In case of demerger, the remaining period of 8 years only available for doing the carry forward and set off. Next one, ma, conversion of sole proprietorship firm or firm into company. So that means first that is an firm or company, ma. So that having that what, ma? Business loss, yes, ma, that is an converted into what, ma? Company. That is an converted into as an what, ma? Company. If the following conditions are satisfied, yes, we can do the set off of these business losses of the predecessor against the what, ma? Successor for the remaining or fresh period, ma? Fresh period of 8 years. The same way, unlisted public company or private company is converted into what, ma? LLP. Unlisted public company or private company converted into LLP, here who is an predecessor ma? Unlisted public company or private company is an predecessor. If any business loss is there in their hands, that can be carry forward and set off against the ESMA successor, that is an LLP, that is a successor, that is an what ma? LLP. If the following conditions are satisfied, that loss can be carried forward and set off for that how many assessment years ma? 8 assessment years, the fresh period of 8 assessment years. If you are observing that if any business restructuring and reconstructions are done, this is only called as what ma? Business restructuring as well as what ma? Reconstructions, amalgamation, demerger, conversion of firm or SOP into company, conversion of unlimited public company or private company into unlisted public company or private company into LLP. These are called as what ma? Business restructuring ma. If anything is done, in case of amalgamation, fresh period of 8 years we can do. And in case of conversions also, how many years ma? Fresh period of 8 years. Please remember, for demerger only we can carry forward for how many years ma? Remaining period of 8 years only we can do ma. Are you clear up to now? So this is only that end with the what ma? Set off and the carry forward of losses chapter. So please revise this summary and you can do the problem easily ma. But if you are observing that how they are going to give the set off and the carry forward of losses related question ma, always they will ask you. So if they are asking the set off and the carry forward of losses question ma, they will ask you like the objective of the question. So how they will ask you the question ma? So please compute the total income only they will ask you. Why? So they will give you that 5 heads of income ma. Income from salaries, income from house property, and yes ma, income from PCBP, yes ma, income from PCBP like capital gain. Next one ma, they will give you that what ma, income from other sources. Some of the losses they will give you, yes ma, some of the heads having the losses they will give you, some of the heads they will give you that what ma, profits. Finally, after doing the setup, you have to calculate the total income only. After doing the setup, you have to calculate the total income only. Second question they will ask you, yes ma, what are the losses you have to do the carry forward. Still, if any one of the loss isn't still unabsorbed, that you have to carry forward to the what ma? Next assessment years. Next assessment years. These are the only the two questions they will give you ma. First part of the question is how to find out the total income. Second part is nothing but what ma? What are the losses you are eligible to carry forward for that what ma? Next assessment years. These are only the asking of the questions ma. This is only the way of asking the question. So if you are observing that, sir, they will not give you as in please do set off and carry forward. Please apply that chapter, this chapter, they will not give you ma. So they will give you the total heads of income related information. After that, you have to find out the set off. Sir, you have these losses ma? Yes, these losses can be set off against the what ma? Different heads. Suppose house property loss is there. Maximum house property loss you can set off against the any other head income, any other head. What is that amount ma? 2 lakh. So the PCBP loss is that yes, you can set up the PCBP loss against the any other head of income except what ma? Salaries. You can't set up against the what ma? Salaries. So by way of applying these are all the things you have to calculate the what ma? Gross total income. So maybe that is a gross total income ma. After the gross total income, if you are reducing the chapter 6A deduction, you will get that what ma? Total income only. Then okay, if any still yes ma, after doing the set off and the carry forward, if any loss is still unabsorbed, yes, you can do that what ma? Carry forward of the losses to that what ma? Next assessment years, and after that that can be set up against the what ma? Next assessment years related subsequent years profits. Are you clear? So don't check it out whether this problem is set off and carry forward. But how you can identify? They will give you that objective of the question. That means you have to find out the total income and the next what is the losses to be carry forward to that what next year. This is where only they are giving the questions. Ma. Are you clear? Yes. This is only that end with the what ma set off and the carry forward of losses. Next we will discuss the chapter 6A deductions chapter ma. Yes. Thank you.
Hi, let's begin our discussion with a new chapter, that is chapter 6A deductions. Ma. What is the new chapter name? Chapter 6A deductions. So first of all you want to know about the what is the expected weightage of this chapter. Yes, expected weightage is an average. In every attempt we can get this 7 mark from this chapter. Ma. On an average we can get 7 marks from this chapter. So based on the last 2 attempts on new syllabus examination trend, so we are always getting the 2 MCQs from this chapter mandatory. So in last examination and before examination also we have 2 MCQs from this chapter. The remaining we have what more descriptive. Remaining we have what more descriptive. So in some attempts we are getting that nearly 10 marks also from this chapter, but average you can expect 7 marks. And next, one more important information. Sir, how they given the questions from this chapter 6A deductions chapter. So they are not giving the direct questions, one like please compute 80C, please compute 80D deduction. Like that, they are not giving the questions. How they are asking the questions? Simply, they are giving the questions. They are giving the questions. Objective of the question, you have to calculate the total income. What is it, ma? So the main objective of the questions, they are given the please compute the total income. Yes, but they will give you that one or two heads of income related information, ma. They are giving the one or two heads of income related information. Based on that, you have to find out the what, ma? Gross total income. From that gross total income, you have to reduce the chapter 6A deductions in order to identify the total income. So the main objective of the question, they will give you that please find out the total income of an SSC. But the main part of the question, you have to reduce the chapter 6A deductions from the gross total income. That is only they are giving in examinations. Ma. So don't look at a question for that compute the chapter 6A deduction 80D 80C. But ultimately you have to find out the total income only. But the main question or main part of the answer, you have to write that what, ma, from that gross total income you have to reduce the chapter 6A deductions only. So for this purpose only I want to tell you that what, my total income format, ma. For this purpose only I want to tell you the total income format. Shall we start the total income format, ma? Yes, they will give you that what, ma, 5 heads of income related information or 5 or any one, ma. Okay, so income from salaries, income from house property, PCBP, capital gain, income from other sources. If you are added that along with the what, ma, clubbing provisions, can you tell me what do you mean by the clubbing provisions, ma? So other person income is added in our SSE's total income. So example I will tell you, ma, simple example. So father and minor is there. So minus income always clubbed in the hands of the whom are parents whose total income is higher. Suppose if you are taken one example, yes ma, so father income only that higher, yes ma, then the minus income is clubbed in the hands of father's total income. Automatically, father having the some salary income, ma, but in addition to that salary income, minus income is also taxable in the hands of father. So that's why father total income will be what, ma, increased. So because of the clubbing provisions, always our total income will be what, ma, increased. Then what about the set off of losses, ma? Please remember the point. So if any SSC having the losses during the last previous years. So in earlier years that SSC having the losses, ma, that losses can be brought forward to the ESMA. Losses can be brought forward to the current previous year. Against the current previous year profits, we can set off that what, ma, losses. If you are setting off of the losses of the earlier years against the current year profits or current year income, your total income will be what, ma, reduced. Always remember, because of the clubbing provisions our total income will be increased. Because of the set off of losses our total income will be reduced. Finally you are getting that what, ma, gross total income. From that gross total income we have to reduce the chapter 6A deduction. Ultimately you will get what, ma, net total income. And one important point I want to communicate to you here, what is a, if your chapter 6A deductions are, yes ma, 5 lakh, yes ma, example chapter 6A deductions are nothing but what, ma, 5 lakh you are eligible to take. If your, yes ma, if your gross total income is 6 lakhs, yes you can take that what, ma, 5 lakh, and total income is what, ma, 1 lakh. Yes ma, if your gross total income is nothing but what, ma, 5 lakh, you are also eligible to take only what, ma, 5 lakh. That means what, ma, please remember, yes ma, please remember, our chapter 6A deductions always restricted to what, ma, our chapter 6A deductions always restricted to what, ma, gross total income. More than gross total income you can't take that what, ma, chapter 6A deductions. More than gross total income you can't get that what, ma, chapter 6A reductions. So finally if you are observing that net total income is nothing but what, ma, 1 lakh or what, ma, 0. Net total income is nothing but what, ma, 1 lakh or 0. That means what, ma, finally I will give you the conclusion. So if you are observing that calculation of net total income, maybe you will get a 0. Yes ma, in which case you will get 0, ma, exactly your gross total income is matched with the chapter 6A reduction, you will get 0. Otherwise, yes ma, you will get in positive. You should not get the what, ma, negative total income, ma. So what is the reason, ma? Because on always chapter 6A deduction should be equal or less than the what ma gross total income. Are you clear ma up to now? Okay. Next, if you are calculating the tax liability on total income, yes ma, if you are calculated the tax liability on total income, from that you can reduce that what ma already paid taxes during that what ma previous year in the form of TDS, TCS or advance tax. Suppose in case one, yes ma, your tax liability is nothing but what ma 1 lakh. Yes ma, suppose if your tax liability is 1 lakh, last year TDS, TCS advance tax, please reduce ma how much amount we paid during the previous year ma 50,000. 50,000 still you have to pay as an what ma tax liability. Okay, no issue. So if you are observing that what ma case 2, if you are observing that case 2, can you tell me 1 lakh is nothing but what ma tax liability is came. If you are calculated the tax liability 1 lakh is came, but during the previous year you are already paid the 2 lakh ma, so that's why that 1 lakh you will get it as an what ma refund. So that means, please, important point here, if you are paid any taxes during the previous year, if you are paid any taxes during the previous year, the taxes can be taken as a credit while you are paying the tax in assessment year. Okay. Few more basic points is needed for understanding the chapter 6A deductions ma. Few more basic points are needed. Shall we start the basic point number 1 ma? Yes. Yes, ma. I'm taking that example previous year 23-24 ma for our examination, for our CMA inter examinations. What is the previous year ma? 23-24 is nothing but our previous year. If you are observing that, so you have a gross total income is 1,50,000 ma. Your gross total income is 1,50,000. Next. So SSE made that specific investments ma under ATC, ATD. So he is an eligible to take the 2 lakh chapter 6A deduction during the previous year. He have an eligibility of what ma? He can take the 2 lakh. But during the previous year, he having the gross total income 1,50,000 only. I already told that basic point. Yes ma. What is that basic point ma? Please remember, chapter 6A deduction should not exceed the gross total income. That's why even though you are eligible for 2 lakh also, but we are restricted to take that how much amount ma 1,50,000 only as a deduction. Yes ma, net total income will become as an what ma 0. Even though you have an eligible, so I am already invested the 2 lakh, sir. Can I take the 2 lakh of deduction? No, because chapter 6A deductions are always restricted to that what ma gross total income. Okay, can you tell me how much amount is an already exhausted ma? 1,50,000 is an exhausted. So during the previous year already you are taken the chapter 6A deduction 1,50,000. What is that unexhausted amount of chapter 6A deduction? 50,000. This unexhausted amount of 50,000, can I carry forward to that what ma next assessment years ma? No. No, you can't carry forward of your unclaimed chapter 6A deduction during the previous year or unexhausted. What is that ma? Unexhausted. What is that ma? Unexhausted chapter 6A deductions during the previous year. You can't carry forward to that what ma next year's ma. This is one basic point. There is no carry forward of chapter 6A deductions to that next year's. Second basic point ma. Aggregate amount of deduction shall not exceed. That means nothing but what ma, you have many sections of the chapter 6 year deductions ma, 80C, 80DD, 80CCD, 80G, 80TT, 80TB, etc, etc. So please add that all the things ma. Aggregate amount of deduction, it shall not exceed that what ma gross total income. Next ma, I think in previously I erased this ma. So please remember, there is no carry forward of unutilized deductions to the next year. So if you are taken, yes, you can take during the previous year all your eligible chapter 6A deduction. If any unexhausted chapter 6A deductions are there during the current previous year, you can't carry forward that all the things to that what ma next year. Next, chapter 6A deductions not allowed against the what ma following incomes. So what is that point ma? You can't take the chapter 6A deductions against the following incomes ma. So what are the following incomes ma? Simply in shortcuts we can say it as an what ma? Yes ma, special tax rate taxable incomes are there. Okay, against the special tax rate taxable income, you can't take the chapter 6A deductions ma. If any special tax rate taxable incomes are there, yes, against that special tax rate taxable income, you can't get the chapter 6A deductions ma. So first thing ma, we have one special tax rate taxable incomes ma under capital gains.
we have a long term capital gain ma. In that long term capital gain we have two types of long term capital gain ma. 112A, yes ma, 112A as well as what ma, 112. These two also taxable at special tax rates ma. So that's why you can't take that what ma, chapter 6A deductions against the, yes ma, the special tax rate taxable income of long term capital gain. But if you are observing the short term capital gain, under short term capital gain we haven't triple 1A ma. This is also special tax rate taxable income. So that's why on that you can't take that what ma, chapter 6A reductions. Next, if you are observing that short term capital gain other than 111A, these all the are taxable at what ma, normal tax rate. These are all are taxable at what ma, normal tax rate. So that's why you can take that what ma, chapter 6A deductions. Please remember, if any income is taxable by using the special tax rate, against that income we can't claim that what ma, chapter 6A deductions. We can't claim that what ma, chapter 6A deductions. And apart from the capital gain, casual incomes, winnings from lotteries, crossword puzzles, ESMA, beddings, gamblings, etc. These are all the things are called as a casual incomes. Casual incomes also taxable by using that what ma, special tax rate. So against these we can't claim the chapter 6A deductions ma. Are you clear ma as of now? So if I am repeating the ESMA basic points for the chapter 6A reductions, please remember there is no carry forward of the chapter 6A reductions to the next years. If any unexhausted things are there, ESMA you can't carry forward to the next years. Aggregate amount of deduction shall not exceed the gross total income. Next, chapter 6A reductions cannot be allowed against these following incomes ma. Capital gain special tax rate income like long term capital gain 110, long term capital gain 112A, short term capital gain 111A. But short term capital gain other than 111A is taxable by using normal tax rate. On that you can claim the chapter 6A reductions ma. And casual incomes also, against casual incomes also we can't get the what ma, chapter 6A reduction. These are the basic points ma. So let's discuss the one by one sections in our chapter 6A deductions chapter ma. So normally if you are observing our institute material ICMAI material, yes ma, we haven't what ma, so deductions starting from 80C to etc etc. But in our discussion we will discuss the what ma, easy to difficult manner. So that's why I'm taking that what ma, 80 TTA first section ma. I'm taking the 80 TTA as an first section. No need to get in tension ma. I will discuss the all the chapter 6A deductions, but we will discuss in a different manner ma. So that means we will change the what ma, order of learning of the sections in the chapter 6A deductions. Okay, shall we start with the 80 TTA starting section of the chapter 6A deductions ma? Yes. Yes ma. 80 TTA, please read the section heading ma. Deduction with respect to interest on savings account. Sir, if you have in the savings account, on that if you are receiving that interest, can you tell me interest always taxable under which head of income ma? Income from other sources. That means if you have an income, on that income you can get the one deduction. That's why we can call this as an income based chapter 6A deduction. Income based chapter 6A deduction. Okay, so who is an eligible SSE for taking this deduction? Who is an eligible SSE? Simple ma. Individual or HUF, whether resident or non-resident. Please remember, so savings account will be given to that individuals or HUFs only ma. So normally company partnership firm, for them we can't get an savings accounts related things. So please remember, individual or HUF, either resident also he can take, non-resident also he can take the chapter 6A deductions ma, under section 80 TTA. Okay, what is it eligible income? So please remember, what is it eligible income? If SSC's gross total income, or if an SSC total income including the interest on savings account, then he can take this deduction. What is it ma? If SSC total income includes interest on savings account, yes ma, you can get the what ma, chapter 6A deduction under section 80 TTA. Next, how much amount of deduction you can get ma? Yes, you can get the deduction of an actual interest or 10,000, whichever is what ma, lower. So what is the statutory limit mentioned under 80 TTA ma? 10,000. 10,000 or actual interest, whichever is lower, you can take it as an what ma, deduction.
So that means if any income, if interest from the savings account isn't taxable under the income from other sources, that means automatically that is included in our gross total income. Then automatically that individual or HF, either resident or non-resident, he can take the what ma 80 TTA. Next, the same series ma 80 TTB we have. What is that 80 TTB ma? Please read that heading. 80 TTB is nothing but deduction with respect to interest only. But here interest on deposits, but this deduction is only for the senior citizens ma. This deduction is only for whom ma? Senior citizen. Sir, if any senior citizen having the deposits, on the deposit if any interest is there, that interest should be taxable under the head what ma? Income from other sources. That interest always will be taxable under the head what ma? Income from other sources. Okay, who is an eligible SSC for taking the deduction ma? Already you know senior citizen, but this deduction only exclusively for the resident ma. Non-resident can't take the 80 TTB ma. Only resident senior citizen can take. What is that eligible income ma? So SSC's total income including the interest on deposits ma. So that interest on deposit may be taken from the bank. Interest on deposits may be taken from the post office. Interest from the deposits may be taken from the what ma? Cooperative society. So that means in our total income we have an interest on deposits. The deposit related interest may be received from bank, post office, cooperative banks. Can you tell me what is that amount of deduction ma? Here senior citizen, we want to give you that more benefit as an deduction ma. That's why actual interest or 50,000, whichever is what ma? Lower. Whichever is what ma? Lower. Please remember one point ma. If any SSC, if he is a senior citizen, yes ma, if he avail the, yes ma, if he claim the 80 TTB, if he claim the 80 TTB. So normally if any resident senior citizen is there, so if he having that interest from the deposits, if he claim the 80 TTB, he can't avail the 80 TTM. So if he claim the 80 TTA, he can't take that what ma 80 TTA. So that is only the point ma. So dual benefits are not available, like dual deductions also not available. If you are claimed the 80 TTB, then automatically 80 TTA will not be available for you. 80 TTA will not available for you. Are you clear ma? Please remember this ma. Please remember this. So these two are exclusively if you have an interest in your gross total income, then you can take the deduction ma. Can I claim these two? No. Even though I am a senior citizen, I can take the 80 TTB. If you are taken 80 TTB, automatically 80 TTA will not available for you. Are you clear? Yes. Shall we start the next section ma? 80U. Shall we start the next section ma? That is an 80U. 80U is nothing but what ma? Deduction in case of person with a disability. So that means here person means nothing but twist is there ma? SSC. If an SSC have a disability, so can you tell me disability means nothing but handicap, deaf, dumb, blind, or anything also we can call it as an what ma? Disability. So can you tell me if any SSC isn't disabled, automatically he can take the 80U as in chapter 6A reductions ma. But eligible SSC is nothing but must be resident. The resident individual, that resident individual having that what ma disability, then only he can take the deduction. Then only he can take the what ma deduction. Please remember 80 TTA, either resident also non-residents also you can take. 80 TTB resident senior citizen, 80U resident individual, because the disability will be only to that whom individual SSCs. So that's why resident individual who having the disability, he can take the deduction based on the following condition satisfaction ma. First condition, yes ma, medical certificate needs to be obtained by the person with the disability. Then that medical certificate needs to be submitted with the return of income to the whom assessing officer. So that means every SSC needs to file the return of income during the previous year, sorry, during that assessment year. Yes, for along with the return of income, he has to submit that what ma certificate obtained by the SSC. Okay. Next, what is that amount of deduction we can get, sir? Yes, Amount of deduction ma, simply I will tell you, if that is a normal disability 75,000, severe disability 1,25,000. So this is a flat deduction ma, no need to check that what is that expenditure you are incurred with respect to the disability. All the things are irrelevant. Flat deduction 75,000 or 1,25,000 you can get. So next one ma, disability. So here, yes ma, definitely in medical certificate doctors will be prescribed this disability in percentages terms ma, if they are mentioned as an 0 to 39. So for this section we are treated as an what ma, there is no disability. If the doctor mentioned as an 0 to 39 as a disability percentage, okay, that is a disability only, but for this section there is no disability. Next 40 to 79 if they are mentioned, then we can treat as an what ma, normal disability, and you can get the chapter 6A deduction as an 75,000 under 80U. Next, if you are maintained that what ma, okay, if you haven't that percentage as an 80 to 100, that is treated as severe disability. That is severe disability. You can take the 1,25,000 as an what ma, deduction. Clear? Next one ma. So two more deductions we will discuss ma. 80 RRB, 80 QQB. These two sections I want to tell you in sequential way. That means simultaneously we will discuss the what ma, these two. So first one, royalty income from the patents. This is also royalty income from the books. If any royalty income from the patents is there, that royalty income taxable under the head income from other sources, as well as books related royalty is also there. That is also taxable under the head income from other sources. If you have in the royalty income from the patents, ESMA, that royalty income taxable under the head income from other sources, as well as books related royalty also taxable under the head income from other sources. Okay. Eligible SSC ma, please remember resident individual only can take this deduction ma. Who is an eligible SC ma for this section? Sorry. For this section, eligible SC is a resident individual. Okay. Next, what is it? Eligible income ma? Eligible income, that is in first one, royalty from the patents. Here the royalty from the what ma, books. So what is that amount of deduction we can expect ma? Eligible royalty or 3 lakhs, whichever is lower. Here also, yes ma, 3 lakhs or royalty, whichever is what ma, lower. And one more important thing ma, here books means, yes ma, artistic books or literature books and nothing but what ma, historic books ma. Yes, ma, nothing but what ma, historic and artistic books. On that only, if any royalty is there, on that royalty only, we can take the 80 TTB ma. You can't claim the deduction of royalty with respect to that books if that books are all in ones, guides, textbooks, other books. On that books, if you are receiving the royalty with respect to that royalty, there is no deduction ma. If you are receiving the royalty income with respect to the books, that books are related to artistic nature as well as what ma, historic nature, then only you can take the 80 QQB, but 80 RRB can be claimed under royalty related to what ma, patents. Royalty related to what ma, patents. So if you are observing now, as of now we are done the 80 TTA and 80 TTB. 80 yes ma, next section ma, 80U. Next section ma, 80, what is that ma, 80 RRB. Next one, oh sorry, okay, if you are writing the sequentially, 80 QQB. Next one ma, 80 RRB. These are only that 5 sections we are discussed till now ma. Only that 5 sections we are discussed till now. Yes ma. Clear ma? Clear ma? Yes. Next section, 80 GG ma. So with respect to our CMA inter examination, definitely this will be the very, very important deduction ma, 80 GG. Definitely this is a very, very important discussion, 80 GG. Please check it out the heading ma. Deduction with respect to rent paid for the house property. So if you have paid the any rent for house property, then automatically you can get the what ma, chapter 6A deduction under section 80 GG. If I am paying the rent for my house property, then I can get the 80 GG ma. We will discuss all the things in detailed manner with respect to the 80 GG. Just we will take one example ma. What is that example? Yes, Mr. A is a salaried employee. Yes, ma. If in his package, if he receives that HRA, so can you tell me what is the full form of HRA, ma? House rent allowance. So if any salaried employee receives HRA, then he can claim that exemption under section 10 subsection 13A. So this we will discuss in the salaries chapter, ma. This we will discuss in salaries chapter. So normally if any person salaried employee receives HRA, he can claim HRA exemption, or he can claim what, ma? 80 GG. So if any salaried employee, if he receives HRA, he can claim HRA exemption under section 10 subsection 13A in salaries. Or, okay, if you don't want to claim that HRA exemption under section 10 subsection 13A, yes, he can claim the 80GG chapter 6A deduction. Both the options are not available. He can choose any one of these, either HRA or chapter 6A deduction under section 80GG. This is for the salaried employee. Okay. So if any person other than salaried employee, if any person other than salaried employee, can you tell me other than salaried employee means nothing but if any person is doing that business or profession, yes, ma, he can take the deduction for the rent paid for house property under section 80GG. Salaried employee only have an option if he receives HRA. So salaried employee is not receiving HRA, then directly he can take 80GG. So what does that matter here, ma? If he receives that HRA, then he can claim any one of these two. If he receives only ESMA, HRA and 80GG also, you can take any one of these two things, you can take, ma. So HRA is not there in his package, then 80GG alone he can take. Yes, what is that amount of deduction we can take, ma? Simple. Eligible SSE is an individual. The amount of deduction is lower of the following things, ma. 5,000 per month, rent paid minus 10% of adjusted total income, 25% of adjusted total income, whichever is lower. So please calculate these three things and you can take the what, ma? Whichever is lower as an what, ma? Exemption. 5,000 per month, rent paid minus 10% of adjusted total income, or 25% of adjusted total income. I think in this entire discussion, you have to know about the what do you mean by the adjusted total income. Here you have to know about the what do you mean by the adjusted total income. Please take the base as an gross total income. So please take the base as an gross total income. In that gross total income, you have an what, ma? Normal taxable tax, normal tax rate taxable income, special tax rate taxable income. So please reduce the in gross total income. Whatever the special tax rate taxable incomes are there, please reduce all the things except winnings like casual incomes, ma. So except casual incomes means exclusively they are talking about, please reduce the capital gain income which are taxable at a special tax rate, and minus reduce the what, ma? All the chapter 6A reduction except 80GG. Why we are, yes, ma, why we are not excluding 80GG? We don't know what is it 80GG. For the purpose of 80GG deduction only, we are calculated this adjusted total income except 80GG. All chapter 6A deductions, please reduce. Then you will get what, ma? Adjusted total income. What do you mean by the adjusted total income, ma? Gross total income minus incomes are taxable at special tax rate minus chapter 6A deductions except what, ma? 80GG. Next. So then if you are applying that adjusted total income in second point, 10% of adjusted total income as well as what, ma? 25% of adjusted total income, you will get that what, ma? Numerical amount. Please select whichever is what, ma? Lower as an deduction under section 80GG with respect to the rent paid for that what, ma? House property. Yes, this is an important section for that CMA interma. So please remember that limits also. Next. So next section in our discussion, that is an 80GGA. What is that, ma? 80GGA. Deduction with respect to the donation given to the scientific research or what, ma? Rural development. If any person is given the donation for the scientific research or rural development, he can get the deduction under section 80GGA. What is that, ma? 80GGA. So if you are observing that who is an eligible SSE, ma? who is an eligible SSE? Please remember, eligible SSE is nothing but what ma? Any SSE that may be individual HEF, AOP, BOI, AJP, all SSEs can take the deduction ma, but except SSEs having that what ma? PCBP income. Reason, if you have any PCBP income, yes ma, these two sections related donation you can take in the PCBP chapter itself as a deduction under section 35. So normally if you are in business or profession related SSC, if you are doing the scientific research related donation or rural development donation, yes sir, definitely you can take the section 35 under the PCBP head only. If you are not having the PCBP income, then only you can come to that chapter 6A deduction ma. What is the amount of deduction ma? 100% of the donation you can take it as a deduction. If amount of donation is more than 2000, you should given in that electronic mode ma. So normally if that amount is nothing but below 2000, yes, you can give in that form of cash also, but more than 2000, yes ma, more than 2000 if you want to give in that what ma, sorry, more than 2000 if you want to contribute to the scientific research or rural development, definitely they will accept in electronic modes only. So please remember, if you are in business or profession related SSC, yes, directly you can get the PCBP deduction under section 35. If you are an other than PCBP or PCBP SSC, then you will get the 80 GGA as a deduction for that doing that scientific research or what ma, rural development. Next one ma, 80 GGB ma and 80 GGC. These two things we will discuss simultaneously. So I think present, so in our all states we haven't what ma, elections is going on. That's why this may be favorite section for that ESMA question paper setter. So please let me, please check it out ma, 80 QQ8, sorry, 80 GGB and 80 GGC. Sir, if you are giving the donation to the political parties or electoral trust, that is an 80 GGB. Here also the same heading we have ma. If you are given the donation to the political parties or electoral trust, you haven't what ma, 80 GGC deduction. What is the difference, sir? Yes, simple. If the donor is an Indian company, if donor is an Indian company, yes, you can take the deduction under section what ma, if donor is an Indian company, yes, you can take the deduction under section 80 GGB. What is the amount of donation ma? 100% of the donation will be taken as an what ma, deduction. If donor is any person other than Indian company, any person other than Indian company, then you can take the deduction under section 80 GGC. What is that ma? 80 GGC. What is the amount of donation ma? Yes, you can take the, yes ma, 100% of the donation will be allowed as what ma, deduction. The only the difference between these two sections is if an Indian company is giving the donation GGB, any person other than Indian company is giving the donation, that is an 80 GGC ma. So how many sections are there in 80G series ma? So first started with the what ma, 80GG, 80GGA, 80GGB and 80GGC. Are you clear ma up to now? Yes, up to now we have completed the 80G series also. So if you are observing that our discussions are started with the, yes ma, section 80 TTA, 80 TTB, 80U, 80U. Next one ma, if you are observing that 80U, after that we have started the what ma, 80 RRB, 80 QQB, 80 RRB, 80 QQB. Next we have started the which one ma? So 80 RRB, 80 QQB. After that we have started the what ma? 80 G series. Yes ma. Next 5 sections ma. Just I am writing the set of 5 sections as an one ma. So next one ma, 80 GG, 80 GGA, 80 GGB, 80 GGC, 80 GGC. These all are the sections are over ma till now. 9 sections are over. Next we will start the 80E series ma. Shall we start the 80E series ma? Yes. Yes. What is that ma? Deduction with respect to interest only. Deduction with respect to interest. Okay. We are getting the deduction for that interest. Can you tell me what is that ma? Deduction for that interest on loan. What is the purpose of taking the loan ma? For higher education. If you are taken any loan for higher education, and that loan if you are repaying any interest, then that interest will be allowed as deduction under section 80 E ma. What is the section ma? 80 E. If you are taking the loan for that higher education, for that loan if you are repaying that interest, then you will get the deduction under section 80E. So then this deduction will be available to individual ma. Yes ma, individual only. Yes, if I am taking the loan, for whose education I need to use that loan ma? Yes, myself and my spouse purpose, and for children, and for that, yes ma, children for whom I am acting as an what ma? Legal guardian. What is that amount of deduction you can get? Yes, amount of deduction is simply interest amount totally you will get it as a deduction. But please remember, yes ma, in 2023-24 I took a loan ma, and I started my MBA. Yes ma, I started my MBA. Yes ma, first year, and in next year 2024-25 I completed the MBA ma. So from that next year 26-27 I started the repayment of loan. So after that education only they are putting the conditions for the repayment ma. So starting that what ma repayment from that year. So till next 10 years I want to make the repayment of the loan with my earnings ma. Okay. But how many years ma? Period of 8 years only you will get this deduction consecutively ma. Yes, ma, consecutively, starting from the year in which SSE started that what ma repayment. SSE started the repayment in 26-27. From the 26-27 to 8 years consecutively, you can take the deduction under section 80E. Are you clear? Yes, ma. 80E. Are you clear, ma? Yes. Please remember this, ma. Please remember this. 80E is nothing but what ma deduction with respect to that interest. So one more shortcut ma, 80E series totally talking about the interest related deductions on loan only. Educational loan related interest is covered under section 80E. Okay. Next, we have an ESMA three more sections in the 80E series ma. First one is an 80EE. Next 80EEA, 80EEB. Please repeat the sections once again ma. 80EE, 80EEA, 80EEB. These are the three sections we have in this 80E series along with the what ma? 80E. Okay, first I will start the discussion related to 80E ma. 80E. If any SSE taken the housing loan, on that housing loan, if he paying the interest, if he paying that what ma interest, he can take the deduction of that interest payment. Yes ma, if you have an housing loan, on that housing loan if you paid that interest will be allowed as a deduction. Yes ma, can you tell me who can get this deduction ma? Individual. What is that amount of the deduction maximum he can get ma? 50,000 he can get the deduction maximum. So upon the satisfaction of the following conditions ma, first condition is very easy. Loan should be taken from the bank or financial institution, not from the friends, relatives, etc. And purchase price of the house up to 50 lakh only. Loan should be sanctioned from the 1/4/2016 to 31st March 2017. That means in the year 16-17 only you should get what ma sanctioning of loan. Disbursement is a different ma. Here we have to check that sanctioning date in the previous year 16-17 or not. Yes ma, loan amount up to 35 lakh. So purchase price of that property up to 50 lakh. For that also you should get only loan up to what ma 35 lakh. And as on the date of acquisition of any house, you should not have in what ma residential house property. I don't have residential house property. That is a basic need for me. So that's why if you are taking loan and if you are purchasing any house property with the help of that loan, if you are paying that interest on that loan, that interest will be allowed as deduction under section 80 E. Next, suppose you have an interest payment of 2,80,000 on that loan. How much interest you have to pay ma? 2,80,000. So out of the 2 lakh first utilize for the 24B ma. So I think in house property chapter, 24B, interest on what ma borrowed capital. In case of self-occupied, can you tell me how much maximum? 2 lakhs. So first give that preference to that 24B only. So balance amount you have an 80,000 ma, but the 80 EE limit will be what ma 50,000 only. That's why you can get only 50,000 as a deduction. Are you clear ma? So that interest payment is that the first preference should be given to that house property interest on borrowed capital. Then after if any balance is there, then that will be allowed under section 80 EE ma. Are you clear ma? Yes. So that means if any housing loan is sanctioned in the previous year 16-17, purchase price up to 50 lakh, loan amount up to 35 lakh, then you can take the deduction under section 80 E ma. Then you can get the deduction under section 80 E. Are you clear ma up to now? Yes. Next section ma, if you have an housing loan, on that housing loan if you are paying that interest, then you can take the deduction under section 80 EA. Sir, what is the difference between these two things, ma? Yes, I will tell you. So if you are taken that loan, individually is taken that housing loan related interest if he paid, then he can take the deduction under section 80 EA. Under section 80 EA, he can get the deduction under this section 1,50,000 ma. What are the conditions ma? Yes, 1,50,000 you can get it as a deduction, but what are the conditions we have to satisfy? Yes ma, first one, the loan should be taken from the bank or financial institution only, but instead of purchase price here, we have to check that what ma stamp duty value. Can you tell me what do you mean by the stamp duty value ma? For immovable property, in government records we haven't one value, that value only known as what ma stamp duty value. The stamp duty value of the purchasing property up to what ma 45 lakh. Next, loan sanctioned in between this date to this date. That means what ma 1/4/2019 to 31st March 2022. So can you tell me what is the previous year? 1920, 2021, 21, 22. In these 3 years, if you get the loan sanctioning, then you can take the deduction under section 80 E. Yes ma. Loan sanctioning period depending only we can classify that what ma section. If the loan is sanctioned in between 16-17, 80 E. Loan sanctioned in these 1920, 2021, 21, 22, then we can get the 80 E. Sorry, what is that ma? 80 E. And the same condition ma, it doesn't have any house property. They are not giving any amount of loan related restriction ma. Here the loan is nothing but what ma 35 lakh. Here there is no condition ma. And the stamp duty value here purchase price we need compare. The same thing ma, if you are paying that any interest relating to house property, loan, then first you should give that preference to that income from house property 2 lakh. The balance only will be allowed under section 80 E. Are you clear ma? Sir, how we can identify whether we can get the deduction for these under 80 EA, 80 EE ma? Simple, based on the what ma? Sanction period we can decide whether, based on the sanction period we can decide whether we can claim the 80 EE or what ma? 80 EE. Next, 80 E series always interest ma. Educational loan related interest, 80 E, housing loan related interest, but housing loan sanctioned in 16-17. Yes ma. Next 80 EA, housing loan related 19-20, 20-21, 21-22. If any loan sanction, then you can get the what ma? Interest as an what ma? Deduction. Next 80 EEB ma, simple. Here also, if you are getting that electrical vehicle related loan related interest payment covered under section 80 EEB deduction ma. So if you are purchasing any electrical vehicle, on that electrical vehicle loan related, if you are paying any interest, then you can get the deduction under section 80 EEB ma. So can you tell me who can get the deduction? Individual. Maximum amount of interest will be allowed as deduction under this section is 1,50,000. Then loan should be taken from the banks or financial institution ma. Coming to the condition, bank or financial institution only should provide this loan. Sanctioning between that what ma 1922, 2021, 21-22, 22-23. Yes ma, 22-23. That means what ma, if loan sanctioned between these 4 years also, that will be okay. Yes, ma. Based on the sanctioning period only, we are classifying that what ma 80EE and 80EA. Yes, ma. And 80EE be electrical vehicle related loan. You should take the loan from that what ma you should get the sanctioning of the loan from that year 1920, 2021, 21, 22, 22, 23. These are only the three sections related to what ma 80. Yes, ma. Please check it out that 80E series ma for my satisfaction. Please write just note it down. 80E, 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 80EEA, 80EEB. These are only the sections we have in 80E series ma. Shall we proceed with the next series ma? 80E also over. So that's why we have to start with the what ma 80D. So can you tell me what is the next section we have to start ma? 80D. Deduction with respect to the four things ma. Medical insurance premium, central government health scheme, preventive health checkup, medical treatment ma. So please remember deduction with respect to that four things you can take under section 80D ma. What is that four things ma? Medical insurance premium, central government health scheme, preventive health checkup, medical treatment. Please remember these four expenditures will be allowed as deduction under section 80D. What are that ma? Medical insurance premium, central government health scheme, preventive health checkup, medical treatment ma. Yes, shall we start the discussion relating to 80D ma? Very very important. Maybe you can get an independent question on 80D ma. So in our CMA inter material, we haven't some independent question on that 80E also. So that's why we can get that 80E question independently. That means what ma? Only 80D exclusive question also we can get ma. How many expenditures are covered for deduction under section 80D ma? Four types ma. Medical insurance premium, central government health scheme, preventive health checkup, medical treatment, all those four expenditures related, we can get the deduction under section 80D. Shall we start, ma? Yes. Yes, ma. Who isn't eligible for taking the deduction under this section? An individual or HUF can take this deduction under 80D, ma. So with respect to how many expenditures ma? Four expenditure. Medical insurance premium, central government health scheme, preventive health checkup, medical treatment. Please remember this four ma. Otherwise you can't write the answer for this question ma. What are the four expenses covered? In order you should remember medical insurance premium, central government health scheme related contributions. Yes ma. Next preventive health checkup, medical treatment. Okay. So who is an eligible means nothing but what ma? Individual or HF can take the deduction under this section. Okay. Next. So for whom you should incur these expenses ma? Simple. For yourself, self, spouse, parent, dependent children ma. Here children means always should be taken as an what ma? Dependent. So 80D, simple remember 80D, D means dependent. Please remember like that. So if you are incurring any expenditure for yourself, your spouse purpose, parent and dependent children, then you can take the what ma deduction. HUF, any member of HUF can take the what ma deduction. So if you are incurring these four types of an expenses for any member of an HUF, that HUF can take the what ma deduction. Next, mode of payment. Can you tell me what is that mode of payment ma? Yes, the mode of payment is, yes, mode of payment is any mode other than cash. Any mode other than what ma? Cash. So, but one expenses is there, that is a preventive health checkup. That preventive health checkup alone you can made in the form of what ma? Cash also. For the preventive health checkup, yes, you can make the payment in the form of cash also, no issue. But remaining all the things you should given in the form of other than cash ma. And but remember preventive health checkup totally limit will be what ma? 5,000 only for you and yourself, for yourself and your spouse purpose and your parents or your children also. total expenses can be allowed as deduction with respect to preventive health checkup is nothing but what ma 5,000. That 5,000 related deduction you can get, that is an overall limit for any person ma. That means nothing but individual incurred for any member purpose also he can get 5,000 only as a deduction for preventive health checkup. So preventive health checkup related expenses can be incurred by the SSE in the form of cash also. The main heart of this total 80D discussion ma, just listen carefully, just listen carefully. Okay, out of that four expenses, first I want to write it down the yes ma, three expenses ma. So that is an medical insurance premium, central government health scheme, preventive health checkup. I want to write it as an one set ma. Okay, next I want to concentrate only on individual ma right now. So HF we will discuss separately. I want to concentrate only on whom individual. So I think individual who needs to be incurred that amount for specific persons. So that all the persons should be classified into your family ma. That means you and your spouse and your dependent children. And can you classify your parents as a separate family ma? Yes, your parents will be treated as separate here. So please remember ma, please remember here the parents will be treated as a separate family. I will tell you the reason also why we are separated. Next, what are the expenditure is an allowed as a deduction under the 80 DMA? Four types of an expenditure: medical insurance premium, central government health scheme, preventive health checkup, medical expenses. So first three expenses ma is yes ma, you can take the deduction for these sections ma. Yes ma, that means for your family if you are incurred medical insurance premium allowed, central government health scheme also allowed. If you are incurred for your family, that means you and your spouse and dependent children is treated as your family and your parents family. For I'm talking about your family only ma. Yes, you if you are incurred the any medical insurance premium allowed, central government health scheme allowed, preventive health checkup is also allowed. Can you tell me what is the total limit of the deduction ma? So if you are added the above three things also, you should not exceed that what ma, that amount should not exceed that what ma 25,000. If any one of the above persons, that means you or your spouse or your dependent children are what ma, yes ma, senior citizen, then additionally I will provide you one more 25,000 as an deduction ma. One more 25,000 as an what ma deduction. Are you clear ma up to now? So please let me know ma. So for this section I'm classifying the, for this section I'm classifying the yes ma, individual related, individual needs to incur that expenditure for whom that purpose or that persons are classified into two ma. One is in my family, another one is my parents family. In my family who are covered ma, self, spouse, dependent children. So in parents family nothing but mother and father ma. So if any expenses incurred by the, if any expenses incurred by the SSC for his purpose or his spouse purpose and his children purpose, he can take that overall limit of deduction of first three expenses will be 25,000, and additional deduction we can take what is that ma, 25,000 if any one of the person is nothing but what ma, senior citizen. Next one ma, fourth one, what is that expenses ma? Three expenses are already over. Next we have to discuss the fourth expenses ma. Medical expenditures for senior citizen, not for all persons ma. Medical expenses for senior citizen. And one more twist also there, on that person medical insurance premium is not paid for that senior citizen. So normally medical expenses will not be allowed as deduction for all ma, only for the senior citizen. If you are incurred the medical expenses, that medical expenses also not paid for that what ma, medical expenses are paid, but on that person, suppose we are incurring the yes ma, medical expenses for father, yes ma, medical expenses for nothing but not father, just okay, I'm taking that medical expenses are incurred for the yes ma, spouse. On the spouse, yes ma, we don't have any what ma, medical insurance premium. So what is that condition ma? She is a senior citizen and also she, yes ma, mediclaim insurance premium not paid for that what ma, that senior citizen, then automatically we can take that medical expenses as a deduction. How much ma? 50,000. How much medical expenses as a deduction ma? 50,000. Clear? Next one ma. Please remember, this section is very, very important. In this section, we can claim the deduction for the 4 expenses. One is a medical insurance premium, second one central government health scheme, third one preventive health checkup, fourth one medical expenses for senior citizen. So for the purpose of knowing the amount of deduction in this section, I'm classifying the SSEs into two. Individual expenses, incurring that expenses for the below persons. Below persons are classifying into two: your family, your parents' family. The first three expenditure you can take the deduction, maximum deduction 25,000. If any one of the persons are above or the senior citizen, then you can take the 50,000. And medical expenses are incurred for the senior citizen, and mediclaim insurance policy is not paid on the senior citizen, then we can take the 50,000 deduction. Next, if the same amounts are expended for the parents' family, yes, medical insurance on the parents also you can take. But if you are incurring that central government health scheme related contribution on parents, you can't get that deduction. And preventive health checkup also, yes, you can get that deduction if you are incurring for your parents. So normal deduction is how much amount? 25,000. In your parents, any one of the parent is a senior citizen, then you can get the deduction of another 25,000. Additionally, you will get another 25,000 as an deduction. Next, one more thing, medical expenses of an senior citizen, nothing but for your father or mother, you are incurring the medical expenses. So both the person's age is more than 60 years. Okay. And source, next one, on that person's either father and mother, and father also and mother also, we are not taken any medical insurance policy, then you can take that 50,000 as a deduction. Okay. Sir, if you are observing that, if you are observing that, if you are observing that on your family, you can get the this 25,000 plus 25,000 and 50,000 total. But for your family, total 80D, if you are including the medical insurance premium, central government health scheme, preventive health checkup, medical insurance, medical expenses for senior citizens should not exceed 50,000. That is only twist. For your family, if you are calculated that all the deductions, yes, you can take first three as an first three as an 25,000. And additionally also one more 25,000 you can get. And the last medical expenditure you can get 50. But altogether you can't exceed that deduction of 50,000. Next, if you are observing that parents also can get that 25 plus 25. But maximum amount of deduction, including that medical expenses incurred for the senior citizen, is nothing but 50,000 only. So this is only the twist here. For HEF also same. HEF, if you are incurring the medical insurance premium for that any members, but central government health scheme and the preventive health checkup is not covered for that HEF any member. So if you are if SSE is an HEF, if an SSE is an HEF, yes and any member purpose, that means HEF member purpose, HEF incur that expenses on with respect to that medical insurance premium, yes, they can get the deduction but first maximum 25. Additional also they will give you that 25,000. Next, if HEF is incurring that medical expenses on any senior citizen, that senior citizen is nothing but on the senior citizen related, we don't have any medical insurance premium, then we can get that 50,000. But altogether all the things included, it should not exceed 50,000. So altogether it should not exceed that 50,000. This is only the section 80D related deduction So please remember that 80D. What is that 80D Following 4 expenses are covered under section 80D: medical insurance premium, central government health scheme, preventive health checkup, medical treatment So first 3 are one set, last one is on one set. Can you tell me individual for whom he should expended the money So for self, spouse, parent, dependent children here we are classifying our family. That means myself and my spouse, as well as my children are classified as on one family. Father and mother is classified as on another. So, but whatever that said, you can take it as an deduction under yes, first 3 expenditure, last also. But total amount of an expenses you should take it as a deduction is should not exceed for your family 50,000, for your parents family 50,000. HUF also can take that only 50,000. That's all with the 80D So please remember, it is an important question. We can expect that one single question also independently in this concept. Next section in 80D series is nothing but 80DD. 80D over. Right now we are going for the discussing the 80DD. Deduction with respect to medical treatment and the maintenance of dependent disabled. So that means nothing but what ma? If any disabled dependent relative you have to incur some medical treatment related expenses, and you have to maintain the dependent disabled relative. So definitely you have to incur certain expenditure. So that expenditure related you will get what ma? Deduction. So please remember here, yes ma, please remember here one point is there, yes ma. In order to take this deduction, that SSE must be that what ma? Resident individual or HUF. Yes ma, resident individual or HUF. Okay. Suppose here Mr. EA is an, yes ma, person ma. He having the, yes ma, his brother, yes ma, his brother who is totally dependent on him, who is totally dependent on him. Yes ma. In this situation, SSE wants to claim the 80D. 80DD, sorry, 80DD. Yes. In order to claim the 80DD section, that SSE must be that individual or HUF, but definitely he must be resident. Whether the dependent disabled is a non-resident or resident, that is an irrelevant. Because, okay, if you are observing one point, ma, yes, ma, that means deduction claiming SSC is an, yes, ma, deduction claiming SSC must be the resident. So the dependent person, yes, ma, may be resident or non-resident, that we can't say. Okay, this is an point, important point we have to remember. What is that condition, ma? Simple. Yes, ma. What is that condition, ma? Simple. SSC should incur expenses on medical expenses, medical treatment related expenses, or what ma? Deposit for that purpose of maintenance of the dependent disabled relative. Okay, having the some disability. So for the security purpose, we have to deposit some amount in his bank account, ma. So for what purpose, ma? For maintenance of that handicapped dependent relative. So in this section, we have to know about the who is an dependent relative for an individual, ma. Yes, ma. Definitely spouse, parent, children, brother and sister also included here. HUF purpose, for the purpose of HUF deduction, any member is also what ma? Relative only. Dependent relative, please remember for this section, if any dependent relative isn't disabled, then that SSE can take the deduction under section 80 DD. So nothing but what ma? Spouse, children. Yes ma, children means nothing but any children or no, only dependent children. Yes ma. Next, under 80D also whom are dependent children only. 80DD also dependent children. Spouse, parent, children, brother and sister. Whole persons are dependent. So these are all the persons are dependent on the SSC. Then we can take the deduction. What is the deduction, ma? If that is a normal disability, 75,000. Severe disability, 1,25,000. I think you know how we can say whether it is a normal disability, severe disability, ma. 0 to 39% no disability. Yes, ma. 40 to 79 disability. Yes, ma. Normal disability. Yes, ma. Next 80 to 100. That is an what, ma? Severe disability. This is an what, ma? No disability. Clear? Please remember 80D is nothing but what ma? Deduction with respect to the following 4 expenses as a deduction. Medical insurance premium, central government health scheme, preventive health checkup, medical treatment. Yes, but 80DD is nothing but what ma? Maintenance or medical expenditure incurred for the dependent relative. Yes, ma. But in this section, SSC must be the deduction claiming SSC must be that resident individual or HUF. Can you tell me who is a dependent relative here? Spouse, parent, children, brother, sister. All the persons are dependent. Next section in this series, ma, 80DDB, that is deduction with respect to medical treatment for the specified diseases. Sir, if any specified diseases are there here, yes, ma. Next, what are the specified diseases, ma? Yes, cancer, AIDS, thalassemia, chronic failure, neurological diseases, hemophilia. So please remember this list ma. These are classified as an specified diseases ma. If any SSC incur the medical expenses for that this treatment of the specified diseases, he can get the deduction under section 80 DDB ma. What is that ma? 80 DDB. So here also, yes ma, Mr. A wants to take this deduction ma. Yes ma, Mr. A wants to take this deduction for this section 80 DDB. So he must be that what ma, resident only. And next he wants to be incur that expenses on whom ma. Yes ma, he wants to incur expenses on that yes ma, spouse. So his spouse having the some specified diseases ma. So that's why he wants to incur that expenses on spouse. She's suffering with this some she's suffering with the what ma, some specified diseases. So in this situation, she may be resident or non-resident, that is an irrelevant ma, because yes ma, in order to get the treatment sometimes maybe she can stay in yes ma, overseas also. Yes ma, in this situation please make an observation, please make an observation. Yes ma, deduction claiming SSC must be the resident ma. So on whom we are incurring that expenditure, that is an irrelevant. Yes, in this situation who having the suffering with the disability ma, maybe SSC also suffering with the disability as well as what ma, dependent relative. Can you tell me what do you mean by the dependent relative ma? Yes ma, spouse, okay, spouse, parent, children, brother, sister, these are all are what ma, dependent. So for HUF whom ma, any member. Next, can you tell me what is that amount of deduction under section 80 DDB you can get ma? Under section 80 DDB, we can get the what ma, actual expenditure or 40,000 in case of normal, yes ma, and 1 lakh in case of senior citizen. Suppose actual expenditure we are incur some amount ma, that should be restricted with the yes ma, 1 lakh or what ma, 1 lakh or what ma, 40,000. Can you tell me if he is a senior citizen 1 lakh ma, normal person like 60 years below age, and non-resident also if he is a non-resident. Yes ma, if he is a non-resident, can you tell me who is a non-resident ma? So that means specified diseases suffering SSC is sorry, specified diseases suffering person is a non-resident, then we are restricting with the 40 only. So in one problem we will use this concept ma. Please remember, actual expenditure you are incur whatever it may be, please count it down. Okay, please keep aside, that should be restricted with the 40,000 or 1 lakh. 1 lakh for whom ma, senior citizen. Suppose if your spouse is a senior citizen, then 1 lakh ma. Suppose she is not a senior citizen ma, 40,000. She is a non-resident, 40,000 only. Please remember, normal person also 40,000, non-resident also 40,000, only senior citizen and resident, then only what ma, 1 lakh. We are restricted with this amount ma. Next, if any insurance amount is in receiving from the yes ma, any insurance authority with respect to this treatments, please reduce that, then this is only what ma, amount of deduction. So please remember, this is a very, very important point ma, very, very important point. So normally if you are giving the yes ma, medical expenses for that specified diseases related, so what are the specified diseases ma? Cancer, AIDS, thalassemia, chronic renal failure, neurological diseases, hemophilia. Yes ma, who can take the deduction ma? Resident individual or HF only, but for whom he can take ma? For self, spouse, yes ma, self, spouse, children, brother, sister, parent, these are all are dependent, HF any member. Can you tell me here who are suffering with the disability ma? Maybe spouse. Spouse may be resident or non-resident ma. We can't argue about the spouse residential status ma. But if that individual is a resident, SSC is a resident, then only he can take the deduction of 80 DDB. Next, one more thing ma. What is that amount of deduction ma? Actual expenditure always restricted with the what ma? 1 lakh. If yes sir, if that treatment taken person is an what ma? Resident senior citizen. So non-resident or normal cases, that means what ma, not a senior citizen, 40,000 only. Yes ma, if any insurance claim is received, then we have to reduce that all the things to that what ma, reduce that all the things, then we'll get what ma, amount of deduction. So here, this is an important point, ma. No one can predict this. Please remember, if resident senior citizen 1 lakh restricted and normal person 40,000. In case of non-resident also, we are restricted with the what ma 40,000. Then we will start with the what ma next section series, that is an 80C. Next we will start the what ma 80C series. Are you clear ma up to now? Yes. Yes, ADC is an all about deduction with respect to the specified investments. So nothing but as of now, we are discussing the few chapter 6A deduction. Within that, some income based chapter 6A deductions are there. What are the income based chapter 6A deduction? Section 80 TTA, 80 TTB, 80 QQB, 80 RRB. These all are the income based chapter 6A deduction. If you are earning these type of incomes, you will get in one chapter 6A deduction. But ATC is nothing but what my deduction with respect to specified investment. If you are invested in these specified investments, then you will get one deduction that we will discuss under section 80C. What is that, ma? If you are invested in these specified investments, I will tell you what are the specified investment list in this section. If you are invested in these, yes, sir, definitely you will get the chapter 6A deduction under section 80C. So who can get this deduction, ma? Eligible SSE is nothing but individual or HUF. Okay, and amount of deduction maximum you can get 1,50,000 only. What is that maximum amount of deduction you can get? 1,50,000. What are the eligible investment? We have a list. So just I want to tell you eligible investment list. Just remember the following all these things, ma. So this is the list prescribed under section 80C. If you are invested in any one of these things, definitely you will get what ma 80C deduction. So just for an examination point of view, I mentioned that what ma 12. These are all are the repeatedly asking in that examination. Please remember that 80C specified investments list, ma. Okay. First I want to talk about the first very important thing, that is nothing but what ma life insurance premium. So nothing but what ma life insurance premium. Just I want to tell you one example relating to life insurance premium. Yes ma, suppose if Mr. X taken the one insurance policy, the term of that insurance policy is 10 years. So if you are observing that, yes ma'am, Mr. X is taken that insurance policy, the term of that insurance policy, a tenure of the insurance policy is 10 years. So every year he has to pay that premium of 50,000. This premium definitely expenditure to that person. So because every year if I am paying the 10,000, definitely at the end of the 10th year, I will get what my maturity value. At that end, I will get that what my maturity value. So can you tell me what is that, ma? So if you are observing that, what is that, ma? Life insurance premium, if you are paid for that what ma every year, that is definitely for you expenditure. For that expenditure, you will get what ma chapter 6A deduction under section 80C. Chapter 6A deduction under section 80C. Yes, ma. But whatever that amount you are paid at the premium, you can't get it as a deduction, ma. There is a limit also there. I will tell you what are the limits also. So if you are paying that any insurance premium for that, yes, ma, every year you are paying that insurance premium, that is treated as an expenditure, that is definitely eligible for chapter 6A reduction under section 80C. At the end of the 10th year, you will get maturity value. Some assured value means nothing but at the time of ESMA issuing that bond of that policy, that means life insurance policy bond itself, they will give you that some assured value. So nothing but this is, and definitely they will pay you 5 lakh, including the some amount by way of bonus, including the some amount by way of interest. Totally they will give you, example, 8 lakh at the end of the what ma 8 lakh at the end of the what ma. So if you are observing that what ma, they will give you that 8 lakh at the end of the what ma 10th year. So this will be treated as an income because you are receiving that income at the end of the 10th year. But following if some conditions are satisfied, that income is also exempt. So nothing but the life insurance isn't definitely the important thing in every human life. That's why they're encouraging that what ma asma insurance policies related schemes. That's why if you are invested in the life insurance premium, for you, you will get an deduction. So if you are receiving the any maturity value, some amount including by way of interest as well as bonus, that is also exempt. So that means dual benefit ma. At the time of investment, you will get ATC. At the time of maturity value, you will get exemption under section 10 subsection 10D. So okay, very important thing. Okay, I'm taking the life insurance policy. So I'm paying that life insurance policy premium also. Can I get a deduction? Yes, you can get the deduction. If you are an individual, you have to take that policy for that self, spouse, children. So children means here any any means nothing but whether dependent or independent also okay. Please remember here parents are not covered. Here parents are not covered. In 80D we have an parents also, and children means dependent children. In 80C self, spouse, children, parents not at all covered here. So if you are observing that HUF, any member of HUF ma, if you are observing that HUF, any member of HUF, observing that HUF, any member of HUF. Yes ma, are you clear? So if you are taken that life insurance policy, every year you have to pay the premium. So that premium amount every year you can get the deduction by using the below limits mark under section 80C. And if you are receiving that maturity value at the end of the tenure of the policy, you will get the maturity value, some amount including by way of bonus and interest also. That is also exempt under section 10 subsections 10D. So some conditions also there in order to get that exemption under section 10 subsection 10D. So here my objective want to clarify what is that amount of deduction we can get with respect to 80C. If that policy issued before 1/4/2012. So if the life insurance policy is issued before 1/4/2012, then premium paid are 20% of the sum assured value, whichever is lower. That means what ma, you are already paid that premium amount. That premium amount should be restricted with the 20% of sum assured value. So definitely you should remember whatever that premium paid, we can't get it as a deduction ma. So at the time of issuing of this policy itself, that in that policy we will get that what ma details about the sum assured value. In the yes ma, in an examination also they will tell you that what do you mean, what is the sum assured value amount. So definitely on that sum assured value amount you will get the deduction at the rate of what ma 20%. Next, if any policy issued on or after 1/4/2012. So they are taken that one date as an before 1/4/2012, they are restricted with the 20%. On or after 2012, they are restricted with the what ma premium paid with the 10% of sum assured value. That is whichever is what ma lower. That is whichever is nothing but what ma lower. Are you clear ma up to now? Yes. Next one, if the policy issued, next one ma, if the policy issued on or after 2013. So nothing but after this date only, no? Yes, if you are observing that after this date only, no, yes, on or after 2012, but here they are giving the clearly on or after 1/4/2013. So this is a specifically given by the person who are suffered with the disability under section 80U and who are suffered with the disabilities, sorry, who are suffered with the specified diseases. So if any policy issued on or after this date, and next for whom a person who suffered with a disability 80U, who suffered from the specified diseases 80DDB, for that persons only, normally after this date, what is the percentage we have to restrict mark 10? Yes, mark 1/4/2012 after we have to restrict with the 10%. But they are thinking about the ESMA person with the disability and person who are suffered from the disabilities specified diseases. For them, we are restricted with the what ma 15% of sum assured value. ESMA nothing but what ma 15% of sum assured value. Here you have to make an observation ma. So there are totally 3 percentages they are there. Yes ma, can you tell me 3 percentages what are that? 1/4/2012 before, that is restricted with the 20% of sum assured value. 1/4/2012 on or after 10% of sum assured value. On or after 1/4/2013, if policy issued, that person is suffered with the 80U disabilities, and if that person is suffered with the specified diseases under section 80 DDB, that is restricted with the 15% of sum assured value. Yes ma'am. Next, if you are deposited any amount in the public provident fund, public provident fund means nothing but a small scale business person other than salaried persons. That means simply other than salaried person, they can deposit in the public provident fund. Yes, if you are deposited for yourself and your spouse and on behalf of your children, if you are deposited also, you will get 80C deduction. So please remember, in 80C there is no space for the parents. So suppose if you are observing also life insurance premium, if you are paid for yourself, your spouse and any children purpose only, you can take ma. For parents, if you are taken also, that is not covered. Next here, public provident fund also, for yourself you can deposit, for your on behalf of your spouse, on behalf of your children also you can. If any employee contribution to the statutory provident fund and recognized provident fund, ma, please remember, if you are contributed to unrecognized provident fund, then you can't get the deduction under section 80C. The remaining all three, that means what, ma, public provident fund also okay, you will get deduction, and statutory provident fund also okay, and recognized provident fund also okay. Whose contribution here? Employee contribution. Please remember our self contributions, ma. Next, repayment of the loan taken for the purchase or construction of the what, ma, house. So nothing but here the repayment of loan means nothing but principal amount, ma. If any interest is repaid, if any interest is repaid, for that we have in 24B and 80 EE and 80 EEA we have. But if any principal repayment is done, then you can take the 80C deduction, ma. So nothing but here, nothing but repayment of loan means nothing but what, ma, principal amount. So, but that loan must be taken from the bank or financial institution, ma, if any known parties related loans as well as the relatives and friends loan related repayments are not allowed under 80C. If you are taken the loan from the bank or financial institution, then only you can get the deduction. If you have paid the tuition fees for the education of the children, yes, the maximum how many children you can get the deduction, ma, 2. The tuition fees or school fees, etc., whatever it may be. So for education, so that must be full-time education in India, ma. So if you are taken the loan for that ESMA, pursuing that anything in outside India, you can't get it as a deduction, ma. Here tuition fees pay. So I think if you remember 80E we have. So that is nothing but what, ma, educational loan taken. That is a nothing but educational loan, and that interest if you paid, that is an 80E. Here that is a tuition fees directly if you are paid. So full-time education, our CA CMA, these are all not full-time education, ma. So like MBA, that all the things are that what, ma, not distance and regular. If you are doing that, that isn't full-time education in India. So your parent will get that what, ma, deduction under section 80C, whatever the fees they are paid. Next, if you if you are invested in the notified bonds of NABARD, yes, nothing but what, ma. So I have an excess money. I want to subscribe the, yes, ma, deposits. I want to invest in the NABARD notified bonds. Yes. If you are deposited in the senior citizen savings scheme, if you have maintained the fixed deposit for the fixed deposit with the scheduled bank for how many years, ma? 5 years. You should fix that fixed deposit within that bank for that 5 years, ma. And a contribution to the unit linked insurance policy. If you are invested in that what, ma, unit linked insurance policy. So what is the unique feature of unit linked insurance policy, ma? If you are invested, some amount is for that what, ma, you need some amount for that what, ma, life insurance coverage. Yes, ma. Deposit in Sukanya Samruddhi scheme. That means for the protection of girl child, the government introduced the Sukanya Samruddhi scheme, ma. So the parents wants to deposit some amount in the Sukanya Samruddhi scheme, automatically they will get the deduction under section 80C. What do you mean by the ESMA mutual fund and unit trust of India, ma? So nothing but if the public is invested in that mutual fund who are having the small scale of investments, that will be reinvested by the mutual funds in the certain companies, ma. So if you are deposited in the notified units of mutual funds as well as unit trust of India, that is also specified investment under 80C, and you will get the deduction under section 80C. And stamp duty and registration fees for the acquisition of house property or transfer of house property. So if you are incurred the stamp duty, registration fees, or any expenses for the acquisition of house property, then you will get the deduction of these two expenses under section 80C. So if you are observing that always the life insurance policy is a hot favorite for examiner in CMA Interma, so please check it out the limits also. So please remember what is the maximum amount of deduction you can claim under section 80 CMA. 1,50,000. Please remember what is that? 1,50,000. What is that eligible investment list also you need to know. So other than this list, if you are invested in else, then you will get 80C, no, ma. If you are invested in any one of these following investments only, you will get the section 80C deduction. So life very very important things, ma. If you invested in the life insurance next one, ma, very very important, these two also. Amount paid in public provident fund for yourself and your spouse children, and employee contribution to statutory provident fund, and as well as what, ma, recognized provident fund, important. So please check it out the list before going to that examination. Definitely this list is give you 2 or 3 marks in your exams, ma. Are you clear with this, ma, up to now? Yes, up to now 80C is over, ma. Next we will discuss 80CCC. What is that 80CCC, ma? Deduction with respect to that contribution to pension fund of LIC. Yes, ma. Shall we start the discussion relating to 80CCC? Yes, I will tell you, ma, simple. Normally, if you are the given the lump sum amount to that LIC, they will give you that what ma pension in the form of what ma monthly wise only. So nothing but if you are the given the lump sum amount to the LIC pension fund, automatically you will get. So suppose if you are the given the 5 lakh amount, yes ma, along with that interest they will accumulate it. So along with that interest they will give you the in that what ma monthly mode. So every month they will give you that what ma amount. So automatically you will get that interest. Along with that interest, they will distribute you. They will distribute this amount in that what ma monthly mode to you. Are you clear? Yes. So nothing but who is an eligible SC for this section ma? Individual. And what is that amount of deduction ma? Whatever that amount you are contributed. I think in our last example, how much we are contributed ma? 5 lakh. Even though you are contributed to that LIC pension fund for that one LIC pension fund related amount is on 1 lakh, sorry 5 lakh, but you will get the deduction is nothing but 1,50,000 only. So please remember pension fund of LIC, if they are the given, you have to remember the 80 triple C ma. So don't think about the all the nonsense related points ma. This is enough. So you have to think about, yes, that SSC is contributed to the pension fund of LIC, automatically you will get the deduction under section 80 triple C. So the pension fund means nothing but lump sum amount initially you have to give, and after that the pension fund, that pension fund of LIC scheme will give you that what ma amount in that installment. Are you clear? Yes, this is only 80 triple C ma. Yes. Yeah, next section in our discussion, that is an IDCCD, important. So definitely it is an important area. ADCCD. What is that? Deduction with respect to contribution to pension scheme of central government. So last one, the pension scheme or pension fund of LIC. Here the pension scheme of central government. Second, they can give you it as a new pension scheme also. Third, they can give you as an Atal Pension Yojana also. And third, they can give you as a notified pension. That is fourth, they can give you as a notified pension also. All are one and same one. Pension scheme of central government, they can give you pension scheme of central government, new pension scheme, Atal Pension Yojana, notified pension. Anyway, they will give you ma, no issue. Next, who is an eligible SSC? Individual only. Individual only can take the deduction under this section. Please remember it ma. Individual only can take. What is that amount of deduction? Yes, 80 CCD having the three subsections ma. Important, very important in an examination ma. Please listen. So 80 CCD 1 is an employer or nothing but what ma employee or addition SSC contribution. So example I will tell you, you are an employee and employer, okay, so contributed to the notified pension scheme, that some amount you are contributed, okay, the same amount also contributed by employer. So if any employee, nothing but if a salaried person, okay, so normally I'm a small scale business person, here SSC also can contribute ma. So employee can contribute, the SSCs also, other than salaried employees also can contribute ma. So whatever that amount they are deposited in NPS, they will get the deduction under section 80 CCD subsection 1. And so definitely 80 CCD subsection 1. In addition to that, they will get the 80 CCD subsection 1B also they will get ma. So if any SSC or employee contributed the amount to the notified pension scheme or new pension scheme, Atal Pension Yojana, pension scheme of central government, they will get deduction. So what is the section ma? If any SSC, self contribution simply, SSC or employee can contribute to NPS, on the time they will get the two deductions ma, 80 CCD1. In addition to that 80 CCD1, we can give you that 80 CCD1B. And if employer is contributed to new pension scheme or notified pension scheme, yes ma, employer related we will cover under section 80 CCD2. So that is only ma, employee or SSC 80 CCD1, employee or SSC 80 CCD1. In addition to that, we can get that what ma 80 CCD1B also. Employer we can get the 80 CCD2. Shall we discuss one by one ma? Yes. First one 80 CCD1. So can you tell me 80 CCD1 who can contribute to the new pension scheme or notified pension scheme? Both employee, salaried employee and others, nothing but business SCs or other than salaried employee. Other than salaried employee. Okay. Next, whatever that contribution you have made, that should be restricted with the 10% of salary, ma. You have contributed some X amount. That X amount also should be restricted with the 10% of salary. Here, the what do you mean by the salary, ma? Here, for this purpose of calculating the deduction under section 80 CCD1, that salary means nothing but basic salary plus dearness allowance. The DA also forming part of what ma retirement benefits. Definitely. So, if they are giving this section, they will give you that basic salary plus dearness allowance, ma. Please do add under that, on that, please apply the 10% of that amount, ma. Yes, next one. If any other person, definitely other person means SSC. So normally why we are calling as an SSC? So just we are giving as a name, that is an SSC. Other than salaried employee, that we are calling it as an SSC. SC contribution is restricted with the what not 20% of gross total income. So here we don't have any salary for this person. So that's why we are comparing with the what ma, here we don't have any salary for this person. So that's why we are comparing with the what ma gross total income. On that gross total income, please apply the 20% restricted with that. So just we will take one example, ma. Please remember the percentages 80 CCD1 related. So if he is an employee, 10% of salary, and yes ma, he is an other 20% of gross total income, ma. Example if you are applying that, yes. So SSC contribution, that means SSC means nothing but what ma self. Self contribution is 1,40,000, 1,40,000 to NPS, and this should be restricted with the what ma 20% of gross total income. So for that purpose, I will give you that gross total income also, that is an 5,50,000. So here 80 CCD1 only we have to check ma, because this is an what ma self contribution. SSC contribution is nothing but 1,40,000, but that 1,40,000 should be restricted with the 20% of gross total income, that is on 1,10,000. So anyhow, you are invested or you are contributed to new pension scheme as an 1,40,000 also, but we are giving the deduction of only what pa 1,10,000 here. Here we are restricted this with the what ma 1,10,000 here. Are you clear? Next. So in option 1, if you are observing that, yes ma. In exams also we are following this only ma. In our ICMI material also we have this option 1 only. Please remember, whatever that contribution you are made, can you tell me how much contribution we are made ma? 1,40,000 contribution you are made to that NPS account ma. Can you tell me how much ma? NPS account 1,40,000. Okay. Out of that 1,10,000 only allowed as deduction under section 80 CCD1. Am I right ma? Yes, we are already calculated 20% of the gross total income, that is restricted with the 1,10,000. Can you tell me, actually I am contributed the 1,40,000, but they are restricted with the 1,10,000. That is not fair. So that's why in addition to that 80 CCD1, we have an 80 CCD1B. What is that additional deduction they will allow ma? Maximum amount of 50,000 they can allow you as a deduction. So but balance amount already 1,10,000 is over, balance is nothing but 30,000 only. The 30,000 you can take it as deduction under section 80 CCD 1B. So this is an option 1 how you can take the total amount as a deduction. So initially 80 CCD 1 only, but after that you can take that what ma remaining amount in 80 CCD 1B. That's why we are calling it as an what ma additional deduction. We are calling it as an what ma additional deduction. Okay. In another presentation ma, option 2. So we can present that on the another way. So what is that SSC contribution ma? Totally 1,40,000. So first of all, we can take the 50,000 under 80 CCD1. So reverse way. So you can take additional deduction anyhow. You know that you can take the additional deduction. First we can take the additional deduction of 50,000. Then balance amount you can take under section 80 CCD1. So in practical cases, while filing the return of income, this is only we can take ma. So practically always that all the SSCs are following this only. So I will tell you after few minutes why this practically this will be implemented. But in examination we have to present, because in our exam, in our institute material question also we are following this one ma. First you can take the 80 CCD1. In addition to that you can take the 80 CCD1B. Yes, ma. In practically, but we are following the option 2, ma. What is that? First, you can take the additional deduction of 50,000. The balance will be covered under section 80 CCD1. So here I am explaining about the 80 CCD1B, ma. What is the 80 CCD1B? Simply, we can take the additional deduction up to 50,000 allowed other than covered under 80 CCD1. Can you tell me 80CCD1 is nothing but what ma? Employee or SSE contribution related ma? Employee or SSE contribution related. So within that, if anything is covered other than that, you can take that what ma deduction up to what ma 50,000. Yes ma, other than you can take that what ma additionally 50,000. Okay. 80CCD2 ma, can you tell me? You can expect that is an contribution to notified pension scheme by the employer. Yes ma. If any employer is contributed, yes ma. So can you tell me employee is there, that equal amount also contributed by the employer under 80CCD 2. What is that amount of the deduction? I will tell you ma here. Yes. First of all, whatever that amount deposited in the ESMA NPS, at last that amount is withdrawn by the whom ma? The employee only. Or nothing but whom ma? SSE only. So if you are observing that whatever that amount is deposited in the notified pension scheme by the employer or employee or SSE, that should be reached finally by whom ma? Within whose hands that will be reached ma? Within the hands of SSE only that will be reached. Yes, here I want to tell you ma. Here I want to tell you. Yes, here I want to tell you. Yes. Employer isn't contributed to the NPS. But that NPS amount totally withdrawn by the employee. Can I treat this as an income to the employee? Income to the employee? Yes. So whose contribution ma? Employer contribution. That is an enjoyed by the employee. This is an income given by the employer. So that's why first, yes ma, first of all, you should do one thing. Yes ma, it is an added to the income of employee under the salaries head ma. Yes ma, first of all, this is an income to that employee. That's why please add these things as an income to the employee under the head salaries ma. So then after that adding these income to gross total income of employee under the head salary, then you can get the deduction. Sir, what is the basic rule for getting the deduction? First, that should be included in your total income. Yes, already included in my total income under the head salaries. So that's why, yes ma, definitely that isn't taxable under the head salary. On that we are giving the deduction. Employer contribution or 10% or 14% of salary, whichever is what ma lower. 10% or 14% of salary, whichever is lower. So 10% in case of normal employee, if he is a central government employee, we can compare with the what ma 15%. Sorry, we are restricted with the what ma 15%. Next, what do you mean by the salary here? The same definition ma, basic salary plus dearness allowance forming part of what ma retirement benefits. Are you clear ma up to now? So this is an 80CCD. As of now, if you are done with the 80C series ma, we are done with the 80C. So most important section in entire chapter 6A reduction, 80C done. Next we are done with the 80CCC pension fund of LIC. Next we are done with the 80CCD. Within that 80CCD1, additional 80CCD1B and 80CCD2 employer contribution. These are all the sections are done. Next we are going to discuss the one more section, that is an 80CCH. This is an amendment ma. This is an amendment made in the Finance Act 2023. But I will tell you this 80CCH in the last. So last means nothing but what ma, after covering that all the chapter 6A deduction. At the end, I will tell you this chapter 6A deduction ma. I will tell you this chapter 6A reduction 80CCH. This is an amendment. We can expect that one question from these 80CCH ma, that may be MCQ or small descriptive part of the question also. So I will discuss this 80CCH at the end of the chapter. That is an after covering that all the chapter 6A reduction, I will take the 80CCH ma. Just okay. Next section 80CCE. What is that? 80CCE overall limit. What do you mean by the overall limit? Sir, if you are observing that 80C limit is 1,50,000, you know, 80C limit is nothing but what ma? 1,50,000, you know, yes. And 80CCC limit is 1,50,000, you know. Okay. But 80CC is nothing but we are restricted with the 10% of salary or ESMA 20% of gross total income, 10 or 14% of salary, whatever it may be, there is a limit. Okay. But overall we have an 80C Yes, ma. One limit is there, ma, for ADC series. Okay. First, I will tell you. What are the sections are covered in this, ma? ADC, AD's triple C, ADCCD1. Yes, ma. ADCCD1B, ADCCD2. Can you tell me how many sections we are discussed up to now, ma? ADC, AD triple C, ADCCD1, ADCCD1B, ADCCD2. If you are observing that overall ADC, AD triple C, ADCCD1. Can you tell me ADCCD1 means nothing but what, ma? Employee or SSC contribution. Employee or SSC contribution to whom, ma? NPS. To new pension scheme or notified pension scheme, it should not exceed 1,50,000. It should not exceed how much, ma? 1,50,000. So if you are observing that this 80CCD1B, 80CCD2 is not covered in overall limit, that means this is a benefit only. This is a benefit only. That's why practically, so I think in a already completed discussion, why we are following that practically this month. So first, if you are the given the preference to that 80CCD1B, this is not included in the limit under section 80CCE. So this is not included in 80CCD, 80CCE. So that's why we are always following the practically alternative to ma. So whatever that amount of the contribution to NPS given by the employee, first we are giving the preference under section 80CCD1B. After that we are taking that balance amount under 80CCD1 because it is included in the overall limit. So that's why practically we are following this one, ma. But in our examination also and in our institute material presentation, always we are following that alternative one. Okay. So please make an observation, ma. Please make an observation. ADCCE, if you are observing that, what are the sections, ma? So ADC, AD triple C, ADCCD1. Overall, you can't take that more than 1,50,000. So what are the sections are not included in the overall limit, ma, under section ADCCE, ADCCD1B, ADCCD2 is not covered under this overall limit. So that's why this is an always we should give that preference of the amount in these two sections as a deduction, ma. Are you clear with this, ma, up to now? Yes. Fine. Next section in our discussion, that is an 80 double J double J. What is that? 80 double J double J. This is an all about the deduction with respect to employment of additional employees. So that means if you are the giving the employment to the new employees, so then you can take the deduction under this section. Deduction with respect to employment of whom? Additional employees. So nothing but yes, who is an eligible SSC here? Simple. SSC is engaged in the business. Sir, normally who are doing that business, they are only can create that new jobs. So that's why the business SC and also for that business person, 44AB is applicable. Can you tell me what is that tax audit? So if you having the turnover exceeded the 1 crore, automatically for the business person 44AB tax audit will be applicable. If you having the tax audit during the previous year and if he engaged in the business, automatically he can get the 80 double J if he employed the additional employees in his organization. What is that amount of deduction he can get, ma? The amount of deduction is 30% of additional employee cost. Example I will tell you. Yes, ma. During that financial year 23-24, the additional employee cost, that means the new employees are recruited. For the new employee salary we have to pay, that's isn't 25 lakh, ma. So example, suppose additional employee cost I'm given, I will tell you how to calculate the additional employee cost also. For that additional employees we are recruited, for that additional employee we are going to pay the salary, that amount or we are paid or payable also 25 lakh is there. 30% of the 25 lakh we are getting it as an deduction, that is in 7.5 lakh we can get it as an deduction under this section. So most important thing, this deduction can be ESMA claimed for the 3 consecutive assessment years in consecutively. So for this year 7.5, next year and next year also. That means totally 3 years you can get this amount of deduction consecutively. ESMA, please remember for this year what is that amount, ma? An additional employee cost, please apply the 30% ma, then you can get the deduction for this year. Like this, you can get the 3 consecutive assessment years for this year, next year, next year. Total 3 years you can get the deduction of this amount ma. Next, here what is the main thing we should know ma? What do you mean by the additional employee cost, sir? Yes. Additional employee cost means that is a total emoluments paid or payable. What do you mean by that? Emoluments means nothing but the benefits or salary paid or payable by employer to employee to that additional employees. That means what ma? Whoever that employed during the previous year, so that is a new employees only, and we can treat that as an what ma? Additional employees. For them, if you are paid the salary, okay, or payable also okay, that is called as an additional employee cost. But in case of existing business ma, we can be treated as an additional employee cost as a nil in the following situation. What is the situation? Yes, nil. So if you have an 100 employees ma, 30 employees are removed and 30 employees are appointed. So yes, you are appointed the 30 employees, but you are already removed the 30 employees, you know. Yes, in this situation, there is no increase in the total number of employees. That's why additional employee cost will be treated as here 0. So in case of existing business, if you are applying that what ma this point, there is no additional employees and there is no additional employee cost also. In case of new business who are appointed in that organization during that incorporated year, that all are treated as what ma additional employees only. So during that incorporation, that means of okay, in this year only we have started the business, all are the additional employees only. Next one ma. Suppose in case of existing business, if that emoluments, that means what ma salary paid in the form of cash to that new employees, then additional employee cost will be taken as a nil. So please remember these are MCQ points and we may get that one question also from this section. Yes ma, please remember what is that ma? If you are paying that salary in the form of cash, also additional employee cost will be 0. And as in total number of employees should be increased. Even though you are removed the 30 employees and you are appointed 30 employees during the previous year, that is not treated as on what ma new employees or additional employees also. Further, additional employee cost does not include. Further, additional employee cost does not include. So if you are observing that if any employee whose salary is more than 25,000 per month, so that salary related to that person is not included in the additional employee cost. So in this section, they are covering the what non-skilled labor only as an what additional employee. If you are appointed any CA CMA, yes, skilled person, definitely whose salary is more than 25,000. So that employee related cost we can't treat it as an what additional employee cost. Next, if an additional if any employee is working in a less than 240 days in a previous year and in leather industry, apparel and glass industry, that is a seasonal businesses like etc. So 150 days, less than 150 days worked, then we can't treat that employee as an what ma additional employee. So please remember whose salary is nothing but more than 25,000, and if that person, any person isn't working for the less than 240 days or less than 150 days ma. Example, in previous year 23-24, in previous year 23-24, that person worked for the 230 days only ma, because he worked for less than 240 days. That's why for this year he is not an additional employee. But immediately succeeding previous year, that is in 25 24 25, for this year we are treated as on what my additional employee only. Because of the number of working days condition, maybe he cannot be additional employee for that last year, but for this year he working for that full number of days. For this year we can treat that person as an what my additional employee. And if any employee is not participated in the recognized provident fund schemes, then he is also not treated as an additional employee. Who what is the salary paid to that person is not treated as what ma additional employee cost. So nothing but if any employee contribution, entire contribution if paid by the central government or state government to the pension schemes ma. So nothing but you are not paid any amount from your own pocket. All the amounts related to pension funds are paid by the whom? Central government or state government to the pension scheme. That's why you are also not covered under section, not covered under additional employee, as well as whatever the salary paid to you, that is also not covered under additional employee cost. Clear? So four things ma, just remember employee salary is more than 25,000 and the employee is less than, employee is worked less than 240 days or 150 days. Yes, my employee is not participated in the recognized provident fund and the employee is not contributing any amount as part to the pension schemes. All the amounts are contributed by the state government or central government. This is all about the 80 G, sorry, 80 double J double M. So 80JJAA is nothing but what ma? Deduction with respect to additional employee cost. If you have created new opportunities to that employees, then you will get the deduction. Yes, ma. This is a deduction given for that only the person who is engaged in the business. For them also tax audit must be applicable. And negative list is an important ma. Whatever the salary paid to that below persons, that is not included in the additional employee cost. That's end of the 80JJAA discussion ma. So next section, that is an 80G ma. Deduction with respect to the donations. Deduction with respect to what ma? Donations. If you are donating some amount of money under prescribed schemes, definitely you will get the deduction under section 80G. So first of all, I want to classify that whatever the donations you are already made, ma, yes, the donations will be classified into two ma. The first one, no limit, and second one, limit. Okay. So just I'm classifying that all the things into first. So no limit category, I will tell you. Okay, no limit. So first of all, no limit things. Yes. So category A, as you can call it as an category 1, also no issue. So what are the donations are covered under category 1 or category A ma? So in our examination or in our study, in our examination or in our ESMA study material questions, we have this list ma. But in your study material, you haven't full list also. You can find out the full list in your ICMI study material. But just I'm mentioning the whatever that repeated the donations given in the examination, as well as what mark questions in that our ICMI study material. So that's only I'm covering here. The remaining list you need to refer in the our institute study material. That is an ICMI study material. You can refer and you can get the what are the donations are covered under each and every category. But under category 1, we have a Prime Minister National Relief Fund, Prime Minister National Relief Fund, and National Children Fund, Swachh Bharat Kosh, National Defense Fund, and PM Cares Fund. These are all the things are covered under ESMA category 1. If you are the given the donation to that what if you are the given the donation to any one of the following funds, yes, you can get the 100% of the donation will be allowed as deduction. 100% of donation will be allowed as what ma? Deduction without any limit. Without any limit. That means if I am donating the 5 lakh, yes, you can get the 5 lakh as a deduction. Without any limit, sir. If I am donating the 5 crores, yes, you can get the 5 crores as a deduction. Yes, you can get the whatever that amount you are donated ma. Next thing. Next thing. Yes, ma. Second category, that is in 50% ma. That is nothing but I will tell you. Okay, we can call it as in second category, or we can call it as in what ma? Category B also. Whatever it may be. Yes. What is that amount of donation ma? Whatever that amount of donation you can give for the Prime Minister Drought Relief Fund. That means what ma? Prime Minister Drought Relief Fund. If you are the given that what ma? Any amount of contribution on that, you can get the yes ma. 50% of the donation will be allowed as deduction without any limit. So that means if I am given the 1 crore, 50 lakh, they will give you the deduction ma. Yes ma. If I am given the 100 crores, 50 crores they will give you as a deduction. If I am given the 1 lakh, as 50,000 they will give you as a deduction without any limit. So if you are observing that under category 1 and category 2 or category A or category B, we haven't what ma? No limit of the deduction. No limit. Yes ma. You can get that what ma? Total amount as a deduction. Yes ma. Category 1 100% of the deduction. Category B 50% of the deduction you can get ma. Are you clear ma up to now? Yes ma. Are you clear ma up to now? Yes. And next, no limit is on over, then limit category, I will check it out. Yes. So next we have in category 3 as well as category 4 ma. Category 3 as well as category 4. So under category 3, category 4, if you are the donating any amount, the donation amount as ma, deduction will be subject to 10% of adjusted total income. Whatever the donation you are given under category 3 or category 4 or category C or category D, you will get the deduction subject to the 10% of adjusted total income. Sir, there is no unlimited ma, here only limited amount. So that is subject to or restricted to 10% of adjusted total income. Okay. So what do you mean by the adjusted total income here? Simply, so please observe your gross total income. From that gross total income, whatever the incomes are taxable at special tax rate, please remove other than winnings and other than casual incomes ma. Other than winnings, other than casual incomes, what are the special tax rates are there? Please reduce it all the things, and all chapter 6A reduction except 80. All chapter 6A reduction except 80G, please remove. Then you will get the what ma adjusted total income. Then you will get what ma adjusted total income. Are you clear ma up to now? Yes. Are you clear ma up to now? Yes. So under category 3, yes ma. So if you are the donating any amount to the government or local authority or contribution for the family planning, etc. So please remember these are the very very important, yes ma, donations list ma. Yes, if you want to cover that all the 100% list, yes, please refer the ICMI study material. Yes, but as of now, yes ma, government or local authority related contribution to that family planning, all these are category 3. If you are donating, yes, we can give the 100% of the donation as a deduction, but with limit. What is that limit ma? Yes, that limit is nothing but what ma, subjected to 10% of adjusted total income. Yes ma, if you are observing that category 4 ma, category 4 or category D, if you are donating any amount for the charitable purpose, temple, yes ma, religious related church, masjid, gurudwara, etc., that all are covered under category 4 ma. So on that category 4 you will get the 100% or 50 ma, 50% of the donation, yes ma, with the limit. So that means category 1, what is that category 1 ma? 100% of the donation without limit. Yes ma, 50% of the donation without limit is second category. Third category, 100% of the donation with the limit. What is the limit ma? 10% of adjusted total income. Next, category D also with the limit ma. What is the limit ma? Yes ma, 10% of adjusted total income, but in category 4, 50% of donation only we can get it as an what ma? Deduction. So please refer ICMI material, sorry ma, ICMAI material. So for referring that what are that amounts are covered under, yes ma, different categories, category 1, category 2, category 3, category 4. Yes ma, please remember, if any amount of the donation, yes ma, in the form of 2000, yes, you can give in that form of cash ma. More than 2000, always you will get that amount in that what ma, electronic modes only. Yes ma, more than 2000, always you should receive that all the donation in an electronic mode. Or if you want to give the donation, yes, 2000 you can give ma. More than 2000, definitely you should follow that electronic modes only. Clear ma? Yes, this is an all about that what ma, deductions under section 80G for the donations. You will get a deduction ma. Please remember category 4. So all we have in categories ma. First two categories there is no limit ma, but restricted first 100%. Second one is nothing but what ma, 50%. Next category 3, 100% with a limit, that is a 10% of adjusted total income, restricted to 10% of adjusted total income. Next 50% with a limit, that is 10% of the adjusted total income. Are you clear ma up to now? Yes, this is an all about the, yes ma, 80G. In 80G we have to know about the how to calculate adjusted total income also, and 80GG, that is a donation, deduction with respect to rent paid for house property. In that also, yes ma, rent paid for house property, in that also we are calculated that adjusted total income, both are same ma. Both are same. Yes, are you clear ma? Yes. Next section in our discussion, that is an ATM ma. Yes, next section in our discussion, that is an ATM. So this is an exclusively we have in our CMA Inter syllabus ma. So if you are observing that CA Inter, we don't have this section. So exclusively this was covered in our CMA Inter syllabus only. ATM deduction with respect to that what ma, intercorporate dividend. Yes ma, dividend term is there. That's why eligible SC for taking the deduction is nothing but whom ma, domestic company. Who is an eligible SSC for taking this deduction ma? Domestic company. Example I will tell you, with the help of this example I will give you that all the details about this section ma. So nothing but the first, please look at that ma. A Limited is there, that is a subsidiary company. Yes ma, A Limited is there, subsidiary company. Within that who are invested ma, holding company is invested. So nothing but who are invested ma, holding company is invested. That holding company is B Limited, just remember. A Limited is a subsidiary. Definitely the subsidiary company needs to give the dividend, because who are invested in that subsidiary company ma, holding company. So that's why we want to give the dividend. Can you tell me how much dividend we are issued to that holding company ma? 5 lakh. Okay. Next, there is another company ma, nothing but what ma, X Limited is there. X Limited is nothing but what ma, holding company for the B Limited. So that means who are invested in this B Limited ma, Yes, who are invested in this B Limited ma, X Limited is invested. So that's why, yes ma, for that X Limited we have to give the dividend. That is nothing but what ma, 3 lakhs. So that means here, yes ma, our whole asset in our example, which company ma, B Limited is in receiving the dividend as well as they are paying the dividend also. So that is only intercorporate. Yes, we are receiving as well as paying is also happen. So that's why under section 80M you can take the deduction. Yes ma, whatever that amount of the donation received or whatever the donation we are distributed, whichever is lower you can take it as a deduction. Are you clear ma? Yes. So that means nothing but what ma, whatever that amount of the dividend within the due date for the domestic company. Can you tell me company due date for the filing of return of income is? So 31st October of what ma, assessment year. Within the date, whatever the amount of dividend received and whatever the dividend you are paid, please observe, and whichever is lower only you can take it as a deduction under section 80M ma. Are you clear? Are you clear? Yes ma. This is all about 80M ma. Next, if you are observing that is an 80PA, this is also exclusively we have in our CMA Inter ma. So please make an observation. Yes ma, in our CMA Inter only we have, if you are an integrated student, like if you are doing the CA as well as CMA, so please make an observation on this ma. So what is that ma? 80PA, income of producer company. What is that ma? Income of producer company. We haven't one type of company as a producer company. If that eligible company is a producer company and if their turnover is less than 100 crores in any previous year, then amount of deduction will be what ma? 100% of the profit. So in chapter 6A deduction under 80PA, we are giving that huge advantage to the producer company. Whatever the profits you have, that will be, yes ma, 100% of the profits will be allowed as deduction under section 80PA. But what is it condition ma? That profit, sorry, the turnover of the ESMA producer company in any year less than what ma, 100 crores. Next, very very important thing ma, that is 80 double J double J. This is also exclusively we have in our CMA Inter only. This is also we have an exclusively covered in our CMA Inter only ma. So what is that ma? Yes. If any, sorry. Yes ma. What is that ma? 80 double J A. Sir, in that means a few minutes back we are discussed the 80 double J double J. What is that 80 double J double J ma? Deduction with respect to that employment of additional employees. So but here 80 double J A only we are discussing ma. So that is nothing but deduction with respect to, yes ma, PCBP of an collecting and processing. Collecting as well as what ma, processing, yes ma, of an biodegradable waste. If any SSC is engaged in the business of collecting and processing of the biodegradable waste, so nothing but biodegradable medicals and chemicals related, that all the special. By using that you have to produce that what ma, sir, vermicompost, like ESMA, like some fertilizers. That means nothing but what ma, biochemicals related fertilizers if you are made. So if any SSC, that means nothing but what ma, all SSCs, if any SSC engaged in the business of what ma, processing and collecting of the what ma, biodegradable waste, he can get the deduction under this section. Yes ma, engaged in the what ma, any SC means individual HUF, AOP, BOE, AJP, all the SCs can take, but that SC must be engaged in the collecting and the processing of that biodegradable waste. What is the amount of deduction? 100% of the profits will be allowed as deduction, but you have to follow the note for a period of 5 years from the year of commencement. That means if you have started that business in this year, from this year you have to take the deduction for how many years ma? 5 years. Please remember that point. 5 consecutive years starting from the year of commencement, you will get it as an what ma, deduction. Are you clear ma, up to now? Yes, yes, yes. So just we are discussed the what ma, 80PA, that is a producer company related specific deduction, and 80 double J double A, they are engaged in the collecting and processing of biodegradable waste. Yes, they can get the deduction under section 80 double J double A. So they are doing the some activities for the purpose of what my environmental related things. That's why they are giving the deduction. Next, we have an intercorporate dividend that is covered under 80M. Are you clear ma, up to know? Yes. If you are observing that, I want to tell you one thing. So I think you know one amendment is there in our Finance Act 2023. What is that ma? Normal versus 115 BSc. Just I will tell you. Just I will tell you. For an individual, yes ma, for an individual. Next one ma, yes ma, HUF, AOP, BOI, Yes, ma. AJP, what is the tax rates are defaulted, ma? If you are open the return of income automatically, so these are the default tax regime is 115 BAC. So you should remember, ma, what is the default tax regime, ma? 115 BAC is a default. Sir, I don't want to follow the 115 BAC rate, sir. Yes, you can shift out or you can opt out from the 115 BAC, then you can follow that what, ma, normal. So what happened in this Finance Act 2023, ma, if you are observing that whatever that 115 BAC rates are there or 115 BAC regime is there, that is an applied as an what, ma, default. That is applied as a default. You should follow that. Okay. But I don't want to follow that. Yes, I can opt out from the scheme. Yes, you can opt out or you can shift out from the 115 BAC to that normal. So that's why what happened to that individual HUF AOP BOI AJP, ma. So if you are observing that, what is the change happened here? Yes, ma. So 115 BAC is an default. If you want to shift out, yes, you can follow normal. Normal is becomes an optional regime. For an individual only this change. For an individual HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP. For those only we have this change, ma. So this is an important point you should remember. You should remember. Previously what we have, ma, default is a normal. If you want to opt out or if you want to shift from the normal to optional, yes, you can go for that 115 BAC. That is an previously. Right now, what is the change, ma? You have to mandatorily follow that 115 BAC. So default, yes, I don't want to follow. Yes, there is an option. You can shift out or you can, yes, ma, change from the 115 BAC to normal. Sir, then what about the companies and the cooperative society? Yes, for the companies and cooperative society, the default is nothing but what, ma, normal only. Yes, default is normal. Sir, I don't want to follow the normal, sir. There isn't any option to shift out. Yes, you can shift. Then you can follow the 115 BA, BAA, BAA, yes, ma, BAB, BAD, BAE. So I think if you are observing these three are for the companies, these three optional tax rate for that company. Yes, ma, these two optional tax rate for that cooperative society. Yes, yes, ma, these two for that what, ma, cooperative society. Yes. So you have to observe this change, ma. Are you clear, ma, up to now? So what is the change, ma? So for an individual HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP, 115 BAC is in default right now. If you want to shift out from that, yes, you can go for that normal, ma. For company and cooperative society, there is no change, ma. So normal tax rates are default only. If you want to shift out, yes, you can go for that what, ma? 115 BA, BAA, BAB, BAD, BAE. So I think one amendment is pending, that is an 80CCH. Shall we start that 80CCH, ma? Yes, this is also amendment, ma. So just I want to discuss that all the amendments at one place in the last. That's why. So who is an eligible SSC for taking this deduction, ma? An individual. So he can take the deduction under section 80CCH. An individual who can take the deduction under section what, ma? 80CCH. Okay. So nothing but if he contributing the some amount to that Agniveer Corpus Fund, I think you know. So Agnipath scheme, that means for army employees, the central government created the new scheme of recruitment, ma, that is an Agnipath. So who got the job in that, and if that person, nothing but if that Agniveer employee is contributing that any amount to that Agniveer Corpus Fund, then he will get the deduction under section 80CCH. If any individual enrolled in the Agnipath scheme and subscribing the Agniveer Corpus Fund of on or after, yes, ma, on or after 1/11/2022 in an examination, maybe they will give you as an ACF, ma, that is an Agnipath Corpus Fund. So in shortcuts also they will give you Agnipath or Agniveer Corpus Fund. So nothing but if any person is enrolled in that Agniveer scheme, that means Agniveer scheme means or Agnipath scheme means nothing but what, you're already joined a job in central government as an army employee under Agnipath scheme and subscribing to ESMA Agniveer Corpus Fund, that is nothing but one bank account maintained by the prescribed authorities. Yes, sir. Within that bank account, if you are deposited or paid any amount, any amount in his account, in his name only that account will be open ma, in his name only that account will be open. So within that, if you paid any amount, then definitely you will get it as an what ma deduction. Here, how many types of contributions are there ma? Two contributions ma. First is an individual contribution. That means nothing but what ma? Employee contribution. Agnivir, employee contribution. Whatever that amount you are paid or deposit, that will be allowed as deduction ma. But here one twist is there. If you are following the normal tax rates, then only you will get the deduction. So what is that ma? If you are following the normal, sir, if that individual following that 115 BSC defaulted tax rate, yes, he can't get the deduction ma. If he follows the normal tax rates only, then he can get the deduction under section 80 CCH with respect to that individual contribution. So whatever that individual contribution is there, for that equal central government, that is a nothing but here acted as an what ma employee is an individual. Central government is nothing but what ma employer. Central government is nothing but what ma employer. If any employer contribution is there, on that we can get the deduction under section what ma 80 CCH only. The first that should be included in the salary of an employee. So if you remember 80 CCD2, the first, because that isn't given by, so nothing but employee is there and employer also there. So nothing but what ma Agnivir Corpus Fund he contributed. Okay, he can get deduction. So next employer also. Ultimately that amount will be reached to employee. So that's why first of all whatever that amount is deposited in Agnivir Corpus Fund, that is an income to that employee. So that's why taxable under the head of salary. Then after that you will get it as a deduction. After that it will get it as an what ma deduction. There is no limit of the deduction ma. There is no monetary limit of this deduction. So this deduction will be available to ESMA, SSE irrespective of the regime. Here important point ma. So definitely they will give you in an examination. ESMA, what if ye opted the 115 BAC? What if ye opted the normal tax rate? They will give you this question ma. So whatever that individual contribution is there, individual contribution is allowed as a deduction only if you follows the normal tax rate. Whatever the central government contribution is, the central government contribution can be taken as a deduction irrespective of the regimes ma. Irrespective of the regimes. That means that totally the students are getting that confusion with respect to the chapter 6A deductions. ESMA, if sir, if that SSE follows the normal tax rate, what are the chapter 6A deductions he can get? If that SSE follows the 115 BAC or 115 BA, BAB, BAD, BAE, etc., optional tax rates are there. But under 115 BAC for an individual, this is a default. The remaining all are what ma optional only. So this is only the differentiation they will give you. Compute the total income of an SSE under optional also, under normal also they will ask you ma. So for that you have to remember what are the chapter 6A deduction can be claimed on the ESMA SSE if you follows the normal. Please remember ADC, AD ADCCD under 1B and 2, ADCCH and ADD, ADDD, ADDDB, ADE, ADEE, ADEA, ADEEB, ADG. Next, ADGG, ADGGA, ADGGB, ADGGC, ADJJA, ADQQB, RRB, TTA, TTB, ADU. All the sections I written here, ma. If you are following the normal tax rate, yes, you can get the deductions. All deductions you can get. If any SSA, suppose if you are taken example as an individual, yes ma, if an individual following the normal, he don't want to that what ma default, he want to shift out from the, yes ma, he want to shift out or opt out from the default to the normal, yes, what are the deductions he can get ma? All chapter 6A deduction, as of now we are discussed, all the things he can take it as a deduction. But if he follows the 115 BAC, only he can get, please remember, only he can get 80 CCD2. What is that 80 CCD2? Employer contribution to NPS and 80 CCH central government contribution to Agnivir Corpus Fund. Next 80 JJJ. These three only can be claimed by the SSE who are following the 115 BAC or 115 BA, BAA, BAB, BAD or BAE. So the please remember this is only the final discussion for the chapter 6A deduction summary. So the many students having that confusion with respect to that what are the chapter 6A deduction we can claim if you follow the normal tax rate. What are the chapter 6A deductions if you what are the chapter 6A deductions if you are claimed? Yes ma, what are the chapter 6A deductions we can claim if you are following that what ma default tax rates or nothing but what my optional tax rate. This is only the differentiation. Three tax sections, please remember. 80 CCD2, yes, my employer contribution to NPS. 80 CCH, central government contribution to ACF, that is an Agnivir Corpus Fund. Next 80 double J double J. Are you clear, ma, up to now? Yes, this is all about the deductions related to our gross total income. That is nothing but chapter 6A deductions. Let's begin our new chapter. Yes. Let's begin our discussion with the new chapter. What is the new chapter name? TDS and TCS. What is the new chapter name? TDS and TCS. As you know already, what do you mean by the ESMA? What do you mean by the TDS? Tax deducted at source. Next, what do you mean by the TCS, ma? Tax collected at source. So we will discuss this chapter in two parts, ma. In first part, we will discuss the TDS portion. In second part, we will discuss the what, ma, TCS portion. The first, our headache is nothing but what, ma? Tax deducted at source only. Ganesh, are you clear, ma, up to now? Yes, we will start the what, ma? Tax deducted at source. Okay. So nothing but you know the general rule in the taxation, ma. What is that, ma? If you are earning that any income during the previous year, on that income, you are required to pay the tax in which year, ma? Assessment year. This is a general rule in tax, ma. But there is a huge time gap between the income earning and as well as what, ma, payment of taxes. So this is a definitely loss to whom, ma? Government or loss to department. So because you are earning that income in the previous year, on that you are paying the tax in which year, ma? Assessment year. Because of this, yes, ma, definitely there is a loss to whom, ma? Department. So if anything is a loss to the department, they don't want to bear even for that 1 day or 2 days also, ma. So that's why they have started that what, ma? Two things. So two concepts they are introduced, ma. What are the concepts, ma? First one is an advance tax. Second one is nothing but what, ma? TDS and TCS. So they are introduced the two tax collection or nothing but tax deducted or tax payment mechanisms, ma. So based on that, you can pay the tax in the previous year itself. I think you know, yes, ma. I think you know advance tax how you can make the payment, ma. In 4 installments, we will pay in that what, ma? Previous year itself. How we can pay the TDS, ma? So nothing but what, ma? How we can nothing but in the previous year itself we will pay that what, ma? TDS as well as what, ma? TCS also. So if you are observing that, so because of the general rule in the taxation, yes, ma, who having the loss, ma? Department having the loss because of the time value of money. So that's why they are introduced the two tax payment mechanisms in the previous year itself in the form of what, ma? Advance tax. Second one is nothing but what, ma? TDS and TCS. I think we will cover the advance tax in one chapter, ma. I think that is already over. Second one is nothing but what, ma? TDS and TCS. We will discuss. Write it now. Are you clear? Yes, ma. Please give me confirmation, all of you. Shall we start, ma? Yes. First, I will take the one example regarding the TDS, ma. First, I will take one example regarding the TDS. Yes. What is that example? Yes. Suppose, yes, ma, Mr. I is an SSC, ma. He is making that what, ma? One fantasy, he is creating that one fantasy team in the Dream 11. So, unfortunately, he won the gross winning amount of how much, ma? 10 lakh in one fantasy league. At the present is an IPL is going on, okay. In that, he won that what, ma? 10 lakh from the Dream 11. Can you tell me, yes, ma, if any winnings are there, yes, ma, can you tell me who needs to pay that amount, ma? Payer is needs to pay that amount to that whom, ma? Pay. So payer means who are paying that money, pay means who are receiving that money, ma. Okay. In this situation, yes, ma. Okay, after the completion of this chapter also you can know on winnings we have to deduct the tax at the rate of what, ma? 30%. So definitely this is an winnings to or this is an income to whom, ma? Mr. I. So nothing but can you tell me for Mr. I, what is the source of income, ma? Dream 11, it needs to give the, yes, ma, how much amount, ma? 10 lakh. This is a source of income. At that source itself, we need to deduct the tax. Can you tell me here, we need to deduct the tax at the rate of what, ma? 30%. We need to deduct the tax at the rate of what, ma? 30%. Can you tell me, after deducting the tax, can you tell me how much amount, yes, ma, we are deducting 3 lakh. The remaining amount is how much, ma? 7 lakh. This 7 lakh is called as a net winnings, ma. Net winnings amount we want to, yes, ma, paid to Mr. I. Can you tell me who is responsible for making the TDS, ma? Who is responsible for making the TDS, ma? Payer.
And after deducting the TDS, that amount needs to deliver to whom? Government only, because the tax amount always should be paid to government. Who is nothing but paid that amount to that government payer only. After making the payment of that money to that government, yes we can generate the TDS certificate. The TDS certificate also we will deliver to that whom? Payee. Because from your income I deducted the tax at the rate of what? 30%. That already I paid to the government. That proof you need to submit by using that what? TDS certificate. Sir, if I am asking that what are the responsibilities of payer, can you tell me what are the responsibilities of payer? Responsible for making the TDS. Responsible for making the TDS. Deliver the what? TDS certificate. These two are what? Responsibilities. These two are what? Responsibilities of payer only. Are you clear? Yes. Next, after receiving that amount, can you tell me payee will receive the net amount or gross amount? Net amount only after deducting the TDS. After deducting the TDS, he will receive the net amount. Okay. In assessment year, definitely he has to file that what? Return of income. While filing the return of income, can you tell me what So if you having the salaries income, house property income, PGBP income, capital gain income, if any, he will disclose it. Can you tell me income from other sources income? We are receiving one amount What is that Winnings amount is taxable under the head what Income from other sources only. What is that amount 10 lakh. Sir, you are receiving only 7 lakh from the dream level, but you have to showing that what gross amount in your return of income. Okay, if I am asking your income, definitely you should say net winnings plus TDS amount. Totally gross winnings is nothing but what your income. You should show what 10 lakh only in your return of income. That is only concept calling as what grossing up concept. So if I am asking your income is nothing but from the winnings, what is that 10 lakh? After making the payment of tax, that is in 7 lakh only. So that's why in your return of income, you need to show that what full amount. So if you have calculated the total, you will get that what gross total income minus chapter 6A reduction, you will get what net total income. So please calculate tax liability. Suppose if you got the tax liability as an 5 lakh, but already you paid how much amount of the tax in the previous year itself? 3 lakh. But you are not paid directly, but indirectly from your amount, who are paid payer only. So nothing but from your income, payer only deducting the tax, and payer already paid that amount to the government on behalf of you only. So that's why, yes, you can take that what TDS credit at the time of making the payment of the tax in the assessment year. Whatever that amount you are paid in the previous year, that is only the TDS. 3 lakhs you can take it as an what credit. The balance tax you have to pay, that is on what 2 lakh 5,000. Are you clear, ma? This is only how the TDS will work out, ma. Every time. Can you tell me payer? Payer responsibilities are two, ma. What are the responsibilities, ma? Responsibility for making the TDS and deposit that amount with the government. And second one, ma, deliver the TDS certificate. Sir, what is the proof for the taking this TDS credit, ma? Yes, ma. Okay, you are taking the TDS credit of how much amount, ma? How much amount? 3 lakh. What is that proof? Along with your return of income, you should submit the TDS certificate. While you are filing that return of income, you are taking the credit. Okay. What is the proof for the taking the credit? Please submit the TDS certificate that was given by the payer to payee that you attach it to your return of income. Then automatically assessing officer will give you this amount as an what mark credit. Are you clear up to now? All of you, please give me confirmation, mark. All of you, please give me confirmation about the TDS. This is a TDS mechanism. Tax deduction at source means, yes, ma, you are generating that income from one source. At that source itself, the tax will be deducted by the payer. I am an employer, that is salary is a source of income for me. At that source, employer will deduct the tax. Yes. Next one. Sir, if you want to understand the TDS chapter, in every section, we want to know these parameters. Ma. What are the parameters we should learn? First one, section number. First one is what, ma? Section number. All of you, please understood? Yes, ma. Every TDS provision. Okay, at the time of reading that every TDS provision, first we should remember the section number. Important for this chapter. Yes, second one, nature of payment. What is the payment we are made? Okay, in the last one, what, ma? Winnings. Maybe salaries. Every nature of payment. What is the nature of payment? We should remember. And nothing but what threshold limit. What is that limit? If that limit crosses, we have to deduct the what tax. What is the threshold limit? And who is in payer? who is an payee, and next one ma, rate of TDS. Can you tell me in this example what is the rate of TDS ma? 30%. Rate of TDS, and next one ma, time of TDS, and next if any exceptions are there, that we will discuss. If any exceptions are there, that also we will discuss. That means for this we don't want to deduct the TDS. If any exception for these sections are there, we will discuss. 8 parameters in every section we should learn. Section number, nature of payment, threshold limit, payer, payee, yes ma, rate of TDS, time of TDS, exceptions. So without wasting our time, so we want to start directly with the 192 section ma. What is the section number ma? 192. What is the nature of payment ma? TDS on salary. Shall we start, Ganesh? Yes. All of you please listen carefully ma. Important, important, important. Yeah, definitely. Okay. So nothing but who is an payer ma? Employer is an payer. Who is an payee ma? Employee. Who are paying that amount, that person only called as payer. Who are receiving that amount, that person only called as what ma? Payee. Sir, salary means nothing but you can guess that employer and employee who are that payer payee. Next. Sir, employee is nothing but an individual ma. Individual only can join in a job or employment ma. So artificial person cannot do that word ma, employment. That's why individual only. Okay. What is the nature of payment ma? Salary. Can you tell me when they can deduct the TDS ma? If that salary amount exceeded that what ma? Basic exemption limit, then we can deduct the TDS. Sir, in my hand salary is nothing but 2 lakhs only per annum. Sir, my basic exemption limit is 2 lakh 50,000 sir. How you can deduct the TDS? So my salary is 10 lakh ma. That is more than basic exemption limit. Definitely that employer can deduct the what ma? Tax. So rate of the taxes will be slab rates ma. Whatever the slab rates you know for that individual, based on that slab rates only we will deduct the TDS ma. Next one ma, time of TDS at the time of payment. At the time of making the payment of the salary, they will deduct the tax portion and they will credit the net amount to the whom ma? Employee. Next one ma, exceptions ma. Yes ma. I think in your salary package you have certain exempted perquisites, exempted allowances ma. So some exempted perquisites, some exempted allowances are there. On that we don't want to deduct the TDS ma. What is the taxable salary is there? For the taxable salary itself, we want to deduct the TDS ma. If any exempted portions are there, on that no need to deduct the TDS. Ganesh, shall we verify whether that all the parameters are covered or not covered ma? Yes. Please let me know what is the section number 192. Nature of payment, salary. Threshold limit, basic exemption limit. Payer, employer. Payee, employee, nothing but whom individual. Rate of TDS, slab rates. Time of TDS, time of payment. At the time of payment, exceptions on these two things, no need to deduct the TDS ma. Exempted perquisites and exempted what ma? Allowances. Then also all things are over. Automatically the section 192 is also over. But you should remember the 192 is nothing but talking about the TDS on salary. Yes ma'am. Okay. Just we will do one thing ma'am. So at the writing of this salaries chapter, yes, we have a notes. I understood. But while learning these things ma'am, we will write the summary. We will write the what ma? Summary also. So along with me, you can write the summary. Okay. That means if any MCQ is there, then you can identify that easily. And if any question is also there, yes, you can write that easily. So please remember in this chapter, they will give you that what mark. So provision based questions only. That means you no need to calculate that much answers. So just if you remember the threshold limit, if you remember the tax rates, if you remember the TDS rate, then all automatically you can write the answer. So no need to calculate that etc etc etc. All the calculation not required ma, just threshold limit. And if you know that what ma, rate of TDS, and so time of TDS is also unimportant in this chapter, may not be tested in the examinations ma, but who is an payer, who is an payee also you need to know that all the things are enough for writing the answers for the question. You have to identify, yes, if they are given the salary, you have to identify, yes, section 192 TDS on salary is an applicable. That alone you need to write it. Yes. So that's why we will write that what now first TDS summary. Maybe you can get the separate questions. Maybe you can get separate question. Yes, ma. Can you tell me how you can write the summary, ma? First of all, section number. Next one, ma. Who is an payer? Yes, ma. Who is an payer? Who is an payer? Next, who is an payee? Next one, ma. Threshold limit. Next one, ma. Rate of TDS. Next one, ma. TDS rate. Shall we write that all the things, ma? Along with that discussing that every provision, we will write that what ma summary. Can you tell me section number, ma? 192. Who is an payer, ma? Employer. Who is an payee, ma? Employee. Threshold limit. Basic exemption limit. TDS rate, ma? Slab rates. Clear? Next one, ma. So time of TDS is may not be tested in an examinations, ma. So that's why I will give you the time of TDS in one chart itself, ma. For that all those sections we will discuss the time of TDS here itself. Yes, please. Time of TDS. So at the time of payment, okay, normally in some sections we are using that what ma one is nothing but what ma at the time of payment, like in salary. So TDS on what ma salary. We are using the time of TDS and what ma at the time of payment. In some things, yes ma, in some sections we are using the yes ma time of TDS as an at the time of making the payment or at the time of credit entry in the books of accounts of the payee. So that means actually we are not paying, but he's an ESMA entering into the books of accounts of the payee. Payee means nothing but what? Recipient. Recipient is passing the journal entry without receiving. That is an accrual basis, ma. We are not paying that amount, but he is passing that entry. That is also what ma credit entry. That means what ma on accrual basis, he is passing that what ma receivable entry. So that date, whichever is earlier, we have to deduct the tax. Sir, how we are deducting the tax without making the payment? Simply in our books of account, we need to pass the TDS entry, ma. We need to pass that what ma TDS entry. Sir, for him that is a credit entry means for you that is a what ma debit entry. At the time of passing that what ma payable entry in your books of account, you need to pass that what ma yes some amount you have to pay that amount person to some amount you have to pay to that payee. The remaining amount you can write it as an what ma TDS. So in journal entry also, so suppose 500 you want to pay as an gross ma, 400 only we will make that payment to that person and 100 portion for that what ma TDS. You need to pass that what ma TDS entry at the time of payment or at the time of credit entry in the books of accounts of payee, whichever is earlier. That is a method 2 ma. Sir, section 194 ma, we will use that method 3 separately we haven't. And the section 194 IB we will discuss the what ma separately. So finally, you haven't how many methods of time of TDS mark 4. At the time of payment is an 1. At the time of credit or at the time of credit entry in the sorry at the time of payment or at the time of credit entry in the what books of accounts of pay whichever is earlier. Third 194 we haven't separate the time of TDS is there ma and 194 IB we haven't separate TDS things ma. So while discussing that what ma so without writing anything time of TDS means 1 2 3 4 we will write it down ma in shortcut manner. Okay. Yes. Second one ma 192A we will start. What is that, ma? 192A. TDS on premature withdrawal from recognized provident fund. So nothing but if any amount in the recognized provident fund is there, can you tell me who can withdraw that recognized provident fund amount? Ma employee only. So if you are observing that Yes, ma. In recognized provident fund, who can contribute, ma? Employer can contribute and employee also can contribute. But finally, that amount, yes, ma, along with that interest, who can withdraw, ma? Employee only can withdraw. At the time of withdrawing that amount from the recognized provident fund, what is the TDS implications? We will discuss, ma. So definitely at the time of withdrawing that amount means that is an income to employee. Yes, in the hands of employee that is an income. So that's why that will be, so tax will be deducted by the what recognized provident fund authorities itself. Just we will discuss. Can you tell me who is paying that amount, ma? Provident fund authorities. Who is receiving that amount, ma? Employee. That means what, ma? Individual. What is the nature of payment, ma? Premature withdrawal. So that means nothing but what, ma? After the 5 years, if you are withdrawn, that is an exempt in the hands of employee, ma. After the 5 years of continuous service, if you are withdrawing, that is an exempt. Premature means nothing but before that 5 years, you are withdrawing that amount from the recognized provident fund, ma. Threshold limit, ma, 50,000. Please make an observation. Here you are withdrawing that 55,000, ma. Threshold limit is an exceeded. Yes, on the entire amount you have to deduct the TDS. Not on 5,000 difference, ma. If you are withdrawing the 55,000, we have to deduct the TDS on how much amount, ma? The entire 55,000. So what is the TDS rate, ma? If PAN submitted, that is an 10%. If there is no PAN, we have to pay that. We have to deduct the tax at the rate of MMR, maximum marginal tax rate. In that introduction chapter itself, I told you what do you mean by the maximum marginal tax rate? Highest income tax rate plus highest surcharge rate plus highest health. Normal health and education. Health and education for all of you. What is that, ma? 4%. Yes, but time of TDS, I am restricted as an what, ma? Method 2. Can you tell me what is that method 2, ma? At the time of payment or at the time of credit entry in the books of accounts of the payee, whichever is what, ma? Earlier. Next one, ma, exceptions are nothing but what, ma? Nil. There is no exceptions for deducting that what, ma? TDS here. Shall we think that all the parameters, ma? Yes. So please write it down, Ganesh. Just for my satisfaction, section number is what, ma? 192A. Nature of payment, ma? Premature withdrawal from recognized provident fund. Premature withdrawal from what, ma? Recognized provident fund. Threshold limit, ma? 50,000. Yes, ma? Payer, PF authorities. Payee, employee who is nothing but what, ma? Individual. Rate of TDS 10% if PAN submitted, otherwise what, ma? MMR. Sorry, rate of TDS. Next time of TDS, ma, method 2. At the time of payment or at the time of credit entry in the hands of books of accounts of pay, whichever is earlier. Exemptions are what, ma? Sorry, exceptions are what, ma? Nil. Are you understood this section, ma? Yes. At the time of withdrawing the provident fund balance from the recognized provident fund, we have to deduct the TDS under section what, ma? 192A. Can you tell me who is an payer, ma? Provident fund authorities. Yes, ma? Provident fund authorities. Next one, ma? Payee, employee, threshold limit. If while withdrawing the 50,000, yes, or automatically, no, more than 50,000, definitely we need to deduct the what, ma? Tax. Next one, ma, what is the TDS rate, ma? 10% in case of PAN or MMR. Are you clear, ma? So please give me confirmation about understanding of these two sections. Online, all of you. Next. 192 over 192A also over. Next 193, ma. 193 is nothing but what, ma? TDS on interest from securities. TDS on what, ma? Interest from securities. Can you tell me? You can receive the interest from securities in the form of debentures as well as bonds, ma. If you are invested in any companies in the form of debentures or debentures are nothing but what, ma? Bonds, you will get the what, ma? Interest. Example, who is an investor here, ma? Any person, that person must be resident. So non-resident TDS provisions are separate, ma. Here the resident, for the resident only this TDS provision is applicable. So if you are investing in that what, ma? Company, example, any person, that may be government, okay, in the form of bonds, how you can invest, ma? In the hands of company, in the hands of government only. So if you want to invest in the debentures, within whose hands we can invest ma company. So that means if any person paying that what ma interest on securities to that any resident person, yes ma, what is that payment ma here? Nature of payment, interest from securities. At the time we have to deduct the TDS. If any person is paying that interest on securities to that any person, he needs to deduct the TDS. Threshold limit is what? First point. 8% savings bond issued in 2003, 7.75% savings bonds issued in 2008 ma. Yes ma. If any person paying that interest on these two bonds, if that amount exceeding the 10,000, then definitely they are required to deduct the what ma tax. Definitely they are required to deduct the what ma tax. Once again I'm communicating. So if any person, that means nothing but what ma here, suppose if that is a government can, yes ma, in acquiring that funds in the forms of what ma bonds, and they are paying that what ma interest. If that interest payment on these bonds if exceeded what ma 10,000, so suppose 15,000 we are paying ma, on that entire 15,000 we have to deduct the what ma tax, because for that any person this is an interest taxable under income from other sources. That's why we have to deduct the what ma tax. Second one, on debentures. So on bonds and debentures only we are going to give you that what ma interest. If that is a debentures, that is also debentures of a public company. Yes ma. If this is an what ma public company and they are given the what ma debentures related interest, yes, if that is received by the resident individual, if that is received by the whom a resident individual or resident HF, then what is the threshold limit ma 5,000. Sir, if we are paying to the partnership firm, can you tell me, is there any threshold limit? No. Even 1 rupee or 10 rupees also, we are required to deduct the what tax. If debentures of a public company, yes, my public company paying the debentures related interest to the resident individual or resident HF, then only we have a limit of what 5,000. If that isn't paid to that what other than resident individual or other than resident HF, because this provision is applicable for resident only. For the resident individual or resident HUF only 5,000. Resident partnership firm, if any resident company, if you are paying that interest related to debentures, there is no threshold limit. So debentures related interest paid by the private company, threshold limit will be 0. Because if the debentures interest are paid by the public company only, and if the recipient is a resident individual or HUF, then only threshold limit will be what 5,000. Ganesh, debentures interest is paid by the private company. Can you tell me what is the threshold limit? 0. Debentures related interest paid by the public company only, but recipient is a resident partnership firm. Threshold limit is what ma 0. So if that person is a payer and if that person is a nothing but payee, then only we have a threshold limit of what ma 5,000. Very, very important. Okay, threshold limit exceeded on entire amount, we are deducting that what ma TDS. Okay, at what rate ma? 10%. At what rate ma? 10%. Time of TDS is 2. What do you mean by the 2 ma? At the time of payment, at the time of credit entry in the books of accounts of payee, whichever is earlier. Clear? All of you. Shall we read the summary without seeing ma? Yes. What is the section number? 193. TDS on and okay, I want to change the one thing ma. Without writing the pay or payee, if you are writing that what my nature of payment, that's is an efficient way of writing. Okay, that's why I want to write it down that what ma. So you don't want to change it ma, nature of payment. No need to change ma, just try to implement hereafter. Can you tell me what is the nature of payment ma? TDS on salary. So then you can remember for long time. That's right. TDS on salary. Next one ma. TDS on premature withdrawal from where ma? RPF, recognized provident fund. So just I'm changing that format ma. No need to change that all the entire headings ma. Just to follow. Next one ma 193 TDS on interest on what ma? Securities. Can you tell me interest giving securities? I think we have in two only ma. Bonds as well as what ma? Debentures. So on bonds, can you tell me what is the threshold limit ma? 10,000. Next one ma. So debentures related interest, that is also debentures related interest if that isn't given by the public company to whom a resident individual. Debentures of an what ma public company. The debentures interest also given by the public company to whom a resident individual or nothing but what ma resident HUF. Can you tell me what is the threshold limit ma? Rupees 5,000. What is the TDS rate ma? 10%. Clear ma up to now? Yes ma. Next one ma. TDS on dividends ma. TDS on dividends 194. TDS on dividends 194. Can you tell me when you can get the dividends ma? If you are invested in shares, then you will get the dividend. In the last case, if you are invested in the debentures or bonds, you will get the what ma? Interest. Here, I am a shareholder. Any person that is a resident one may not be an individual. Any person, but you must be a resident. If you are invested in any company shares, that automatically they will give you the what ma dividend. Please remember, if the dividend amount is in excess of what ma 5,000. Yes, ma. Then individual hands only. If company paying the dividend to that individual threshold limit 5,000. If the company paying the dividend to that other than individual threshold limit will be 0. So please remember, if the company is giving the dividend to the individual, then what is that TDS threshold limit ma? 5,000. TDS nothing but given to individual ma 5,000. Company is giving the dividend to the other than individual. TDS threshold limit will be what ma? 0. Next, okay, sir, what is the rate of TDS? Suppose a company is paying the 10,000 to that one shareholder ma, that is an exceeded that what ma threshold limit, and entire amount we are deducting that what ma TDS. If PAN submitted TDS is 10% ma, if no PAN then MMR ma. What is the time of TDS? Nothing but here 3 ma. That means what ma? Before making the distribution, before the making the what ma payment, whichever is earlier. So nothing but it is another method of the time of TDS ma. We are discussed separately 194. Can you tell me what ma? Before making the distribution, before making the payment, whichever is earlier. Time of TDS, no need to remember ma. We can't get any questions related to time of TDS in an examination for sure. But you should remember this is a separate thing. Next one, ma exceptions. Is there any or ma? No, no exception. Okay, please mention the what are the parameters ma section 194. Nature of payment, dividend. Payer, company. Payee, any resident person. Threshold limit 5,000 if the dividend paid to individual. Others 0. What is the rate of TDS? 10% in case of PAN, no PAN, MMR. Next, time of TDS before making the payment or before the making the distribution, whichever is earlier. Exceptions are what ma? Nil. Shall we write the summary? So starting sections only you are learning in a slow manner ma. Other after that you can pick up the speed also, and you can understood that all the things in an easy manner. We can complete that all the things also in less span of time ma. So starting definitely you have to face some difficulty. 194 ma TDS on what ma? TDS on what ma? Salary. Sorry. I'm thinking in an parallel universe only. That's right. TDS on what ma? Dividends. So if the dividend is paid to individual, then the threshold limit is what ma? 10,000. No, 5,000. What is the rate of TDS ma? 10% or what ma? MMR. Clear ma? MMR. Clear? Ganesh, shall we go with the next 194A? 192 done, 192A done, 193 done, 194 also done. Next we will discuss about the 194A. What is that 194A? TDS on interest but other than interest on securities, because if any interest on securities is there, on that we are already know the section, that is on what 193. If any interest on securities is there, on that we are already discussed the TDS provision, that is on 193. But here TDS other than, sorry, TDS on interest other than interest on securities. Example, we are paying that interest on loans also. We are paying that interest on what ma? Loans also. On that we have to deduct the TDS. So that is only ma example, example, example. Sir, if the payee is there, payee is nothing but what ma? Receiving that interest from the payer. In this section, yes ma, if you want to deduct the TDS, this is a special case ma. Payer should be special case ma. Example, if you want to deduct the TDS under section 194A, you must be any person other than individual or HUF ma. That means partnership firm, company, LLP, AOP, BOI, AJP. Yes, you can directly deduct the TDS ma if the amount exceeded that what ma threshold limit. But other than individual or HUF only can able to deduct the TDS. But in case of individual or HUF also you can deduct ma if that amount exceeding that, nothing but what ma, if you are doing that business, yes ma, if that amount exceeding that 1 crore, turnover exceeding that 1 crore, and if that individual or HUF doing that profession, if that amount exceeding that what ma 50 lakh, yes ma, in that last year. So that means here the payer is a special case ma. That means nothing but in this section, payer, if you want to deduct the, can you tell me what ma tax? If you want to deduct the tax, that payer must be any person other than individual or HUF. If an individual or HUF wants to deduct the tax in this section, the last year turnover exceeds the 1 CR, or if they are doing that profession, that gross receipts exceeds about 50 lakh in the last year. Yes, example, I'm an individual, I'm doing that what my business in the last year. My turnover is nothing but what ma 1.5 crore. Can I deduct the TDS ma? Yes, you can deduct the TDS if that interest amount exceeded that what ma threshold limit. So PAR is a special case in this section. You should remember clearly. All person cannot deduct the TDS under section 194 ma. PAR is a special case here. Any person other than individual or HF directly they can deduct ma. If an individual or HF wants to deduct the TDS in the last year, if they are doing that business turnover exceeding that 1 CR, if they are doing that profession that gross receipts exceeding that what ma 50 lakh, then only they can deduct the TDS ma. Then only they can deduct the what ma TDS. Clear ma all of you up to now? Yes. Next one ma, what is the threshold limit? If the payer is nothing but what ma bank, cooperative bank, post office. Example, yes ma, example, yes ma, one deposit holder is there, that payee is depositing the some amount in the bank as well as cooperative bank and post office bank ma, who are required to pay that interest here, who are required to pay that interest here ma, because payee is depositing some amount with the bank, cooperative bank and post office bank. Definitely here payer will required to pay ma. If the payer is nothing but what ma bank, cooperative bank, post office bank, automatically we can deduct the what ma TDS. If that amount exceeding that, how much amount ma 50,000 in case of resident senior citizen, and other cases what ma 40,000. What is the threshold limit ma? In case if that interest isn't paid to resident senior citizen, if that amount exceeding that 50,000, then only we can deduct the TDS. Suppose we are making the payment of that 75,000 interest to that resident senior citizen ma, on which amount we have to deduct ma? On entire amount 75,000 we have to deduct the what ma tax. Next, yes ma, in others other than resident senior citizen, what is the limit ma? 45,000. Okay, sorry, 40,000. Threshold limit will be 40,000. Next ma, one more example. Yes ma, Ganesh isn't giving the loan to Bhaskar. Here the Bhaskar is paying that what ma interest to whom ma Ganesh. Because I am taking that what ma loan from the Ganesh. Here I am paying. I am not a bank, a cooperative bank, a post office bank also. Any other person is paying that interest because, and Bhaskar last year turnover in their business is 1-2 crores ma. That's why he is in payer in this section. So if you want to deduct the tax under this section, last year turnover or gross receipts of an individual or HF must exceed that what 1 crore or 50 lakh. That's satisfied. So that's why while you are making that interest payment to that Ganesh, or while you are making that interest payment to that any other person, what is the threshold limit 5,000 only. So please remember, threshold limit rate of TDSs are very, very important. 194A, what is the section? TDS on interest, other than interest on securities. And next, who is an payer here? Special case. Who is an payee? Any person. Suppose if that interest given by the bank, cooperative bank, post office bank, what is the threshold limit? If that amount isn't paid to the resident senior citizen 50,000, others were 40,000. If normal person paying that interest to that any person, what is the threshold limit? 5,000 only. Yes, ma'am. Next, what is the TDS rate? 10%. What is the TDS rate? 10%. Time of TDS is nothing but what? 2. At the time of payment or at the time of credit entry in the books of accounts of the payee, whichever is earlier. Next, exceptions are very, very, very important, ma'am. From these exceptions, you can get question. From these exceptions, definitely you can expect one question. Sir, if you are paying that any interest on income tax, ma'am. So right now I am in payer. Yes, definitely Bhaskar is paying the here interest to whom department. Sir, that is a more than okay. In last year, Esma Bhaskar paying that interest on income tax to the department. Last year, my business turnover exceeded the 1 CR also. So that's why can I deduct the TDS? No, because it is covered under exception. If you are making the payment of interest to the department, okay, if you are deducted the TDS also, TDS deducted amount needs to pay to whom? Department only. Why you are deducting the TDS? Okay, if you are deducting the, okay, suppose I am making the payment of what 10,000. Okay, 9,000 you are deducting and the 1,000 also. All the amount should be reflected in which account? Department account only. After deducting the TDS also, payer needs to pay that amount with the home department. So here you are paying that interest also to the home department without deducting the TDS. Please pay. And next one, if any interest on savings accounts is there, sir, if they are making the payment of interest on savings account, even though this threshold limit exceeded, also there is no need to deduct the TDS. Interest on savings bank account, while making the payment of the interest with respect to the savings bank account also, they are no need to deduct the TDS, even though that amount exceeded the what threshold limit. Next one, while you are making that interest payment to that bank or LIC or Unit Trust of India, insurance company, there is no need to deduct the TDS. Sir, your father is business person, and last year business turnover is 2 crores. He is a payer? Yes. He is making the interest to that bank for the purpose of what already he taken one loan. So already he taken a loan. With respect to that loan, he is repaying that what interest. So can he deduct the TDS? No, because while you are making that interest payment to any bank or any financial institution, sorry, any bank, any life insurance companies, any institution, Unit Trust of India, for any insurance company, while you are making that interest, no need to deduct the TDS. Next. Interest paid with respect to that Kisan Vikas Patra, Indira Vikas Patra, Post Office Monthly Deposit Scheme, Post Office Recurring Deposit Scheme, National Savings Certificate. Yes, no need to deduct the TDS. Yes, ma? No need to deduct the what TDS. Are you clear, up to now? After completion of the provision only, we need to write it as summary. Then we have to discuss the one more point in this section. Okay? Just we will discuss. This is an important section. Sir, interest on securities is 193. Interest other than interest on securities 194A. Mr. F ma, yes ma, Mr. F having that what ma? SBA accounts in 3 branches ma. One is in Vizag, one is in Newsweed, and another one is your city ma, Assam. Okay, that means your state, that is an Assam. Okay. From each and every bank account, you are receiving the what ma interest, not savings ma. These are the what ma current accounts. Savings account interest related, no need to deduct the TDS. That's why I'm mentioning it as a what ma. These are the current accounts. Sir, if any interest paid by the bank, financial bank, cooperative bank, post office bank, we need to check it out the limit, the threshold limit of 50,000 or 40,000.
Okay, here, can you tell me he is an age of how many years, ma? 35 years. Can you tell me what is the limit we have to check, ma? 50 or 40, ma? 40,000, because not a senior citizen. Okay. Sir, we need to check it out the bank wise or branch wise. Bank wise or branch wise? No, no, no. If CBS adopted, if the core banking system is an adopted by the SBI, then that 40,000 limit or 50,000 limit per bank wise we need to check, ma. So core banking means all the branches are integrated together. So that means you can withdraw from that any branch, ma, at any time, anywhere. So that's why bank wise you have to check. So total amount, if you are checking that how much amount, ma, 52,000. So then 194A is an applicable here, because that amount exceeded that how much amount, ma, threshold limit is an applicable for this hero is 40,000 only. So that's why that more than 40,000, that's why an entire 52,000 we have to deduct the TDS at the rate of what, ma, 10%. Ganesh, next, if the core banking system not adopted, if core banking system not adopted, then what is that, ma? 40,000, 50,000 limit applicable for that what, ma? Branch wise. Example. Core banking is not adopted means what, ma? Branches are not integrated with each other. So here, what is the threshold limit, ma? Normally applicable 40,000 only. So, but here we have to check that what, ma? Branch wise. Every branch you have to check it out that what, ma? If 40,000 exceeded, then we have to deduct here 15 only, here 10 only, not applicable. Here 27 only, not applicable. So that means if any branches related data is given, you have to check it out whether the CBS is an adopted bank wise, we have to check. CBS is not adopted, we have to check it out the what, ma? Branches wise. CBS not adopted means all the branches will be treated as what, ma? Separate only. That's why branch wise we have to check. If CBS core banking system adopted, then automatically we can check it out what, ma? Bank wise, because all the branches are what, ma? Integrated. We should treat it as a what, ma? One and only. Yes, clear. Shall we write the summary? So Ganesh, so you have to tell me the summary for this section 194A. What is that, ma? TDS on interest other than interest on securities. But here I want to write it down that one more point, ma. So here the payer is special case or not, ma? Payer is nothing but what, ma? Special case. Payer is nothing but what, ma? Special case. Ganesh. Next one, ma. What is the threshold limit, Ganesh? If that is paid by the bank, yes, ma. Cooperative bank, post office bank, yes, ma. If that paid to the resident, yes, ma. Senior citizen, can you tell me what is that, ma? Yes. Others, ma. So if that amount paid by any other person, what, ma? Yes, ma. Can you tell me what is that? TDS rate, ma? 10%. Yes, next, if CBS adopted, bank wise or branch wise, ma? Bank wise. CBS not adopted. Please let me know, ma. Branch wise. Clear? All of you, are you clear, mark करो? Yes, ma'am. How many sections are over, ma, as of now? 192 over TDS on salary, 192A TDS on premature withdrawal from recognized provident fund, 193 is TDS on interest on securities, 194 TDS on dividend, 194A TDS on interest other than interest on securities. Next section. Yes, ma'am. 194B. Please remember, ma, 194B. TDS on winnings other than horse races. TDS on winnings other than horse races. And newly inserted provision ma 194 BA is there. TDS on what ma? Online winnings. Next section also we will discuss ma 194 BB TDS on winnings from what ma? Horse races. Sir, exclusively if you have an online winnings, what is the TDS provision ma? 194 BA. If you exclusively if you have an what ma? Online winnings, and the TDS needs to be deducted under section 194 BA. If there is an horse races winnings, we have in what ma 194 BB. Other than horse races, if you have any offline winnings, that is in what ma 194 B. Are you understood, ma? Differentiation you should understood. No issue, because all other things are the remain same tax rates and all other things also, but you should remember sections wise classification, ma. So online winnings 194 BA. Horse races winnings 194 BB. Offline winnings other than what ma? Horse races, that is on 194 B. So please check it out, ma. Payer is an any person. Pay is nothing but what ma? Recipient here. Payer and nothing but whom ma? Paid. What is that winnings ma? Winnings other than what ma? Horse races, if any amount is there. If the threshold limit exceeded that what ma? 10,000 per annum, then we have to deduct the TDS at the rate of what ma? 30%. TDS at the rate of what ma? 30%. Time of TDS at the time of what ma? Payment. Exceptions are what ma? Nil. If any online winnings are there ma, what is the TDS ma? There is no threshold limit ma. Here directly TDS is nothing but what ma? 30%. If any horse races winnings, any person is making the payment to pay it, yes ma, threshold limit is what ma? 10,000. Winnings, yes ma, then TDS at the rate of what ma? 30%. Time of TDS is 1. Exceptions are what ma? Nil. Shall we write these three provisions related summary ma? Important for an MCQ purpose also. Yes ma. Shall we write that ma? First of all 194B. Shall we write that first one ma? 194B. TDS on winnings other than what ma? Horse races. TDS on winnings other than what ma? Horse races. Can you tell me what is the threshold limit ma? 10,000 per annum. What is the TDS rate ma? 30%. Next one ma? 194 BA. TDS on what ma? Online winnings. Can you tell me what is the TDS rate ma? No, sorry, threshold limit is nil ma. There is no threshold limit here. And TDS rate and the ma, sorry, and the means how mean? How much ma? 30%. Yes. Next 194 B. TDS on winnings other than, sorry, TDS on winnings from what ma? Horse races. Can you tell me what is that ma? Threshold limit? 10,000 per annum. If that exceeded the 10,000 per annum, an entire amount we have to deduct the tax ma. What is that ma? 30%. Clear ma up to now? So 194 BA, very very important for our examination in June 24 as well as December 24. Clear? All of you clear ma up to now? So the before the break, I think this is the last section ma. Listen carefully. It is also very important section. TDS on works contract. TDS on what ma? Works contract. So please make an observation. Yes ma. Nothing but Mr. M is a person there. So he wants to yes sir, get him on bike. He having the some specifications ma. So he approached to the Honda and he is giving the some specification. So the specification with respect to number plate also, and he want to bike in form of three-seater. Okay, that is only the specification. The petrol tank capacity must be 1 liter only because he don't want to give it to the Dotma, his friends, etc. Next, that bike must be in pink color only. So that type of the specifications was mentioned by whom Mr. M to the Honda showroom. And he given the what all the stuff also, that means all the raw material also provided by the Mr. M only. So here the customer giving the what first thing, yes ma, specification, second along with the raw material also provided. Nothing but Honda by using these things of manufacturing the what bike. Can you tell me, yes ma, they are delivering the bike here. So can you tell me contract is fulfilled or not? Yes. Can you tell me? Here the customer giving the specifications along with the raw material. Second thing, ma, Mr. M approached to Honda showroom. Mr. M approached to what ma Honda showroom, and yes ma, for that Honda showroom he given the what ma specification, and is not given any raw material. So that means from their own production unit only they are taken the raw material and they are producing that bike, and that bike is delivered to whom ma? Mr. M. Yes ma, Mr. M. So here you have to check it out ma. Can you tell me in these two cases, yes ma, this isn't simply called as a contract for sale ma. So nothing but they are manufacturing the bike in accordance with your specification by using their raw material only, and they are selling that bike to you. But in first case, this is a pure labor contract. We are only giving the specification. We are only giving the raw material. You are just affixing that what and manufacturing the one bike to me. So that's why this only works contract. So for this only 194C applicable ma. For contract of sale, there is no applicability of 194C TDS. What do you mean with the works contract ma? If customer giving the specification along with the raw material, then you can apply the what ma concept of works contract. Clear? In an examination also they will give you that what ma specifications itself, but raw material purchased from the third party, that is not a works contract. Specifications also will be given by the party and raw material also given by the party, then automatically that isn't called as what ma works contract. Are we clear? Yes. Works contract, it includes the what ma following things. So advertising, yes ma, works contract including that what ma advertising. So definitely I can give you that what ma posters also, and I can give you the specifications also. You can perform the work in accordance with my bright directions. That is an advertising is nothing but what ma works contract. Broadcasting or telecasting, carriage of goods or passengers other than what ma railways. Yes, ma. Next one, ma, catering. And next, manufacturing and the supplying of product in accordance with the what ma requirement. These are all the things are categorized under works contract. Advertising, broadcasting, carriage of goods or passengers, category, catering. Next one, ma, manufacturing and supply of product in accordance with the what ma requirement. So then we can call this as a what ma. Then we can call this as a what ma works contract. Clear? Yes. So if any work contract is there, yes, ma, please make an observation here. Who is an payer and who is an payee? Sir, contractee is nothing but payer. Contractor who are constructing the something, nothing but who can be called as a what ma contractor. So nothing but here payer is required to pay the money. Here payer is called as what ma contractee. Can you tell me in this example who is a contractee ma, Mr. M? Who is a contractor ma? Honda. Can you tell me who is making the payment to that Huma? Payer. Nothing but payer is called as a contractee. Is required to make the payment to that Huma. Payee. Payee is nothing but Huma. Contractor. Yes. But in this section, payer is special case. If you want to deduct the TDS under this section, he must be classified under what ma special case. Can you tell me what do you mean with a special case? Any person other than individual or HUF.
But individual or HUF also can deduct the TDS ma, but in the last year the turnover exceeds the 1 crore and gross receipts exceeds about ma 50 lakh in which year ma? Last year. So payer is special case or not ma? Yes. Next. What is the threshold limit ma? If the payer is making the single payment 30,000 ma, if payer is making the multiple payments, then you have to aggregate that all the payments. If that exceeded that what ma 1 lakh, you have to deduct the TDS. What is that ma? Total previous year, these limits ma. If you are making the single payment, 30,000. If you are making the multiple payments during the previous year, then limit will be what ma? 1 lakh. Clear? Next one. What is the rate of TDS, sir? Yes, rate of TDS is a very, very easy ma. Rate of TDS is depends upon the payee status ma. If payee is an individual or HF, 1% only the TDS rate. If payee is an other, that means nothing but what ma? Payee is an maybe any person. Contractor is in the form of individual or HF also. Contractor may be what ma? Company also. If it's an individual or HF, TDS rate is what ma? 1%. If there is an contractee is in the form of what ma? Others, then 2%. The TDS not directly saying ma, TDS is depending upon the what ma pay. Next thing, time of TDS is what ma? At the time of payment or at the time of credit entry in the hands of books of accounts of pay, whichever is earlier. So please make an observation 194C special case ma, and the TDS on works contract threshold limit will be 30,000 or 1 lakh during the previous year. TDS rate is depending upon the payee. Payee is an individual or HF 2%, sorry 1%, others what ma 2%. But exceptions are there ma. In the following cases, we can't detect the TDS. We can't detect the what ma TDS. Can you tell me what are the cases ma? So I think you know the goods transportation also will be covered under what ma works contract. If any goods transporter owns the less than 10 vehicles during the what ma previous year, at any time during the previous year, he having that what ma less than 10 vehicles, and if he submitted the PAN. So if you are observing that here, who is a ma goods transportation person? Yes, ma, goods transporter is there. For that person services we are used ma. So ABC Limited used that services. While we are making the payment, definitely we are making the payment nothing but what ma 1,30,000 in the form of multiple payments ma. But that person, sir, I having 9 vehicles only during the previous year at any time during the previous year, and if I am submitted the PAN also, then no need to deduct the TDS. If any goods transporter is there in the form of what ma contractor, so he is an arguing that, sir, I having only less than 10 vehicles only at any time during the previous year. If you are verified any day also, I haven't only less than 10 only. And if I submitted the PAN, then no need to deduct the TDS by whom pay. Second one, very, very important. Example. Yes, ma, individual or HUF ma can deduct the TDS in this section. Yes, but their last year turnover or gross receipts exceeds about ma 1 crore or 50 lakh during the last year. Okay, they are contracting. Contractor is nothing but L&T ma. We are taking the services for the what ma personal house construction related services we are taken. We are taking the services from the L&T for the purpose of personal use ma. No need to deduct the TDS under section 194C. That is only ma. Anything for the personal purpose. Personal purpose must be yes ma. Therefore, that only these two persons ma. That's why if any individual or HUF taken the services for their personal purpose, so that means construction of house for the residential purpose ma. So then even though there is a more than threshold limit also no need to deduct the what ma tax. For an individual or HUF, if they are taking that any services for that their personal purpose, no need to deduct the what ma TDS. Are you clear up to now? So what are the provision ma? I will repeat this 194C, very, very important. Definitely you can get that 1-2 marks question from this ma. Yes, TDS on works contract ma. Works contract means nothing but what ma? Definitely the payer, that means person needs to give that specifications along with the raw material. That is only what ma works contract. That is only what ma works contract. Next works contract includes the what ma advertising, broadcasting, goods transportation other than railways. Next one ma catering, manufacturing the goods in accordance with the requirements of the person. Next one ma, can you tell me who is an payer ma? Contractee. Payer is nothing but contract. Sorry, payer is nothing but what ma? Contractee. Pay contractor. Can you tell me here what is the threshold limit ma? Threshold limit if that is single payment 30,000 and multiple payments that is on what ma 1 lakh. Multiple payments that is on what ma 1 lakh. Next, yes ma, in this situation payer is nothing but that means contract is nothing but what ma special case only. So individual other than sorry any person other than individual or HF also can require to deduct the TDS, but their last year turnover or gross receipts exceeds what ma 1 CR or what ma 50 lakh. Can you tell me what is the TDS rate ma? TDS rate is always depending upon the payee ma. Can you tell me what is the TDS rate ma? Payee is an individual or HF 1%, others are 2% ma. Can you tell me time of TDS ma? 2. At the time of payment or at the time of credit entry in the books of accounts of payee, whichever is earlier. Next, exceptions ma. So if any goods transporter having that what ma less than 10 vehicles at any time during the previous year, and if one also submitted, no need to deduct the TDS under section 194C. Next, yes ma, if any person taking the services for the personal purpose, that may be by that individual or HF, then in this also, even though more than threshold limit, also no need to deduct the what ma TDS. Shall we write the summary? Are you clear ma up to now? Just give me confirmation. If you have any doubts, yes, please, you can mention also. 194C TDS on what, Ganesh? TDS on box contract. Can you tell me here the payer is a special case or not? So payer is nothing but what ma special case. All the persons cannot deduct the TDS under this section ma. Next one ma threshold limit. If that is a single payment, 30,000 per annum. Multiple payment, yes ma, if you have done that multiple payments, then what is that ma? 1 lakh per annum. So can you tell me what is the TDS rate ma, if you have an idea? Yes, TDS rate is depending upon the payee ma. Payee is an individual or HF. What is the rate ma? 1%. Other 2%. Clear all of you? 194C already done in the last session ma. Right now we will discuss the 194D. TDS on insurance commission. What is that ma? TDS on insurance commission. So normally if any insurance agent is doing that what ma? Insurance policy related works, definitely he can get the insurance commission from the insurance company. He can get insurance commission from the what ma? Insurance company. Can you tell me who is an payer ma? Payer is nothing but who ma? Insurance company. Pay is nothing but what ma? Insurance agent. What is the nature of payment ma? Insurance commission. If threshold limit of 15,000 in previous year, if that exceeded, then we have to deduct the TDS at the rate of what ma? 5%. So please remember 194D is talking about the insurance commission ma. So time of TDS ma 2 at the time of payment or at the time of credit entry in the books of accounts of payee, whichever is earlier. Next one ma exceptions are what ma nil. But here please remember that insurance agent must be an what ma resident person. Shall we write the summary ma? Yes. So insurance commission, can you tell me what is the section number ma? 194D. TDS on what ma? TDS on insurance commission. Can you tell me threshold limit ma? 15,000 during that previous year. If exceeded, then we have to deduct the TDS. Can you tell me what is the TDS rate ma? 5%. TDS rate is nothing but what ma? 5%. Are you clear ma? Next one. 194D is over ma. Next section 194DA. TDS on some under life insurance policy. TDS on under TDS on some under life insurance policy. I think ESMA, this we know in deductions chapter itself we have covered this point, but we will discuss here also. So Mr. I taken that one insurance policy. The term of that policy is nothing but how many years? 10 years. So that means the tenure of the policy is nothing but 10 years. Every year you are making the payment of 50,000 as an insurance policy related premium ma. Can you tell me this is an expenditure for us? Definitely this is an expenditure ma. So on this expenditure we can get the chapter 6A reduction under section 80C, but you can't get the total amount as a deduction ma. So that premium amount will be restricted with the 20%
or 15% or 10% of sum assured value, with that amount only that will be restricted. Okay, so that means if you are taken that any life insurance policy, if you have paid any insurance premium on that life insurance policy, you will get chapter 6A deduction under section 80C. Okay, next, at the end of the 10th year, that means what ma, the tenure is over. Once the tenure is over, at the end of the 10th year, you will get what ma, maturity value. Maturity value includes the what ma, sum assured value. At the time of issuing that policy itself, they will tell you that what is the sum assured value you will get at the end of the tenure of the policy. What is that amount ma? 5 lakh. And bonus is nothing but what ma? 3 lakh. Totally at the end of the 10th year, you will get that 8 lakh amount ma. But please remember, some conditions will be there ma. If that conditions are satisfied, that income is an exempt in the hands of whom ma? Policy holder. Can you tell me who are paying that amount ma? LIC company. So that means life insurance company is paying that what ma? Maturity value to that whom ma? Policy holder. If that is an exempt, okay. If that is taxable in the hands of policy holder, we have to deduct the what ma? TDS. So please remember one basic point ma. Yes, ma, payer can deduct the TDS only if that amount was taxable in the hands of whom ma pay. I'm making the salary payment to you. That salary payment is exempt in your hands, ma. Can I deduct the TDS? No. If that was taxable in your hands, then only I can make that what ma TDS. Here also the same point. If some conditions are satisfied, that is what ma exempt. If that amount is an exempt in the hands of policy holder, can I deduct the TDS? No. So that is only the point ma. If any sum under life insurance policy is received by the whom ma policy holder, if that was taxable in his hands, yes, we can make the what ma TDS. That is only the point ma. Any person means nothing but here life insurance company is paying that what ma maturity value to that what ma policy holder. That is nothing but what ma resident only here. Any sum under life insurance policy, any sum means nothing but what ma some assured value. Sometimes they will give you the bonus also. Sometimes they will give you that what ma, yes ma, any other, yes ma, interest also they can give you. Maturity value includes the sum assured value, bonus, commission, etc. They will add it that all the things ma. So that amount is given to that whom ma policy holder. If that amount exceeds the how much amount ma 1 lakh during the previous year, then yes ma 1 lakh 5,000. Can you tell me on 1 lakh 5,000 we have to deduct the TDS? Can you tell me TDS rate ma 5%? Time of TDS at the time of payment. One means what ma? At the time of payment. Next one ma. Next one ma. What is that exception ma? What is that exception ma? Yes ma. If any sum is exempt under the section 10 subsection 10D, can you tell me that is exempt in the hands of policy holder? Can I deduct the TDS? No. That is only that exception ma. If any maturity value given by that insurance company to that policy holder in the hands of the policy holder, if that is an exempt, no need to deduct the what ma TDS. No need to deduct the what ma TDS. Are you clear ma? Yes. So 194 DA. Shall we write the summary? Yes. Please write it down ma. 194 DA. TDS on sum under what ma? Life insurance policy. What is the threshold limit? 1 lakh during the previous year. What is the TDS rate ma? Please let me know what is the TDS rate ma? 5%. If that amount is an exempt in the hands of policy holder, can payer deduct the TDS here ma? No. If that is taxable, yes, we can deduct the TDS. If that was not taxable, no need to deduct the what ma TDS. Clear all of you? Yes. Next, very important section ma. 194E, TDS on payment made to a non-resident sport person, non-resident entertainer, non-resident sports association ma. Here we are discussing that all the payments are made to the non-resident only. Payment made to the non-resident sports person, non-resident entertainer, non-resident sports association ma. Yes, please check it out ma. Any person is making the payment to that what ma non-resident. Can you tell me non-resident means nothing but non-resident sport person, nothing but he is a cricket player or football player, whatever it may be. Non-resident entertainer, that means nothing but singer or dancer or etc. Non-resident sports association ma, cricket Australia etc. Yes ma, we are making that payment. Yes ma, who can make the payment? Any person. While making the payment, can you tell me threshold limit is nil ma? Even though we are making the payment, even 10 rupees or 20 or single rupee also, we want to deduct the what ma TDS. What is the TDS rate ma? 20.8. Sir, why it is in 20.8 ma? Because if you are deducting the TDS from the payment made to the non-resident, we have to collect the what ma education cess also. So that's why it will become what ma 20.8. Please remember, if they are given the non-resident umpire, referee, not covered ma. Umpire and referee is not a sport person. Yes, sir. Can you tell me who is an payee here ma? Non-resident sport person, non-resident entertainer, non-resident sports association ma. If they are given in examination as a non-resident umpire, non-resident referee, yes ma, that persons are not covered under this section ma. This section will cover only if the payments are made to these three persons only. Threshold limit is how much ma? Nil. What is the TDS rate ma? 20.8. Time of TDS is what ma? 2. That means at the time of payment or at the time of credit entry in the hands of books of accounts of the payee, whichever is earlier. Exceptions are what ma? Nil. 194E, very, 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 very important ma. Shall we write it down ma? 194E, TDS on payments made to non-resident. Can you tell me who is on ma? Non-resident sport person. Yes ma. Next, can you tell me second one ma? Non-resident entertainer. Next one ma? Non-resident. Next one ma? Non-resident sport association. Can you tell me what is that? Threshold limit ma? Nil. There is no threshold limit here. Next, can you tell me what is that? TDS rate ma? 20.8%. 20% plus 4%. Super. So purchase a new bottle, ah? Okay. Anyhow, I got a water. Yes, ma. Shall we start the next section, Ganesh? 194 EE. 194 EE. What is that 194 EE ma? TDS on payment of deposit made under National Savings Scheme. If any person, that means individual or HUF, if they are deposited in that what ma? National Savings Scheme at the time of withdrawing that amount from the National Savings Scheme, yes, on that time, yes sir, if that withdrawing that amount is more than 2500 during that financial year, then we have to deduct the TDS at the rate of what ma? 10%. What is the section ma? If any withdrawal from the National Savings Scheme is there, at that time we are required to deduct the TDS at the rate of 10%. If that withdrawal amount is more than what ma? 2500 for the financial year. But here, yes ma, in this National Savings Scheme, individual or HUF only can deposit ma. Not all the person. Can you tell me who is an payer ma? Nothing but bankers. Bankers are paying that amount of an deposit return to the payee. Payee is nothing but whom? Individual, nothing but depositors. After certain time, definitely they can withdraw their deposits, all the things deposited in what ma? National Savings Scheme. So at the time, if that amount exceeding the 2500, we are required to deduct the TDS at the rate of what ma? 10%. What is the time of TDS ma? At the time of payment. Second one ma? Sir, if this deposit holder is an expired, then that amount will be given to whom ma? Legal heirs. If the deposit holder is an expired, then that amount will be given to whom? Legal heirs of an SSE or depositor. So, if that amount is paid to legal heirs or depositors, legal heirs of the SSE or legal heirs of the depositor, then on this no need to deduct the what ma? TDS. Even though that withdrawal amount is more than 2500. So that means you are only deposited. If you are withdrawing, then that amount is nothing but what ma? Required to deduct the tax. So if that amount isn't received in the hands of legal heirs or legal heirs of the SSC or legal heirs of the depositor, no need to deduct the what ma? TDS. Yes, shall we write it down ma? 194 EE. TDS on TDS on deposit under senior citizen savings scheme. Can you tell me senior citizen savings scheme? Okay. Can you tell me at the time of withdrawal or depositing ma? Withdrawal. Yes. Can you tell me what is the threshold limit ma? Huge amount ma, 2,500 for financial year. And TDS rate ma, please check it out. 10% on that. We have to deduct the TDS ma. First of all, are you following ma, all of you? Nivedita, Gnaneshwari, Silpa, Parvati, Madhumita, Nagaraj, and all of you ma, please give me confirmation about it. Before going to the examination, just revise the summary. That's enough. No need to read that every point. No need to by heart that everything, ma. So you have to understood the nature of the transaction. What is the nature of payment? By way of that only you can understood that what ma, who is an payer, who is a nothing but the recipient. What is the rate of TDS? That all the things you should remember. Okay. Next one, ma. 194G. TDS on commission or remuneration on sale of lottery tickets. National Savings Scheme, ma. Sorry. Sorry. I wrote here that reverse, ma. National Savings Scheme. Yes, ma. Sorry for that. Okay. In summary, you have to change, ma. National Savings Scheme. Next. 194G, ma. TDS on commission and remuneration on sale of lottery tickets. Sir, you are selling the lottery tickets, ma. That means you are an agent. You are generating that money for the two lottery companies. Yes, ma. You are generating that money for that what, ma? Lottery companies. Here, definitely they will pay you on commission, ma. Because that may be commission or that may be what, ma? Remuneration. They will give you that for selling of what, ma? Lottery tickets. Can you tell me who is an payer here who are paying that money? That means lottery company. Who is receiving that, ma? Agent. That means lottery ticket selling agent. Yes, if the amount is more than 15,000 during that financial year, then we have to deduct the TDS at the rate of what, ma? 5%. And time of TDS is 2. That is at the time of payment or at the time of credit entry in the books of accounts of the whichever is earlier. That exception will be what, ma? Nil. So please remember, already we done one commission related section, ma. What is that, ma? 194D. Okay. Right now we are discussing that one more thing, ma. What is that, ma? 194G. 194G. What is that, ma? TDS on sale of, TDS on commission. TDS on commission or TDS on commission or remuneration on sale of what, ma? Lottery tickets. Sir, commission is nothing but everywhere is the same threshold limit, ma. What is the threshold limit, ma? 15,000 during the previous year. What is the TDS rate, ma? 5%. Ganesh, everywhere, if there is an insurance commission also, if there isn't what, ma? Commission on sale of lottery tickets also, on that commission, there is a same threshold limit as well as same TDS rate also. Insurance commission 15,000, here also 15,000, 5%, 5%. This is an insurance commission. This is an what, ma? Commission on sale of what, ma? Lottery tickets. Clear? Next one, ma. One more section. 194H. 194H. TDS on commission or brokerage. TDS on what, ma? Commission or what, ma? Brokerage. other than insurance commission, other than sale of lottery tickets commission. If anything, other than what ma? Insurance commission, other than commission on what ma? Sale of lottery tickets. If anything is there, that is covered under section 194H. Example, here, so I'm paying that what ma? Some commission to my one broker, maybe. That is a sale of land or whatever it may be, the transaction is there. So I want to give you some commission to that broker. So in this situation, I am payer, that broker is nothing but what ma paying. But in this section, if you want to deduct the TDS, you must be covered under this special case. I think you know what do you mean by this special case. Any person other than individual or HF turnover or gross receipt during the last year exceeds about 1 crore or 50 lakh. So that person only can deduct the TDS under this section. Okay. What is that, ma? Nature of payment, commission or brokerage. What is the threshold limit? 15,000. What is the TDS rate, ma? 5%. Whenever you are reading the commission or brokerage, threshold limit is 15,000 only and TDS rate is what ma? 5%. But under 194H, that payer is nothing but what ma? Covered under special case. Next, time of TDS ma, please return. Yes ma, time of TDS is 2. At the time of payment or at the time of credit entry in the books of accounts of the payee, whichever is earlier. And exception, important ma. If any commission or brokerage paid by the BSNL, Bharat Sanchar Nigam Limited, and MTNL, Mahanagar Telecom Nigam Limited, to their public call offices franchises. That means the government entities, while making that commission to whom their public call offices, that means telephone booths, etc., telephone booth agents, no need to deduct the TDS because these are the government entities. BSNL or MTNL, while they are making that commission to their public call offices in the form of commission, yes, they can take the, they can make that what ma? They can make that what ma? Without deducting the TDS. These two companies, while making the payment to their agents, they no need to deduct the what ma? TDS. Clear? Yes, shall we write the summary ma? Ganesh, please write it down. What is that 194? H. TDS on what ma? Commission or brokerage. TDS on commission or what ma? Brokerage. Can you tell me commission or brokerage? Other than what ma? 194G, sale of lottery tickets related commission. Other than 194D, insurance commission. If that exceeds how much amount ma? 15,000 during the previous year. And threshold limit 15,000 during the previous year. And TDS rate is what ma? 5%. TDS rate is what ma? 5%. Next one ma? All of you, are you following ma? Next one ma? Please check it out. 194I. 194I. Sir, here we are forget to write one thing in our summary ma. What is that? Payer is special case. Yes ma, payer is here what ma? Special case. Previously, I think we had discussed that what ma? Payer is special case for that how many sections ma? 2 sections. That is on 194A and 194C and right now 194H. For this, payer is an always covered under what ma? Special case. Is it okay? Yes. 194I ma? TDS on rent. TDS on what ma? Rent. Ganesh, who are payer in case of paying the rent ma? Tenant isn't payer. Please remember that. Who isn't payer ma? Tenant. Because we are only paying the rent to whom ma? Owner. That's why owner is nothing but pay. So many of them are writing that all the things in a reverse way ma? You are only paying the rent to that owner. That's why you are payer. Owner is nothing but pay. What is the nature of payment ma? Rent. But here, payer, if they want to deduct the TDS, that must be covered under what ma? Special case. Can you tell me special case means? Any person other than individual or HF. Individual or HF also can deduct the TDS during the last year turnover and gross receipts exceeds how much ma? 1 crore or 50 lakh. Threshold limit is how much ma? 2,40,000 during that financial year. If that exceeds the 2,40,000 during the financial year, suppose 2,50,000 rent we paid, ma, on which amount we have to deduct, ma? 2,50,000 we have to deduct the TDS. What is the TDS rate, ma? If that asset isn't taken on that higher basis, that is on plant and machinery and equipment. So don't think always that rent isn't paid for house. No, no. If you are taking that what ma plant and machinery for that higher basis or equipment, any equipment on higher basis, you have to pay that what ma rent also. Yes, ma. On that we have to deduct the TDS at the rate of what ma 2%. If the rented asset is nothing but plant and machinery and equipment, you can deduct the TDS at the rate of what ma 2%. And if you are taken that what ma any land and building or what ma any furniture on the let out basis, on that you have to deduct the TDS by using that what ma 10% to 10%. Please remember, land and building and furniture itself, yes, 10%. Yes, ma, plant and equipment only what ma 2%. Time of TDS is what ma 2. At the time of payment or at the time of credit entry in the books of accounts of payee, whichever is what ma earlier. Exceptions are what ma nil. Shall we write the summary for this ma? So please remember ma, if any rent was paid by the tenant to that owner, if the tenant was covered under special case and that amount of the rent is an exceeds 2,40,000 during the financial year, on that amount we have to deduct the TDS by using that what ma rates. What are the rates ma? Plant and machinery equipment 2%, land and building and furniture what ma 10%. So please write it on the summary ma. And one more point ma I want to tell you. We are taking one building for the rental basis, pa. We are taking that one building that is in BCCA Limited. Can you tell me here payer? Yes. Any person other than individual or HF can become directly payer. So that's why in our example BCCA Limited. So that's why it isn't payer under this section. And they are making the rental payment of 2 lakh rental payment to that what ma co-owner A and B. That co-owners are what ma paying. Sir, 2,40,000 limit is there. For each co-owner you have to check, or both the co-owners together we have to check 2,40,000. Each co-owner 2,40,000. If I am giving this some amount to this co-owner ma, if that exceeds 2,40,000, then only I will deduct the TDS. If I am paying that what ma, some amount to that another co-owner, if that amount exceeds the 2,40,000, then only I require to deduct the what ma TDS. Please remember, what is that point ma? What is the point, ma? Limit of the threshold, limit of 2,40,000 is an applicable for each co-owner separately. Each co-owner separately. That is only the limit of 2,40,000 applicable to each co-owner separately. Are you clear, ma? Yes. Shall we write the summary 194I? Ganesh, please tell me 194I. What is that, ma? TDS on? TDS on rent. Can I call this as a special case, ma, payer? Pair also covered under this as an what ma special case. What is the threshold limit, Ganesh? During the year or month ma? Yes ma. What is the TDS rate ma? If that is an plant and machinery, comma equipment, what is that ma? 2%. What is that ma? 2%. And land and building and furniture, how much ma? How much ma? 10%. So 2,40,000 limit is an applicable for that each co-owner or both the co-owners together 2,40,000 ma. Each co-owner having threshold limit of what ma? 2,40,000. Yes ma. Are you clear ma up to now? Yes ma. Next section. Sir, 194 IB ma. What is it, Ganesh? 194 IB. So 194 IB, TDS on rent only. But here, who can deduct the TDS on rent ma? In this section, who can deduct ma? Individual HUF other than all the person can deduct. Individual or HUF also, if their turnover or gross receipts during the last year exceeds the what ma 1 crore or 50 lakh, they are also can deduct the TDS. But some persons are not covered here in the form of what ma payer. Can you tell me who are that ma? Individual or HUF who having the turnover or gross receipts during the last year does not exceed 1 CR, does not exceed 50 lakh, yes ma, not covered under payer under section 194I. For them, we haven't what ma 194IB. Some individuals or HUF is not become as an what ma payer in 194EI. They are yes ma covered under section 194IB. So that means normally who can become the payer here ma? Definitely any person other than individual or HUF. And individual or HUF also, the turnover or gross is more than 1 crore or 50 lakh also, they are also covered under that special case here ma. But who are missed ma? Individual or HUF whose turnover during the last previous year does not exceed the 1 CR and does not exceed the what ma 50 lakh are not covered under the previous section. For them, yes ma, we are created the provision ma. Simply who are that ma? Individual or HUF only. And for them, turnover also what ma last year below 1 CR and gross receipts also below that what ma 50 lakh. Then they can become the payer here, nothing but tenant. Tenant is paying the rent to that what ma any resident owner. Yes ma, what is the rental amount threshold limit ma? 50,000 per month or part of the month. Here per annum we are mentioned that what ma 2,40,000, but here per month basis we are checking that what ma 50,000 per month or part of the month. Yes, can you tell me what is the rate of TDS here ma? 5%. If that rent amount isn't 50,000 per month or part of the month, if exceeds that, then an entire amount we are required to deduct the what ma 5%. The time of TDS is an important here ma. The time of TDS they are expressed in the different terms ma. Please remember. Yes ma. First ma, last month of the previous year. Suppose during the previous year if you are staying in that property only, so please take that last month. What is that ma? March 2024. And if you are doing if you are vacated the property in any of the month, please take that month. What is that ma? Suppose if you are vacated the property in December 2023, that month. Yes ma. So can you tell me when you will get this point ma? If the tenant vacated the property, then only you will get this point ma. Or at the time of payment, whichever is what ma payment is done on 1st April 2025, whichever is earlier ma, whichever is earlier ma, December 23, on that day we have to deduct the what ma TDS. We have to compare the three things ma. Last month of the previous year, if tenant vacated the property that month, or at the time of payment, please consider these three. Whichever is earlier you should consider for deducting the what ma TDS, time of TDS. And exceptions are what ma? Nil. Exceptions are what ma? Nil. Sir, if you are observing that 194I TDS on rent, 194IB also TDS on rent, but payer is different in these two sections ma. Who are not covered as an payer in 194I, for them we are created the provision of 194IB. Clear? Yes. What is that ma? 194I. Next one ma? 194IB. TDS on rent. Who is an payer here ma? Payer is nothing but individual or HUF who are not covered under what ma? 194I. Threshold limit ma? 50,000 per month or 50,000 per month or part of the month. TDS rate ma, please observe TDS rate ma 5%. TDS rate ma 5%. You have to understood the linkage between these two sections, Ganesh. Why? So here the payer is special case. Who are not covered under this section as an payer, for them there is a creation of what ma 194 IB provision. Next. 194 IA we will discuss right now. IA, IB normally, but I skipped that what ma 194 IA. Right now we will discuss 194 IA. 194 IA TDS on sale of immovable property ma. Can you tell me at the time of selling of immovable property who are paying that amount ma? Buyer is making that payment. So that's why buyer is nothing but whom are here payer. Buyer is nothing but payer. Who are receiving that money here ma? Seller. Seller is nothing but whom are paying. While making the payment of an ESMA consideration with respect to that what ma buying of immovable property, ESMA, if that amount is an exceeding that 50 lakh, then we have to deduct the TDS at the rate of what ma 1%. Why we are charging that 1% only? Because normally seller is required to pay what ma capital gain. Because that is an immovable property, if that is a capital asset, he is required to pay what ma capital gain. Sir, that is only the taxable in his hands. So maybe he can pay the tax in which year my assessment year. But at the time of making the payment itself, or at the time of credit entry in the books of accounts of payee, we required to deduct the what ma TDS. On that entire consideration, if you have collected even 1% also, that enough for that what ma capital gain tax. So there is an 1% only because 50 lakh more. Yes ma. Can you calculate the yes ma 50 lakh into 1% ma? 50 lakh into 1%, 5,000. 50,000. That's enough. So that is only the capital gain tax. So don't calculate here as a 10% TDS. That is totally wrong. 1% if you are collected on consideration also, that's enough to recover the what ma capital gain tax. At the time of payment or at the time of credit entry in the books of accounts of payee, whichever is earlier, and exceptions are what ma nil. 194 IA. Shall we write ma? What is that 194 IA? TDS on sale of immovable property. What is that ma? Threshold limit. Yes ma, threshold limit 50 lakhs. What is the TDS rate ma? 1%. Okay, next one. 194 IC. 194 IC. IA, IB are over ma. 194 IC. TDS on payment under specified agreement under section 45 subsection 5A. TDS TDS on payment under specified agreement. Example I will tell you ma. So Mr. I having that what ma one land. Mr. I having that what ma land. But he don't have any construction capabilities in order to develop that land ma. So in this situation, he's transferring his land to whom ma L&T. So they haven't construction capabilities and easily they can develop the what ma property. In this situation, we are transferring our capital asset. We are transferring our capital asset. That's why we are required to calculate what ma capital gain tax. We are required to calculate what ma capital gain tax because we haven't one asset. So that maybe we can transfer that what ma land, building or both also we can transfer under what ma joint development agreement, not JDA ma. So this is an JDA. Under joint development agreement, we are transfer the what ma land, building or both we are transfer. That is developed by whom ma L&T. Here you are transferring one capital asset to another person. That's why you are required to calculate the capital gain. What is that consideration ma? Yes, they can give you that consideration in the form of what ma flats. After that construction, some flats also they can give you or some amount of cash also. At the time of making the payment by the whom ma payer. So who are receiving the land or building for the development, they are required to pay some amount to the whom Mr. I. At the time of making that payment, there is no threshold limit. Even though you are paying that small amount also, on that we are required to deduct the TDS at the rate of what, 10%. So what is the time of TDS mark? 2. That means at the time of payment or at the time of credit entry in the books of accounts of pay, whichever is lower. Exceptions are what mark? Nil. Exceptions are nothing but what mark? Nil. Please remember here, if you are transferring that any land, building or both under the joint development agreement, definitely opposite person needs to pay that consideration mark. On that consideration, we have to calculate the what mark TDS at the rate of what mark 10%. Clear? Yes, ma'am. So please give me what is the section number, ma'am? 194 IC. TDS on TDS on what, ma'am? Payment under TDS on payment under specified agreement, ma'am. So that is only we can call it as an specified agreement. So that is only we can call it as an what, ma'am? JDA. Joint Development Agreement. Can you tell me threshold limit is nil, TDS rate at the rate of what part? 10%. So please write it down. Hmm? I don't want to say how many are in pending also. Go with the flow. Yes. Next one, ma, 194J, very, very important for an examination, ma. 194J, just I am giving it as an what, ma? Heading as an TDS on professional services, ma. So, but that is not in correct heading, ma. Just for that understanding purpose only, I am giving the what, ma? TDS on professional services. TDS we have to deduct under section 194J. Ganesh, what is that, ma? 194J, that is an TDS on what, ma? Professional services. Okay. Example, ma. CA is there. CA is nothing but what, ma? Giving the services to the client, ma. Client here required to make the payment. So that's why client is nothing but what, ma? Payer here. But ESMA who are receiving that money, ma? CA. So that's why this person is called as what, ma? Payee here. But in order to deduct the TDS under this section, the payer must be classified under what, ma? Special case. Ganesh, can you tell me who are covered under special case, ma? Any person other than individual or HF, an individual or HF whose turnover or gross receipt during the last year exceeds the what, ma? 1 crore 50 lakh. So 1 crore for that what, ma? Turnover, gross receipts for that what, ma? 50 lakh. If that exceeded, definitely that client can deduct the what, ma? TDS. Example, ma. Yes, ma. How many payments are covered, ma? If you are making the payment for the fees for the professional services also, fees for technical services also, royalty, non-compete fees, director remuneration, for all these things we have to deduct the TDS under section only 194J, ma. What is that, ma? TDS on professional services, so nothing but fees for professional services, fees for technical services, non-compete fees, royalty, director remuneration, on all these things we have to deduct the TDS. But what are the threshold limit, ma? Fees for professional services, what is the threshold limit? 30,000. And fees for technical services, separate 30,000, ma. For each and every payment, we have a separate 30,000 threshold limit, ma. Royalty, what is the threshold limit, ma? 30,000. Non-compete fees, 30,000. And director remuneration also separate fees of how much, ma? Nil. So all cases we have in what, ma? First 4 cases we have a threshold limit separately what, ma? 30,000. For the director remuneration, there is no threshold limit, ma. Okay. Sir, what are the TDS rates, sir? Simple, ma. If payee is engaged in the, payee means nothing but what, ma? Who is receiving that money? That person is engaged in the call center activities, 2%. If that person is engaged in the cinematographic films, also 2%, ma. All other services like professional service, technical service, royalty, non-compete, director's remuneration, then on that what, ma? 10%. So nothing but I'm a professional, yes, ma, cinematographic films I can make, ma. So for me, what is that, ma? 2%. I mean nothing but what, ma? Maintaining the telecalling center, ma. That is the technical services maybe. On that what, ma? 2% only. The remaining all the cases, what is the TDS rate, ma? 10%. So please remember how many payments are covered under 194 JMA. Fees for professional services, fees for technical services, royalty, non-compete fees, director remuneration. For each and every category, what is the threshold limit ma? 30,000 except the last one, director's remuneration is what ma? Nil. What is the TDS rate ma? If payee is engaged in the, can you tell me what ma? Call center and cinematographic films, TDS rate will be 2% ma. All other services what ma? 10%. Time of TDS ma, at the time of payment or at the time of credit entry in the books of accounts of the payee, whichever is earlier. But here you should remember, yes ma, special case means nothing but whom ma? Other than individual or HUF. And can you tell me next one ma? Individual or HUF, who can be covered ma here? Individual or HUF, who can be covered ma? Turnover more than what ma? 1 CR. Gross receipts more than what ma? 50 lakh. During that what ma? Relevant last year. During the last year. That person's only covered as an what ma? Payer here. Please remember these note points are very, very important ma. Ganesh, you are an individual or HUF, you are consumed some services from the lawyer, nothing but what ma? Fees for professional services you have to make. FPS means what ma? Fees for professional services. But you are consumed these services for the personal purpose ma. So that's why no need to deduct the what ma? TDS. No need to deduct the what ma? TDS. Because you are consumed the services for that what purpose ma? Personal purpose. Sir, if any services are consumed for the personal purpose, and that if you are made that what ma fees for the professional services also, no need to deduct the TDS ma. Normally, what is the threshold limit ma? 30,000. The 30,000 exceeded or not ma? Exceeded. Even though that, no need to deduct the TDS because you are consumed the services for the what ma? Personal purpose. I think in 194C also, we have the same provision ma. If any individual or HUF is taken the services for the what ma? Personal purpose, yes ma, while making the payment to the contractor, no need to deduct the what ma? TDS. Here also same thing, but this is an applicable only for that what ma? Fees for professional services only. For what ma? Fees for professional services only, it will be applicable. Clear? Next. Individual or HF whose turnover during the last year exceed the 1 crore or gross receipts exceeded what ma? 50 lakh, you are required to deduct only TDS from the what ma? FPS and FTS, fees from technical services as well as what ma? Fees for professional services. Suppose you are an individual or HF, turnover exceeded the 1 CR, gross receipts are exceeded the what ma? 50 lakh during the last year. Can you tell me on these two only you can deduct the TDS ma? Royalty, non-compete fees, director remuneration on that, even though the threshold limit exceeded the 30,000 or nothing but what ma? Nil case also, no need to deduct the TDS. Because you are an individual or HUF, turnover is more than 1 CR, gross receipts is more than what ma? 50 lakh also, you are eligible to deduct the what ma? TDS, but only on these two ma, not on all. That is only in other words I am written ma. No need to deduct the TDS on royalty, non-compete fees, even if your last year turnover is what ma? More than this limit. You can't deduct the TDS on these three, yes ma, on these two only because, yes ma, who can make the payment ma? Director's remuneration means company only a payer. Normally here that isn't covered. Company is making the payment ma, that's why that isn't covered under what ma? Other than individual or HF. That's why we are not talking about this. But yes ma, individual or HF can make the payment of what ma? First 4. But if you are an individual or HF covering the more than what ma? 1 CR and more than what ma? 50 lakh during the last year, you can deduct the TDS with respect to what ma? Fees from professional services and fees for what ma? Technical services only. But you can't deduct the TDS on what ma? Royalty, non-compete fees. So this is a very, very, very important ma. Once again, I'm communicating. Yes, this provision I will tell you after right now. Once again, ma, just listen. Can you tell me under section 194J what are the provision? What are the payments are covered, ma? Fees for professional services, fees for technical services, yes ma, royalty, non-compete fees, director's remuneration. Director's remuneration. For each and every payment, what is the threshold limit, ma? For each and every payment, what is the threshold limit, ma? 30,000 and except what ma director's remuneration. Director remuneration can be paid by whom ma company only. That means company is covered under this ma. Company is covered under this. That means if you are paying the director's remuneration, definitely no need to check it out the threshold limit also. Definitely you can deduct the what ma TDS. But next one. If you are an individual or HUF whose turnover or gross receipts are exceed the 50 lakh during that what ma last year, yes, you are an payer only. But you can't deduct the TDS on all ma. You can deduct the TDS only on these two. Only on these two. You can't deduct the TDS on what ma these two. Next one ma, if you are consumed that professional services, if you are consumed that what ma professional services for personal purpose, if you are making the payment of the professional services more than what ma threshold limit, what is the threshold limit? 30,000. No need to deduct the TDS ma, because you are consumed that professional services for the what ma personal purpose. What is the TDS rate ma? If the payee is engaged in the telecall center and cinematographic films 2%, other cases ma 10%. Shall we write the summary? Shall we write the summary, ma? Yes. What is that, ma? 194 IC over next one, ma? Ganesh? 194J. TDS on how many, ma? TDS on first one. Okay, TDS on fees for professional services. Huh? So I think right now it isn't working. Yes, ma, right now please check it out. It's working. Yes, ma, please give me reply whether it isn't working or not. Yes, ma. Fees for what, ma? Professional services. What is the threshold limit for this? 30,000. Fees for technical services 30,000. Next, royalty, non-compete fee. Next one, ma. Directors remuneration. What is the threshold limit for the directors remuneration, ma? What is that, ma? Nil. What is the TDS rate, ma? I think you have to learn about the TDS rate, ma. If that payee is engaged in what, ma? Call center. Next one, ma. Cinematographic films. Can you tell me what is the TDS rate, ma? 2%. Other, ma? 10%. Yes, ma. So 194 IA also payers special case, ma. Please give me. Yes, ma. 194 IA, that is an immovable property. Payer is nothing but what, ma? Special case. Here also payer is nothing but what, ma? Special case. Even though special case category person. Clear, ma, up to now? Next, 194J over ma 194K. 194K is nothing but TDS on income in respect of units of mutual fund ma. Here, who are payer ma? Mutual fund or unit trust of India isn't payer. So their unit holders only nothing but what ma pay. So the resident unit holder ma. Yes, definitely we are making that income payment to that unit holder. At the time, if that amount exceeding that 5,000, we have to deduct the TDS at the rate of what ma 10%. So nothing but if any person is invested in that mutual fund, yes ma, mutual fund is making the payment of that what ma income to their unit holders at that time. If that amount of the payment exceeding that 5,000, definitely we are required to deduct the TDS. Suppose 5,500 we are paying ma. Can you tell me what is that? TDS a percentage of 10% is applied on entire 5,500 amount. Yes, my time of TDS is 2 at the time of payment or at the time of credit entry in the books of accounts of pay, whichever is earlier. Exceptions are what ma? Nil. Shall we write the 194K in the summary ma? 194K TDS on income with respect to units in mutual fund. So what is the threshold limit ma? 5,000. TDS rate ma? 10%. Clear ma 194K. Next one ma 194 LA. 194 LA. What is that 194 LA ma? TDS on compensation received under compulsory acquisition. TDS on compensation received under what ma? Compulsory acquisition. Simple ma. Here, any resident person is receiving that compensation. Who are doing that compulsory acquisition ma? That person who is required to pay that what ma? Compensation. If that compensation amount is more than 2,50,000, so definitely we are required to deduct the TDS at the rate of what ma? 10%. Because yes ma, this person needs to pay that what ma? Capital gain tax. Yes, sir. If any asset we are acquiring under compulsory acquisition, so that person required to pay that what ma capital gain tax. But yes, ma, the payer who are paying that compensation, we are required to deduct the tax ma. We are required to deduct the tax at the rate of what ma 10%. Time of TDS is 1 ma. But exception here very important ma. Exception here very important. If compensation on the acquisition of agriculture land ma, whether it is in rural or urban, no need to deduct the TDS. If we are giving the compensation, yes ma, for that acquisition of what ma agriculture land, that may be rural agriculture land, that may be urban agriculture land, on that no need to deduct the what ma TDS. Shall we write the 194 LA ma? 194 LA TDS on what ma? TDS on compensation. TDS on what ma? Compensation received under what ma? Compulsory acquisition. Can you tell me what is the threshold limit ma? 2,50,000. Yes ma? 2,50,000. What is that? TDS rate ma? 10%. If that compensation related to agriculture land, no need to deduct the what ma? TDS. No need to deduct the what ma? TDS. Clear ma up to now? Yes, next we want to start with the 194M ma. We want to start with the 194M. If you remember, we have in 3 sections ma. That is in 194C, 194H, 194J. That is an always the payer is in special cases ma. 194C is nothing but what ma? TDS with respect to the works contract. 194H is an TDS with respect to the what ma? Commission or brokerage. 194J is nothing but TDS on professional services ma. In that payer is an always covered under what ma? Special cases. Special cases means nothing but whom ma? Individual other than individual or HF all SSEs, individual or HF whose turnover or gross assets during the last year exceeds 1 CR or what ma 50 lakh. But if you are observing that, yes ma, some persons are not covered here ma. Who are not covered here ma? Individual or HF whose turnover or gross asset does not exceed 50 lakh and nothing but what ma 1 CR or not covered here. So for them we are having the what ma 194M. Who is that 194 M? Individual or HF exclusively not covered under these three sections ma. 194C, 194H, 194J. That persons can deduct the TDS under section what ma 194 M. Very important ma. Sir, why we are not covering that 194 I ma? Sir, if any person not covered under section 194 I, we have an 194 what ma IB. So these two are already over ma. The remaining, if any person not covered under section 194C works contract, payer, yes ma, if any person not covered under section 194H as an payer, if any person not covered under section 194J as an payer, so that persons can required to deduct the TDS under section 194M. Yes, can you tell me who are not payer is nothing but whom are here? Payer is nothing but who are not covered under these three sections ma 194C, 194H, 194J. If you are making the payment, then threshold limit is very high here ma 50 lakh during that financial year. If the threshold limit is exceeding that what ma 50 lakh during the financial year, on that we are required to pay the TDS. We are required to deduct the TDS at the rate of what ma 5%, and the pay is nothing but what ma any resident person. Time of TDS is nothing but two exceptions are what ma nil. Sir, there is a creation of linkage ma. If any person not covered under section 194C, 194H, 194J as an payer, so that persons also can make the payment of what ma commission or brokerage, work contract related compensation as well as what ma. So works contract related amount under 194J professional services payments also we can make. If all together if that amount exceeded during the previous year 50 lakh, then we can make that what ma TDS. Are you clear ma up to now? Yes. Shall we write that 194 what ma M? Yes, ma. Here TDS by whom, ma? TDS by individual or HUF who are not covered under. Please let me know, ma. Not covered under section 194C, 194H, 194J. Threshold limit, ma, 50 lakh. Threshold limit how much ma? 50 lakh. TDS rate ma? 5%. TDS rate ma? 5%. TDS rate ma? 5%. Next, how many TDS provisions we have ma? We will count it down. So we have started the first part of the chapter, that is in TDS. TCS is another part ma. In TDS, we have to discuss the few more ma. That is nothing but this is an 1. And next this is an what ma 1, and this is an nothing but what ma 2, and this is an what ma 3, and this is an what ma 4. This 4 only we have to discuss for nothing but yes we have an 5, and next we have an what ma 6 also. Only we have to discuss the 6 TDS sections of. Yes ma. Remaining we have to discuss only the 6 ma. If you are discussing the 6, then entire TDS chapter will be over ma. Shall we discuss that 194 N ma TDS on cash withdrawal? Yes ma, 194 M is on over ma. Then we have to start the discussion relating to 194 N TDS on what ma cash withdrawal. TDS on what ma cash withdrawal. Can you tell me if any withdrawal is done, who is an payer ma? Bank is nothing but the payer, and who is an payee ma? Customer. Who is an payee ma? Customer. Yes, nature of payment is nothing but what ma? Cash withdrawal amount. Threshold limit is 1 CR ma. But in some cases, we can use the modified threshold limit of 20 lakh. Please remember, threshold limit is normally 1 CR. But in certain cases, we can use the threshold limit of what ma? 20 lakh. I will tell you what are the special cases also. Okay. TDS rate is 2% ma in excess of 1 CR. Sir, in entire chapter, if the threshold limit exceeded and total amount we have to deduct the TDS. But in this section only, amount in excess of what ma 1 CR only we are required to deduct the TDS. Suppose, yes ma, threshold limit is 1 CR ma. I am withdrawing the 120 lakh. Can you tell me on which amount we have to deduct TDS? 20 lakhs only. So because in excess of 1 crore only we have to deduct the TDS at the rate of 2%. Sir, in exceptional cases, the TDS rate will be what ma 5%. So please remember what is that exceptional case, what is that modified threshold limit, I will tell you. But what is the threshold limit ma? 1 CR. But modified threshold limit will be 20 lakh. Yes ma. What is the TDS rate ma? 2% in excess of 1 CR. But in exceptional cases, we have to use that what ma? 5%. Time of TDS is what ma? 1. Please remember, note point. If payee not file the return of income for all the 3 years, payee is not file the return of income for that what ma all the 3 years, plus bonus also. Time limit for filing of return of income is also expired. So that means who is a defaulting person ma payee. So that means for the last 3 years, payee is not at all filed the return of income, and time limit for filing of return of income is also expired. Time limit for filing of return of income is also what ma expired. Can you tell me in these cases only threshold limit is not 1 crore ma? Threshold limit is nothing but what ma 20 lakh. In exceptional cases, that modified threshold limit will be applicable. What is that case ma? If the payee is not filed the return of income for the last 3 years, and the return of income's filing time limit is also expired, in these cases, threshold limit for that payee, while I am making the payment to this payee, yes ma, threshold limit will be what ma 20 lakh. 20 lakh to 1 crore ma 2% only, and more than 1 crore if any amount is withdrawn on that what ma 5%. That is only what ma in exceptional cases we can use that what ma 5%. So normally more than 1 crore what amount, whatever that amount you are withdrawn on the 2% only ma. But if that worst fellow payee is not filed the last 3 years return of incomes and time limit is also expired for the purpose of filing of return of income, in this case we have to apply 20 lakhs to 1 CR withdrawal 2%. 1 CR more than that we have to apply that what ma 5%. But one amendment is there ma in this section. If that SSC is an cooperative society, SC means nothing but what ma customer. Customer, that means nothing but payee is nothing but what ma cooperative society. The limit will be not 1 CR ma, limit will be what ma 3 CR. The limit will be what ma 3 CR. Payee is an exclusively cooperative society. Then limit not 1 CR ma 3 CR. If the more than 3 CR, what is that amount ma? In excess of 3 CR, we have to apply that what ma 2% as an what ma TDS. Shall we discuss the example ma? I think you can understood easily. SBI withdrawing that how much amount ma 120 lakh. Last 3 years I filed the return of income clearly. What is the rate? What is the threshold limit here ma? 1 CR is a threshold limit because you are filed the return of income all the things properly. On that, yes ma, 120 lakh you are withdrawing more than 1 crore. What is that amount withdrawn ma? 20 lakh only. On the 2%, that is an 40,000 ma. That is an what ma? 40,000. Clear? Next one ma. SBI. Yes ma, Mr. R withdrawing that amount of what ma 120 lakh only, but last 3 years you are not filed the return of income and time limit is also expired. Then what is the threshold limit for you? 20 lakh. 20 lakhs to 1 crore. What about that amount is withdrawing ma? 20 lakh to 1 crore, 80 lakh. On that what ma 2%. More than 1 crore. What is that ma? 20 lakh is there. On that what ma 5%. Total TDS is nothing but 2 lakh 60,000. If any person is withdrawing that money from the bank, that person is on cooperative society. What is the threshold limit ma? 3 crores. If any person withdrawing that amount from the bank, if that person is an cooperative society, what is the threshold limit ma? 3 crores. That is an amendment ma. Are you clear up to now? All of you? All of you? Yes, ma. 194 and TDS on what, ma? Cash withdrawals. Shall we write the summary? TDS on what, ma? Cash withdrawal. What is the threshold limit, ma? Normally 1 CR or yes, ma? Nothing but what, ma? 20 lakh also in exceptional cases, or in case of cooperative society, that is in what, ma? 3 CR also. This is a normal case. This is a nothing but what, ma? Exceptional cases. This is an what, ma? In case of what, ma? Cooperative society. TDS rate, ma? Normal is 2%, and some exceptional cases we are using that what, ma? 5%. Am I correct, ma? Clear? So what is that exceptional cases, ma? If payee is not filed the return of income for the last 3 years and the time limit is also expired, ma. So then what is that point, ma? Then what is that point? Threshold limit will be 20 lakh only. 20 lakh to 1 CR 2%. 1 CR above what, ma? 5%. Are you understood, ma? Clear? Next one, ma. 194 O. Yes, ma. 194 O. That is on what, ma? 194 O is nothing but talking about the, yes, ma. Very, very important, ma. Many students are confusing with these sections, ma. So just listen carefully. 194 O. 194 O is nothing but talking about the TDS on payments made by the e-commerce operator. TDS on what, ma? Payments made by the e-commerce operator for the sale of goods or rendering that what, ma? Services. Sir, in order to understand this TDS structure, we have to take one example, ma. So nothing but what, ma? If any payment made by the e-commerce operator, that means who is an payer, ma? E-commerce operator is an payer. So nothing but here, who is an payment made by the e-commerce operator means nothing but who is an payer, ma? E-commerce operator is payer. In our example, Flipkart is an e-commerce operator. So nothing but what, ma? One mobile company is placing their mobile in that e-commerce website, ma. So who are purchasing that, ma? Mr. I purchasing that what, ma? Mobile. So what is that amount we are paid, ma? 35,000 we are paid to that Flipkart. Yes, ma. Can you tell me Flipkart after reducing that commission? So definitely that amount will be paid to whom, ma? Mobile company. Here mobile company is called as on what, ma? E-commerce participant. If any e-commerce operator is paying that amount to that e-commerce operator, can you tell me who is an payee, ma? E-commerce participant is nothing but pay. So suppose if I am purchasing that what, ma? Redmi mobile from the Flipkart, I will make the payment of 35,000. That 35,000 ultimately will be reached to whom, ma? Mobile company. Yes, ma. TDS we have to deduct at the rate of what, ma? 1% on gross amount. Can you tell me what is that gross amount in this example? 35,000. On that entire gross amount, we have to deduct the TDS at the rate of what, ma? 1%. What is the time of TDS, ma? 2. At the time of what, ma? Payment. What is the time of TDS, ma? At the time of payment or at the time of credit entry in the books of accounts of pay, whichever is earlier. Exception, ma? Nil. Exception is what, ma? Nil. But TDS is deducted if that amount is exceeded the below limit, ma. If payee is an individual or HF, payee means nothing but what, ma? E-commerce participant is an individual or HF, then 2,50,000, sorry, 5 lakh is a threshold limit, ma.
Others what ma? Nil. Example, I will take the simple example ma. So e-commerce operator is Zomato. I think food delivery app, we can take the example ma. So who are the e-commerce participants ma? So nothing but biryani center, tiffin centers, etc. or restaurants or that what ma? E-commerce participant. If that e-commerce participants isn't just an individual or HUF, so just like a cloud kitchen, they are started on the sole proprietary basis. They are an individual ma. While making the payment made by the Zomato to that e-commerce participant, if that amount exceeded the 5 lakh, then only they are required to deduct the TDS. Suppose example, ma, ITC is there in Zomato. So nothing but what ma, that is a company. While making the Zomato payment to that what ma ITC, that is covered under what ma others. Pay is nothing but what ma ITC is nothing but here payee. That is an other than individual or HF. Then what is the threshold limit ma? Nil. So are you understood ma? This transaction is nothing but between the e-commerce operator and e-commerce participant ma. Nothing but many persons are thinking as an what ma, this is a transaction between the e-commerce operator and customer. No. If you are thinking like this section will be gone. Yes, ma. Shall we write the summary? 194. Oh, TDS on payment made by e-commerce operator. E-commerce operator to whom? E-commerce participant. Can you tell me what is the threshold limit, ma? If payee means nothing but whom here? E-commerce participant only. If e-commerce participant is an individual or HF, what is the threshold limit, ma? 5 lakh. Other, then threshold limit will be what, ma? Nil. What is the TDS rate, ma? 1% on which amount, ma? Gross amount. What do you mean by the gross amount, ma? Definitely from 35,000. Yes, ma? Yes, ma. From this, yes, ma. From this 35,000, I can deduct the 1% as a commission or nothing but what, ma? I can retain the what, ma? 1,000 amount. How much ultimately I made, ma? Ultimately, how much amount I can make the payment, ma? 34,000 only. But I have to deduct the TDS on what, ma? Gross amount. So once again, I'm repeating this point, ma. Please listen carefully. Please listen carefully. Yes, ma. If any amount, yes, ma, paid by the e-commerce operator to that whom e-commerce participant, to that whom e-commerce participant. Example, ma. Here, any payment made by e-commerce operator means that person only called as what, ma? Payer. So here we are taking that e-commerce part operator as an Flipkart ma. So nothing but one mobile company, that is nothing but we can take the Redmi as an example. They are placing that what ma, their mobile on that what ma e-commerce website, that is in Flipkart. Okay, who is purchasing that ma? So some customer is purchasing that what ma, that product for 35,000. Can you tell me? We are making the payment. That means customer is making the payment to that whom ma? Flipkart. Can you tell me ultimately the Flipkart after reducing their commission as well as charges etc. that will be total amount will be delivered to whom mobile company. Who are receiving that amount ma payee is nothing but e-commerce participant. That means nothing but who are placing their goods or services on e-commerce website. That person's only called as what ma e-commerce participants. So that is only called as what ma payee. Can you tell me if that amount is exceeding, that means nothing but what ma, if pay means nothing but whom e-commerce participant is nothing but individual or HF, then threshold limit is how much amount ma? 5 lakh. If that e-commerce participant is others, then threshold limit is nothing but what ma? Nil. So in this example, that is a mobile company, we are taking example ma. So that means no need to check out that what ma threshold limit. On that entire gross amount, we can collect, we can deduct the TDS. That means who are deducting the TDS in our example ma? Flipkart will deduct the TDS. How much amount ma? On 35,000, 1% at the rate. That is what ma? 35,000 into 1% ma? 350 rupees. We are deducting the what ma?
TDS. So please make an observation here. Threshold limit isn't given only for that individual or HF in the form of what ma? So if the e-commerce participant in the form of individual or HF, then only threshold limit will be 5 lakh ma. The remaining cases will be what ma? Nil. Shall we write the summary first of all? I think already we have written the summary. So Nagarajan, are you understood this section ma first of all? Many persons are thinking as an what ma, this is a transaction between the customer and e-commerce operator ma. No. Always this is an TDS structure in between the e-commerce operator and e-commerce participant. While we are making the payment of that any price for that product, so on that we have to deduct the what ma? TDS. Next last section before the break ma. That is in 194P. TDS on what ma? Total income of a specified senior citizen. Can you tell me what do you mean by the specified senior citizen ma? If any person is a resident and having that what ma 75 years or more age, and if he receiving that what ma pension income and interest income, these two incomes only if he receives, and the two incomes also credited to that what ma same bank account, yes ma, that bank only known as what ma specified bank. Suppose one example, senior citizen means 60 or more ma. But here we are talking about the specified senior citizen. Specified senior citizen means he is a resident and having that age of what ma 75 years or more. And he receiving the pension income from the what ma his employer, and he should receive that what ma interest income also from the what ma deposits made in the bank. So, but these two things should be credited to the same bank account. Pension also should be credited to the same bank account, and interest also should be credited to the same bank account. That bank only called as what ma specified bank. In this situation, that specified senior citizen needs to give one declaration ma. What is the type of declaration, sir? During this year, I am receiving these two incomes only. The two incomes also credited to your bank account only. Yes, if you are required to deduct the TDS, yes, you can deduct. What is the threshold limit ma? What is the basic exemption limit for the 75 years or more person ma? 3 lakh. What is that? 80 years crossed person basic exemption limit 5 lakh. That's why if that amount exceeded, that means specified bank definitely needs to make that payment to whom specified senior citizen. While making that payment to the specified senior citizen, yes sir, if that amount crosses that what ma 3 lakhs, 75 to 80, normally 75 to yes ma below 80 3 lakhs, above 80 what ma 80 or above 85 lakh threshold limit is there. Next time of TDS at the time of payment ma. So please remember here one thing, TDS rates will be what ma slab rates. TDS rates will be what ma slab rates only. But one thing ma, if TDS was deducted under section 194P, no need to file the return of income in that assessment year ma. Why? Because the total amount of tax you are collected in the form of TDS in the previous year itself. So that's why no need to file the return of income in that assessment year. Sir, we are giving the relaxation for filing of return of income only, not for tax. Tax were already collected in which year ma previous year. So, but you should remember this point. If any person is a specified senior citizen and that person specified senior citizen means nothing but what ma he is a resident having that 75 years or more, and he should receive the pension income and the interest income. The two things should be credited to the same bank account, and that bank is called as a specified bank. While making the payment of that all amount to that specified senior citizen by the bank, they are required to deduct the TDS at the rate of what ma slab rates. If that amount exceeded the what ma 3 lakhs or 5 lakh, yes ma next yes ma time of TDS is what ma 1. Yes sir, at the time of deducting the TDS you can allow the what ma, at the time of deducting the TDS you can allow the chapter 6A reduction, and if possible you can give that what ma rebate also. So that means as a normal person, how you are calculated the tax liability, like that only you can calculate the what ma TDS. Clear ma 194P? Shall we write the summary? Yes. 194P. TDS on total income of specified senior citizen. Can you tell me what is the threshold limit ma? 3 lakh or 5 lakh. What is the TDS rate ma? slab rate. Are you clear, ma, up to now? Yes, ma. Next section in our discussion, that is in 194Q. What is that, ma? 194Q. That is a TDS on purchase of goods. TDS on what, ma? Purchase of goods. Please, yes, ma. Can you tell me, while purchasing that anything from other person, buyer is required to pay that amount. That's why buyer is called as what, ma? Payer. And nothing but who are receiving that money, ma? Seller. Seller is paying. Yes, definitely at the time of paying the consideration, if that consideration is more than 50 lakh during the previous year, you are required to deduct the TDS. But in order to call you as an payer in this section, your gross receipts or your turnover during the previous year more than how much amount, ma? 10 CR. If you want to deduct the TDS under this section, yes, ma, that by your turnover or gross receipts, last year related turnover or gross receipt must exceed the how much amount, ma? 10 CR. Then only you can deduct the TDS under section 194Q. Are you clear, ma? Yes. So nothing but, yes, ma, nothing but what is the TDS rate, ma? Here, the TDS rate will be 0.1%, ma, on in excess of 50 lakh, ma. Sir, 194N in excess of 1 CR we are deducting that what, ma? TDS. That means, yes, ma, in excess of the threshold limit, whatever that amount is there, on that amount only we are required to deduct the what, ma? TDS. Like in 194N only, here also, suppose 55 lakh I paid, ma. How much amount, ma? On 5 lakh we are required to deduct the what, ma? TDS. So normally in all the sections, the TDS will be collected on what, ma? Total amount. But in 194N and in 194Q, in excess of that amount only we are required to deduct. Next one, ma. Normally if you have submitted the PAN, what is that percentage, ma? 50 lakh. If you have submitted the PAN, what is that percentage, ma? 50 lakh. So if you are not submitted the PAN, and yes, ma, seller not file the return of income for the last how many years, ma? 2 years, then the TDS rate will be that what, ma? 5%. So please make an observation. Seller is defaulting in the filing of return of income for the last 2 years, and PAN number is also not available. On that time, instead of 0.1%, we are deducting the TDS at the rate of what, ma? 5%. Yes, ma, time of TDS is nothing but what, ma? 2. So TDS on purchase of goods, ma, at the time of making the payment for the purchase of goods, we have to deduct the TDS at the rate of what, ma? 0.1 in excess of 50 lakh, 5% in excess of what, ma? 50 lakh, in which case, ma, if PAN not submitted as well as seller is not filed the return of income for how many years, ma? Last 2 years. Can you tell me in this section, if you want to deduct the TDS, gross receipts and turnover more than how much amount, ma? 10 crore in that what, ma? Last year. Yes, ma'am. So please write it on the summary, ma'am. 194Q. What is that 194Q, ma'am? TDS on purchase of goods. TDS on what, ma'am? Purchase of goods. Can you tell me what is the threshold limit, ma'am? What is the threshold limit, ma'am? 50 lakh during that what, ma'am? Per annum. During the financial year, that is in 50 lakh. Can you tell me TDS rate, ma'am? TDS rate, please let me know. Two TDS rates are there, ma. What is that, ma? Yes, ma. 0.1% is on amount in excess of what, ma? In excess of 50 lakh. Yes, ma. If that PAN submitted. Yes, ma. Next one, ma. 5% on amount exceeding how much, ma? Sorry, amount in excess of that amount in excess of what, ma? 50 lakh. In excess of what, ma? 50 lakh. But can you tell me in which case ma this one? PAN not submitted. And next one ma, seller not filed ROI for last 2 years. In this case, can you tell me what is that, yes ma, what is that amount, what is the rate we want to collect ma? At the rate of 5% ma. Clear? This is only that 194Q ma. Yes, at the time of TCS, we will discuss this 194Q once again ma, because we have a comparable provision 194Q with the 1 TCS provision that we will discuss after some time ma. Next, we have an 194R ma. 194R nothing but what ma, TDS with respect to any benefit or perquisite arises from the what ma, business or profession. Sir, if you are doing that salary, if you are doing that employment, if you are receiving that any benefit or perquisite, on that we are required to deduct the TDS under section 192. If you are in an employment, you are receiving any salary, on that salary what is the TDS section ma? 192 only. But right now you are doing that business or profession ma. While doing that business or profession, you are receiving that what ma, any perquisite or benefit, what is the tax consequences or TDS implications on that perquisite. Example, yes ma, I am purchasing that huge quantity of the raw material from the my supplier ma. Supplier, that means yes ma, target reached, I am giving that what ma, more amount of the, yes sir, I am already purchased that more amount of the goods from the supplier. That's why supplier is giving the what ma, some benefit or perquisite, like one gift is given by the what ma, supplier. For me that is definitely income. Yes, how it will be taxable ma? In your business or profession only that will be taxable. While doing the business or profession, you are receiving that any perquisite that is taxable under the head what ma? PCBP. But what is the tax implication ma? Yes, that is only ma. Yes, payer should be covered under here as a special case ma. Can you tell me what do you mean by the special case ma? Any person other than individual or HEF, individual or HEF nothing but what ma, turnover or gross is 1 crore or 50 lakh during that what ma, last year. Yes, ma, nothing but payee. Here the payee is doing the business or profession. If he receive that any benefit or perquisite, that may be monetary or non-monetary, ma. In the form of cash also you can receive, in the form of what ma, kind also you can receive that any perquisite. Yes, ma, if the perquisite value more than what ma, 20,000 during the previous year, then we have to deduct the TDS at the rate of what ma, 10%. Suppose you are receiving the cash of 50,000 amount ma. Can you tell me that is a more than 20,000? Yes, we are required to deduct the TDS at the rate of 10%. What is the TDS amount ma? 50,000 into 10%, that is in 5,000. They are required to deduct the TDS. Net amount how much they should give you ma? Only they should give you how much amount ma? Net amount 45,000 only. So one example ma, this maybe you can get it as an MCQ. How you can get this as an MCQ? Example I will tell you. Payer is giving the ESMA 27,900 phone ma. So nothing but kind. Here we are giving the perquisite as an what mark kind only, but the remaining 300 I am paying it as an what mark cash, because you can purchase the screen card as well as what mark a pouch etc. That's why I am paying that what mark 300 also. Totally what is that value of the gift I am giving ma? 30,000. But here I want to make the TDS definitely, because that perquisite more than what ma, 20,000 in a previous year. So that's why I required to deduct the TDS at the rate of 10%. So can you calculate the TDS amount ma? 30,000 into 10%, that is in 3,000. Sir, how can I deduct the TDS, sir? Because I am paying the cash only 300, no? But how can I deduct the TDS ma? Here the cash portion is sufficient and insufficient to meet out the TDS liability ma? Insufficient only. Sir, if I am paying that cash, definitely I can deduct that cash portion ma. Here that is an insufficient. So cash portion is insufficient to meet out the TDS liability. TDS liability 3,000 is there, cash only 300 is there. How can I deduct the 3,000 ma? So that's why, yes sir, no issue. You have to pay the yes ma, TDS amount from your own pocket ma. That is, you have to pay the TDS from your own pocket. Can you tell me how much ma? Already 3,000 is an TDS liability, but 300 cash there, please deduct that. The remaining 2,700 you can deduct, sorry, you can pay from your own pocket ma. So are you understood that 194 R ma? TDS with respect to that any benefit or perquisite, any benefit or perquisite arising from the what ma? Business or profession. Arising that what ma? Business or profession, any perquisite or any benefit arising in that what ma? Arising if that is in that what ma? Salaries under employment, that is taxable under section, sorry, taxable in the head salary, but TDS was under what ma? 192. But here we are receiving this benefit or perquisite in that business or profession ma. In that what ma? Business or profession. Shall we write the summary? Can you tell me what is the section number ma? 194 R. TDS on any benefit or perquisite, any benefit or perquisite, any benefit or perquisite under any benefit or perquisite received by person in business or what ma? Profession. What is the threshold limit ma? 20,000 during the previous year. What is the TDS rate ma? 10%. If TDS liability is insufficient to meet out ma, yes, how you can make the payment ma? From your own pocket only. That means payer can deduct from its own pocket ma. What is that 45,000 Roy? Nivedita, what is that 45,000? Clear ma? I didn't understood your message ma. I don't know what is that 45,000. Okay. Next one ma. Last TDS provision. Okay, before concept. Okay, okay. 194 ESMA TDS on ESMA TDS on 194S is a TDS on ESMA consideration for the transfer of virtual digital asset ma. So like bitcoins etc. are there. If you are transferring the virtual digital asset also, you have to ESA deduct the TDS. Example, payer here also special case. I think last case we are not mentioned as an what ma? Special case. So 194R. So please write it down the payer as an what ma? Covered in special case. So next 194 ESMA. So please check it out ma. 194 S. One person is on payer, another person is on resident person ma. Simply here we are transferring the what ma? One virtual digital asset ma. So nothing but as an payee, I am transferring the one virtual digital assets to payer ma. Payer is while paying that consideration, nothing but who are buying the what ma? Virtual digital asset from me, they are required to make the payment. They can make the payment in the form of what ma? Any other virtual digital asset, or they can give that amount in the form of what ma? Cash also. If that amount exceeding that what ma? 10,000, we are required to deduct the TDS at the rate of what ma? 1%. So please remember, just this is an what ma? Virtual digital asset related ma. TDS on what ma? TDS on consideration for transfer of TDS on consideration for transfer of virtual digital asset ma. What is the threshold limit ma? 10,000. What is the TDS rate ma? 1%. Here also payer is nothing but what ma? Special case. So no need to learn that all the things in a what more deep manner. So just remember these are all the things are enough with respect to the TDS provisions. So why you are laughing man? Yes, if you felt it is an easy, always it will be easy, sir. If you have felt it is a lump sum, or whether this is an if you have felt it as an what ma, so how to remember? If you are started thinking like that, it should not remember for you. So please revise at all the things by using the summary. So that every person also, yes, ma, how he can remember for the long time till that examination by revising that all the things. So first 5 sections revision. Then after one more 5 sections. Then cumulatively 10. Next you have to add 5. Next cumulatively 15. Next you have to add one more 5. Next cumulatively how many mark? 20. Like that only if you are revising, automatically you can remember for the long time. Ma. Yes sir. Are you clear ma up to now? These are only the TDS provisions we have in our syllabus ma. Yes. Next ma. Yes. Okay. Immediately after this, we will start the what TCS. Okay. So TDS is an overmark. Next, we have to start the TCS portion. That is TCS under section 206C. Tax collection at source mark 206C section talking all about the TCS mark. The first 206C subsection 1 mark. What is that? 206C subsection 1. So TCS on sale of certain goods, not on all goods, only on certain goods we want to collect the what mark tax. So just the TCS concept with this example we can understood easily, ma. So normally in TDS always we have two parties, that is an payer and payee. TDS always we have two parties, ma. What is that, ma? Payer and payee. But in this situation we have parties. Can you tell me buyer and seller? If any TCS concept is there, always the parties are what, ma? Buyer and seller. Can you tell me deduction or collection, ma? Collection. So nothing but the buyer is required to pay the consideration to whom, ma? Seller. Yes, ma. Nothing but who is collecting that money, ma? Seller is collecting that money. Along with that money, we want to collect the what, ma? Tax also. Not on all goods, ma. Only on certain goods. Sir, I am selling these certain goods, ma. I am selling these certain goods. Along with that consideration, I need to collect the what, ma? Tax also from the buyer. That means who is responsible for collecting the TCS, ma? Seller is responsible for collecting the TCS. Buyer is responsible for making that what, ma? Payment of TCS. So TDS parties, payer and payee. Who is responsible for deducting the TDS, ma? Payer. But in TCS, we have a buyer and seller, ma, who is responsible for collecting the TCS, ma? Seller. Clear? Next one. Sir, always the TCS should be collected on the consideration, ma. Sir, suppose the consideration may be 50 lakh. On that some certain percentages I will reveal, ma. On that consideration, we want to collect the what, ma? TCS. Please remember, on that consideration only we want to collect the TCS. Here, there is no threshold limit. There is no threshold limit. Can you tell me TCS on all goods or certain goods, ma? Certain goods only, sir. What are the certain goods, sir? Yes, I will tell you, ma. Alcoholic liquor for human consumption. Ganesh. Alcoholic liquor for human consumption. Second one, Ganesh Square. That is in Tendu leaves. What do you mean by the Tendu? BD. So I don't know. Tobacco related product. Okay. Tendu leaves. Yes, ma'am. Timber obtained under forest produce. Timber obtained other than forest produce. Yes, ma'am. Any other forest produce other than that what, ma'am? These two. Yes, ma'am. Next, scrap. And the minerals being in what, ma'am? Coal or iron ore. Sir, if any things are sold by the seller along with the consideration, he needs to collect the what, ma'am? TCS. The TCS needs to be collected on what, ma'am? Consideration only. The TCS needs to be collected on what, ma'am? Consideration only. Can you tell me what is the rate? Yes, ma'am. Alcoholic liquor for human consumption, that is on 1% rate, ma'am. Tendu leaves 5%. Timber obtained under forest produce 2.5. Timber obtained under any mode also 2.5. Any other forest produce other than the tendu leaves and timber also 2.5. Scrap 1%. And minerals that mean get core as well as what, ma? Iron ore, that is what, ma? 1%. You should remember these products, ma. On these products only we want to collect the TCS, yes, ma, under section 206C subsection 1. So in TCS also we have in 5-6 subsections, ma. TCS 206C is a main section. Within that subsection 1 is talking about the what, ma? TCS on sale of certain goods. Are you clear? Yes. Can you tell me time of TCS, ma? Sir, okay, time of TDS I think we are discussed as in what, ma? So if you are observing the time of TDS, we are discussing it as an one at the time of what, ma? Payment. At the time of payment. Method 2, ma. Time of TDS method 2 we are discussed at what, ma? At the time of payment. Or second one, ma? At the time of credit entry in the books of accounts of what, ma? In books of accounts of pay, whichever is earlier.
So this is only the time of TDS under method 2. Just we are reversing that all the things, ma. Because payer, yes, ma, payee, who is making the payment, ma, payer. Who is making the payment, ma, payer. So that's why from the payer point of view, can you tell me that is a what, ma? At the time of payment and at the time of payment or at the time of credit entry in the books of accounts of whom, ma, payee, whichever is earlier we are following. Yes, ma, same thing. Can you tell me who are the parties here, ma, buyer and who is the ma, seller? Can you tell me seller is receiving that what, ma, amount here? Seller is receiving the what, ma, consideration here. So that means we are discussing from the seller point of view. Can you tell me at the time of what, ma, receipt, at the time of what, ma, receipt, and at the time of opposite party, at the time of debit entry in the books of accounts of whom, ma, buyer, whichever is earlier. Just we are writing that all the things in opposite manner. So nothing but here who is collecting that money, ma, please check it out. Seller. At the time of receiving or at the time of debit entry in the books of accounts of buyer, whichever is earlier, we want to collect the TCS. Yes, ma'am. We want to collect the what, ma, TCS. Simply you should remember. And one more thing, sir. If you are receiving that money, okay. At the time, definitely along with the consideration, you will collect the TCS also. You are not receiving that money, but you are passing the what, ma, credit entry. Buyer is passing the what, ma, debit entry. That means just you are passing that entry only on that time. So there is no money receivable also. That means there is no money receivable. Just a receivable entry and for them that is what, ma, payable entry. At the time of payable entry is passed by the buyer. At the time you have to collect the what, ma, TCS. Collection means nothing but just you have to pass the entry. Clear, ma, to know? Yes, sir. This is only the 206C subsection 1, ma. TCS on sale of certain goods. You should remember these goods and that only seller will be responsible for collecting that what, ma, tax. So in TCS, can you tell me who are the parties, ma'am? For TCS, who are the parties, ma'am? Buyer as well as seller. Next one, ma'am, 206C subsection 1C. 206C subsection 1C. That is nothing but what, ma'am? 1 is on over. 206C subsection 1 over. Here 206C subsection 1C. That is nothing but what, ma'am? TCS on lease, parking lot and toll plaza, etc. Simple, ma'am, very, very easy. Sir, lessor, lessee. Can you tell me who needs to make the payment, ma? Lessee needs to make the payment because we are using the product of the whom, ma, or we are using the asset of lessor. While making the payment, yes, we will make the payment of what, ma, consideration along with the TCS also at the rate of 2%. Who is responsible for collecting the TCS, ma? Lessor is responsible for collecting the TCS, yes, ma, on what, ma? Lease contract. On what, ma? Lease contract. Second one, ma. So just I am giving the yes, ma, one license to that one person. That person is a licensee. I am issuing the licensor. So definitely for using my license, that person needs to pay that money. Along with that, he needs to pay the TCS also. But here I am collecting that what, ma, TCS. So here I am collecting that what, ma, TCS at the rate of what, ma, 2%. Sir, that is only what, ma, license of what, ma, parking lot. So in front of the BCCA, yes, ma, if any person is parking that what, ma, vehicle, yes, ma, that means nothing but what, ma, I'm giving that to one person as a license. Yes, you can collect the what, ma, parking charges. I'm giving the license to that one person. That person every year he needs to pay that what, ma, some lump sum amount to me. And that I can collect the what, ma, TCS also. And that I'm collecting that what, ma, TCS also. Are you clear, ma, to know? Yes. Next one, ma, toll plaza. So we can call it as a contractee and contractor. Who is required to make the payment, ma? Contractee. At the time of making the payment by the contractee, we can collect the what, ma, TCS also. Can you tell me who is collecting the TCS, ma? Contractor. Time of TCS is same as above. Can you tell me what do you mean by the same as above? At the time of receipt or at the time of debit entry in the books of accounts of the buyer, whichever is earlier. What is the 206C subsection 1, ma? Lease, license of toll plaza, and next one, ma, sorry, license of parking light, and next one, ma, toll plaza, etc. That means contractor and contractor relationship related. So what is the TCS rate, ma? In all the cases 2%. There is no threshold limit. There is no threshold limit. Please remember here, there is no threshold limit. In last section also, there is no threshold limit. In this section also, there is no threshold limit. Next one, ma, very, very important. Definitely we can get this type of questions in our exams, ma. So please remember 206C subsection 1 over
206C subsection 1C over. Right now we are discussing 206C subsection 1F. TCS on what ma? Motor vehicle. TCS on what ma? Sale of motor vehicles. So always we have two parties in this ma, buyer as well as seller. Can you tell me who is in collecting that money ma? From buyer, who is in collecting that money ma? From buyer, who is in collecting that money ma? Seller. Along with that amount, we want to collect the what ma? Tax also. We want to collect the what ma? Tax also. Can you tell me what is the TCS ma here? Tax collected at source. Sir, when ma? Here there is a threshold limit ma. If that motor vehicle sale price or cost exceeds the what ma? 10 lakh. Sir, okay, just I am selling that one motor vehicles ma. That motor vehicle cost is nothing but what ma? 12 lakh. On that only we can collect the TCS ma. What is the threshold limit here ma? So please remember what is the threshold limit ma? How many lakhs ma? Exceeds the 10 lakh. If that amount of that motor vehicle or sale price of that motor vehicle exceeding the 10 lakh, on that vehicles only we can collect the what ma? Tax. What is the TCS rate ma? 1%. Yes ma? Time of TCS is what ma? At the time of receipt. Time of TCS is nothing but what ma? At the time of receipt. That is nothing but at the time of payment in TDS like this. We haven't what ma? At the time of receipt. So simply please remember ma, what is that ma? TCS on sale of motor vehicle. That is a 206C subsection 1F. 206C subsection 1F. Buyer is there and seller is also there. While seller collecting that what ma? Consideration for that ESMA sale of motor vehicle. If that motor vehicle price, each motor vehicle ma, not aggregate, each motor vehicle price if it exceeds the what ma 10 lakh, on that we want to collect the TCS at the rate of what ma 1%. Few note points are very important ma. Here seller and buyer relationship must be in between the ESMA. That means what ma? Retailer as well as consumer ma. So normally if you are observing that, yes ma, we can purchase from the what ma? Manufacturer and distributor also. There is a seller and yes ma, buyer relationship. And from the distributor, wholesaler can purchase. Here also seller and buyer relationship is there. From that wholesaler, nothing but retailer also can purchase. There is a seller and buyer. But 206C subsection 1F is nothing but talking about the, if any transaction is happened between the retailer as well as what ma? Consumer. If you are purchasing anything or if you are buying anything for your personal consumption, then only you can be treated as a buyer, and who are selling to you, that person only called as a seller, then only 206C subsection 1F is nothing but what ma? Applicable. So can you tell me 206C subsection 1F is an applicable if the vehicle price is an exceeding that what ma 10 lakh, whether that vehicle is a luxury vehicle, whether that vehicle is a necessary vehicle, we no need to check it out ma. Example, I am purchasing the car with the help of 1 CR ma. We have to pay the TCS. That is a luxury. I am purchasing the 1 CR lorry sir. That is a necessary also. We don't want to check it out ma. If that vehicle value exceeds the 10 lakh, we want to pay the TCS. Seller needs to collect the what ma? TCS. That's enough. Each vehicle weight or aggregate vehicles ma, aggregate of all vehicles ma, each vehicle weight each vehicle price exceeds the what ma? 10 lakh. Sir, whether you are clearing that amount in the form of cash or electronic or any other mode, that is an irrelevant ma. Sir, I am paying the payment in that electronic mode, sir. Even though I need to pay the TCS, yes, you need to pay the TCS ma. Ganesh, that's why you have to check it out. If that any model, if you want to, yes sir, purchase that vehicle less than 10 lakh is better for you. Additional amount no need to pay. If you are purchasing that any vehicle cost that is exceeding that what for 10 lakh, you have to pay the TCS also, and automatically seller will collect the tax from you. So that's why please choose that what ma below the 10 lakh vehicles while you are purchasing the cars, etc. Okay, my car is also less than 10 lakh only. So exactly, I think 9.5 lakh including accessories. Yes, I'm not applying these provisions, sir. Just next. Sir, if buyer is an government, so nothing but, so from Maruti Suzuki showroom, ma, buyer is nothing but government. That means government of India is purchasing that many vehicles, ma. On that, no need to collect the TCS. Why? If I am collecting the TCS also, that collected TCS amount, I need to give it to whom? Government only. Instead of collecting and giving, no need to collect. That's better. Yes, ma. If you are not collecting only, that is only better, ma. These are the very important point, ma. What is that vehicle cost, ma? Or sale price if that vehicle exceeds the 10 lakh. Each vehicle or multiple vehicles aggregate. Each vehicle, luxury or necessary, anything also okay. How you are making the payment, any mode also okay. Yes, ma. This relationship between the buyer and seller between the whom are retailer as well as whom are consumer. Next one ma, buyer is in government, no need to collect the what ma, TCS. Are you clear ma up to now? So how many TCS provisions are over ma? 206C subsection 1, TCS on sale of certain goods. 206C subsection 1C, TCS on lease plasma contract, license for toll plaza and license for the what ma, parking lot, etc. 206C subsection 1F, TCS on what ma, sale of motor vehicles. Yes, next ma, I want to write it down the one that means how many things are over ma? In 3 over. Fourth one ma, I want to write it down the note ma. Yes, fourth one I want to write it down here because there is an amendment in that ma. So that's why yes, you can also write along with me ma. Yes ma, fourth one. Next fifth one already written. So that's why please write it down ma, fourth one. Shall we write? So please give me response. So first of all, I want to ask you, Gnaneshwari, Madhumita, Shilpa, Nagarajan, Nivedita, are you understood the first TCS concept ma? TCS means what ma first of all? What about Parvati? I think Parvati not attended for this session. Yes ma, please write it down ma. Section 206C, subsection 1G ma. Section 206C, subsection 1G. So it covers the two things ma. This provision covering the two things ma. So I will tell you that first thing, TCS on overseas remittance. TCS on what ma? Overseas remittance. Very important ma. There is an amendment. Sir, because of this section only, I am discussing the TCS provision. Because of this section only, I am discussing the TCS. Otherwise, so I will give you as and what ma, self-study, etc. So please check it out. Please check it out. Yes, ma. Nothing but Mr. X is there, one party, and nothing but what ma? One authorized dealer is there. Nothing but who are nothing but what ma? Exchanging the money. Yes, ma. Ganesh, Mr. X wants to, yes, ma, send this some amount to that what ma, outside India. So suppose this is an example. Okay, this is in India. Yes, ma. This is in what ma? USA. Mr. X wants to send that what ma, some amount transfer to that authorized dealer, that is a money exchange ma. So he wants to remit that amount to that what ma, overseas. That means outside India he wants to send. He wants to send. So here, can you tell me? So nothing but who is a buyer here ma? Mr. X is a buyer only because I am giving the what ma, rupees. Yes, ma, but he isn't selling that what ma, dollars. Nothing but here I am buying the what ma, dollar. And who is a seller ma? Authorized dealer is nothing but what ma, seller. So here who can collect the TCS ma? Seller can collect the TCS from me. Seller can collect the what ma? TCS from me. Just listen carefully. If the remittance exceeding that what ma? So there is a threshold limit here also. What is the threshold limit ma? Exceeding that what ma? 7 lakh. If I am giving the rupees 7 lakh to the authorized dealer and I want to buy that what ma, dollars, the dollars wants to send it to that what ma, overseas. Then what is the TCS rate ma? So there is a change in the rates ma. Just listen carefully. Yes ma. Rates, that means what ma? Rate of TCS. I will give you in the detailed manner. Just listen ma. So normally before, yes ma, before 1/10/2023 ma, there is an one rate ma. On or after, yes ma, 1/10/2023 there is an another rate ma. That means amendment is came on which date ma? 1/10/2023 ma. Before that we have an one rate. After that we have an what ma? Another rate, Ganesh. Yes, normally, yes, ma, normally, just listen. I want to remove the threshold limit here itself, Ganesh. I don't want to write the threshold limit here also. So please listen, ma. First, ma, First one, ma. So please make an observation, ma. Remittance. Yes, ma. Remittance. Remittance means what ma? Sending that amount. Remittance out of educational loan. So nothing but Mr. X is sending that what ma? Amount to that outside India from that what ma? Educational loan. So nothing but suppose Mr. X is a father, his son is pursuing that what ma? MS in USA. We want to send that some amount to that whom son. But how we can send ma? We are taking that educational loan for the son and we are sending that what ma? Amount out of that educational loan. Then that is in case ma. We are sending that amount to that outside India for any purpose for the person ma. So nothing but example. If he is a father, Mr. X is a father, his son is pursuing that MS in USA ma. We want to send some amount to that whom ma son. How you can send ma? You are taking that what ma? Educational loan. That educational loan amount only given to the authorized dealer. Authorized dealer is sending to the what ma? Overseas person. That is overseas is nothing but whom ma? Son. So who is residing in overseas ma? Son only. In this situation, what is the rate of TCS? Just we will discuss ma. The amount, yes ma, remitted out of what ma? Educational loan. That means we are sending that amount only, but from which source we can get this amount ma? From educational loan ma. Here, please observe, yes ma, there is no change ma. Both the cases one only. What is that ma? Both the cases one only. So threshold limit is nothing but what ma? Threshold limit is nothing but what ma? 7 lakh. So that means if I am sending that less amount, no need to deduct the TCS ma. If I am sending that, sorry, no need to collect the TCS ma. So the suppose I'm sending the 5 lakh ma. Can authorized dealer can collect the TCS ma? No, because that is not exceeding that what ma? 7 lakh. Next, okay. If that exceeds the 7 lakh ma, then what is the TCS ma? So please collect 0.5% of amount or aggregate amount. The amount or what ma? Aggregate amount. You are writing that amount, that not enough. Aggregate amount. In excess of. In excess of what ma? 7 lakh. Suppose if I am sending the 11 lakh ma, can you tell me on which amount I need to collect the TCS ma? 4 lakh only. Sir, I am sending only 4 lakh amount ma. No need to collect the TCS because that is not exceeding that what ma? 7 lakh. Next one. Ganesh, next one. Yes ma. Remittance. We are remittance, that means sending for the purpose of education, but own money we are sending ma, not from loan. For the purpose of what ma? Education, or for the purpose of what ma? Education, or for the purpose of what ma? Medical treatment. So something, nothing but one person is in that what ma? Critical situation, the treatment will be getting only in foreign ma. That's why he is situated in foreign. That's why we want to send some amount of money. The same point will be applicable here also. The same point will be applicable here also. What is that point ma? Threshold limit is nothing but what ma? 7 lakh. So there is no difference between these two dates ma. Always same. Even though before also same, after also same. There is no change in this ma. Next one. Third one. Remittance is done. Remittance for any other purpose other than above. So just for playing the Godma casino, for playing the Godma betting, for any other purpose, we are sending that amount to that any other person who are situated in outside India. We are remitting that money not for an education, not for medical treatment also. So we are sending that money just casually for the purpose of enjoying. Just take it as an example. In this situation, there is a difference, ma. Please check it out properly. Yes, ma. Here also no TCS. Yes, ma. Here also you have to make observation, ma. Threshold limit is nothing but how much, ma? threshold limit. I'm talking about the before the 10, before what ma? 1/10/2023 ma. So what is the threshold limit ma? Threshold limit is nothing but what ma? 7 lakh. Threshold limit is 7 lakh ma. Next, can you tell me if that amount exceeding that what ma? 7 lakh, what is the TDS rate ma? 5% of aggregate amount, 5% of what ma? Aggregate amount in excess of 7 lakh. Are you clear ma? So then what is the change after the date ma? After the date, can you tell me what is the change ma? Yes ma, after that date ma, what is the change happen ma? Threshold limit is same ma, 7 lakh only. Yes ma, if your remittance is done after this date ma, so just I want to write it down in a small words ma, because space issues. Yes, but here they are charging the TCS only how much amount ma? Increasing ma, 20%. Yes ma, if any remittance is done on or after 1/10/2023, we want to remit the how much amount ma? If you are remit the more than 7 lakh, in excess of 7 lakh, whatever it may be there, yes ma, on that we want to collect the TCS 20% ma. Are you clear ma up to now? Can you tell me what is the change ma here? The change is nothing but what ma? This is only for the last sorry, educational loan 0.5% ma. Remittance also, that is an education related purpose, that is also sir, that is there is a change ma here, just I want to make the change. For the purpose of educational also, this is an 5% ma, not 0.5 ma, sorry for this. This is also 5%, sorry. Okay. This is a change ma. So out of an educational loan only, they are giving the relaxation ma, just 0.5. Normal also 5% ma. But any other purpose only, if you are remitting for any other purpose only, there is an amendment ma. Before this date 5% okay. Yes ma, after that date definitely what is that ma? 20%. Ganesh, are you written ma? Are you written this? So please show it to me. Next one ma. This is an first point is an over ma. What is that ma? This is an same first point is an over. Are you clear ma up to now? So this is nothing but what ma? TCS on overseas remittance. If you are sending any amount to that outside India, yes ma, on that. Yes ma, definitely. So who is responsible for collecting the TCS ma? Who is responsible? Definitely seller is responsible for collecting the TCS. Yes. So in this situation, if the remittance is sending out of that what my educational loan, threshold limit is 7 lakh ma. If any amount exceeding that 7 lakh, on that we have to collect the 0.5% as an TCS. If remittance is nothing but for the purpose of education as well as medical treatment, so threshold limit 7 lakh, in excess of 7 lakh, we want to collect the what ma 5% as a what ma TCS. Next, if the remittance is for any other purpose ma, if the remittance is done before 10/2023, before 10/2023, there is a nothing but threshold limit is nothing but what ma 7 lakh and 5% in excess of what ma 7 lakh. Next, what is the change after this date? If you are done the remittance for any other purpose ma, then we want to collect the TCS at the rate of what ma 20%. Are you understood this ma? First of all, this is a nothing but in excess of 7 lakhs only we want to collect the TCS ma. Next ma. So 206 subsection 206 subsection 1G, first part is what ma? TCS on what ma? Sale of overseas, sorry, sale of what ma? Or sending that amount of what ma? Remittance. The amount the remittance to that what ma? Outside India. Shall we start that B point ma? What is that B point ma? Sale of overseas program package ma? Sale of overseas tour program package. So nothing but this is an second part in this provision ma 206C subsection 1G. Yes. So nothing but if you are observing that who are the parties here ma. So nothing but buyer who wants to buy the overseas tour program package ma. Seller is nothing but selling that one tour program package. So nothing but yes, you are purchasing the gold tour, etc., etc. Here you are making the payment. I think yes, you can make the payment ma. You can make the payment. Yes, here you can make the payment. There is no threshold limit ma here. Just remember, there is no threshold limit. Can you tell me here? Definitely you want to make the payment to the Duma seller, but because of the reason what ma you are purchasing that what ma one overseas tour program package, one overseas tour program package. Then what is that? Rate of TCS and threshold limits and all the things shall we discuss ma? Yes, we can discuss. Here, yes ma, threshold limit, please remember it as an what ma nil. Threshold limit is nothing but what ma nil. But in case of what ma sale of, sending that what ma amount to the outside India on that threshold limit is what ma 7 lakh is there. In all the cases we have in 7 lakh, please remember. The amount in excess of 7 lakh on that maybe 0.5%, 5%, maybe what ma 20%. After the amendment, what is the percentage ma? 20%. Many students are thinking, yes, sir, for this there is no amendment ma. For this also there is no amendment. For any other purpose only there is an amendment. Okay, next one ma. Here, what is the TCS rate ma? Simple. Yes ma, TCS rate. Yes ma, TCS rate. So nothing but what ma? Before what date ma? Before 1/10/2023. Next one ma? On or after. What is that ma? On or after 1/10/2023. So can you tell me here what is that ma? OTPP. Overseas Tour Program Package. OTPP. Yes, ma, overseas tour program package. So can you tell me what is that, ma? Before that, ma, what is the rate, ma? 5% of the 5%, yes, ma, on amount without any threshold limit, ma. Without any threshold limit. Sir, next one, ma. After this, what is the amendment is came, ma? So can you expect the what is the rate, ma? Can you expect the what is the change, ma? Yes, there is an what ma here. Yes, ma, there is an what ma here 20% of change, ma. So normally previously only 5% is there. Here what is the change, ma? 20% is on that amount. 20% is on the what ma amount without any threshold limit, ma. This is only the amendment made in the section 206C subsection 1G. It covering the two things ma. One is in sending that amount to the overseas. Second one is nothing but what ma sale of overseas program package. Always who is responsible for collecting the TCS here ma? Seller. Are you clear up to now? Yes. Next last section in the TCS ma. 206C subsection 1H is an TCS on sale of goods. I think you are already referred the one provision in TDS ma 194Q, that is nothing but what ma TDS on purchase of goods. TDS on what ma purchase of goods. Sir, if you are observing that in that section, we have nothing but whom buyer and nothing but whom seller. Sorry. Yes, buyer and seller only here on that also, but buyer is nothing but payer and seller is nothing but whom are paid. Can you tell me? I think in that section, yes, ma, buyer last year turnover or gross receipt more than how much amount, ma? More than how much amount, ma? 10 CR in last year. Then only that person can become the payer. Yes, ma. In that buyer is nothing but what ma making the payment. The threshold limit is how much amount, ma? 50 lakh. Threshold limit is nothing but what ma 50 lakh. So then I think you know in excess of 50 lakh if PAN is there 0.1%, if there is no PAN and seller not file the return of income for the last 2 years, on that we are collecting that what ma 5% is there. In excess of 50 lakh only ma always. So I think if you remember, you can check it out the summary also. Yes, sir. This is only that what ma 194Q. So we want to compare here TCS on what ma purchase, TDS on what ma purchase of goods, but here we are referred it as on what ma TCS on sale of goods. The same parties ma buyer and nothing but seller. Sir, nothing but in this section, payer needs to be satisfied this condition. Here, seller needs to be satisfied this condition. Ma. What is that, ma? Gross receipts or turnover does exceeds about ma 10 crore during the last year. And threshold limit same, ma. And along with that amount, yes, ma, last case that is in the TDS case, buyer will deduct the TDS, ma. Here, seller will collect the TCS. Seller will collect the TCS. Can you tell me how much amount, ma? So he can collect the 1% in excess of what, ma? 50 lakh if PAN is there. That means nothing but here 0.1, here also 0.1. Yes, ma, next 1% if that amount in excess of 50 lakh if PAN is not submitted. So what is the difference? So the same time, one and the same transaction, from buyer point of view, we are deducting the TDS, and from seller point of view, we are paying that what we are collecting that what part TCS. That is a double taxation only. So not double taxation, we are taxing that what from the buyer point of view, we are deducting the TCS. From the seller point of view, we are collecting the TCS. This is not unfair. So the two things are attracted here itself, ma. So you should remember this section very, very important, ma. So time of TDS and the time of receipt, ma. Time of TDS is at the time of what, ma? Receipt. So what is that point I want to tell you, ma? So if there is, both the things are applicable. In some cases, sir, normally, if buyer turnover, so please remember, ma, if buyer turnover exceeded the 10 CR, buyer will deduct the what, ma, TDS. Yes, ma, if any amount in excess of what, ma, 50 lakh. If any amount in excess of 50 lakh is there, seller turnover is also crosses the how much amount, ma? 10 crores in the last year, he can collect the TCS. Both the things are applicable. TDS and TCS provision, both the things are applicable on one transaction. Which one will prevail, ma? Please check it out. Both the things are applicable. Both the things are applicable. That means what, ma? TDS 194Q also applicable. 206C subsection 1H. Both the provisions are applicable. Which one will prevail, ma? 194Q only will prevail. No need to apply both the sections, ma. Only which one will prevail, ma? 194Q, that is a TDS provision only will prevail. Sir, if one thing is not applicable, another one is unapplicable, no need to get an headache, ma. That is only applicable. So if 194Q is unapplicable and 206 is subsection 1H is not applicable, 194Q only applicable. If both the sections are applicable, which one will prevail? TDS provision under section 194Q only will prevail. Clear, ma, all of you? So just I want to give you the some more comparisons, ma. I want to give you the some more comparisons. 194Q and other TDS provisions having that what, ma, conflict. Other TDS provisions only will prevail. 194Q and other TCS provisions will applicable. Which one will prevail, ma? Other TCS provisions only will applicable. 194Q only wins against the what, ma? 206C subsection 1H. 194Q other TDS only will prevail. 194Q other TCS provisions, ma. Other than what, ma? 206C1H. Other TCS provisions only will prevail. So please make an observation. If any conflict between these two sections, 194Q, 206C subsection 1H. What is that 194Q, ma? TDS on purchase of goods. 206C1H is something but what, ma? TCS on sale of goods. If both the provisions are applicable, which one is unapplicable? Which one will prevail, ma? 194Q only will prevail. Sir, 194Q having conflict with the TDS provisions and other TCS provision other than 206C 1H, other TDS, other TCS provisions only will prevail. That means 194Q is prevail only against or wins only against the what, 206C 1H. Yes, ma. Please give me confirmation about the understanding the comparison between the one TDS provision that is on 194Q, one TDS provision, 194Q and one TCS provision 206C subsection 1H, ma, all of you. Ma, just 10 minutes I will take this class, ma. Other, after that it will be closed, okay? Just listen. So I want to know about that opinions of Madhumita also, I think. Yes, ma. So are you understood, ma? All of you, please let me know. Madhumita and Gnaneshwari, all of you. Definitely, you can expect one question from this. Okay. Just I will show you sample thing. No, not required. No, not required. I want to show the sample thing, but are not required in this case, ma. Just we are in flow. Next one. Just listen, ma. Procedural common points between the TDS and TCS. Ma. Due date for, yes, ma. Due date for payment of TDS and TCS. Yes. Due date for what, ma? Payment of TDS and TCS. So nothing but payer already deducted that amount, you know, and seller already collected that amount, you know. Yes, these are all the things needs to be deposited with the whom of government. So what is the due date for the payment of TDS and TCS? Sir, if that TDS and TCS deducted in the month of April to February, so starting of the previous year to penultimate month of the previous year, penultimate month nothing but February. So last month is March. So then TDS amount needs to pay within that what on or before the next month, the 7th month. So that means if any amount is deducted in April, that needs to be deposited in what on or before that what 7th of April, sorry 7th of May. If any amount is deducted in May, that needs to be deposited in which month, 7th July. So if any amount is deducted in August, that needs to be deposited on or before 7th September. Next one, if that is done in March month, can you tell me what is that, So last month you have many objectives, so that is nothing but preparation of financial statements, audit, and closure of all the things there. That fine. They are given the what time limit and extension till that what 30th April of next financial year. 30th April, nothing but what So as okay, if you are following the above rule, can you tell me what is the date, 7th of April. But they are given that what 30th of April time. If you are following the same rule, next month, can you tell me what is the April 7th? But they are given the what time of what 30th April. On or before 30th April, you can pay. Next, TCS. Can you tell me who needs to pay the TCS amount with the whom seller already collected the amount? That collected amount needs to deposit with the government. Yes, ma. But in TCS, there is no mercy, ma. If you are deducted in any month also, that needs to be deposited on or before to what, next month 7th. There is no extension for the last month also, ma. So if that is an TCS amount, you have to deposit always in the on or before next month 7th. Next, sir, every month the payments are over. So quarterly TDS and TCS returns we have to file, ma. That is only called as a TDS returns, TCS returns. Commonly we can call it as a statements also. We need to file all the things in a quarterly manner, ma. Can you tell me quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4? Quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 1 is an ended with the what, 30th June. Nothing but what, April, May, June, 3 months. So for this quarter ended, TDS return needs to be filed on next month 31st month. Nothing but what, June 30th is a quarter ended means nothing but what, before July 31st you have to file. That means next month last. But TCS, TCS returns for this quarter you have to file next month 15th on or before. That is on July 15th. Next quarter is an ended on what month? 30th September. So nothing but what month? July, August, September. Can you tell me what is the TCS return, TDS return, next month 31st means what, October 31st. Here October 15th. So that means next month ending you can file the what, before the next month ending you can file the what, TDS return. But next month 15th on or before you have to file that what, TCS return. So next quarter, what is that, 31st December. That means how many months, October, November, December. October, November, December. What is that, next you can file that what, next month 31st month means what, January 31st. Next month 15th means January 15th. January 15th. Last quarter, that is the 31st March, year ending. That is an important thing, year ending. So year ending related, quarter related TCS, TDS return. Yes, next, yes, as per that above rule, what is that next, April 31st, but here giving you 2 months, that is on 31st May. If you are following that above rule, what is that last date for that filing of the return, So 30th April only, but here they are giving the 2 months time, before 31st May also you can file. But here there is no mercy. There is a 1 month extension. Yes, there is a 1 month extension. So normally above rule, if you are following what, 15th April. What is that ma? 15th April. But here you can find that what ma? On 15th May. So please remember these dates also. We can get an MCQs ma. Next, sir, if you are not filing the TDS returns or TCS returns, every day you have to pay the every day you have to pay the fees at the rate of what about 200. So I'm not asking about the penalty ma, I'm asking about the fees only. What is that fees ma? Every day 200. Next, penalty under section 271H also can be imposed ma. Here I'm talking about the penalty. So penalty will be 10,000 to what ma? 1 lakh. The penalty amount is between that what ma? 10,000 to 1 lakh. If TDS return and TCS return or TDS or TCS return filed after that what ma? 1 year of prescribed time. So that means after expiry of the due date, 1 year we are filed the return of income. Sorry, we are filed that what ma TDS return or TCS return on that time. Maybe we can pay the penalty from the 10,000 to what ma 1 lakh. So nothing but today is the last date ma. Within that 1 year you are not filed. After that 1 year, if you are filed also, what is that penalty you have to pay ma 10,000 to 1 lakh. That is depends upon the case. So this is all about the TDS and TCS ma. Very, very, very important. 206C subsection 1G. I am written here clearly. So please be prepared for this ma. Please be prepared for this. Definitely you can get from these 4 marks or 5 mark question directly. Are you clear ma up to now? So that's end with the what ma TDS and TCS chapter ma. Yes.